Chapter 1. Terminally Ill Patient. Hello, Louis. Remember to come to the hospital tomorrow. Also, don't forget to bring that. All right, Dr. Yang, I will bring the money. He set down his phone, lifted the thin blanket, and slowly pulled his aching, stiff body off the sofa. He struggled to extend a foot, retrieving two flip-flops from beneath the couch. Unsteadily, he made his way to the bedroom at the corner, knocking gently on the door. This apartment was the sole inheritance left to him by his father, a typical old-school property in Hangzhou's primary school district, comprising one bedroom and a living room, spanning 45 square meters. With a creak, the door opened halfway, revealing a tall, lanky man with tousled blonde hair, half-naked and bleary-eyed, who impatiently exclaimed, "What do you want? I'm still waking up. Cucumbers, you can give me the house payment today. The hospital just urged me." He gazed at the blonde youth, speaking with some difficulty. Louis, I never said I wouldn't give it to you. Stop pestering me like a grim reaper. Huang Qin, ignore him. Let's talk when I'm awake. Before the lanky young man could respond, a sharp female voice piped up from within the master bedroom. He disregarded the voice from the bedroom and fixed his gaze on the tall blonde, enunciating each word with deliberate emphasis. Transfer the money before 2:30, or I swear I'll kill you. Who are you trying to scare? Damn it. The blonde man scoffed dismissively, then with a loud bang, slammed the door shut. Louis, a native of Hangzhou, age 32, stood at 1.78 meters tall, possessing a visage that conformed to the traditional male aesthetic of Xia country. Long-term illness had rendered his complexion pallid, his lips tinged with a hint of purple, and his frame emaciated. The freshly shaved head he had just undergone was now sprouting short black stubble, while the loose basketball attire he wore only accentuated his frailness. His mother had tragically passed away during childbirth, leaving his father to toil in menial labor on construction sites, struggling to raise him until he graduated from university. A decade ago, Louis completed his university education. Both he and his father thought they had finally emerged from adversity, only to have his father, after a few drinks one night, succumb to a cerebral hemorrhage before he could even reach the hospital. As the saying goes, misfortunes never come singly, and blessings seldom arrive in pairs. Not long after his father's passing, his girlfriend of 3 years from university, akin to a plot from a novel, began a relationship with a wealthy heir. The manner of their breakup was straightforward. She simply blocked all his contact details. Although Louis had always lived on the fringes of society, his character had always been somewhat aloof, making him incapable of acting like a sycophant. Thus, upon discovering he had been blocked, he reciprocated without hesitation. He didn't even bother to ask why we broke up. Besides, even if I blocked him, he could still find me if he wanted to. This just shows he never cared about me. Such a person is cold-blooded to the core and will never treat me well in the future. I ended it because I saw through him. His ex-girlfriend once remarked about him at a class reunion. He did not perceive himself as cold-blooded. Perhaps he was merely numb. After the breakup, he drifted through numerous jobs, serving as a white-collar worker in an office, a night security guard, a delivery person, and even laboring at construction sites. Among these occupations, the highest paying and easiest was transporting bodies at a crematorium. But regrettably, he was replaced after just a month by someone with connections. Over the years, he had intermittently taken on various jobs, and his already numb disposition became increasingly withdrawn and taciturn. He displayed no enthusiasm for these jobs, merely existing to make ends meet. Until 3 years ago, when Louis landed a position at a decent company, believing he had finally found stability, only to have the diagnosis of stomach cancer on his employment medical report thrust his numbness to its zenith. Since then, his relatives, who had already been distant, completely severed ties with him. He felt as though he had been forgotten by the world, devoid of friends, social connections, or anyone who cared. Only an endless supply of medication and ceaseless injections occupied his days. His phone, which rang only a few times a month, was either inundated with calls from salespeople peddling so-called anti-cancer drugs or scam calls. At times, he pondered that his existence in this world could only be likened to that of a mere tool, a mere number in a crowd. Beyond that, his presence held no significance. Yet now, fate was poised to reclaim even his role as a tool. Indeed, 2 weeks ago, Dr. Yang had already delivered the grim news. He would not have much longer to live. September arrived, and the sun outside remained unforgiving. Hangzhou was peculiar despite being a city in the south. Its summer temperatures often ranked among the top 3 in the nation, particularly during the season of the autumn tiger. Standing on asphalt in plastic-soled shoes would render them soft and squishy in no time. With flip-flops on his feet, Lu Yi labored to the noodle shop at the entrance of his community, each step accompanied by labored breaths. At this hour, the shop was sparsely populated, as it was not yet peak time for customers. Lu Yi is here. Same as always. 2 bowls of noodles. Shall I pack the one for old Wang? The noodle shop owner was a man in his 50s, who greeted him with a professional smile upon his entrance. He replied with a nonchalant tone. You poor child. Look at your condition, Sai. Such a kind heart. Just a moment. I'll be ready soon. The owner beamed, disappearing into the kitchen. Kind heart? Old Wang used to lend you money when he was thriving. Now that he's gone mad, you haven't even given him a drop of soup, and you call me kind-hearted? You just want to sell another bowl of noodles. He felt a wave of disdain wash over him as he watched the owner's retreating figure. Old Wang was not actually old. He was in his early 50s and had once been considered a successful man. He owned an apartment in the community and had a girlfriend who worked in the nightlife scene, with the property deed registered in her name. 2 years ago, when the stock market crashed, Old Wang lost everything overnight. His wife left him, and his mistress sold the house the same night, vanishing without a trace. Since then, Old Wang had lost his sanity, spending his days aimlessly under the old sycamore tree at the community entrance, rarely speaking. When someone engaged him, he would launch into lengthy discourses on financial knowledge. When hungry, he rummaged through trash bins, and when thirsty, he scavenged discarded bottled water and cans. 3 years ago, He was first diagnosed with stomach cancer. That moment felt like a thunderclap. Having hardly set foot in a hospital throughout his life, he was instantly overwhelmed. At that time, Old Wang was still Manager Wang, who had introduced this unfortunate young man to a cancer specialist at the provincial hospital. In truth, all hospitals had similar methods for treating cancer. It was merely that the medications and approaches varied for different demographics. In summary, wealthy individuals had their own treatment methods, while those without wealth had theirs. Unfortunately, He had always belonged to the latter category. Yet he remained grateful to Old Wang. For what may have been a trivial effort for Manager Wang was one of the few acts of selfless assistance he had received in this world. Chapter 2 Informed Consent. Old Wang remained seated beneath the verdant sycamore tree at the mouth of the alley, its lush foliage shielding him from the scorching sunlight. He was still clad in the military overcoat gifted by the previous winter, seemingly impervious to the oppressive heat of Hangzhou's autumn. Ever since Old Wang had succumbed to madness, he had become indifferent to everyone except for Yi, who fed him. However, upon being addressed as Manager Wang, he would immediately snap back into his financial elite persona, engaging in fervent discussions about candlestick charts, long-term strategies, and short-term maneuvers that Yi approached slowly, supporting his waist, and gradually crouched down to open the lid of a takeout box. Offering it to Old Wang, that was customary. The owner of the noodle shop had not provided disposable chopsticks, claiming that they were unnecessary for Old Wang and merely a waste in this era of environmental consciousness. Every effort to conserve was deemed essential. Old Wang gazed at Yi, and a flicker of vitality briefly illuminated his vacant eyes, that he then snatched the bowl of noodles, causing broth to splash everywhere. And with his filthy hands, he plunged into the bowl, devouring the noodles ravenously. True to form, he scalded his fingers, yelping in pain and spitting the food onto the ground, only to hastily bend down and lick it up. We had witnessed this scene nearly every day for the past 2 years, transitioning from initial pity and sorrow to a state of resigned acceptance, but he sometimes mused that perhaps the current manager Wang was the happiest of all. When one's mind is consumed solely by a bowl of noodles, there are no other worries to contend with. Footsteps echoed around the corner as 2 flamboyantly dressed youths ambled into the alley. Manager Wang, today we bring the employment contract. You simply need to leave your thumbprint, and you can commence work at the securities company, said a tall figure adorned with a tank top and a dragon tattoo that cascaded over his shoulder, glancing at Yi before grinning at Old Wang. Upon hearing himself addressed as Manager Wang, Old Wang instantly reverted to his financial elite mode. I am not merely going to work at the securities company. I shall guide and supervise their operations. A bunch of fools who know nothing about stocks. The stock market of Xia Country has been ruined by their incompetence. Yes, yes, Manager Wang. We only ask that you go supervise them. Quick, leave your thumbprint. The stock market can only be saved by you, urged the tattooed youth, as he gestured towards the paper. Manager Wang, press here, but don't rush. Let us apply the ink first. The dragon-tattooed youth disdainfully grasped old Wang's filthy hand, pressing it onto a sheet of paper on the ground. Suddenly, a half-brick came crashing down just 10 centimeters from the tattooed youth's feet, scattering debris that struck both of the young men. What the hell? Damn it, Lulu. He gripped the half-brick tightly, feeling as though he were clutching a weighty iron block that threatened to overwhelm him. That if you don't leave immediately, I will call the police, he warned, his eyes glinting with ferocity as he fixed his gaze upon the two men. Just wait, kid. I've remembered you. Don't dare leave the community tonight. The tattooed youth looked around at the comings and goings of residents, spat out a couple of threats, and departed the alley with his companion, glancing back every few steps. That Lulu, he had always possessed a fierce streak. Back in elementary school, during a fight with classmates, he had once pulled out a pencil and unhesitatingly aimed for his opponent's eye. Had the teacher not intervened in time, the classmate might have been left with a permanent injury. But he gently pried old Wang's fingers away from the paper he was aimlessly poking at, picked it up, and curiously examined it. To his surprise, it was an informed consent form for a drug trial. Someone who had been relying on medication for years, he was not unfamiliar with such documents. The general content of the paper indicated that a foreign pharmaceutical company had developed a biological reagent. This reagent purportedly had the capacity to inhibit or even eradicate malignant tumor cells while leaving healthy cells unaffected. 3 months prior, it had passed animal testing and was now seeking volunteers for human trials. Participants would receive 10,000 Xia Country yuan as a nutritional stipend. Following this, there were numerous biological formulas and terminologies, including the composition equations of the T4 agent, the Codon Biological Research Institute in the United States, and references to Eurasian telomeres, none of which he could comprehend. The A4 sheet was densely packed with fine print, with the amount of 10,000 yuan boldly highlighted, making it stand out conspicuously. That it was evident that this was an illegal human experiment. Over the past 3 years, Lulu had participated in several legitimate drug trials in pursuit of free medical treatment, some of which offered minimal compensation, typically a few hundred to over 1,000 yuan. Xia Country had exceedingly stringent requirements for pre-market drug testing and adhered to the principle of not seeking efficacy, but rather avoiding adverse events, thus ensuring that compliant drug trials were generally very safe. This had fostered the emergence of a specialized group of trial participants, typically composed of terminally ill patients, those in dire financial straits, and individuals who were bankrupt or unemployed. Collectively, they were referred to as professional trial participants. Old Wang continued to sit on the ground, slurping noodles amidst the dirt and grime without a care in the world. Having seen it all before, he neatly folded the informed consent form and tucked it into his pocket, slowly making his way home, lost in thought. Most professional trial participants in Xia Country would never consider engaging in such unregulated trials. Even among officially sanctioned trials, few would participate consecutively, typically opting to space out their involvement. As the saying goes, all medicine is 3 parts poison. Trial participants were merely desperate for money, not eager to court death. I must secure that 800,000 today. I hope the painkiller Dr. Yang sells works effectively, allowing me to complete the only trip I've ever dreamed of. He had never ventured beyond Jiangnan province, yearning in his twilight years to find the strength to explore the world. As he pondered, he dragged his weary body homeward. Each day, he descended to consume the cheapest noodles, as takeout was exorbitantly priced, and he needed to conserve funds for medical expenses. Gasping for breath, he entered his home. The bedroom door was ajar, and the sounds of a woman's screams mingled with a man's heavy panting could be heard from within. Huang Qin, a childhood friend, worked as a hairdresser in the city center, perpetually sporting dyed blonde hair and a tall, lanky frame, often earning him the nickname Cucumber. Before his first chemotherapy session, he had gone to a nearby salon to shave his head, where he coincidentally found Cucumber also working. Upon learning of Lu Yi's condition, Cucumber quickly added him on social media, treated him to a meal, and then begged for a place to stay after his girlfriend had suffered a miscarriage and was thrown out by her family. The following day, Cucumber and his girlfriend moved into Lu Yi's dilapidated 1-bedroom apartment. And nearly 2 years had passed since then, as for the rent Cucumber had promised to pay. He had never contributed a dime to this day. They had agreed he would sleep in the living room, yet he ended up in the bedroom instead. The agreed-upon division of utilities and property fees had also never materialized. He had not minded Cucumber's empty promises, allowing them to stay solely out of concern that if he passed away, no one would report it and the stench would go unnoticed. Thus, he had never expressed dissatisfaction with Cucumber and his girlfriend. But this time, that was absolutely unacceptable. He thought fiercely that I must secure that 800,000. Damn it. If they don't pay, I'll kill him. It will all be over. He seized a kitchen knife, his expression devoid of emotion, and walked directly into the bedroom, silently observing the two on the bed, making it appear as if he were catching them in the act. What the hell are you doing? Cucumber, sensing someone approaching, turned his head to see the frail figure standing at the foot of the bed, holding a gleaming kitchen knife and staring intently at him. He quivered in fear, letting out a shriek, and abruptly rolled over, pushing the woman beside him off the bed. Pay me and don't mention any limits. Lulu, he said coldly, his voice chilling as winter, piercing and frigid. The effects of Duragesic and morphine had completely worn off a month ago, and the relentless agony made him feel as though he were enduring a torturous execution every moment. He struggled to suppress the tremors brought on by the pain, his eyes reflecting a madness. You lunatic. Huang Qin never said he wouldn't pay you. What else with this outburst? Get out right now, or I'll call the police and report you for assault. The woman scrambled to her feet, clutching the bedspread to cover her bare chest and shouting loudly. Cucumber and the woman had no intention of paying. Their plan was to delay payment until Lu Yi's demise. They had perused his medical records and knew he was unlikely to survive more than 2 months. Li Shanshan, since your brother Cucumber hasn't paid, the property transaction cannot be completed. This house is still mine. You are in my residence, and should anyone call the police, it would be I who would be justified in self-defense for killing you. This constitutes trespassing. Lu's tone remained icy, as though he might erupt into violence at any moment. 6. Don't be hasty. Don't act impulsively, Cucumber stuttered, his habitual roguishness faltering in the face of Lu Yi's threatening demeanor. Upon seeing the glinting kitchen knife in the frail man's hand, his face turned as pale as a sheet. That I've already prepared the money. I can transfer it right now. Just put the knife down. Lulu. He shot him a sidelong glance, and then tapped the edge of the bed with the knife, uttering a single word. Transfer. Chapter 3 Drug Trial at 8 o'clock in the evening. In a suite at the Shangri-La Hotel in the West District. Dr. C, are you suggesting that the T5 virus can enable cells to maintain continuous division? Indeed. As we all know, the root cause of aging is the cessation of cell division. And this new viral concept proposed by the Codon Biological Research Institute in the United States is said to completely resolve the issue of halted cellular division. Doctor, do you mean to say that humanity could achieve immortality? Haha, immortality, perhaps, although at present this remains merely a theoretical concept. With a snap, Lu switched off the television, feeling that the hosts were treating the audience as fools. Continuous cellular division? Is that not akin to cancerous cells? He muttered under his breath, casually reaching for a piece of watermelon from the table. Just moments ago, after receiving a money transfer, he had taken a few changes of clothes and checked into a hotel, leaving those two in a state of disarray. As for the troubles caused by Huanghua and Li Shanshan, he had no desire to dwell on them, nor did he have the time for revenge. Retrieving his funds was sufficient. Since his diagnosis, he had hardly ever been hospitalized, partly due to financial constraints, and partly because he detested the pervasive atmosphere of sorrow and despair that lingered in hospital wards. He set down the half-eaten watermelon and reclined on the plush hotel bed, his mind beginning to map out his next steps. Well, tomorrow I shall first seek out Dr. Yang to discuss those 2 pain relief injections, and then transfer her the funds. One must always be cautious that yes, it is time to book a flight. He pulled out his phone to book a ticket online. A folded square piece of paper slipped from his pocket, reminding him of the informed consent form for the drug trial. He unfolded the paper and read it once more. There truly a miraculous drug that can suppress tumor cells? Could it even eliminate or destroy them? The doctor on that television program, what was his name, Dr. C, mentioned that various countries across Blue Star have been researching a virus known as the T-series in recent years. Could this be related to the new medication? He recalled the segment he had just watched about the T-Series virus and human immortality. Lying on the bed, he continued to ponder. What if this treatment proves effective? Should I give it a try? If there are side effects, it could merely mean dying 2 months earlier. Since being afflicted with various cancers, he often scoured the internet for information, acquiring a modicum of knowledge on the subject. In layman's terms, cancer is a malignant tumor caused by the malignant transformation of cells, where cancer cells incessantly divide, devouring healthy cells and depleting the body's nutrients until the host succumbs. Louis, suffering from 9 types of cancer, found his healthy cells nearly obliterated. When his third cancer, lung cancer, was diagnosed, Dr. Yang had been astounded, and in the days leading up to the diagnosis of his 9th cancer, he was even featured as a special case in The Lancet, with numerous experts publishing articles claiming that his case was due to a natural genetic defect. In simpler terms, he was simply unfortunate. Despite his 9 cancers, he held no value for biopsy research. It is akin to someone being born with meningitis while another smokes and drinks their way to 99. Much of human health is predetermined by genetic inheritance. He gazed at the paper before him, his mind swirling with conflict. It was decided. He would give it a try. At worst, he would die 2 months sooner. Yes, tomorrow morning he would first try that new medication, and then head to the hospital in the afternoon. Leaning against the floor-to-ceiling window, he stared out at the dark waters of Westlake, tossing and turning through the night. Early the next morning, Louis hurried to the address listed on the consent form, a rural courtyard in the outskirts of the East District. To his surprise, within this modest courtyard, there were numerous individuals in the 2 bungalows, some even clad in hospital gowns. Listening to their conversations, Louis learned that most of them were late-stage cancer patients. It seemed he was not alone in his hopes. After all, if there is even the slightest glimmer of hope, who in dire straits would choose to give up? Everyone held numbered tickets, some standing, some squatting, while others had brought lounge chairs, lying back as they awaited their turn. Louis leaned against the wall, waiting quietly. After nearly half an hour, it was finally his turn. He followed a young man in a white coat, adorned with a nose ring, who looked nothing like a doctor, into one of the bungalows. The room was about 80 square meters, with a hospital bed in the center and an old bassin table nearby, surrounded by 4 long benches. Scattered across the table were common hospital items, such as a blood pressure monitor and a stethoscope, creating a somewhat incongruous atmosphere, while 3 small cardboard boxes were piled in the corner that a balding man in his 60s, wearing glasses and a white coat, gestured for him to sit on one of the benches, then began to inquire. Name? Louis. Age? 32. Gender? Male. Blood type? Type of any medical history? Stomach cancer, nasal cancer, liver cancer, lung cancer, pancreatic cancer. Upon reporting his 9 cancers, the balding man widened his eyes, visibly displeased as he remarked, "Young man, do not jest. Do you still wish to receive your nutritional allowance? I have medical records on my phone. You can take a look." Skeptical, the balding man took the phone Louis offered and, upon glancing at it, was rendered speechless. He looked at Louis with a hint of sympathy and asked, "How have you managed to survive this long?" He withdrew the phone, mumbling to himself as he moved to the corner, opening one of the cardboard boxes to retrieve a metallic cylinder about 10 centimeters in diameter and 20 centimeters in length. The balding man cautiously pressed a latch at the top, twisted the cylinder, and with a soft click, slowly lifted the upper part to reveal the contents within. It was a 50-milliliter syringe booster, distinctly different from those commonly used in hospitals. This one was entirely metallic, exuding a sense of quality. Each side of the syringe featured a 1-centimeter wide groove, with the inner wall made of glass, allowing a clear view of the viscous red liquid inside. The balding man did not apply a tourniquet or disinfect with alcohol, but instead directly inserted the needle into Louis's arm vein. Louis watched the red liquid gradually flow into his bloodstream. He suddenly noticed tiny black particles floating within the liquid. A chill ran down his spine. "Doctor, what are these black particles?" The balding man, pushing the syringe, chuckled as he replied, "I have no idea, but they instructed us to administer this to you. Besides, I'm not really a doctor. I cook in the cafeteria." "Young man, does it hurt?" "Don't worry, I trained just a couple of days ago, and everyone said I learned quickly." Louis chose not to engage further. Once the injection was complete, he moved to another room to collect $10,000 in cash and immediately hailed a cab to the provincial second hospital. Upon arrival, noticing that it was still early, He sat in the closest seat to the reception desk, thinking that should any adverse reactions occur, the nurses would be able to respond swiftly. WY 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Dr. Yang called, urging him to hurry to the department as no one was present. When Lu Yi appeared within 2 minutes, Dr. Yang looked slightly astonished. Dr. Yang, introduced by Old Wang as an oncology specialist, was named Yang Hua, a married woman of 35. She was tall and curvaceous, approximately 1.73 meters, with a well-maintained appearance, high cheekbones, an oval face, and large, expressive eyes that sparkled. She resembled an actress named Yang Kai-and-I. At first glance, she appeared to be in her mid-20s, often sporting a ponytail that accentuated her youthful appearance. Old Wang had jokingly commented on her. Lu Yi, I heard Dr. Yang's home life is troubled. Her husband is a gambling addict. Initially, I thought of pursuing her to see if something could develop, but alas, she regarded me with disdain, likely due to my age. Lu Yi, you must understand that these 2 injections hold no true therapeutic value for your condition. They merely alleviate your suffering temporarily. Dr. Yang's voice was melodious, slightly husky. Thank you, Dr. Yang. No need to reiterate. I will transfer the funds to you immediately. Please hand over those 2 pain relief injections. Lu Yi replied nonchalantly, as the money held no significance for him. He solely wished to escape the relentless torment of his afflictions until death arrived. Lu Yi, I still feel it necessary to explain these 2 pain relief injections further. Yang Hua said, biting her lip. They are one of the byproducts produced after the T-series virus trials at the Beijing Biological Research Institute 6 months ago. They possess no inherent medical efficacy, but exhibit remarkable analgesic properties for cancer-related pain. The first injection can sustain its effect for a month, but subsequent uses will see the duration of effectiveness continually diminish, and after the effects wear off, the patient's pain will intensify. Even so, such substances rarely make it to the market. The cost to me is 100,000 per injection. I have urgent matters at home and need some funds, which is why I hope to earn 10,000 from you. Naturally, should you refuse now, I will harbor no objections, but it is essential for me to clarify this that Lu Yi rubbed his bald head, calmly stating, Dr. Yang, earn what you must. I am already grateful for your help in procuring these 2 injections. Let us not dwell on anything further. I will transfer the funds to you at once. After completing the transaction, he pondered for a moment and inquired, Dr. Yang, may I administer the pain relief injections now? Lu Yi, are you worried I might give you counterfeit goods? Yang Hua asked, somewhat irked. Although the money she earned was somewhat dubious, it did not mean she lacked principles. Indeed, Dr. Yang, verifying the product on-site, serves as the best form of trust. Moreover, I can no longer endure this unending suffering, that he replied with an air of calmness, not perceiving the act of inspecting the goods on the spot as impolite. After all, it was far preferable to harboring suspicions behind one's back. Very well. Please come into the inner room. I shall assist you with the injection. Typically, an expert doctor of Yang Hua's caliber would have 2 rooms in their office, one inside and one outside. The inner room contained a standard hospital bed, upon which lay 2 women's coats scattered haphazardly. Yang Hua tidied the bed and instructed Lu Yi to lie down. The female doctor secured a tourniquet around his right upper arm, swabbed the skin over the vein with an alcohol pad, and then picked up a syringe filled with painkiller, deftly flicking the needle. Da! He heard Yang Hua exclaim softly. What is it, Dr. Yang? Just as Yang Hua was about to administer the injection, he noticed a slight movement in Lu Yi's vein, as if some living creature were swimming within. Yet upon closer inspection, there was no further motion. Lu Yi, did you feel any discomfort in your arm just now? Yang Hua asked, perplexed that I didn't feel anything. Dr. Yang, did I in truth? An overwhelming pain had engulfed his entire body. How could he discern any discomfort within his veins? Oh, I must be seeing things, the beautiful young doctor murmured. As the needle slowly descended toward his vein, Lu Yi slightly turned his head, watching as the golden liquid within the syringe gradually entered his body. Chapter 4. The disappearance of pain. Lu Yi slowly opened his eyes, greeted by a hazy vision and a dizziness that churned his stomach. How could I have fallen asleep? He glanced around to confirm he was still lying on the hospital bed and sighed in relief. His gaze then fell upon the wall clock, revealing it was already 9 in the evening. 8 hours have passed. He felt somewhat disoriented. After a moment's pause, he attempted to rise, but discovered a 4 needle inserted into the back of his right hand. the 4 bag swaying gently at the head of the bed, its body indicating that the saline solution was depleted, that a slender 4 tube was filled with bright red blood. Lulu, he furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss as he curiously lifted his left hand, gently pulling the 4 line closer to his eyes. To his astonishment, he observed numerous densely packed black, flat particles writhing within the tube. These particles resembled miniature leeches, elongated in shape, and bore a striking resemblance to black aquatic plants. They were nearly imperceptible unless scrutinized closely. He stood there, transfixed by the bizarre sight before him, his thoughts frozen. You reawake. The door creaked open, and a beautiful young woman in a white coat entered, her voice gentle and composed. How do you feel? You suddenly fell asleep after the injection this afternoon, and I was quite startled. Yang Hua's slightly hoarse voice resonated. That I checked all your vital signs. Everything seems normal, no adverse reactions. That I set you up within 4 of saline. You slept so deeply that I called for you several times without a response. Lulu slowly sat up, the dizziness fading rapidly, replaced by an overwhelming sense of unreality. The pain that had tormented him for 3 long years had vanished, when such prolonged suffering evaporated suddenly. His brain struggled to comprehend it fully. Dr. Yang, this injection is remarkably effective. Thank you. That I'll rest for a bit. Please carry on with your duties, and I shall leave shortly. That he suppressed the tumult of questions in his mind. Striving to appear composed, he could not allow anyone to discover the changes within his blood. The internet was rife with tales of human dissection experiments. He had no desire to become a test subject. Now, Lulu felt invigorated, as if he had returned to a time 3 years prior when he was still healthy. He felt even better than before he fell ill. Before Yang Hua could speak, a hurried voice came from outside. Dr. Yang, come quickly. Another one has been brought in. Yang Hua's expression changed, and he swiftly turned to respond before pivoting back to Lulu. If you feel fine, you may leave on your own. The hospital is rather busy today. I had intended to keep you for another 2 hours for observation. Please come by my office at 10 tomorrow morning, and I will conduct another examination for you, free of charge. Without waiting for a reply, Yang Hua hastily exited the room, entirely oblivious to the peculiarities of the 4 line. The Lulu removed the 4 line and examined the blood within the tube. After some contemplation, he tied knots at both ends of the line and tucked it into his pocket. As he sat in the taxi, headed back to the hotel, Lulu felt increasingly light, as if the myriad of cancer-related complications that had plagued him for 3 years had never existed. He reveled in the long-lost comfort of his body, temporarily dismissing the abnormalities in his blood. Suddenly, he felt an intense hunger. Could it be that the alleviation of pain had restored his appetite? His stomach growled incessantly, prompting the taxi driver to glance back at him repeatedly in the rearview mirror. He sensed something was awry. That I'm starving, truly starving. The sounds emanating from his stomach resembled the resounding croaks of a bullfrog during mating calls. As they neared the hotel, the taxi driver looked back once more and remarked, Brother, just don't let it out in the car, all right? I just had it cleaned yesterday. Do hold it in until we arrive. That Lulu felt as though he might devour the driver's neck fat, suppressing the urge to bite down as he managed to utter, drive faster. They arrived at the hotel just as the clock struck 10. Fortunately, the Shangri-La was a 5-star establishment, offering food around the clock. In the 3rd-floor buffet restaurant, Lulu sat alone at the largest table closest to the food station, indulging heartily. That a circular table meant for 8 was piled high with empty bowls and plates. He had been eating for nearly 40 minutes, and the lavish restaurant was devoid of any other patrons. That a few waitstaff stood awkwardly nearby, eyes wide in disbelief as they watched him. Xiaoyu, do you think he'll go back for more? The buffet is nearly depleted, one remarked. Look at him. He seems so refined, yet he eats like a starving ghost. Look, he is getting up again. He is going for more. Jing Yin, keep your voice down. Don't let the guest hear you. The whispered conversation of the 2 young female servers drifted clearly to Lulu's ears, and he had no time to ponder how he could hear their hushed words from over 10 meters away. He only felt that every cell in his body was ravenous, his mind consumed by a single word, hungry. On his 8th trip to the food station, that insatiable hunger finally began to wane. Although his stomach still felt empty, the frantic urge to eat began to subside. Approaching him was the restaurant manager, whose expression was quite uncomfortable. Sir, I apologize for the interruption. Lulu remained silent, watching the manager. You see, our chef is already finished for the night. Those were actually prepared as late-night snacks for our guest. Oh, it's fine. I'm nearly full, that he replied nonchalantly, casually grabbing 2 large meat buns and munching on them as he made his way toward the elevator. The manager called after him, raising his voice, "Sir, you've eaten too much. Should we take you to the hospital?" "We wouldn't want anything to happen." Without looking back, he replied, "It's fine. I just came from the hospital." "Xiao Yu, did you hear that? He said he just came from there." "Did I knew it. He must have just been released from prison. What normal person eats like that?" Xiao Yu looked at his shaved head. "He is quite handsome, but what a shame he is a convict. So what if he has been in prison? You shouldn't discriminate against those who have turned over a new leaf." "Oh dear, I think you might be infatuated. He hasn't even glanced your way that you're tarnishing our hotel's reputation as the top establishment, that you're being ridiculous to be. By the way, he ate so much and his stomach isn't even bulging." "How curious. You observe quite closely. Should I ask the front desk for his room number for you?" "Get lost." The murmured conversation of the 2 young women reached Lu's ears. And he paused, suddenly realizing, what is going on? How could he hear them so clearly from at least 20 meters away? In a state of bewilderment, he returned to his hotel room, collapsing onto the soft, warm comforter beneath the air conditioning, closing his eyes to contemplate this sudden hunger. During the meal, he had been somewhat disoriented, but vaguely remembered devouring at least 20 pieces of tomahawk steak, over 15 baskets of Hangzhou's famous soup dumplings, and various seafood, fruit salads, and other dishes, all consumed without hesitation. The sheer quantity was beyond his recollection that he lifted his basketball shorts to feel his abdomen. Oddly enough, despite the copious amount he had eaten, his stomach showed no signs of distension. Where had all that food gone? Suddenly, he brought his hand to his nose, a putrid odor assaulting his senses. Upon closer inspection, his hand was coated in a layer of greasy black substance, akin to used engine oil. Lui sprang up, attempting to sit, but instead bounced off the bed like a spring. Astonished by the newfound strength in his core and abdomen, he stood in stunned silence for a moment, attempting to grasp one end of the grand bed with a single hand, to his astonishment. With merely a slight exertion, he effortlessly lifted the lavish bed. Typically, beds of such opulence in luxury hotels are crafted from solid wood, weighing significantly more than an ordinary bed, by no less than threefold. After another moment of disbelief, he proceeded into the bathroom. The suite's bathroom was extravagantly spacious, encompassing approximately 40 square meters, with the eastern wall entirely composed of a floor-to-ceiling anti-fog mirror. He shed his basketball attire and stood naked before the mirror. To his dismay, he noticed that his entire body, including his face, was enveloped in a layer of viscous black substance that he distinctly recalled that upon entering the elevator, the polished stainless steel doors had reflected his image devoid of any such anomaly. Staring at his reflection, he observed the black fluid visibly increasing, growing thicker as it slowly cascaded down his body, trickling down his calves to the marble floor of the bathroom. He seized a bath towel to wipe away the black fluid from his arms, only to find that the pores on his skin were continuously secreting the same dark substance, rendering his freshly cleaned arms once more covered in black. As he pinched some of the black matter and rubbed it between his fingers, he felt an exceedingly faint, gritty texture. Bringing his fingers closer to his eyes for inspection, he discerned tiny, elongated black entities mixed within the fluid. Had he not possessed an acute vision at this moment, he would have never noticed them. Was this precisely the type of substance found within the 4 drip at the hospital today? Lu Liui hastily grabbed his basketball shorts from the floor and retrieved the 4 tube from his pocket, fixating intently on the crimson blood within. Indeed, there was a distinction. The contents of the 4 tube were evidently much larger than what was presently exuding from his body. Most crucially, the entities he had observed in the hospital were alive, whereas the matter now clinging to him was utterly inert, having evidently lost its vitality. That a considerable amount of black fluid had already pooled on the floor, its acrid stench permeating the entire bathroom. After rinsing the floor, he sank into the bathtub, preparing to cleanse his body. That it was not until the 6th water change that he finally ceased expelling the black fluid, that he dried himself off and sat naked on the bedroom sofa, propping his chin in his hand as he reflected on the day's events. What was this black fluid? Could it be impurities within his body? Was it akin to the cleansing of meridians and marrow found in cultivation novels? If it truly were impurities, what had prompted their expulsion? And what were those elongated, leech-like entities? This surely had nothing to do with the new type of analgesic provided by Dr. Yang. Had there been such outrageous symptoms? she would undoubtedly have mentioned them. Despite being somewhat avaricious, Dr. Yang was quite amiable. Presently, he felt no physical pain, which was clearly the result of the new analgesic that is so then. What of his enhanced vision? Heightened hearing and increased strength? Could these be related to the analgesic as well? Impossible! If this analgesic were truly so miraculous, would it not be a privilege reserved for others? He felt as though he could effortlessly dispatch 2 peak Tysons with a single punch. Could it be that the medication trialed in the morning was taking effect? Dr. Yang had instructed him to return for an examination tomorrow. That would be prudent, to ascertain whether the cancer cells had indeed been eradicated. The results of the cancer cell examination would not be available immediately. He planned to leave the hospital first and have Dr. Yang send the results to him, should a medical miracle truly occur. Departing early would also prevent him from being apprehended for a biopsy. Dr. Yang should still be reliable, yet one must remain cautious. Lu Liuyi rose, donned the hotel's oversized white bathrobe, and resumed his seat on the bedroom sofa, continuing to contemplate his plans for the morrow. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the corridor, followed by a woman's piercing scream. With his current acute hearing, he could clearly discern, even through the expanse of the living room and a heavy front door, someone has been murdered. Chapter 5. Struggle. Lu Liuyi's expression hardened, and he dashed into the living room, straining to listen to the commotion outside. Help! A monster! The woman's terrified cries echoed once more, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps drawing ever closer to the door. Bang! The front door shook violently, as if something heavy had slammed against it and was grinding against the surface. The woman's screams grew increasingly frantic, interspersed with low, guttural growls that did not resemble human sounds. The solid wooden door quaked violently, a cloud of dust cascading down from it. Overwhelmed with astonishment, he stepped back cautiously towards the floor-to-ceiling window. In the next moment, the woman's shrieks abruptly ceased, that a fist-sized hole suddenly erupted in the upper half of the trembling wooden door. Splintered wood scattered everywhere as an object abruptly protruded through the opening. He froze, his eyes filled with dread as he beheld the thing emerging through the door hole. That it was as thick as a grown man's thigh and bore a resemblance to a crab's claw. Its sharp pincers slightly opening and closing, revealing 2 rows of shark-like teeth, dripping with a viscous red and white mixture that slowly trickled down the claw's bristles. That a swift glance at the red and white matter strewn across the floor confirmed it to be brain matter mingled with blood. Lu Liuyi forced himself to calm down, moving with deliberate caution towards the window. The room was situated on the 4th floor of the hotel, with the terrace of the 3rd-floor buffet restaurant less than 3 meters below. The wooden door was on the verge of collapse, and he reached back with one hand to grasp the window handle, applying pressure to push it outward. But as he pushed, resistance met his hand, and he could not budge it any further. His heart sank. This is the end. In a moment of panic, he recalled that most hotel windows can only be opened about 15 centimeters for safety reasons. Such a width was utterly insufficient for a person to pass through. Breaking the glass? He promptly dismissed that thought. The luxurious hotel windows were undoubtedly made of double-layered tempered glass, even if he had inexplicably gained immense strength. He did not believe his bones could withstand 2 layers of tempered glass. The door creaked ominously under the strain, his mind racing as beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. Crash! The door finally succumbed to the weight, crashing inward along with 2 figures. That Lu Liuyi's eyes widened as he beheld the 2 individuals sprawled atop one another on the fallen door panel. The one on top bowed his head, his skull shaking slightly as he emitted animalistic growls. He was a burly man, his clothing torn into strips that clung to him, his exposed back muscles bulging like iron boulders. Exuding explosive power, alarmingly, a complete claw extended from his shoulder. The joint of the claw bent at a 90-degree angle, supporting one side of the man's body. The individual pinned beneath him was evidently the woman who had been screaming moments ago. Her face was impaled by the claw's tip, pinned to the door panel below. Her chest and abdomen appeared as though unzipped, exposing her organs within. The man's head was half buried in the woman's abdomen. The sound of his gnawing echoing as he remained oblivious to Lu Liuyi's presence just a few steps away. This was no human. It was a monster. It is eating her. Lu Liuyi felt as if his very insides were being torn apart, and he dared not make a single sound. The monster continued to feast at the door, its massive form effectively blocking the exit. Under the crushing weight of terror, his thoughts raced with alarming clarity. Should he retreat to the bedroom? No. Even if he managed to reach the bedroom, could a mere door stand against this beast? It was sheer folly to even consider it. What about making noise to attract the attention of those outside? That too was impossible. The woman's earlier cries had been so harrowing, and the resulting commotion so intense that it was unfathomable for no one to have heard. The silence outside only served to underscore the grim reality. Human nature is inherently inclined to seek advantage and avoid harm. He would act no differently to Lioi was a rather indifferent person. Such emotional detachment often fosters greater calmness. After a brief shock, he quickly steadied himself, and in a flash of insight, a plan began to form, but he slightly bent at the waist. His gaze fixed on the doorway, and suddenly cleared his throat softly. The monster's feeding momentarily halted. It raised its head, revealing a visage smeared with blood, shredded flesh, and grotesquely contorted features. 4 tusk-like fangs, each as thick as a finger, interlaced at the corners of its mouth, a small segment of intestine dangling from one of the fangs, swaying back and forth as it lifted its head. Its yellow-green, slit-like pupils regarded Lioi with curiosity, as if contemplating the sudden appearance of another being. That Lioi stared at the monstrous visage before him. His perception once again shattered. After a brief standoff in the thickened air that felt like an eternity, the creature seemed to ascertain that Lioi was also a potential meal. That it let out a deafening roar, swiftly extracting its claw from the woman's head, leaving a trail of brain matter in its wake, and lunged toward him with its nearly 2-meter-tall form. That Lioi had long since been on high alert, his eyes straining to track the monster's movements. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as the monstrous creature collided heavily with the tempered glass window. The glass emitted a buzzing sound, vibrating at a high frequency, yet miraculously remained intact. He pressed himself against the glass, swiftly sliding to the right, narrowly evading the impact. Although his eyes could discern the creature's trajectory, his speed was somewhat lacking. With a sharp swish, the creature's massive pincers swung up again, aimed directly at his forehead, moving with such velocity that one could almost hear the sound of air being cut. He sidestepped to the right once more, the tip of the pincer barely grazing his eyeball. Before he could regain his footing, the creature lunged forward, its left hand reaching violently for the top of his head. Simultaneously, the right pincer opened wide, revealing 2 rows of sharp spikes, densely packed like teeth. As it rapidly thrust towards his face, he crouched down abruptly, the creature's left hand grasping at nothing but air, its pincer slicing through the glass behind him. With a thunderous crash, the tempered glass shattered under the brute force, splintering into crystalline shards. Subsequently, the creature plummeted alongside the glass fragments. Thud! The creature landed heavily on the terrace of the 3rd-floor cafeteria. At that moment, his complexion was as pale as a sheet. The entire sequence, from the creature's attack to its fall from the window, transpired in less than 5 seconds, yet he felt as though he had just completed a grueling 10-kilometer run. Utterly drained of energy, he took a deep breath, steadied himself, and cautiously leaned out of the shattered window to peer below. Chapter 6. The starving ghost. Directly beneath the 4th-floor window lay a wall of the 3rd-floor cafeteria, approximately 6 meters long and extending about 5 meters outward, forming a terrace of around 30 square meters. The terrace was not spacious, cluttered with miscellaneous items rarely used by the cafeteria, giving it a disorganized appearance. As he leaned out to look down, he saw the creature sprawled on the concrete platform, its limbs splayed, utterly motionless, surrounded by the remnants of crushed tables and chairs that a rusty rebar, about the thickness of a pinky finger, protruded from its gaping mouth, its pair of vertical pupils devoid of life, and dark red blood pooled around its head. Clearly, it was unmistakably dead. Exhaling a sigh of relief, he felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. It seemed that the creature had met with misfortune. Given its tough skin and substantial mass, a fall from less than 3 meters should have left it unscathed. Who would have thought that a piece of rebar would stand upright precisely where its head would land? The creature's immense weight drove the rebar through its skull as effortlessly as piercing through tofu. He scrutinized the creature's corpse, confirming it was indeed lifeless, before turning and sliding down to sit against the wall. What on earth is this? How could a human form become such a monstrosity? Is this some sort of genetic mutation like in the movies? He slumped against the ground, gazing at the dismembered corpse of the woman by the door, furrowing his brow as he contemplated whether to call the police. That in his 32 years of life, He had never interacted with law enforcement. His understanding of them was almost entirely derived from films and television. Ignorance equated to risk, which was one of his life principles. That a woman had inexplicably died in his room, and now a monster had fallen from outside, that he himself was as bewildered as anyone. How could he explain this to the police? He needed to visit Dr. Yang at the second hospital for a checkup tomorrow. He couldn't afford a delay because of a police report. Just as he was lost in thought, a flash of fire flickered in the hallway, and a wave of intense heat rushed toward him. He sprang to his feet, his heart racing again. Was there another creature? A voice, trembling and filled with despair, echoed from around the corner. What the hell? With a whoosh, a fireball the size of a water barrel flared at the entrance, only to extinguish almost immediately, followed by a rush of hot air flooding in. Outside in the hallway, the automatic sprinkler system had activated, and the fire alarm blared its piercing warning. Before he could fully process the situation, two loud thuds echoed, and a massive green shadow darted past his doorway, followed by another flash of fire, accompanied by a scream, as if something had been ignited. The scream quickly faded, and he could faintly hear dragging sounds, mixed with heavy footsteps approaching, that he was almost certain it was yet another monster. The previous figure had moved far too swiftly for him to see clearly. The woman's mangled corpse still lay on the ground, one leg extending out into the hallway, that if this creature had any sight at all, it would undoubtedly notice the body on the floor. He retreated behind the sofa, concealing himself, feeling a surge of anxiety. No, he could not remain passive. He had no idea what special abilities this creature might possess. If it had a keen sense of smell, he could easily become its prey. He glanced at the empty window, hesitated briefly, then swiftly returned to the window's edge, placing one hand on the sill before leaping down toward the creature's corpse. Thud. His legs landed on its chest, producing a dull thud, and he quickly crouched down to absorb the impact. Adhering closely to the wall, the terrace was cluttered with debris. Landing on the creature's body allowed him to minimize noise and avoid injury from the scattered items. That he had always been a cautious individual. Soon, the eerie sound of footsteps halted above him. Crunch, crunch, the unmistakable sound of bones cracking resonated below, piercing through to his ears. Strange, this fire-breathing creature has a penchant for gnawing on bones, while the deceased one seemed to prefer the entrails. The monsters have such differing tastes. His thoughts began to drift. His gaze fell upon the creature's corpse, pinned by the rebar, and his eyes widened in shock. He observed the body shrink as if it were collapsing inward. The once towering figure of nearly 2 meters in height visibly shrinking, withering, and dissolving, akin to ice melting rapidly. 2 minutes later, its blood and flesh transformed into a dark liquid, flowing into the terrace's drain, leaving behind a pitch-black skeletal frame hanging from the rebar, while the fearsome pincers showed no signs of change. Suddenly, he noticed a faint glow emanating from the junction of the creature's spine and pincers, reminiscent of the fireflies he had seen as a child, emitting a gentle green light that was not harsh on the eyes, appearing rather soothing. Were they dropping loot from monsters, like in a game? Was the boundary between the game world and reality blurring? His thoughts began to spiral out of control. He shook his head gently, pushing those notions aside. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to retrieve the glowing object. For some reason, the green light held an inexplicable allure for him. The crunching sounds above gradually subsided after 5 minutes, replaced by the sound of heavy snoring. He waited a while longer, then carefully avoided the debris. Moving to the side of the creature's corpse, soon he found the small green source of light, barely taking a moment to examine it before swiftly stashing it in the small pocket of his bathrobe's lining. Returning to his previous position against the wall, the snoring above continued in a steady rhythm, and at that moment, his taut nerves began to relax slightly as he scanned the area for an exit. Behind the wall lay the interior of the cafeteria, connected to the outside by a wooden fire door on the left side, which was firmly closed. There was no clutter around the door. It was clearly intended for easy access by staff. Please don't let it be locked, he silently prayed, moving cautiously toward the fire door, careful to make as little noise as possible. The short distance of just a few meters took him 2 painstaking minutes, with the snoring above constantly reminding him to remain vigilant. He grasped the doorknob and gently pushed. It was not locked. The door clearly saw frequent use, as the metal hinges showed no signs of corrosion or rust. Thankfully making no noise as he opened it, he pushed the door open slightly, quickly sidestepping inside, shutting the door behind him with a smooth motion. A low, abrupt exclamation pierced the silence in the room, tinged with tension, that he turned to see three figures standing inside. Two women and one man, all casting astonished glances at him, their expressions laced with anxiety. The two women appeared to be in their 20s. Dressed in cafeteria uniforms, huddled closely together in the corner formed by two rows of shelves. The tall shelves cast shadows under the light, obscuring their faces and forms. The man, around 40 years old, of average height with a buzz cut and a square face showing signs of tension, wore a black security uniform, a name tag reading Wang Chao pinned to his chest. This man, presumably Wang Chao, scrutinized him as well, cautiously asking in a low voice, "Who are you, and why did you come in from the terrace?" He paused briefly, raising a hand to gesture toward the ceiling, and replied, "I am a guest from upstairs. A fire alarm just went off on the 4th floor, and in a moment of panic, I jumped out of the window." Wang Chao felt compelled to pursue further inquiries when suddenly a woman concealed in the shadows of the corner spoke up, "You are that starving ghost handsome guy." Chapter 7. The mutation. As her words echoed in the air, two girls emerged from the shadows, one tall and one short. The shorter girl, with a blunt fringe framing her round, cherubic face, stood at approximately 1.5 meters. Her slender physique rendered her quite petite. Her large, expressive eyes sparkled as they fixated on him. It was her voice that had just spoken. Standing half a step away from the girl with bangs was the taller one, nearly 1.7 meters in height, a flicker of panic evident in her eyes. Her wavy, long hair fell messily over her shoulders. She possessed an elegantly straight nose and lips as red as ripe cherries, with thick eyebrows curving like crescent moons. Beneath her long neck, a red uniform clung to her ample bosom, accentuating her alluring curves, while her elongated legs exuded vitality. One hand tightly gripped the hem of the girl with bangs shirt. As she furtively glanced at Lu Liuyi, Duddy cast a glance at her, and their eyes met. The girl instinctively lowered her gaze to her toes. After a brief moment of astonishment, he vaguely recognized the two girls. Lu Liuyi withdrew his gaze and, turning to Wang Chao, posed a question. "Are you staff from the restaurant?" "Indeed, sir. We are employees of the hotel's catering department. That my name is Wang Chao," came the reply. Wang Chao, noting the girl's tone, sensed a hint of familiarity with this frail guest, his guard diminishing somewhat. "Sir, you reside on the 4th floor of our hotel. Did you not hear any commotion?" Wang Chao inquired anxiously once more. That Lu Liuyi tightened the slightly loosened bath towel around his waist and replied impassively, "Yes, I heard some strange noises, along with someone crying for help. It seemed as if the corridor was on fire, and the fire alarm for the entire floor was ringing." "Handsome, did you not see any monsters?" The girl with bangs, undeterred by his earlier indifference, pressed on with her inquiry. "Did you see a monster?" Lu Liuyi countered once again. Wang Chao exchanged glances with the two girls, then proceeded to recount the events they had witnessed that evening. The narrative was primarily driven by the girl with bangs, with Wang Chao and the taller girl occasionally adding their remarks. Through their hushed conversation, he realized that while he had been devouring his meal in the restaurant, the two girls had been standing nearby. No wonder they seemed somewhat familiar. Wang Chao, a middle-aged man, served as the hotel restaurant security guard at the age of 43. That the shy, tall girl was named Shan Xiuyu, age 19, that the petite girl with bangs was known as Shangguan Jingru, age 20. That both were second-year university students and classmates who had come to the hotel for part-time work during the summer break, set to return to school in a few days. The terrifying incident unfolded shortly before 11 o'clock that night. Shortly after Lu Liuyi had finished his lavish meal and departed the restaurant, where the staff was tidying up tables and dishes in preparation for the shift change. The chef on duty that evening was a burly man in his 50s, his face adorned with excess flesh. Despite his fearsome appearance, he was a jovial and warm-hearted individual who often assisted in the front hall after completing his tasks. This night was no exception, as he helped out in the front hall, joking with a cleaning lady as he worked. However, while the cleaning lady was doubled over with laughter at the chef's jest, he suddenly groaned in agony. Moments later, he collapsed to the ground, convulsing. His already large frame began to swell, as if inflated, his chef's uniform tearing apart, fabric hanging like rags from his exposed skin. His muscles contorted grotesquely, his right hand turning a deep, ominous shade of black, slowly hardening and growing, resembling a black, shiny cone that extended upward toward his shoulder and neck. Shan Xiaoyu and Shangguan Jingru, along with several colleagues, rushed over to investigate, their expressions turning to shock and disbelief. They witnessed the cone formed by the chef's right hand crack open with a resounding pop, revealing what lay inside, that it was anything but a human arm, resembling the claw of a crab or lobster. Shan Xiaoyu interjected in a state of lingering dread as Shangguan Jingru narrated the events with vivid detail. That claw was initially soft when it emerged, but within mere seconds of exposure to the air, it rapidly hardened, gleaming with a chilling black metallic sheen. It was horrifying. As the onlookers beheld this terrifying transformation, they scattered in panic, save for the cleaning lady, who, despite her fear, knelt on the ground, desperately calling out the chef's name. Moments after the crowd had retreated, the chef's eyes abruptly opened, revealing vertically slitted pupils of yellow and green. Locking onto the cleaning lady before her, with a terrified scream, she fell to the ground. Then, the enormous claw lunged forward, swiftly clamping around her neck. With a sickening crack, her head fell away, a fountain of blood erupting from the severed neck. The headless body of the cleaning lady crumpled to the ground, while her severed head rolled nearby. The others emitted screams akin to those of slaughtered pigs, scattering like headless flies, as the creature that had once been their chef let out an unearthly roar, brandishing its claw and pursuing them with lightning speed, slaughtering indiscriminately in the midst of the chaos. The two girls and Wang Chao fled into a storeroom opposite the kitchen, locking the door behind them as they huddled in a corner behind the shelves. Fortunately, the creature failed to discover their hiding place, that if it weren't for Uncle Chao leading us here, both Xiaoyu and I would surely be dead. Shangguan Jingru expressed her gratitude towards the middle-aged man. Subsequently, Wang Chao swallowed hard and continued the narrative initiated by the girl with bangs. Soon, no one outside was calling for help anymore, that I peered through the small window on the door and saw scattered, disordered corpses on the ground, with the monster feasting on the innards. Then, a female colleague hiding in a corner, perhaps overwhelmed by fear, began to cry, drawing the monster's attention. She escaped into the fire escape, and the monster followed her in, after which we never saw it again. We had already sent a text to the police, who instructed us to stay hidden and await rescue. Later, we heard a loud noise from the terrace. I wanted to go out and investigate, but the two girls adamantly refused until we saw you enter from the terrace. Wang Chao's ability to articulate was evidently not on par with the girl with bangs. Yet he managed to convey the gist of the situation. Upon hearing their account, Lu Liuyi began to ponder. That woman must have fled in a panic to the fourth floor. The cry for help I heard was surely hers. Based on the descriptions provided by these three, it is evident that the monster outside the terrace is the mutated chef. But is that green, fire-breathing creature also a transformed human? It still lies sleeping above. And I wonder when it will awaken. Through the 20-centimeter thick concrete floor and the heavy fire door of the terrace, I could almost hear its snores that I must leave immediately. I cannot afford to wait here idly. Chapter 8. Inquiry outside the hotel. The once quiet street was pierced by the approaching wail of police sirens. Shoo! Lu Liuyi placed his index finger to his lips, signaling the three to be silent. Then gently pushed the fire door open a crack, peering through the gap for a glimpse outside. The fire door was located at the far right of the terrace, adjacent to the street. From his vantage point, he could see 3 police cars and a fire truck that had just come to a halt, nearly blocking the entire street. The blaring sirens penetrated the storeroom, and Wang Chao and the 2 girls exchanged glances of astonishment, eager to step out. Suddenly, Lu Liuyi raised his right hand sharply, signaling them to remain still, that he had keenly sensed that the snoring from above had abruptly ceased. A deafening roar erupted from directly above them. A 4-meter-long, pitch-black figure suddenly swept across the terrace, lunging toward the vehicles on the street, trailing a gust of foul wind, that a cacophony of violent collisions, piercing metallic screeches, human screams, animal howls, and explosive bursts of flame erupted into a chaotic symphony. The turmoil persisted for approximately a minute. Then, with a resounding bang, a sharp gunshot pierced the night sky, instantly silencing the clamor. Following that, a rapid succession of gunfire erupted. Empty your magazines. Stay calm, stay calm. Don't run blindly. Aim for the body, don't shoot at its head. The body is a larger target. Xiao Li, head to the rear of the vehicle and cover the firefighters. Lao Wu, quickly drag Lao Zhang under the fire truck. Dante, just stand there like an idiot. Everyone else, gather around my vehicle, quickly. The gunfire rained down like a torrential storm for a full 2 minutes before gradually tapering off into silence. Hearing the terrifying sounds from the street, the two girls had already huddled into the corner near the front door of the storeroom. The girl with bangs clutched the door handle tightly, her knuckles turning white, while Shan Xiaoyu clung to her arm, her chest rising and falling rapidly, their faces as pale as paper. The air within the storeroom felt as though it had solidified. "Sir, what is happening outside?" Once the noise began to subside, Wang Chao forced himself to inquire, his voice trembling slightly. Liu Liui did not turn around, his gaze fixed intently on the street, and replied in a calm tone. "There is a monster. It has been shot dead by the police at this moment." The streets were in disarray, vehicles haphazardly strewn about. Perched atop the fire truck's ladder was a colossal creature, its body entirely encased in verdant scales. Each scale riddled with a multitude of bullet holes. Its sturdy limbs dangled limply to one side, while its flattened maw remained tightly shut, revealing interlaced rows of razor-sharp teeth at the edges of its jaw. A long tail hung feebly beneath the window of the vehicle. The chaotic glow of car lights scattered across the scene, illuminating several moaning police officers and firefighters on the ground, with blood and severed limbs strewn about. Two charred corpses lay intertwined, painting a picture of utter devastation. The only figure standing amidst this carnage was the robust police officer who had been directing operations moments ago, but he cautiously approached the fire truck, swiftly raised his firearm to aim at the creature on the roof, and fired 2 shots. The enormous body quivered slightly from the impact of the bullets, yet offered no further reaction, clearly lifeless. Though the unfolding events seemed prolonged, the interval from the monster's assault to its demise spanned a mere 3 minutes. However, for those concealed within the storeroom, those 3 minutes felt like an agonizing eternity. He averted his gaze and moved toward the front door, addressing the girl blocking the entrance in a low voice. "Step aside. Are you going out? What if there are more monsters outside?" "We should wait for the police to come," she stammered. The typically shy and timid Shan Xiaoyu was unexpectedly the first to speak. "That I need to change clothes." He gestured toward his bathrobe, taking another step forward. The two girls instinctively recoiled as he drew nearer. Liu Liui pushed the door open and stepped outside. The self-service dining area remained brightly lit, with several disemboweled corpses sprawled across the floor. An acrid scent of blood permeating the air that he frowned, maneuvering around the bodies and scattered entrails before stealthily entering the fire escape. The female corpse at the entrance to his room was reduced to a mere half of a thigh. With the rest of her remains nowhere to be found, a nauseating stench assaulted his senses, overwhelming his increasingly sensitive sense of smell. After a brief observation to confirm there were no abnormalities, he tiptoed into the bathroom, swiftly locating his phone and identification, and hurriedly changed into pants and a shirt. The fire sprinklers in the corridor had ceased, and water had pooled ankle-deep, while muffled sobs emanated from behind the doors on either side. He avoided the elevator, quietly descending the fire escape, his figure gradually vanishing into the depths of darkness. 2 hours later, the hotel conference room on the second floor was temporarily commandeered by the police, transforming it into a bustling investigation center. The room was divided into 2 sections, one large and one small. The outer room was filled with people seated around an expansive circular conference table. Some appeared anxious, glancing around nervously, while others remained silent, their brows furrowed in concern that a few were animatedly recounting events or weeping softly. The cacophony of voices merged into a tumultuous symphony, reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. Among the crowd, consisting of police officers, hotel staff, and guests, approximately 30 individuals, order was slowly being restored. Once the initial chaos subsided, the police began to calm the crowd, organizing them into groups for questioning to corroborate their accounts. A standard procedure for law enforcement responding to sudden collective incidents. In the inner chamber, 5 police officers were seated on one side of a long conference table, 4 of whom wore white uniforms. The muscular officer on the far right bore conspicuous bloodstains on his blue uniform. Opposite the police team sat the recently rescued trio from the dining area. The blue-uniformed officer's expression was grave as he lightly tapped his index finger on the table and inquired, "You claim that the chef transformed into a monster, and that it was not the one we just shot down. It chased your colleague and then vanished, correct?" Please elaborate on what you witnessed. Ensuring no detail is overlooked that if Lu Liui were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this officer. During the assault by the flame-spewing monster, it was this very officer who had maintained composure, swiftly orchestrating an offensive strategy. The final 2 shots were also fired by his hand. Without his calm direction, the crowd on the street would likely have faced total obliteration. Yes, officer. The round-faced girl Lu Hai replied, her expression visibly more composed after escaping danger. Revealing her inherently sociable nature. It was our chef uncle who transformed. Xiao Yu and I, along with other colleagues, saw with our own eyes that he snapped the cleaning lady's head off. If it weren't for Uncle Chow leading us to hide in the storeroom, we would have been devoured by now, right, Xiao Yu? After becoming a monster, Chef Uncle completely lost his sanity. He used to take such good care of that lady. Xiao Yu and I even bet that they were a couple. The robust blue-uniformed officer cleared his throat and rapped the table, saying, "All right, let us set that aside for now. Please describe the creature's physical characteristics in detail." Officer, its right hand turned into a massive claw. Resembling a lobster but more akin to a crab, Wang Chao answered, his tone still stiff and awkward. The muscular officer furrowed his brow, leaning in to whisper a few words to the officer in a white shirt next to him before pulling out his phone and making a brief call. Shortly thereafter, 2 officers entered carrying a transparent sealed bag containing a gigantic claw. "Please identify this, is this the claw you described?" The trio stood in unison, staring at the claw on the table. Exclaiming in unison, "That's it." After exchanging glances with his 4 superiors, the muscular officer stated, "This was discovered on the terrace outside the storeroom where you were hiding. The monster is deceased, leaving only this claw and 4 fangs." He continued, "We investigated the scene and found that the creature fell from a 4th-floor hotel room window to its demise on the terrace. It was pushed down by someone. Did you notice anything unusual outside the terrace while you were hiding? Furthermore, the monster we shot down also jumped from the same 4th-floor room onto the street. Upon investigation, we found that a young man had been staying in that room and checked in just today. After the chaos, we conducted a room-by-room registration but could not locate him. Footprints at the scene indicate he jumped down barefoot from the terrace and entered the storeroom. The trio exchanged glances. The blue-uniformed officer asked again, "Did you see him?" Shang Guanjing, who had barely spoken throughout the ordeal, interjected, "I saw him. He suddenly burst in from outside, and I nearly lost my mind. And then, he stayed for a bit, and then left." Xiao Yu tried to stop him, wanting him to wait for the police to come for help, as there might still be danger outside. But he insisted on going out to change clothes, still in his bathrobe. "Oh, and he had particularly long leg hair, right, Xiao Yu?" The girl with bangs spoke rapidly, her words tumbling over one another. "And he ate dinner in the restaurant last night, and his appetite was astonishing. He devoured portions meant for over 10 people, leaving us all in shock, so I recognized him immediately, that he had a shaved head and didn't seem very young. Officer, he can't be a fugitive, can he?" Jingjing. The beautiful girl who had remained mostly silent throughout the exchange gently tugged at Shang Guanjing's sleeve under the table. Calling softly, Shan Xiaoyu interrupted Shang Guanjing, shifting the topic. "Officer, is it still safe here? Will there be more monsters?" The blue-uniformed officer glanced at the pretty girl, noticing her furrowed brow, seemingly quite frightened, and couldn't help but lower his voice to reassure her. "Little girl, it is currently safe. Please trust the police. We will ensure the safety of the public." He then turned back to the girl with bangs, saying, "The person you mentioned has been identified. His name is Lu Liui." Chapter 9. Empathy in a conference room. A white-shirted officer turned to the muscular officer and said, "Su Liang, this individual is significantly tied to tonight's events. Notify the local precinct to search all nearby hotels and inns to find him." Su Liang responded briskly, "Understood. I will arrange it personally." He then stood and addressed the trio before him, saying, "According to higher directives, no one is allowed to leave tonight. You will be taken to a hospital for isolation and examination in batches. Please wait outside. The transportation will arrive shortly." The trio clearly resented their freedom being restricted, but under Su Liang's authoritative declaration of "This is for your protection. Do not obstruct official duties," they reluctantly complied and exited. In the West District, police sirens wailed continuously until the dawn broke over the eastern horizon. Several hours later, the surface of West Lake shimmered with golden light as Hangzhou welcomed its first rays of morning. The Second People's Hospital of Jiangnan Province was busier than usual these past few days. Since last night, ambulances had been tirelessly traversing the city. That'd be why 9 in the morning, the hospital was overcrowded, with vehicles jamming the entrance, while several security guards, drenched in sweat, desperately blew whistles to maintain order. The Lu Lioi emerged from a street corner, glancing left and right before hastily entering the hospital. Yang Hua had been awake for over 20 hours without rest. In recent days, the hospital had received a substantial influx of patients with bite wounds, scratches, burns, and even frostbite, with numbers steadily rising. Yesterday, there had only been 5 such patients, but this morning over 20 had been admitted. Although the conditions varied among these patients, medical examinations revealed a startlingly consistent finding. All patients exhibited cells rapidly dividing at an extraordinary rate, far beyond that of normal humans, and non-human cells were discovered within them. 3 days ago, upon discovering this condition in the first patient, the second hospital promptly reported it to the National Health Commission of Xiaogui. To date, the hospital has yet to receive explicit directives from the commission, merely instructed to collect patient data, symptom reports, and potential causes as comprehensively as possible. That it is not solely the second hospital in the province. Cases of this rapid cellular division have been emerging throughout Xiaogui, leaving the Health Commission itself overwhelmed. As one of the few doctors in the province specializing in cellular studies, Yang Hua has been practically living in the laboratory these past few days, wholly engrossed in sample analysis, feeling utterly frazzled, until she received a call from her husband. "If you don't transfer the money today, I'll find someone to replace your sister." The thought of her husband, who had transformed into a different person since their marriage, sent a shiver down her spine. Yang Hua had sold T3 painkillers to Lu Lioi yesterday, extracting 100,000 yuan, with the intention of transferring the money to her husband immediately. However, the hospital had been incessantly busy, and she momentarily forgot. After she transferred the 100,000 to her so-called husband, she felt a pang of guilt for Lu Lioi. Yang Hua has been treating this cancer patient for nearly 3 years. He was only 29 at the time of diagnosis. Initially, he exhibited signs of confusion and fear, but soon became remarkably composed. Even when other cancers were subsequently diagnosed, he remained unfazed, as though those ailments were unrelated to him. She did not perceive this as a manifestation of despair. On the contrary, this man has consistently been proactive in his treatment. Sometimes, she found it hard to believe how one could simultaneously exhibit indifference towards life while yearning for it. Their communication was limited, consisting of only a few casual exchanges during their weekly appointments. Yang Hua had never seen anyone accompany him to the hospital, except for that one time 3 years ago when a certain manager Wang brought him to see her, which was the only occasion she witnessed him displaying panic. Since then, he has come and gone alone, speaking little. Despite his deteriorating condition, he has always made an effort to maintain an upright posture. Over the past 3 years, Yang Hua has watched him transform from a robust and handsome man into a frail and pallid patient. Throughout this time, she has never seen him complain, even when she later realized she lacked the ability to heal him. Even when he knew she had profited 100,000 from him yesterday, Yang Hua felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards Lu Lioi. Not only was she unable to assist him in his condition, but she had also profited from the funds meant for his medication, money belonging to a dying man. Yet, she felt utterly powerless. After 10 years of marriage, she had borrowed everything possible. Was she truly expected to resort to selling herself? She hurried back to her office from the laboratory, having scheduled his follow-up appointment for today. She could not afford to keep him waiting. Upon entering, she found Lu Lioi seated at her desk. "Dr. Yang, I apologize for arriving half an hour early," he stated, consistently displaying courtesy and politeness towards his attending physician. "Oh, it's nothing. I just remembered. The hospital has been exceedingly busy lately. Lioi, let me take you there." "Dr. Yang, after the examination, I need to leave promptly. Could you send the report to my phone?" he inquired. "No problem. Lioi will begin with the routine checks. The medical staff have already arranged everything, so no need to queue. Let's start with a blood draw." "Oh, by the way, due to the recent influx of testing requests, the reports are likely to be ready by tomorrow." The two walked side by side down the corridor, as Yang Hua explained. Lu Lioi recalled the previous night's events and asked, "Dr. Yang, why has there been such an increase in testing lately? When I entered, the hospital entrance was quite chaotic. Is there another outbreak?" Yang Hua hesitated slightly before responding. "Lioi, after the examination, try to avoid crowded places and head home early. Dr. Yang, please be honest with me. I only have 2 months left to live. What is there to fear?" Lu Lioi pressed insistently. "All right." Yang Hua bit her lip. Her speech quickening, Liu, in the past 3 days, the hospital has received numerous similar cases, and the symptoms are peculiar, that I suspect this illness may be contagious and has a high mortality rate that a classmate of mine at the third hospital mentioned they have encountered similar cases. And such instances have been reported across the province and even the nation. As they spoke, they reached the elevator, where several medical staff in white coats were waiting. Liu halted the conversation. The elevator stopped on the second floor, where the laboratory was located. The corridor was packed with patients and their families, some standing, others seated, and some even lying on the ground. Yang Hua guided Liu through all the routine checks. Completing the process in under half an hour. Dr. Yang, I need to leave now. Could you send the test report to my phone tomorrow? They said, bidding farewell by the corridor on the second floor. Yang Hua gazed at the frail man before her heart a tumult of guilt, sympathy, admiration, and an indescribable sadness. She thought to herself, this farewell might well be the final one, as his attending physician. She understood all too well that even the prognosis of 2 months left to live was overly optimistic. Upon receiving Yang Hua's affirmation, a rare smile broke out on Liu's face as he waved goodbye and turned toward the bustling crowd. His silhouette gradually disappeared into the throng, while Yang Hua remained rooted in place. Lost in thought that as a healthcare professional, especially an oncologist, Yang Hua had witnessed countless goodbyes. She had believed she would be like her predecessors, devoid of empathy towards her patients. Yet in this moment, she found herself unable to let go. Yang Hua empathized not only with Liu's fate, but also with her own inescapable destiny. Chapter 10. Returning home strangely, he seemed to appear less emaciated. Yang Hua stared at the figure that had vanished into the crowd, doubting her own perception that Liu was unaware that Dr. Yang had been watching him leave. He hurried down the stairs, keeping his head down as he walked briskly along the hospital pathway. Today, he felt particularly well, brimming with energy, and his spirits were unavoidably elevated. Yet his stomach began to grumble again. Just as he contemplated finding a place to satiate his hunger, he caught sight of a few familiar figures not far away. Could it be them, although only their backs were visible and surrounded by numerous others? He instantly recognized them as the three from the Shangri-La restaurant. Dong Xiaoyu's tall and graceful silhouette stood out prominently, accompanied by police officers and other medical personnel. Recalling Dr. Yang's warning, he quickly deduced, the authorities are isolating and examining everyone who came into contact with those two monsters. While in the storage room, he had heard them say that the monster I pushed down was the hotel chef transformed. What were those green glowing grains that fell from it when it died? Why do I always feel an urge to swallow them? He reached into his pocket, confirming that the tiny grain was still there. Dr. Yang mentioned that there is a strange, infectious disease outside. Why has the government dispatched personnel to escort them to the hospital? What are they so anxious about? Could it be that the monsters can transform people too? The thought sent a jolt of fear through him. He abruptly halted, taken aback by his own contemplation that if that were the case, could I have been infected too? How is this mutation transmitted? Through air, saliva, or blood? He shook his head, pulling himself back from the spiraling thoughts. Now was not the time for such musings. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the main building he had just departed, drawing the attention of the crowd below, who turned to look towards the entrance of the main building. A surge of people poured out from the entrance, clad in white coats and patient gowns, scrambling to escape as though a great terror were pursuing them. Fear spread like a contagion. Those in front, witnessing the chaos, hesitated before fleeing towards the hospital entrance. The already crowded area became even more congested, transforming into utter pandemonium. Amidst the turmoil, Liu heard a sharp crack from the direction of the main building, the sound of glass shattering. He looked up at the main building, where a large hole had formed in the glass curtain wall on the 6th floor. Then a massive figure shot out from the opening, plummeting towards the ground. Just before hitting the ground, with a whoosh, the creature's fleshy wings unfurled, abruptly halting its descent. With a powerful flap of its wings, it stirred a gust of wind, descending upon the crowd like a dark cloud. In the blink of an eye, the figure swooped into the throng at the hospital entrance, prompting screams and a frantic dispersal in mere moments. The creature soared skyward, vanishing into the clouds that a fountain of blood erupted from the center of the crowd. And seconds later, a severed head fell from the sky, landing among the panicking masses. People scattered in all directions, the scene spiraling out of control, chaos far exceeding that of before. Some desperately shoved those in front of them. Cursing incessantly, while others appeared as if their souls had been drained, pale-faced and bewildered as they were jostled by the throng. One individual fell to the ground, a frantic woman stepping on them. Her high heel piercing through the eye socket directly into the brain. Lulioi had almost escaped the hospital when the sudden upheaval sent the crowd stampeding towards him like a herd of startled wild horses. Sensing the imminent danger, he quickly sought refuge behind a nearby car, which acted like a rock, helping to part the oncoming tide. That he clearly saw that the figure that had burst forth from the 6th floor of the main building was certainly not human. The creature bore a bat-like head, its face lined with wrinkles, and 2 rodent-like ears protruding from its sparse forehead. Droplets of saliva clung to the sharp fangs, while a bare torso revealed muscular arms, thickly adorned with dark hair. The hands, resembling those of a human, bore nails curved like iron hooks, and the lower body was clad in tattered blue and white striped hospital pants. Unlike a bat, a pair of fleshy wings, nearly 5 meters wide, unfurled from its ribcage. Each wingtip equipped with a sharp claw. He crouched behind a car, gazing up at the sky above the hospital. The sky lay desolate, as if that monstrous creature had vanished entirely. Lulioi. Suddenly, he felt a tug from behind, accompanied by a tense female voice. Turning to look, he was taken aback to find it was Shan Xiuyu. One hand clutched the hem of his clothing, while the other embraced a car tire, keeping close to him as they sheltered behind the vehicle. Her large eyes filled with panic. Lulioi was not surprised that Shan Xiuyu knew his name. The police had undoubtedly questioned them about last night's events, making it easy to deduce. Meanwhile, the throngs of people within the hospital grew increasingly chaotic. The situation had not improved since the monster's disappearance. It had worsened. He swiftly resolved. They could no longer remain here. They must leave immediately. With no time for conversation, he stood up quickly, inadvertently pulling the girl along with him. Feeling her grip on his clothing, he said nothing, gathering his strength silently as he pushed through the throngs of pushing, shoving bodies. Lulioi moved like a human bulldozer, forcing his way through the crowd, step by step breaking free. At last, he emerged onto the main road outside the hospital. Vehicles were jammed tightly together, and oblivious drivers honked madly, urging the cars ahead to move. Breathing heavily, Lulioi felt drained. The layers of humanity pressing around him had nearly exhausted his strength. Why did it feel cool in the small of his back? He reached back to investigate and grasped a cold little hand. Shan Xiuyu, with her head bowed and hunched over, had one hand on her knee while the other was firmly clutching his belt. Her 4 icy fingers pressed against his skin, panting anxiously. The moment she realized someone was holding her hand, she looked up, meeting the man's gaze. Neither spoke. They simply stared at each other. It felt as though an eternity passed, yet also merely a fleeting moment. Could she withdraw her hand? Lulioi wished to break the eye contact, wondering if the girl was too frightened to think clearly, though being touched by a beautiful girl was a pleasant sensation. Escaping this chaotic place was the priority. Hearing his thoughts aloud, Shan Xiuyu finally reacted, glancing down at her hand position. Then, he released her hand, and she let go of his waistband. I'm sorry. I just couldn't hold on to your clothes, she stammered, embarrassment washing over her. In that moment, Shan Xiuyu wished for the ground to open up and swallow her whole. The cold sensation receded. He felt an unexpected pang of disappointment, internally mocking himself. It's been too long since I've been close to a woman. Lulioi adjusted his pants, tightening his belt, ignoring the still embarrassed Shan Xiuyu as he strode forward. Hey Lulioi, the girl, seeing him about to leave, disregarded her shyness and awkwardness, anxiously inquired, "Where are you going?" "Home. Take me with you," Shan Xiuyu blurted out, her words tumbling over one another. No, that's not what I meant. I got separated from Jing Han and Uncle Chao. I just want, what do you want? I don't want you to leave me behind. I'm scared, she said, her delicate brows trembling, tears brimming in her eyes as her voice quivered. Experiencing 3 terrifying monster encounters in a single day would shake anyone's composure, let alone a girl. You can wait here for your companions, he replied, frowning slightly. But the monster might be nearby, and it's so chaotic now. Jing Han probably won't be able to find us. I think we should get to a safe place first, and then call for help, Shan Xiuyu suggested, gradually regaining her composure. Lulioi regarded her, sensing a flicker of intelligence in her reasoning. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, Shan Xiuyu, did the police mention me when they questioned you early this morning? He didn't ask whether the police had sought her out. instead cutting directly to the point. They did. The police confirmed that there were two monsters that emerged from your room last night, she replied. The one that turned into a monster, the chef, died on the terrace. They also mentioned something else. What else? They didn't say much, just that they felt you surely knew more and wanted you to return to assist with the investigation. Then we were quarantined and sent to the hospital in batches for examination. Shan Xiaoyu lowered her head slightly, a hint of shyness creeping back in as she continued. Lu Liui, can you help me? After a brief consideration, he answered, we can't contact the police. Otherwise, we must leave now. The two quickly reached an understanding, and Lu Liui led Shan Xiaoyu briskly towards the apartment that no longer belonged to him. When he left the house yesterday, he thought he would never return. However, the recent events forced him to revise his plans. The police were undoubtedly searching for him. They would easily discover that the two monsters had emerged from his room. The hotel was riddled with cameras. Although the monster incidents had been frequent, the police were likely overwhelmed, and his minor suspicion shouldn't raise any alarms. Still, it was imperative to avoid hotels and prioritize safety. He had virtually no friends in Hangzhou, and his relatives had long since severed ties. In truth, his only childhood friend was Huang Guo, and borrowing a place to stay from him should pose no issue. He could consider it settling old debts for rent. If it came down to it, he could always confront him with a kitchen knife. Moreover, given the recent circumstances, he needed to return to retrieve something for self-defense. Chapter 11. The long knife. The events of the past 2 days left Lu Liui feeling profoundly uneasy. Facing monsters unarmed felt akin to walking naked down the street. Had it not been for his fortunate luck last night, he might have lost his life at the hotel. Therefore, he needed a weapon. Guns were clearly out of the question. Xi'an Nation maintained stringent regulations on firearms. Ordinary kitchen knives would scarcely be considered toys against monsters. That he recalled that there was a knife in the junk cabinet on the balcony of his apartment. After his father passed away, he had purchased a knife from a discreet website. According to the seller, it was an authentic Damascus knife forged from high-carbon steel that he had spent a substantial 8,000 Xia coins on it. The only expensive item he had ever purchased. Living alone, one ought to have a means of protection. The old neighborhood was not far from the provincial second hospital. Crossing 3 roads and turning into a small alley would lead them there. As they walked, the two spoke little, moving in silence. After more than 10 minutes, they approached the neighborhood. Upon turning into the alley, they found a cluster of 7 or 8 elderly men and women gathered around a sycamore tree at the entrance, making the narrow alley feel even more congested. Old Wang, draped in a tattered military coat of indiscernible color, as usual, huddled beneath the tree, muttering to himself. Lu Liui was somewhat surprised. These were all long-time residents of the community. They surrounded the sycamore tree, some squatting, others standing, vocally debating the tree's roots. The asphalt pavement beside the tree had slightly buckled, cracking into more than 10 spiderweb-like fissures of varying widths, the deep black. Twisted roots protruding slightly, winding toward the main root of the sycamore tree in the greenery. Old Li, you said the road was fine yesterday. How did it crack like this today? Are you blind? Isn't it obvious? Just look at that tree beside it. The side roots are pushing up. Stop talking nonsense. When does a tree root grow this fast overnight? Old Huang interjected. You're right, Old Li. Have you been in the city too long? After a rain, bamboo shoots in the mountains can flip over 100-kilogram stone overnight. Right, that's nonsense. Do you think this is bamboo shoots? This is clearly a sycamore tree. The crowd passionately debated beneath the tree. Their words flying, Lu Liui felt an unsettling sense of foreboding wash over him as he observed the pavement raised by the tree's roots. This sycamore tree had been planted during the War of Resistance, nearly 80 years ago. Its roots had long since anchored firmly, making it impossible for it to break ground overnight. Yet the reality was evident before him. Shan Xiaoyu, however, was not looking at the ground. She had raised her head, gazing at the tree with growing fear in her eyes. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Lu Liui followed her line of sight, among the interwoven branches and leaves. He faintly spotted a squirrel perched on a branch, intently observing the crowd below. Squirrels were common creatures in Hangzhou. With their glossy, round eyes and bushy tails, they were quite endearing. There are even suggestions circulating online to replace it with a city mascot. However, when this originally endearing little creature sprouts 2 tails and 3 eyes, it becomes anything but charming. Instead, it exudes an ineffable eeriness and terror, particularly that completely emerald-hued third eye. Shan Xiaoyu snapped back to reality, glancing at him with her lips quivering slightly. On the verge of speaking, Lu's expression was taut as he gently shook his head at her, signaling her to remain silent, and then mouthed a single word, "Go." The two swiftly maneuvered through the gathering crowd and entered the residential complex. The squirrel in the tree remained motionless, its three eyes gleaming with ferocity as it fixated on the group below. The door's passcode had yet to be changed, allowing them to enter the apartment with ease. The modest one-bedroom unit was currently deserted. That it was the weekend, and Huanghua and Li Shanshan were likely out enjoying themselves again. This was for the best, as it spared them the trouble. He walked into the bedroom and effortlessly moved aside the old wooden double bed, revealing a long, dust-covered wooden box on the floor. Clearly, Huanghua's lazy wife had never bothered to clean beneath the bed. The girl stood quietly in the living room, observing his actions without uttering a word. He carried the wooden box with one hand into the living room and, with a thud, placed it on the small coffee table, nearly collapsing it as it wobbled precariously before stabilizing. Upon opening the box, a cloud of dust ascended. Shan Xiaoyu coughed twice, hastily covering her mouth and nose. Inside the box lay a long, unsheathed sword, approximately 1.7 meters in length, devoid of a guard. The hilt measured 40 centimeters and was wrapped in layers of white cloth strips, originally crafted from larch wood. He had found the hilt too slippery upon receiving it, so he had wrapped it with several strips of ragged cloth. Though it appeared somewhat bulky, it fit comfortably in his grip. The blade, around 1.3 meters long and about 6 millimeters thick, was adorned with forged flame patterns along the spine. The edge was honed to a razor's sharpness, glistening like snow. Near the top, the blade's edge tapered sharply at a 45-degree angle, catching the sunlight with a chilling gleam. Its shape resembled a Tang sword, albeit with a hilt that seemed shortened like a Qijia military saber. Lu brandished the sword in the air, making a couple of gestures that he had honed his skills in martial arts during university, having little exposure to bladed weapons in peacetime. Who would dare to roam about with a sharpened blade? It is known that the Great Xia country enforces strict regulations on knives, akin to those governing firearms, with the exception of performance props. What are you preparing to do? Shan Xiaoyu could not help but inquire. For self-defense. For self-defense? From what? Lu, we live in a society governed by law. Do not do anything foolish. Shan Xiaoyu felt a sense of danger emanating from the man's demeanor. Lu remained silent, seizing the empty air conditioning quilt from the sofa. With a firm tug, he tore the quilt cover apart. He extracted a white duck-down inner lining and, with a gentle slice of the knife, severed a lengthy strip of fabric, wrapping it around the blade twice, leaving only the hilt exposed. The entire weapon was now securely concealed, resembling a white cloth stick taller than a person. Now it's less conspicuous, he mused, weighing the makeshift stick in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. Having completed this task, his unease subsided slightly. He settled onto the sofa, gazing at the still waiting Shan Xiaoyu, and said, "From what?" "Of course, from those monsters." Shan Xiaoyu was taken aback, bewildered as she replied. "Aren't monsters handled by the police? With humanity's advanced technology, a few bullets should suffice, right? Wasn't he the monster from last night shot dead by the police?" Naive. He had witnessed firsthand the near obliteration of over a dozen police officers and firefighters during the assault of a fire-breathing lizard creature last night, with 2 of them reduced to charred remains. That if more of such monsters appeared, the combined forces of Hangzhou's police would not be enough to combat them. Should more arise, even the military would struggle to hold its ground. He was convinced the number of monsters born from humanity would only increase, and mutated beings like that bizarre squirrel would proliferate. Chapter 12. Preparing for rainy days. Why haven't you called your classmate yet? We wished to change the topic. Shan Xiaoyu frowned anxiously at the mention of the girl with bangs, replying, "I've been trying to call her, but her phone remains unanswered, and I don't have Uncle Chao's number. Jing'an should be fine. She is clever and will surely be okay. She'll call me back soon," the girl said, as if trying to reassure herself. Yet, despite her words, she immediately pulled out her phone from her pocket to dial again. Hearing the persistent ringing tone of an unanswered call, her heart sank. She paced anxiously in the cramped living room and dialed once more. He paid no mind to her agitation. His hunger had intensified, having begun back at the hospital. He glanced at the girl still on the phone, opened a food delivery app, and ordered takeout while checking the local news. With the recent spate of supernatural occurrences, He was curious about the official narrative shock. A giant bat discovered at Provincial Second Hospital. The startled public has been safely relocated. Last night, an unidentified creature attacked our city. The police decisively neutralized the threat, ensuring the safety of the populace. Numerous incidents of patients biting medical staff have been reported at City First Hospital. Experts suggest a possible outbreak of rabies. Yesterday, our city's police successfully dismantled an illegal drug testing group. The head of the renowned Mingda pharmaceutical company, Peng Sanhai, hosted Dr. Romanda, the chief researcher from the Meili National Code and Research Institute, at the Shangri-La Hotel yesterday, where they signed a gene technology sharing agreement. Numerous rats have been discovered in the sewers of the Southern District, prompting our city's disaster prevention office to take urgent action. That Lu Lu closed the news page, lost in thought. Code and Research Institute. That name seemed familiar. Mingda Pharmaceutical was a household name, not just in Hangzhou, but in all of Xia country, ranking among the top 10 globally. That he then opened a short video app. For first-hand news, one must rely on the videos posted by netizens. Despite their mixed authenticity, that he typed monster into the search bar, sorting by popularity. The first video to appear was from the second hospital. The footage was blurry, capturing a massive shadow darting past accompanied by a cacophony of sounds. The second video was much clearer, showcasing a drone capturing aerial footage of a shadow on the ground in a low-lying area. Zooming in gradually. Once the drone adjusted its focus, the image clearly revealed the shadow. A mosquito the size of an Alaskan Malamute was perched atop a twitching yellow cow. The enormous mosquito plunged its grotesque proboscis into the cow's skull, visibly draining it of life with each pulse of its abdomen. Lu Lu replayed the short video over 10 times, until the distinct scent of youthful femininity wafted into his nostrils. Snapping him back to reality, that he looked up to find Shan Xiaoyu had approached him at some point. They exchanged a glance, both filled with shock. This can't be real. Can it? It's computer-generated. Right? Or a movie clip? The girl questioned, somewhat frightened that it's likely real. Lu Lu thought grimly, accustomed to envisioning the worst-case scenario. With the recent surge of bizarre events, he firmly believed that the most dreadful outcomes often turned out to be the truth. The girl extended her slender finger to tap Lu Lu's phone, opening the comments section of the video. The comments were a cacophony of opinions, lively and diverse, with one user adamantly asserting they had also seen a mosquito of such monstrous proportions. He glanced at the location of the video post, which was in Shangjing, the capital of Xia country. Pulling back slightly from the phone, he continued scrolling through the videos, while the girl seemed to forget she had her own phone. Standing beside him, engrossed in the screen, that he came across several scattered similar videos, but their clarity was markedly inferior to the previous one that he wished to go back and rewatch, only to find the video had been taken down. The takeout soon arrived, interrupting the duo's video binge. Amidst the delivery person's astonished gaze, he accepted the large bag of food. He had ordered 30 beef burgers. The sudden hunger from the previous day lingered in his mind, prompting him to prepare more this time. That a rumble from his stomach echoed beside him. The girl's face flushed as she softly asked, "Could you sell me a burger?" Having not eaten a morsel since last night, she was now ravenous. "Help yourself." He grabbed a burger, about to take a bite, when he casually replied, "Just one burger?" "Huh. Well, mainly because you're not bothersome," he added, contemplating. "Sit on the stool while you eat." After a moment of thought, he added, then picked up the burger bag and returned to the sofa. The living room only had a folding stool. Shan Xiaoyu sat on the stool, taking small bites of the not-so-delicious burger while secretly observing him. This man still possesses some gentlemanly charm, yet he seems rather disinclined to engage in conversation with me. Is it because I'm not pretty enough? She mused at, "Oh, Shan Xiaoyu, how can you be so shameless?" Perhaps he simply prefers to keep to himself. Why must you associate it with your appearance? But he is undeniably handsome. Everyone says so. Is he truly 32 years old? He certainly does not appear to be so. However, the information registered at the hotel should be accurate. He is more than a decade older than I. Could it be that the generational gap accounts for his reluctance to engage in conversation with me? The girl continued to ponder. Just moments ago at the hospital, had I not followed him, I surely would have been jostled and injured in the crowd. He exudes such a sense of security. Despite his age, he is incredibly cool, calm and strong. He effortlessly carried me as we ran. Oh dear, I just touched his backside. How embarrassing. As Shan Xiaoyu's thoughts meandered to this point, she instinctively stomped her foot. Yearning to find a crack in the ground to hide, Luoyi cast a curious glance at the girl, observing her face flush red, her jaw clenched, her body slightly swaying in her seat, her chest rising and falling rapidly, and her toes kicking rhythmically at the table leg as if it were her adversary. Could she truly be this foolish? He chose to ignore her inexplicable body language, continuing to munch on his hamburger while contemplating his next course of action. Judging by the news and short videos, various types of monsters must have already emerged across the country. The bat creature that appeared today had come from the 6th floor of the hospital's main building. Perhaps I should make a call and inquire? No, better to wait until tomorrow. The situation feels off. The authorities are being vague in their reports, skirting around the issue that if it were a minor incident, they would have provided detailed coverage long ago. Could this ultimately escalate into a scenario reminiscent of a cinematic apocalypse? It certainly seems plausible. Well, bold hypotheses warrant cautious examination. There is no harm in that. Let me clarify. If the monster virus is transmissible among humans, then once it spirals out of control, with today's advanced transportation, it could swiftly affect the entire nation, if not the globe. Perhaps other countries are already experiencing similar predicaments. If that is indeed the case, taking into account the previous global flu pandemic, the first resources to dwindle would be essential supplies. Food, medicine, clothing, and so forth. Not to mention weapons and shelters. The flu virus does not physically assault humans, but monsters certainly do. Unbeknownst to him, Luoyi had finished his hamburger, and the hunger in his belly had finally subsided. He needed to gather supplies quickly and find a safe refuge. He abruptly stood up, the empty plastic bag slipping from his grasp onto the floor. Xuan Xiuyu, still chewing on half a hamburger, was startled from her thoughts by the commotion and widened her eyes in surprise as she looked at him. I need to step out for a while. After you contact your classmates. You can leave on your own, Luoyi said calmly to the girl. Oh, okay, but why is your face? Xuan Xiuyu pointed at his face, suddenly stammering. As she gestured, Luoyi became acutely aware of a slick, greasy substance on his face. He raised his hand, intending to wipe it, only to discover that his exposed arm bore a thin layer of a dark, oily fluid, reminiscent of used motor oil. Not again. He lifted his arm to sniff it. It had been the same after dinner last night, though today its quantity was noticeably less, and it wasn't as foul-smelling. Chapter 13. Reinforcement under Xuan Xiuyu's astonished gaze. Luoyi retrieved a change of clothes from the cupboard and made his way directly to the bathroom. He turned on the rusty showerhead, the water cascading down, washing away the impurities that had accumulated on his body. Oddly, this time the impurities were considerably less than before. He lathered with shower gel. He mused that if he continued this way, a few more meals would leave him entirely free of impurities. After finishing his wash, he dried himself off, donned his clothes, and bent down to pick up the discarded pants. As he pulled out his phone, a small crystal particle radiating green light fell from his pocket. He nearly forgot about this relic, a remnant from the monster's body that had dissolved last night. But he pinched the small particle between his fingers and examined it closely, the green glow reflecting in his eyes. How tempting it would be to consume it. After a moment's contemplation, Luoyi placed the green particle in his mouth. It dissolved instantly, followed by a wave of excruciating pain radiating from his right arm. Though he had long endured the torment of cancer pain, this was nearly unbearable, causing his body to tremble slightly. A groan escaped his lips as he half squatted on the bathroom floor, clutching his right arm. Beads of sweat streaming down his face. The intense pain persisted for approximately a minute. Just as he was on the verge of crying out, it suddenly vanished as if it had never existed. He felt utterly drained, leaning against the bathroom door frame as he slowly straightened up, taking a few deep breaths to regain his composure. The bones in his right arm tingled and itched, still emanating warmth. Standing still to assess his body, aside from the receding sensation of bone itchiness, he felt no other abnormalities. He pondered for a moment before turning to face the wall mirror. Shedding the freshly donned clothing, the reflection revealed a more robust figure, no longer the gaunt silhouette he once was. He appeared taller too. Water droplets clung to his broad, muscular chest, his arms defined with muscle, and his abdomen hinting at a set of six-pack abs, while his legs were long and powerful. Though he still appeared somewhat slim, the transformation from his previous emaciated form was striking. Was this the effect of the tiny particle? Could it be enhancing his physique? As he contemplated this, he slipped on his pants but suddenly halted his movements. Had his intimate area also grown? Astonished, he examined it, confirming that it had indeed increased slightly, causing him to inwardly marvel. His endowment had always been considerable. Part of the reason his ex-girlfriend had stayed with him for 3 years despite his impoverished status was likely due to this. And now it appeared even more impressive. But why hadn't his hair grown back? He muttered to himself, finished dressing, and pushed open the door to exit. Xuan Xiaoyu had just made a phone call when she heard the bathroom door swing open. She turned to look and was momentarily stunned. He seemed even more handsome, and had bulked up considerably. Surely this couldn't be an illusion. As Xuan Xiaoyu gazed at Lu Liuyi, a flush crept onto her cheeks. He glanced at the girl and asked, "Have you been able to contact your classmates?" In fact, he had already overheard her connecting with the girl with the Lu Hai hairstyle while in the bathroom. Xuan Xiaoyu snapped back to reality, her expression brightening as she responded. "Yes, Jingyan and Uncle Chow have returned to the hotel. They're both fine. Thank you. What do you have to thank me for? What does it have to do with me? Can you leave now?" He replied, gesturing toward the door. "See, could I stay with you for the night? I'll pay for my share of the room." Jingyan mentioned that once they returned to the hotel, they were quarantined. They can't come out, and no one can go in, that I don't know how long the quarantine will last. I only need to stay one night. I have no acquaintances in Hangzhou, and since the school dorms aren't open yet, I have nowhere else to go. The girl appeared anxious about being rejected. Hastily spilling out her reasons, Lu Liuyi fell silent for a moment before speaking. "This isn't my property. I sold it to someone else just the day before yesterday, that if you wish to stay here, I have no objections, provided the owner agrees. Also, as you can see, there's only one bedroom." Xuan Xiaoyu was taken aback, expressing her skepticism. "If it's not your house, how could the landlord allow you to stay here? Are you renting from him?" "I'll convince him to agree to the rental," he replied, growing slightly impatient. "Can you get him to agree to let me stay for just one night? I can sleep on the floor in the living room, or even lay my head on the table." Xuan Xiaoyu refused to concede. Despite her shy nature, suggesting she share a room with a stranger was the boldest decision she had made in her 19 years of life. It was unclear whether it stemmed from her lack of options or merely a desire to spend more time with him. "When he returns, you can speak to him directly." Lu Liuyi furrowed his brow, wishing to conclude this time-wasting conversation, that he firmly believed that a calamity was imminent and time was of the essence. Preparations needed to be made immediately. Grasping the long knife wrapped in cloth, he pushed open the door. Xuan Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, biting her lip, but ultimately followed him. "Hey, Lu Liuyi, where are you going?" He glanced back at the girl who was trailing behind him, remaining silent for a few seconds before deciding to share his suspicions with her. "The monster virus is contagious, a bioweapon crisis. Are you suggesting humanity is at risk of extinction? Come on, don't joke around." Upon hearing Lu Liuyi's grave tone, Xuan Xiaoyu felt as though he were spinning a fantastical tale. She thought he resembled some of the boys in their class, who spent their days dreaming of apocalyptic scenarios. Lu Liuyi chose not to speak further, striding ahead. For this beautiful, yet naive girl, a word of caution was merely a courtesy, reminiscent of how Manager Wang had once helped him, a small act of kindness. Whether she chose to believe him was entirely her own affair. The community was not large, and they soon arrived at the entrance. The crowd had swelled significantly, with layers of people blocking the alleyway from all sides. What had transpired now? Just as he was about to push through, he suddenly felt a tight grip on his waistband from behind. Turning around, he saw a delicate, slender hand clutching his pants, the owner of the hand. Blushing and shy, murmured, "There are so many people. I'm afraid I'll get lost again." That a small pool of blood gathered beneath the tree roots, the military coat torn open, revealing the cotton stuffing stained crimson. The surrounding crowd buzzed with chatter until a familiar voice broke through. What I saw was hardly larger than a tabby cat, with what seemed like 2 large tails, darting away with remarkable speed. The speaker was the owner of a noodle shop. He had rushed out upon hearing the screams, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of a shadow. "Zheng, that was a squirrel. I saw it too. Just coming down from the tree, with 2 tails. It nearly scared me to death," exclaimed an elderly retiree. "Not just that, you all missed it when it lunged at old Wang. I swear I saw a 3rd eye on my forehead. I saw it with my own eyes. It truly had 3 eyes," insisted another elderly woman with conviction. "What on earth was that creature? Why was it so ferocious? Do you think it might have made a nest in our community? By the way, have you called the police?" We need to catch it quickly. Yes, hurry and report it. My granddaughter's class is about to end, and I can't let her see old Wang's body. It would give her nightmares. I tell you, kids today are not as brave as we were back in our day. Their courage is as small as a pinhole that we've already called the police. You don't need to remind us. They should be on their way now, that if they don't catch this creature, I want to feel at ease, that IT must still be lingering around our neighborhood. Another voice chimed in that I'll call 120 to check on the injured. Someone suggested. Upon hearing this, the noodle shop owner interjected with a hint of excitement. What is the point of calling 120? With a throat like that, there's no way he can be saved at in truth. Zhang was quite pleased. Although old Wang had gone mad and no one was looking after him, many in the community owed him money, while no one would dare confront him about it. The lingering debt was a blemish on his reputation. Now, with the man's death, the debt would cease to exist. Li observed old Wang's lifeless body, casting a glance at Zhang, a fleeting glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. The shrill wail of a police siren echoed from outside the alley, tightening his grip on the cloth stick in his hand as he pushed toward the exit, stepping onto the main road. He narrowly brushed past a police car, and amidst the rush of the vehicle, his keen eyesight caught sight of the robust officer from the previous night seated in the passenger seat. Chapter 14. Pandora's Box. At the pinnacle of the Shangri-La Hotel in the western district of Hangzhou, within a lavishly adorned private room, crystal chandeliers illuminated the opulent space, rendering it dreamlike. To Dr. Romanda, how is the experimental progress on the newly developed T5 virus life form? Have there been any groundbreaking results? Asked Peng Sanhai. Casually dressed and reclining on an expansive circular sofa, he crossed his legs, his feet clad in seemingly unremarkable cloth shoes, clutching a cigar in his right hand. He rested it lightly on his knee, his gaze fixed upon the Westerner seated across from him. In the spacious room, only two individuals occupied the sofa, the serious atmosphere rendering the luxurious space somewhat stifling. Peng, my dear friend, my closest collaborator, you need only focus on the T4 virus trials in your country. Don't rush to inquire about anything else, the man replied in fluent Daxia, appearing to be in his 60s. With a quintessential Western appearance, golden hair, blue eyes, and a prominent nose. His black-rimmed glasses perched firmly on his nose, dressed in a crisply pressed dark suit with a striking red tie and impeccably polished shoes. Dr. Romanda, can I afford not to be anxious? In fact, had you not come, I was preparing to fly to the beautiful land next week to find you, Peng Sanhai said, uncrossing his legs, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. Even dropping the formal address, Doctor, you must have seen the news. My people have been apprehended. Although they are inconsequential and won't implicate me, the authorities have clearly taken notice, making it exceedingly difficult to conduct T4 human trials in the future. He continued, I fail to comprehend why, while you are already researching T5, I am still being asked to carry out trials on the previous T4 virus. Dr. Romanda smiled slightly and responded, Peng, you are aware that your pharmaceutical company is one of the largest in Xia country. You should understand that biocellular technology requires continuous validation and experimentation to achieve optimal results. He rose, looking down at Peng Sanhai, and added, as for why we must continue trials on the previous generation of viruses. There is a saying in the field of cellular genetics that you must have heard. Life will always find its own path. From T1 to T4, we have researched for 5 years. No, it should be said the entire world has researched for 5 years. Xia country has even surpassed us in certain theoretical studies, perhaps being more progressive. The T4 virus has produced vastly different experimental results across varying environments, life forms, and ethnicities. To date, none of the results we've collected have been identical. And regrettably, none of the outcomes have yielded what we all desire. However, we cannot deem these experiments as erroneous or ineffective. Time is essential. Perhaps one day, what we deem erroneous will yield correct results. And what appears correct may lead us to erroneous conclusions. My friend, you know that cellular evolution requires time. The T4 trials have yet to yield results, prompting the Research Institute to merge the T4 virus with another newly discovered substance. Creating T5. The old guards at the Institute, myself included, all believe this is currently the closest path to success, which is why we initiated the T5 research project. But this does not imply that the T4 direction is inherently flawed. Nor does it mean we have abandoned T4 at this point. Romanda paced to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, his back to Peng, and continued, thus, T4 must continue to be experimented upon. Peng Sanhai took a deep drag on his cigar. disregarding the ash that fell onto his trousers, and spoke in a low voice. All right, I will proceed, though the situation is quite tense, and the progress of the trials may be sluggish. Romanda remained at the window, his voice carrying over. Prung, I recall you are 55 this year. Our institute has spent over 5 years from T1 to T4 research. Aside from uncovering some inexplicable effects, none have granted eternal life. He turned, fixing his gaze on Peng Sanhai. How many 5-year spans do you believe you have left? Peng Sanhai replied, Doctor, you need not provoke me. I will continue seeking subject for drug trials. What I wish to ask is this. The chef at my hotel has suddenly transformed into a cannibalistic monster. And a fire-breathing lizard has also appeared. Are these manifestations the result of your people's work in recent days? No, it is not our doing. After all, our personnel and time in Xia country are limited. Furthermore, with the stringent customs inspections, how could I smuggle the virus in? Romanda waved his hand dismissively. However, I am aware that there are several organizations in Xia country. It is likely their handiwork. Peng Sanhai shook his head. I do not believe it. Our country lacks such technology. You are too unaware of the capabilities of your government and certain underground organizations, particularly in the realm of biotechnology. In fact, some organizations in Xia country possess knowledge of T5 virus technology that rivals ours. As you know, the Coden Research Institute publicly disclosed the experimental procedures for the T1 virus when it was first synthesized, and now many countries and organizations across Blue Star have grasped the evolutionary methods of the T virus series. A few have even reached the T5 level, though each has its own unique approach to T5. That since we are on this topic, allow me to share something which in the present context is hardly a secret. The T5 virus induces completely different mutations in various life forms. Some life forms may alter their fundamental structure, while others may change in size. To illustrate, if 2 sycamore trees were both injected with T5, one might transform into a walking lotus, while the other could shrink to the size of an ant, yet remain a tree. Having said this, Romanda returned to the sofa, patting the genuine leather cushion beside him, signaling for Peng to take a seat. Peng Sanhai slowly settled onto the sofa, turning to him and asking, I wish to know, do the T4 and T5 viruses possess any contagious properties? Romanda countered. If T4 were contagious, would you not know by now? As for T5, we have conducted trials in 11 countries, including Borman, Frangistan, Great Britain, Maoxiong, Inghua, Gaobang, and our own nation, and the results indicate that yes, it is indeed contagious. Peng, let me finish. Romanda raised his hand to halt the eager Peng Sanhai. That T5 exhibits different contagion rates across various life forms. Current data from the 11 countries shows that out of 8,405 life forms involved in the trials, which includes 4 human races on Blue Star, the mortality rate stands at 70, with a mutation rate of 30 and a secondary transmission rate post-mutation of 15. Aren't you concerned about causing biochemical contamination? How could the governments of various countries permit such trials? What do these mutated beings count as? Another form of life? Peng Sanhai felt as though his mind was struggling to keep pace. Such details are unnecessary for you to know at this moment, Prung. As I have reiterated, life will inevitably find its own pathway. Romanda's voice suddenly grew somewhat somber, tinged with a sense of melancholy and resignation as he remarked. Thus far, the trials of the T4 virus have revealed no transmissibility to any life form on Blue Star. Prung, rest assured, continue with your drug trials. There is no moral guilt to bear. Yet Romanda's mood remained somewhat despondent. Peng Sanhai, seemingly unperturbed, pressed on with his inquiries. 3 final questions. First, what is your true purpose for coming here? I cannot believe you are merely seeking my financial support. Second, to my knowledge, T1 was synthesized 5 years ago from the lighthouse jellyfish at the Coden Research Institute, declared ineffective on humans after trials. T2 was extracted from the Hydra, also announced ineffective 6 months later. T3, a combination of T1 and T2, was deemed a failure before any trials were conducted. Romanda, can you confirm that T1 through T3 viruses have indeed failed, as you claim? Third, I have learned through my channels that the fire-breathing lizard, once slain, quickly disintegrated, leaving behind a green crystalline particle. You must know what this is, correct? Romanda adjusted his glasses, his demeanor reverting to that of a polished gentleman, and responded, My dear Peng, regarding your second question, I can assure you with certainty that T1 through T3 have utterly failed, presenting only minor, negligible side effects with no impact or significance for human society. As for your third question, allow me to disclose. That crystalline particle can be understood as the fruit born from the T5 virus blooming within a living organism. Approximately 10% of the 8,405 test subjects exhibit such crystals. Some of these crystals have no effect on the human body, while others may induce corresponding mutations, akin to the example of the phoenix tree I just mentioned. Additionally, different experimental subjects yield crystals that affect the human body in varying ways. As for your first question, it pertains to the confidentiality between our nations, and thus I cannot divulge more. Peng, I must return to my homeland tomorrow. I shall take my leave now. Romanda rose, preparing to depart, clearly reluctant to continue the conversation. Peng Sanhai made no move to escort him out, instead murmuring softly, "Doctor, given that the mutated beings resulting from T5 possess nearly 15% transmissibility, is there a possibility of a widespread biochemical contamination outbreak? Will we be able to contain the spread of this pollution? I have reviewed the hotel surveillance footage. The monsters that have undergone mutation exhibit no semblance of human emotion or memory. Can they still be considered human?" His expression grew somewhat sinister, his voice rising gradually. "Everyone desires immortality. I yearn for it as well. Those wealthier and more powerful than I on Blue Star crave it even more. Yet, if humanity is extinguished, what meaning does immortality hold?" As he spoke, his voice approached a roar, but he had always believed T5 to be as benign as T4, possibly resulting in the death of a few individuals with compromised immunity. Over the course of nearly a year, his clandestine trials had only resulted in 5 deaths, all among severely ill patients, making it unclear whether their demise was indeed due to the drug. 3 months prior, Romanda had informed him that the Institute had developed the new T5 virus and was preparing to commence trials globally. He had not anticipated such a dire outcome, that he yearned for longevity. Yet the current circumstances had crossed a line. Romanda traversed the intricately patterned marble floor, his posture slightly hunched, and his voice seemed to carry the weight of age as he continued, "We may not know whether our actions are right or wrong. Perhaps we shall become the Prometheus who steals fire, or perhaps we have already opened Pandora's box." Chapter 15. He must perish. Langqiao town lies on the eastern side of Hangzhou's urban area. A mere 20-minute drive away a decade ago, it was but a stretch of fields. Now, after years of development, it is transformed into a bustling small town at the crossroads of urban and rural life. Lu Liuyi and Shan Xiaoyu now stood within an empty house, watching a woman in her 30s speak incessantly. Dressed in the professional attire of a real estate agent, she was of modest stature. Somewhat plump, her round face radiating shrewdness to Mr. Liu. This is the most cost-effective option in Langqiao, with a total area of 460 square meters. Though it is merely a flat, it is entirely of frame construction. The landlord has assured me the foundation is laid to a depth of 3.5 meters. Quite the rarity for rural houses. This is the only property like it in all of Langqiao. Take a look outside. The 30 acres of land are included, perfect for planting saplings, which could yield considerable returns in a few years. The stout woman led the two outside, gesturing towards a patch of barren land. The area was overgrown with weeds, dotted with a few low shrubs. "That it's too pricey. My budget is limited," Lu Liuyi replied calmly, though internally he felt quite satisfied with the location. Close to the city center, yet sparsely populated. A small river meandered nearby, its crystal-clear waters revealing a few fish swimming leisurely. Not all high, handsome. Honestly, where else can you find such a splendid place for an annual rent of 100,000? Look at how much your girlfriend enjoys it here. The stout woman continued her persuasive pitch. "How about 80,000, dear sister? We don't have much money. It's our first venture, so we must be frugal." The words escaped Shan Xiaoyu's lips. Secretly delighted to be referred to as his girlfriend, making it a natural utterance, it was evident that the woman was a born negotiator. Ultimately, with Shan Xiaoyu's assistance, they settled on a condition of no deposit and an annual rent of 80,000 since the landlord was abroad and required payment a year in advance. Lu Liuyi did not press for further details and acquiesced at Lu Liuyi. "Where shall we head next?" As the two grew more familiar. The girl no longer maintained her previous shyness. "We need to find a construction team to excavate a basement in the house, then head to the grocery market," he succinctly stated. "Are you really going to start stockpiling supplies? I thought you were joking." "I never joke." "Oh, very well. Lu Liuyi, can I store a box of instant noodles at your place later? Honestly, it wouldn't be a problem furnishing this place for living." "Hey, are you really 32 years old? Are you married? You don't seem to be. "So, do you have a girlfriend?" Lu Liuyi remained silent as the girl dominated the conversation, with him occasionally responding. Soon, they found a construction team in the city, which consisted of merely 2 workers with a medium-sized excavator. Lu Liuyi quickly sketched a construction plan for the foreman, agreeing on a fee of 8,000 yuan to complete the work in 2 days. He then provided the stout woman's contact information to the foreman for direct communication. During the contract signing, Lu Liuyi mentioned his desire to excavate a basement 3 meters deep. The stout woman initially objected, but after Shan Xiaoyu's playful persuasion and a 1,000 yuan red envelope from Lu Liuyi, she consented, even kindly offering to facilitate the construction team's entry. Once all arrangements were finalized, Lu Liuyi was left with over 400,000 after deducting expenses for the new painkillers, rent, and construction costs. This sum quickly dwindled to almost nothing in a single afternoon. Among the expenditures, 200,000 was allocated for non-perishable provisions such as rice, flour, oil, cured meats, compressed biscuits, and bottled water. 50,000 went toward a diesel generator and water purification system, and he acquired a Yamaha motorcycle from the second-hand market. Ultimately, the remaining funds were exchanged at a private gas station for 2 5-ton tanks filled with diesel. He requested that the supplies be delivered to the newly rented house in Langqiao town in 2 days, while the 2 tanks could simply be placed outdoors on the barren land. After completing these tasks, night had already fallen that he initially intended to ride his motorcycle back to the community but reconsidered, fearing trouble with the traffic police due to his lack of a license. At this juncture, he wished to avoid any unnecessary complications. The 2 took a taxi back, and Shan Xiaoyu's hopes of snuggling up to him for a breezy ride were dashed. After spending the entire afternoon alongside him, she was now convinced that this man was not joking. He was genuinely preparing for what he believed to be an impending catastrophe. Influenced by Lu Liuyi, a sense of confusion and panic began to creep into her heart. Before long, the taxi halted at the mouth of the alley that in the narrow passageway of the community. Bicycles and electric scooters were haphazardly parked, clutter strewn about, and stalls from snack bars and breakfast shops nearly reached the opposite wall. Such a place dissuaded taxis from entering, making it difficult for them to navigate. The crowd at the community entrance had long since dispersed, yet the ground still bore cracks, appearing to widen further. He noted that the pool of blood at the base of the phoenix tree had vanished, leaving only dark red soil, seemingly a reminder of a life once lost here. Strangely, had the tree roots absorbed the blood? His imagination once again soared to fantastical heights that he lifted his gaze to the rustling branches swaying gently in the breeze, suddenly gripped by an inexplicable sense of dread. After a frantic afternoon of running about, mealtime had long passed, yet he did not feel the pangs of hunger. However, while he himself was not hungry, the girl beside him surely must be, with such a generous bosom and towering stature. Her appetite could not be trifling. The Lu Liuyi was not inherently a tender-hearted individual, a fact evident in his attitude towards his ex-girlfriend. Nevertheless, he felt that Shan Xiaoyu had exerted herself alongside him throughout the day. Well, perhaps he would treat her to a bowl of noodles. Upon entering the nearby noodle shop, he did not inquire about Shan Xiaoyu's dietary restrictions, but rather ordered 2 bowls of beef noodles without hesitation. The girl seemed unperturbed by his casual ordering, even taking a certain delight in it. Could this be considered a date? Though I am not particularly fond of noodles, the beef truly is fragrant. After finishing their meal, they rose to leave amidst the proprietor's cacophony of tiskes. That owner was leering at me from behind the counter. How detestable! Since high school, Shan Xiaoyu had grown accustomed to the overt and covert scrutiny of men. One could not fault a man for merely casting a glance. It would be absurd to accuse him of impropriety for such a trivial act. She deliberately raised the matter, eager to see whether this aloof man would express anger. Upon hearing the mention of the noodle shop owner, Lu Liuyi did not pause his stride, but rather muttered in a chilling tone, "He deserves to die. Humph. When the calamity arrives and order collapses, I shall certainly collect your debt on behalf of Old Wang. For these past years, Old Wang had been the only person who had helped him selflessly. Now that Old Wang was deceased, it fell upon him to settle the noodle shop owner's debt, thus repaying Old Wang's kindness. While he did not intend to take the noodle shop owner's life, breaking a leg would hardly be excessive." Shan Xiaoyu, trailing behind him, evidently misinterpreted his words. Her cheeks flushed crimson, her heart fluttering as sweetly as if she had consumed honey. How incredibly cool! Chapter 16. the three-eyed monster as soon as he stepped through the door. A woman's ecstatic shriek erupted unabashedly from the ajar bedroom, echoing clearly in the living room. The girl froze in place. Although she had never experienced intimate relations, she had certainly observed them from afar. Her face turned instantly crimson, and she stood awkwardly beside the sofa, caught in a dilemma. Fortunately, the sound of the door opening startled the two in the bedroom, thus interrupting Shan Xiaoyu's mortifying predicament. "Who?" Huang Guo shouted, his voice tinged with anxiety. Shan Xiaoyu held her breath, casting a glance at him. Too frightened to utter a sound, Liu Liuyi, indifferent, sank into the sofa, casually resting the cloth stick he had been gripping beside him. The room fell into an oppressive silence. Moments later, the half-open bedroom door creaked as it was slowly pushed ajar. Huang Guo emerged, clad only in his underwear, trembling as he clutched a small stool. "Who are you?" he asked, confusion etched across his features, his mind racing. "How did a beautiful woman suddenly appear in our home? I know all of Li Shanshan's friends." Shan Xiaoyu stood in the cramped living room, effectively blocking the sofa, which caused Huang Guo to momentarily overlook the fact that another person occupied it. The girl gazed at the blond man in his underwear and gasped, quickly turning to Liu Liuyi with a look of desperation. Only then did Huang Guo notice the man seated on the sofa. "Liuzi, what are you doing here?" Huang Guo's mind momentarily malfunctioned that Liu Liuyi shot him a sidelong glance, preparing to speak when Li Shanshan, draped in a nightgown, peeked out from behind Huang Guo. Upon seeing the sickly man and an unfamiliar woman in the living room, she forcefully pushed her partner aside and stepped forward, pointing at Liu Liuyi with a shrill voice. "Liu Liuyi, what are you doing in our home? This house has been sold to us. You are trespassing." Yes. "Liuzi, you aren't thinking of backing out, are you? We have settled everything with clear terms in black and white." Huang Guo, prompted by his girlfriend, regained his composure and, emboldened, began to glance furtively at Shan Xiu. Liu Liuyi abruptly stood, snatching up the cloth stick and approaching the pair, his voice low and firm. "The house I rented will not be available for 2 more days. For these 2 days, I will be staying here, and she will as well." "Why should I? Are you dreaming?" Li Shanshan retorted, her face flushed with anger, inwardly cursing. "How did I not see this guy was more of a scoundrel than my boyfriend?" Huang Guo, still apprehensive after their previous encounter, hesitated to speak, especially with Liu Liuyi wielding the stick. "You have been living in my house for so long without compensation. My friend staying for 2 days is merely collecting a bit of interest." His tone was calm, yet laced with an undeniable authority. "Nonsense. You let us stay so that Huang Kun would buy your house. Don't think I don't know. What do you mean by living for free? Produce evidence and interest." "Bah." Li Shanshan felt her words were airtight, even convincing herself that the reasoning was on her side. "Huang Kun, why don't you say something? Where has all your bravado gone?" With that, she turned to Huang Guo, exclaiming, "Indeed, why should I fear him? We live in a society governed by law. I possess a legally binding contract." Huang Guo contemplated this, feeling a surge of courage, and cleared his throat. "Liuzi, the house is now mine. Please leave, and if I refuse..." Liu Liuyi shot him a sidelong glance, his voice icy. "Then I will call the police," Huang Guo replied, his resolve wavering that in broad daylight. He could not believe this man would dare to act against him. Liu Liuyi did not respond, instead raising the cloth stick in his hand, gently tugging on the knot of cloth, which swiftly unfurled to reveal a long knife that he then adjusted his grip, elbow pressing down on the blade's back. Taking a half step forward, the knife's edge suddenly resting against Huang Guo's throat. The atmosphere in the room thickened. All three stood frozen in shock. "Listen carefully. We will be staying here for 2 days," Liu Liuyi said, his gaze fixed on Huang Guo's terrified eyes, each word dripping with coldness. Seeing no response, Liu Liuyi exerted a slight pressure on his wrist, and the blade pressed forward, slicing a thin line across Huang Guo's neck. Droplets of blood beading along the blade's edge. Huang Guo, trembling, dared not nod, fearing even the slightest movement might sever his windpipe. He stammered, "I understand. You can stay as long as you want. We will only stay for 2 days." Liu Liuyi added coldly, his gaze sweeping over Huang Guo and Li Shanshan, that of course, "You are welcome to try calling the police." That moment, Li Shanshan exhibited none of her earlier bravado. She slowly distanced herself from Huang Guo. cautiously creating space between herself and the knife, nervously declaring, "Lu Lioi, we want to call the police. We definitely want to." Upon hearing their assurances, Lu Lioi gradually sheathed the knife. However, midway through, he suddenly swung it, and with a resounding crash, the dining table splintered in two and fell heavily to the floor. That a pungent odor of urine permeated the air as Huang Guo's trousers became soaked, droplets trickling down his frail legs and pooling on the floor. "Clean the floor," he said flatly, devoid of any emotion. "For the next 2 days, you are not to leave this place. Hand over your phones for me to keep." Lu Lioi needed to ensure that nothing went awry before heading to Lanjiao Town. Shan Xiaoyu had already informed him that the police were searching for him. Huang Guo and Li Shanshan, of course, dared not oppose him. A terminally ill man wielding a sharp knife was not someone to be trifled with. He had clearly lost his sanity. Yet, how had this madman suddenly become more attractive? His complexion had improved significantly, entirely unlike his near-death appearance from days prior to the SA woman. Li Shanshan sensed these changes keenly. Pondering to herself, Huang Guo and Li Shanshan handed over their phones and cleaned the urine from the floor before retreating back to the bedroom, silence enveloping them thereafter. Lu Lioi offered the sofa to Shan Xiaoyu, while he himself sat cross-legged in the corner, cradling the long knife. The look in his eyes when he had brandished the knife had indeed been terrifying. "I thought he might truly kill someone. What a ferocious person, yet he has been quite gentlemanly towards me, even offering me the sofa. Could it be?" In a whirlpool of thoughts, Shan Xiaoyu tossed and turned on the sofa for what felt like an eternity before finally drifting into a drowsy slumber. In the pitch-black living room, Lu Lioi sat cross-legged in the corner, cradling the newly wrapped long knife, his eyes tightly shut, yet sleep eluded him, but he could hear the faint sound of Shan Xiaoyu grinding her teeth on the sofa. While the couple in the bedroom seemed still awake, the bed creaking softly. "That tree is peculiar." He furrowed his brow, contemplating the events of the day. Given the current circumstances, it was highly likely that the sycamore tree had also mutated. If humans and animals could be infected and transformed into monsters, what might happen to plants? Dr. Yang should call tomorrow. I must inquire about the specifics of this infection. If Dr. Yang refuses to divulge information, I shall offer her money to continue to ponder. Old Wang used to say she was a woman who worked for a fee. Just as he began to feel drowsy, a faint rustling sound suddenly emanated from outside the window. He jolted awake, his eyes widening to behold a rodent's face pressed against the glass. Its elongated snout exhaled warm breath, which condensed into a mist on the pane, allowing him to discern 3 eerie eyes fixed on him. Unblinking point, one of the eyes glimmered with a sinister, greenish light, radiating an unsettling greed. Chapter 17. The tree demon. Was this not the very 3-eyed squirrel that had slain old Wang during the day? A shock coursed through his heart, and his muscles tensed instantaneously, yet he maintained an outward composure. With his right hand firmly gripping the hilt of his knife, he slowly unfurled the cloth binding his left hand, revealing the slender blade that glinted coldly in the dark. The two parties remained locked in a tense standoff for nearly a minute. The 3-eyed squirrel seemed momentarily daunted by the knife's chilling gleam, before ultimately retreating from the window, disappearing into the depths of the night. After waiting for 2 additional minutes to ensure the surroundings were once again tranquil, Lu Lioi exhaled gently, his taut muscles finally relaxing. He cast a glance at the long knife in his hand, noticing that his palm was already drenched in cold sweat. Though he held a considerable confidence in his current physique, the prospect of confronting a mutated creature that defied all common sense left him undeniably anxious. Just moments ago, he had perceived the creature's greedy desire through the glass. It wished to devour him. A chill crept up Lu Liui's spine. Outside, the dawn gradually broke, the walls adorned with a clock ticking softly. The hour hand slowly inching towards 6 o'clock. Lu Liui rubbed his somewhat empty stomach. He had not partaken in a proper breakfast for nearly a year. Since falling ill, his appetite had significantly diminished, particularly over the past year, when he could barely consume even a morsel each day. He glanced at Shan Xiaoyu, still peacefully slumbering on the sofa, then casually seized a cloth stick, gently opened the door, and prepared to descend for 2 servings of breakfast. It was Sunday, and most residents of the community remained deep in slumber. Upon descending, he sensed something amiss. The neighborhood, once sparsely populated with camphor and osmanthus trees, though not overly lush, had been vibrant and full of life. Now, however, every plant and tree had withered and yellowed, presenting a desolate scene that surpassed even the bleakness of late autumn, the entrance of the community. A shadow loomed over the gate. Upon closer inspection, it was a tangle of branches and leaves. Could it be that sycamore tree? He hesitated slightly, slowing his pace as he approached the entrance. The sight within the alley left Lulu utterly astounded. The section of wall adjacent to the sycamore had completely collapsed, with 1/3 of the tree's trunk forcing its way through the barrier into the community. Some branches, laden with dense foliage, extended deep into the area, obscuring the entrance above with an impenetrable canopy. Faced with this grotesque and terrifying scene, Lulu outwardly appeared increasingly calm, that he brandished his long knife and cautiously maneuvered to the section of wall not concealed by the foliage. Then, using both hands and feet, adeptly scaled the wall to perch at its top. The wall's height offered a safe distance from the trunk of the sycamore, placing him beyond the reach of its shadowy branches while avoiding the dense, snake-like roots below. Peering outward, the alley lay in shambles. The narrow path had been completely upheaved, with asphalt chunks of varying sizes entwined with roots as thick as an adult's arm. The walls of 2 rows of shops had been forced apart, cracked as if they had endured an earthquake. The trunk of the sycamore appeared twice its size from the previous day, as the roots sprawled chaotically across the greenery, from beneath the canopy. Intermittent groans resonated. He looked up to find 2 individuals suspended by dark vines, their ankles ensnared, dangling from a branch, each impaled by a vine as thick as a baby's arm, with blood dripping from the vines onto the dense leaves below, creating a chilling rhythm of plops that Lulu recognized these 2 people. The retired elders had been arguing beneath the tree just yesterday, and now they hung above, still clad in their exercise attire, evidently caught during their morning routine. The sound of blood dripping onto the leaves rendered the quiet dawn exceptionally horrifying. Suddenly, a surge of alertness washed over him as a dark shadow, accompanied by a fierce gust, hurtled towards him that he rolled instinctively, tumbling down from the wall just in time. With a resounding crack, debris from the wall scattered, and he realized that it was a long vine. After missing its target, the vine recoiled like a serpent, stiffening and lunging towards Lulu below, that he rolled again, narrowly evading the attack. With a dull thud, the vine plunged into the hardened ground of the community, sending shards of stone flying. Seeing this, Lulu pressed forward rather than retreating, swinging his knife forcefully. The vine was severed in an instant, one piece remaining on the ground while the other swiftly retracted towards the sycamore's trunk. After successfully cutting through, he crouched down, observing the severed portion of the vine writhing on the ground, akin to a snake bereft of its body or an octopus tentacle cut asunder. The cut did not resemble plant fibers nor animal flesh, instead oozing a dark red liquid that sent shivers down his spine that we must leave immediately. This tree has undoubtedly transformed into a monstrosity, Lulu thought to himself. Swish, 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 a flurry of dark shadows shot forth from the direction of the tree. Hurtling towards his position, Lulu turned and fled, and before he could accelerate, the sound of slicing air echoed ominously behind him. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to confront them with his knife when the swarm of peculiar vines abruptly halted in their tracks. It turned out that the vines had a limited length. As they neared, they were tautly stretched by the sycamore, emitting a disconcerting creaking sound as they hovered in midair, trembling slightly, without pausing for another moment. He continued to sprint deeper into the community to in the living room. Shan Xiaoyu awoke abruptly from her sweet dreams, startled by a sudden jolt. "Get up, we must leave immediately." "What is happening? Where are we?" The girl, still groggy, struggled to awaken fully. "Do we need to hurry and get out of here?" Lulu urged, pulling her up. Startled, she sat up, rubbing the corner of her mouth where drool had collected. Slowly regaining her senses, she looked at the frantic man before her and asked, "What is going on so early in the morning?" "The tree at the entrance is mutated. We must leave quickly," he said, slightly breathless. "Huh? What do you mean?" "Let us go." He had no time to explain further to Shan Xiaoyu. In truth, calling her to leave under such bizarre and perilous circumstances was contrary to his usual nature. "All right, let us go." Although Shan Xiaoyu did not fully grasp the situation, she instinctively chose to trust him. "Are you not going to call your friends?" she inquired as she slipped on her shoes. having slept in her clothes from the night before, making this easier. "They are not my friends," Lu replied coolly. "Then I'll go tell them quickly, it won't take long, and I can return their phones too." Shan Xiaoyu suggested. "She was inherently a kind-hearted girl, that you're really a bother." "Hurry up." Lu stood at the door, his mind preoccupied with the tree demon at the community gate. Exasperation creeping into his voice. Chapter 18. The vanished cancer cells. After Shan Xiaoyu knocked on the door, awakening the two inside, she briefly conveyed the situation. However, they were skeptical, believing instead that the sickly individual had sent the girl to amuse them. She looks quite lovely, but her intentions may be as wicked as they come," Li Shan thought to herself, involuntarily glancing towards the window across from her, where the community entrance lay, instantly becoming transfixed. Before long, the four emerged at the back gate of the community, Huanghua and Li Shan appearing disheveled and alarmed. "Luz, what on earth is that?" Huanghua trembled as he asked. Lu furrowed his brow, gazing at the chain lock hanging on the iron gate, remaining silent. Then he crouched low, lifting his knife, and in a flash, the cold glimmer cut through the chain lock, which fell to the ground, and he gently stroked the blade, pleased to find it unscathed. It seems there are indeed genuine items available online. That moment, astonished shouts echoed from within the community, indicating that someone had discovered the anomaly at the main gate. His expression shifted, and he pushed open the iron gate, swiftly ushering Shan Xiaoyu out. Huanghua watched their retreating figures, wanting to pursue, but Li Shan yanked him back. They exchanged hushed words, and Huanghua promptly pulled out his phone to call for help, ultimately deciding to remain in place and await the authorities. "Lui, your friends are truly disappointing. We kindly alerted them, and not one of them uttered a word of thank you." Shan Xiaoyu expressed her discontent. "They're not my friends. I have no friends," he shot back, casting a glance at the girl. "Am I not considered your friend?" She pouted, her lips forming an adorable frown. "By the way, you still haven't answered me from yesterday. Do you have a girlfriend or not?" "No, with your looks and demeanor. How could you possibly not have one?" The girl felt a thrill of joy at his response, but couldn't help but seek clarification. "Why are you asking about this?" he countered, furrowing his brow, pondering. "What need have I for a woman? Isn't it delightful to indulge in self-pleasure? It costs nothing and spares one from the myriad of complications that often arise. Out of curiosity, although you may be a tad older, the charm of a distinguished gentleman still finds its market. Many girls at our school have taken to dating older men. Besides, you are undoubtedly far more handsome than they are." Dan Xiu shyly explained. Lui halted his steps and replied nonchalantly, "I have no parents. No relatives, no friends, no money, no job. Only illness. What need have I for a girlfriend? Which woman would be interested in a poor, sickly wretch?" After speaking, he fell silent and continued on his way. The girl stood frozen, unsure of what to say, gazing at the man's retreating figure, suddenly feeling a pang of sympathy for his profound loneliness. "I'm sorry, she called out, chasing after him, but he waved his hand, interrupting her, and asked, "Are you planning to follow me indefinitely?" Dan Xiu smiled, arching an eyebrow, and said, "I thought you were ignoring me. Uncle, that I've taken to calling you uncle now. Using your name feels too formal." Noticing his lack of response, she continued, "Last night, Jing'an sent me a message saying the hotel will be unsealed the day after tomorrow. But I still need to trouble you for today, that I have no one else to rely on in Hangzhou." Her voice trailed off, taking on a tone of helplessness. "Then let us stay in Lanxiao town for the night. The cellar should be ready. You can manage for one night. Just go buy some sheets and blankets." Lu said with a hint of resignation that in Hangzhou, during the late summer heat, the days were sweltering, while the nights were slightly cooler. After some contemplation, he decided that allowing the girl to stay in a shelter for one night would not be too burdensome. "All right, thank you, uncle, but I have no money. They said the hotel fees will only be paid upon leaving. The supplies I ordered yesterday won't arrive until tomorrow." The day had fully dawned when the two went to a shop to purchase some sheets and blankets to manage the night, arranging for a delivery to their destination, with the contact naturally being that plump woman from the agency. During this time, he dialed Dr. Yang to inquire about his test results and to discuss the matter of the creature she mentioned the other day. He was increasingly convinced that something was amiss. The sycamore tree in the community stood as a glaring testament to this. After 5 unsuccessful calls, he hesitated for a moment before deciding to visit the hospital in search of Yang Hua. The hospital remained bustling, with a slight increase in foot traffic compared to the previous day, as if everyone had forgotten the previous night's Bat Monster incident that I in the concealed corners. However, a few armed soldiers and police had appeared. The two ascended to the 6th floor, heading directly to Dr. Yang's office. The door was slightly ajar, and upon gently pushing it open, they were confronted with a scene of chaos. Yang Hua was slumped against the leg of her desk. Seated on the floor, her left cheek swollen, bearing a distinct handprint. Her eyes were vacant as they stared blankly ahead, the shards of her broken phone scattered around her. "Dr. Yang, what happened to you?" he asked, momentarily taken aback as he rushed forward. Hearing someone call her, Yang Hua snapped back to reality, wiped her eyes, and looked at Lu Liuyi with a hoarse voice tinged with emotion. "Liuyi, what brings you here?" As she spoke, she steadied herself against the desk to rise. "Dr. Yang, are you all right?" He inquired again. Lu Liuyi had never been one to meddle in others' affairs, but given the current circumstances, to not express concern would seem somewhat unfeeling. "It's nothing, just some family issues that my husband, he." Yang Hua's eyes reddened again, as her gambling husband's troubles were known to many colleagues and patients at the hospital, leaving little to hide. Just yesterday, she had transferred the 100,000 yuan she earned from Lu Liuyi to her gambling husband, and now he had come to the hospital demanding another 50,000 for his business ventures. Naturally, Yang Hua did not believe his fabrications, and she simply did not have the money. Consequently, he seized her phone, transferred the remaining 800 yuan, slapped her across the face, and kicked her to the ground before storming off. What kind of man does that? Hitting his wife, the girl behind him exclaimed angrily. Yang Hua, sensing the presence of others, felt awkward and asked, "Liuyi, who is this?" "Oh, just a friend," he replied coolly. "Girlfriend," Dan Xiu silently added in her mind. Yang Hua brushed off the dust from her white coat, her expression dim as she took a seat in her office chair, gesturing for the two to sit as well. "Liuyi, you must be here for your test results. The lab has already sent them to me. But I haven't had the chance to look at them yet. Just glancing at the fragmented phone on the floor, Yang Hua felt a wave of sorrow wash over her. "Indeed, Dr. Yang, I came to inquire since you didn't answer my calls," he said. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Yang Hua opened her computer while saying, "Liuyi, the report is also on the computer. I'll print it out for you in a moment." Moments later, she exclaimed, "What? How is this possible?" Yang Hua looked up in astonishment at the man seated before her, then lowered her gaze back to the screen, incredulously stating, "The cancer cells have vanished. All of them are gone." Chapter 19. Follow-up appointment. Lu Liuyi was taken aback, followed by an overwhelming surge of joy. Could it be that his suspicions were indeed correct? Yang Hua stared at the computer screen, her right hand gripping the mouse, trembling slightly as she muttered to herself. "Impossible! This cannot be." He fought to suppress his excitement, striving to maintain a calm demeanor as he quietly asked, "Dr. Yang, did you just say that my cancer cells have disappeared?" Yang Hua did not respond, her large eyes still fixated on the screen. Seeing her engrossed, Lu Liuyi, despite his mounting anxiety, could only wait for her to finish reviewing the report. It was an unprecedented experience for him to feel so impatient. After a long while, the female doctor picked up the desk phone and dialed an internal number. "Hello, this is Yang Hua. Could you verify the test report number 1035 that was sent this morning?" "Yes, the test subject is named Lu Liuyi." "What? Are you sure there is no mistake?" "Xiaoli, could you please double-check for me?" "Yes, confirm there is no error." Oh, it's all right, thank you." After hanging up, Yang Hua stood, her expression one of disbelief as she looked at him and asked, "Liuyi, how have you been feeling these past 2 days?" "Dr. Yang, these past 2 days have been the best I've ever felt. Even better than before I fell it because of the T3 pain relief injection you gave me." "T3?" he repeated in confusion. Yang Hua, noticing his bewilderment, explained, "This new type of pain relief injection was developed by the Beijing Biological Research Institute based on a virus called T3, temporarily named the T3 pain relief injection." Listening to Yang Hua's explanation, he suddenly recalled that the informed consent form from the underground drug testing organization had mentioned T4. Could it be that the new drug he tested the day before was T4 or some experimental derivative? "Liuyi, can you describe how your body feels now?" Yang Hua asked. Noticing he had drifted off, Lu Liuyi snapped back to attention, pondering for a moment before deciding to share some details with Yang Hua. As he too sought to understand why the cancer cells had suddenly vanished and why his body seemed stronger than before, that he organized his thoughts and slowly said, after receiving the new pain relief injection, Oh, the T3 injection. I took a nap in your office, and afterward I felt remarkably light all over. The chronic cancer pain had completely disappeared. Dr. Yang, my physical condition has been improving day by day, and honestly, I no longer feel like a patient suffering from 9 types of cancer. I don't even feel that I'm on the brink of death anymore. Moreover, my appetite has significantly increased. He cautiously shared this with the female doctor. Dan Xiaoyu, listening to the man speak of his 9 types of cancer, was left speechless, shocked by the dissonance between his appearance and his condition. He hardly resembled a patient. Just moments ago, the doctor had declared him free of cancer cells. Was the previous diagnosis erroneous? The girl also pondered silently. Had it not been for your continuous treatment here for 3 years, I would have suspected the previous diagnosis was incorrect, Yang Hua said, following up with Liu Yi. Besides all this, have you experienced any unusual changes? Unusual changes. Liu Yi pondered for a moment before slowly responding. When I look in the mirror, I notice my body is noticeably more robust than before I fell ill. It's not merely a sensation, but a tangible change. If you'd like, I can take off my shirt for you to see. Observation and inquiry are standard practices in medicine, both traditional and modern, Yang Hua thought, as it was entirely routine for a physician to examine a patient's body. She nodded in agreement that yes, he removed his short-sleeved shirt, revealing a sturdy, broad chest. Yang Hua was once again taken aback. This hardly resembled the physique of someone long afflicted by terminal illness. She stepped closer, gently placing a stethoscope against his bare chest. Listening intently for a moment, then lightly prodding his muscles with her slender fingers, murmuring, "Could this be a mutation? But it doesn't appear to be." Despite her whisper, Liu Liuyi heard her clearly. That Dr. Yang. What mutation? He asked calmly. Your heartbeat is strong, and your muscles and skin exhibit remarkable elasticity. None of this aligns with symptoms of mutation, Yang Hua replied evasively to Dr. Yang. You still haven't answered me. What mutation? What does it mean? He pressed. Concerning oneself, it is imperative to seek clarity. Yang Hua resumed her seat, removed her stethoscope, and with a slight furrow of her brow, slowly remarked, I actually mentioned this to you yesterday. Over the course of this week, the hospital has been receiving a series of peculiar patients, each exhibiting a variety of symptoms, some suffering from poisoning, others with lacerations from plants, and still others bitten by animals, among other afflictions. Indeed, you also mentioned that their cellular division rate is extraordinarily rapid. He interjected. Yes, they all exhibit varying degrees of mutation. Some have developed scales, others tails, and some have even sprouted wings. Dan Xiaoyu recalled the bat-like creature from the hospital yesterday, exclaiming, Doctor, about that bat monster from yesterday. Yang Hua, unperturbed by Xiaoyu's interruption, nodded. That bat-like creature is a mutation of a patient who has been in the hospital for 7 days, that I was the one who initially attended to them. When they were admitted, their symptoms were quite mild, showing no unusual signs, and their consciousness remained intact. That it was only yesterday morning, during their transfer from the intensive care unit, that they suddenly underwent a violent transformation and subsequently attacked the medical staff. Liu Liuyi, recalling the events of the previous day, inquired, Dr. Yang, I was present at the scene and observed that the creature bore bat-like characteristics, yet its form seemed to align more closely with that of a human. How did its mutation transpire? Yang Hua cast him a fleeting glance and replied, After your departure yesterday, I returned to the laboratory. I was not present when the mutation occurred. According to colleagues who witnessed the event, it killed 1 person before being shot by the police. The family was quite agitated last night, demanding answers from the hospital. Dr. Yang, you mentioned yesterday that you suspected this strange illness, or rather mutation, might be contagious? He posed the pivotal question. Yang Hua sighed, stating, Yesterday, I was merely speculating. Today, after receiving a call from my mentor in Beijing and considering the unusual occurrences at the hospital over the past few days, I can now confirm, yes, it is indeed contagious. Though not with absolute certainty, the contagion is still alarmingly potent. That my mentor advised me to remain at home as much as possible from today onward and to stock up on supplies, as she believes this mutation could potentially lead to a catastrophic biochemical contamination nationwide. Yang Hua's mentor shared a close relationship with her, having spent years at a biological research institute in Beijing working on the development of the T-series virus. In the early hours of today, her mentor unexpectedly contacted her, urging her to stockpile provisions and, if possible, to distance herself from urban areas. During the call, she subtly indicated that this was connected to the recent nationwide surge of monster attacks. And she explicitly informed her that there exists a certain probability of infection upon contact with these creatures, particularly through bites or scratches, which could lead to transformation into a monster. Dan Xiaoyu listened in astonishment. The credibility of such claims from a professional doctor was evidently more persuasive than that of Lu Liuyi. Doctor, does the mutation you described correlate with the changes occurring in my own body? He returned to the initial inquiry. Yang Hua scrutinized his robust physique once more and shook her head, saying, based on your bodily manifestations and the recent examination report, there are no similarities with the patients admitted over the past few days. You should not fall under the category of biochemical contamination, as described by my mentor. Are the other patients you mentioned all sprouting wings or tails? Dan Xiaoyu seized the opportunity to inquire, her tone laced with sweetness. Regardless of profession or age, being referred to as beautiful brings joy to any woman. Yang Hua's mood, slightly uplifted after her recent experience of domestic abuse, softened a bit. Yang Hua relaxed her brow slightly and replied, yes, these patients exhibit transformed or additional limbs, some resembling tails, scales, or wings. It would be more accurate to describe them as primitive forms. Liuyi, have you truly not sensed any other changes? Yang Hua still harbored some concern. For over the past 3 years as his attending physician, she had developed a certain attachment to him. Lu Liuyi displayed an unnatural expression, his typically calm demeanor betraying a hint of strangeness. I have. Noticing his odd expression, Yang Hua inquired, in which area? As your attending physician, I assure you, no ailment is to be concealed. He pondered her words and conceded. Everything else seems fine, except that, well, my flower has grown a size larger. Even as a doctor, hearing such a direct remark from a handsome man with an exposed torso sent a jolt through her, though her already flushed face concealed any signs of embarrassment. What is this flower you speak of? Dan Xiaoyu queried with curiosity. For a moment, the office fell into silence. Chapter 20. The storm approaches. Yang Hua, being a professional doctor, broke the brief silence to ask, are there any other discomforts? He contemplated before adding, oh, I seem to have grown a bit taller. I measured myself yesterday and found I had gained 2 centimeters. This situation is currently beyond my analytical capabilities, but I can ascertain that the changes in your body and the disappearance of cancer cells should be related to the T3 analgesic. Let me send an email to my mentor shortly. She participated in the development of the T3 analgesic and may provide some clarity. Yang Hua furrowed her brow in thought and continued, Liuyi, although I do not yet comprehend why your cancer cells have vanished so suddenly, this is undoubtedly a tremendous blessing for you that I understand, Dr. Yang. I truly must thank you. Without your intervention, I might be lying here awaiting death. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude towards Yang Hua. Not at all. You have paid for the service. She felt somewhat guilty, having profited from a third of the price difference, yet still receiving thanks from him, which stirred a sense of unease within her that I almost forgot. I need to take a photo of you to send over for comparison analysis. Would that be all right? Authentic patient photos are crucial for remote consultations. Taking a photo of himself posed no issue, as long as no biopsies were involved. Noting his lack of objection, Yang Hua retrieved a compact digital camera from her drawer, signaling him to position himself appropriately. Liuyi, if you don't mind, it would be best to remove your outer trousers for a clearer view. All right, that he had no qualms about it. As a man, he felt no loss, especially since he still wore his briefs. He swiftly removed his jeans, standing tall and straight. The eyes of the 2 women in the room widened. The man's delicate, fair visage bore an expression of determination, with no exaggerated muscle bulk typical of gym-goers, but rather a well-defined physique that seemed to harbor immense explosive power. His skin was smooth enough to evoke a twinge of jealousy from both women. Dan Xiaoyu covered her eyes with her hands, feeling a rush of shyness, yet her curiosity got the better of her, prompting her to peek through a slight gap between her fingers. Yang Hua, being a seasoned professional and a doctor, quickly regained her composure, seizing the camera and rapidly capturing images. The photo session concluded swiftly. Dan Xiaoyu, observing the handsome gentleman donning his clothes again, couldn't help but lament the rapid passage of time. Moreover, she wondered why the doctor didn't take his time with the shots. Yang Hua sent the freshly taken photos along with the examination documents via email to her mentor, then turned to the 2 with a serious demeanor. What I just shared with you is to remain confidential. Keep it to yourselves that if this information is misinterpreted as rumor, It could lead to complications. Big sister, the uncle has already considered that. We began stockpiling supplies yesterday. The girl interjected eagerly that Lu Liu nodded in agreement. Thank you for the warning, Dr. Yang. Indeed, while my mentor can be a bit unconventional at times, she has always been meticulous and serious regarding professional and critical matters that it is always better to be prepared, Yang Hua reiterated. Yes, big sister. Yesterday, the uncle and I saw several videos of monsters on short video platforms. They were terrifying. Are these monsters transformations of humans? The girl gazed at her with concern. That I am Yang Hua. You may call me either by my name or as Dr. Yang. And what shall I call you, little girl? Yang Hua still felt slightly uneasy with the girlish manner of address. My name is Dan Xiaoyu, Sister Yang. The girl sweetly adjusted her form of address. Yang Hua smiled warmly, then addressed both of them. My mentor mentioned that aside from humans, other species also have a certain probability of becoming infected. Why hasn't the government issued any news? Lu Liu queried, puzzled that if, as Yang Hua's mentor suggested, the situation warranted it, the government should promptly notify the public and ensure proper arrangements for evacuation and safety. Yang Hua pondered briefly before responding. Perhaps the authorities believe the situation is under control. I am not privy to the specifics. Furthermore, the resources, time, manpower, and materials required for nationwide crisis evacuations would be unfathomable. Until there is a definitive scientific determination, no government would dare make such a decision. As the repercussions would be immense, of course, they might also be preparing in secrecy, as is a long-standing tradition in our nation. Lu Liu trusted his instincts. The myriad signs around him instilled a sense of impending doom. Dr. Yang, we should take our leave now. Please take care of yourself, and should any news arise from Beijing, do inform me promptly. Thank you. He felt it prudent to depart early, given the concentration of anomalous patients at the hospital, which posed a heightened risk of contagion. Upon hearing this, Yang Hua regarded him with a hesitant expression, her face flushing as she finally mustered the courage to ask, Liu, could you lend me some money? I need to purchase a second-hand mobile phone to the crack of dawn. Her gambling husband had siphoned away the last remaining one. 000 yuan from her mobile banking account. Now, apart from a few coins nestled in her office drawer, she was utterly penniless. Over the past few years, Yang Hua had borrowed from nearly everyone in her circle, resulting in a reputation that had plummeted to abysmal depths. She felt too ashamed to approach anyone for help again. If it weren't for her work demanding a mobile phone, she would not have been compelled to purchase a new one. Lu Liu paused for a moment, then deftly retrieved a wad of cash from his pocket, counting out 5,000 yuan. Earlier that morning, while buying bedding with Shan Xiaoyu, he had withdrawn all of his savings amounting to over 9,000 yuan from the bank. He gently placed the money in the hands of the female doctor and said, Dr. Yang, here is 5,000 yuan for you. You don't need to pay it back. Consider it a fee for the information you provided. Upon hearing this, Yang Hua was momentarily speechless, her lips twitching slightly as a crystalline tear rolled down her cheek. Over the years, due to her family circumstances and her gambling husband, she had nearly lost all her friends. Former acquaintances now avoided her. Some, enticed by her beauty, had made unspeakable propositions, and when rejected, they spread malicious rumors to tarnish her reputation. Since her marriage, she had lived a life marked by oppression and suffering. The first time she experienced domestic violence, Yang Hua had sought a divorce, but her husband had threatened her with their then underage sister and elderly mother. She chose to compromise, and one concession led to another. Over the nearly 10 years that followed, she had become increasingly resigned, afraid and powerless to resist. Thank you, Louis. I will repay this money. You must believe me that in that moment, Yang Hua felt overwhelmingly moved. Dr. Yang, truly, there is no need for formality. You provide me with information, and I provide you with money. It's merely an exchange, he replied calmly before turning to leave. Shan Xiaoyu stepped forward and shook Yang Hua's hand before quickly following him out. Chapter 21. Lu Yi. After leaving the hospital, the two headed straight to a shopping center, and after purchasing some daily necessities, only 2,000 yuan remained in their bags. That'd be why the time they took a taxi back to the outskirts of Lanqiao town. It was already afternoon. Their home was situated at the foot of a mountain, and a bulldozer was just exiting, its bed filled with dirt. Upon entering the house, they were greeted by the sight of a massive pit, 3 meters deep and 15 meters long and wide, already dug in the center of the floor. The bedding and other items delivered earlier by Hualala were piled in a corner far away. In the pit, two workers clad in tall rubber boots stood in muddy water that had risen above their ankles, wielding hose to shape the walls of the pit. The house was permeated by the earthy scent of soil. Shan Xiaoyu surveyed the chaotic scene, feeling somewhat disoriented. Are we really expected to stay here tonight? How can anyone possibly live in such conditions? It's like they've dug a pond inside the house. Lu was also taken aback. He had underestimated the situation, thinking a simple pit would suffice for a local cellar, completely neglecting considerations of solidifying, waterproofing, and ventilation. Boss, you've come. Didn't Tiwi agree you would come back to check tomorrow? Reassured the foreman, a man in his 40s with dark skin, clad in camouflage and tall rubber boots, that don't worry, I promise it will be finished by tomorrow morning. It won't drag into the afternoon. The foreman pointed to the pit, struggling to articulate, alas, the land here in Jiangnan is like this. 2 meters down, and water starts to seep up that we've already dug nearly 3 meters, and this amount of water is actually quite manageable. He pulled out a half-pack of muddy cigarettes from his pocket, offering Lu one. Lu accepted the cigarette but did not light it. Instead, he held it between his fingers and asked, "What do we do about all this water? We can't put anything down or live here. Boss, I have no solutions for this either. You initially only asked me to dig a pit." The foreman replied, "How about this? I can call for a pump tonight, and we'll drain the water." But he glanced at Lu, a sly smile creeping onto his face. "That will cost extra." You see, Lu understood the routine, but realized he had no choice but to drain the water first. All right then, 1-800-1000. Shan Xiaoyu interjected, displeased. She immediately showcased her bargaining skills. "We have no knowledge of these matters. You should have warned us beforehand. You're not being honest, mister. We're just students. We don't have that much money. We've already spent all our living expenses renting this place." Shan Xiaoyu bombarded the foreman with a rapid-fire series of questions. "Just 1-000, or forget it." Lu, who had always looked youthful, appeared even younger after a few days of peculiar improvement in his health, and no one would doubt he was a student. All right, young lady. We'll go with your price. 1,000 it is. Who can resist the pleas of a kind-hearted person like me?" The foreman relented, secretly amused. "2 naive youngsters. The cost for a medium-sized pump was only 400. Allowing the foreman to pocket an easy 600, Shan Xiaoyu flashed a victorious smile at Lu, as if to say, "See, it's all thanks to me." Then he nodded in acknowledgement, fully aware that he had likely been overcharged. But never mind. Money would soon become worthless paper. It was more important to get the place sorted out first. "Foreman, please arrange for the pump to drain the water first, then refill the pit with half a meter of soil." After a moment's contemplation, he decided to adjust his plans. The foreman readily agreed. Most of the excavated soil was piled at the pit's edge, and with a simple push from the bulldozer, it could easily be returned, saving the hassle of making multiple trips to the wasteland. But if only every client were as inexperienced as these two. Just as the foreman was reveling in his thoughts, Lu and Shan Xiaoyu headed towards the town. He planned to purchase some moisture-proof protective film and shelving to separate their supplies from the damp earth. By the time they returned with their purchases, having hired a small truck, the water in the pit had already been drained. The foreman was there, operating the bulldozer, shoveling the dirt back into the pit with gusto. In a splendid mood, he worked diligently for 2 hours, refilling the pit, and even took the initiative to lay down the moisture-proof film at the bottom and sides of the pit. He neatly arranged the wooden shelves at the bottom as well. After receiving the final 1,000 yuan, the 3 members of the construction crew hopped into the bulldozer, leaving with a cheerful hum. "Sir, are you out of money? I still have 360 yuan. It's all on my phone that I can transfer it to you if you'd like," the girl tentatively suggested. Shan Xiaoyu had been watching him pay throughout the day and realized he was nearly broke. Seeing him crouched at the edge of the pit, frowning in silence, she thought he was worrying about tomorrow's expenses. No need. Money is of no concern. He was not actually worried about the ephemeral value of money that would soon turn into useless paper. Why bother with such trivialities? "Xiaoyu, make a call to your classmate and see how things are on her end." When she heard him call her by name for the first time, a wave of shyness washed over her, leaving her slightly dazed. It was only when he raised his voice to ask again that she snapped back to reality. "Oh, okay, uncle." She pulled out her phone and dialed the number, switching it to speaker mode. The phone rang twice before being answered, and a clear voice replied. "Hello, Xiaoyu. Where are you?" I have to tell you, the hotel was supposed to lift the ban tomorrow. But due to some commotion, it's been lifted early. You can come in now. Jingyi, I'm at Lanxiao. I want to be going back tonight, but we'll come over early tomorrow. Lanxiao. How did you end up in the outskirts? Didn't you say you were staying at that starving ghost-ass house yesterday? Are you with him in Lanxiao now? Xiao, you don't trust people so easily. That Lu, he doesn't he look like a good person? I suspect he might be a fugitive. Jingyi, Xiao, you listen to me. You've never been in a relationship, so you don't know how terrifying men can be in society. You're beautiful. And you're alone with a stranger in a desolate place. Have you thought about the consequences? Don't you remember last semester when a girl from the neighboring dorm went out singing with someone from outside and ended up pregnant? Jink, Louis is not like that. I want to allow you to speak of him that way. Louis, no way. Shan Xiaoyu, don't tell me you need to be honest with me. How far have you two gone? Lulu, standing nearby, could no longer bear to listen, that he had merely wanted to ascertain the hotel situation to gauge the authorities' stance on the monster incident and adjust his plans accordingly. Young lady, I'm Lulu. After a few seconds of silence on the other end, the girl with bangs spoke again. Lulu, I warn you. You must not do anything bad to Xiao Yu. I will call the police. If you're still concerned, I can take her back right now. She can return whenever she wishes, he continued, trying to prevent being interrupted by this chatty woman. Now tell me, why was the hotel suddenly reopened? Are the police still there? Why should I answer you? Came the retort from the other end. Shan Xiaoyu, disregarding her shyness, quickly interjected. Jingyi, please answer Louis' question. It's important. Something serious might happen soon. I'll explain everything once I'm back. That on the other end, a sharp gasp erupted. Shan Xiaoyu, you're on a call with me, and you're using speaker mode in front of someone else. Shan Xiaoyu. Chapter 22. The fatal strike 5 minutes later. Shengguan Jingwei reluctantly ended the call after numerous admonitions that Liu Liui had gained a general understanding of the hotel situation. It turned out that following the incident involving the monster attack that night, the police department had dispatched personnel to gradually send all hotel staff and guests to various hospitals for blood tests. To their astonishment, hospitals throughout Hangzhou were inundated with similar monster-related cases, with the second hospital being the most severely affected, even resulting in casualties. That in light of these circumstances, the Hangzhou police and health authorities could no longer afford to keep everyone at the hospitals for examinations. In the event of a crisis, no one could bear the responsibility. That it was a stroke of genius from an unidentified individual to propose isolation for testing, leading to the temporary reassignment of over a dozen medical personnel to the hotel to conduct individual blood tests in separate rooms. The blood collection was swift, but the analysis and comparison of results were painfully slow. It would take at least 2 days to complete, not to mention the time required to transport blood samples between the hotel and hospitals. Consequently, after discussions among the department heads, it was decided to maintain the isolation for 3 days. Among those in isolation were several prominent guests. Just yesterday, they had complied well with the authorities' arrangements to remain at the hotel. But for reasons unknown, today they insisted on leaving. Some even directly contacted their superiors, and upon receiving instructions, the on-site security had no choice but to let them go. This scene sparked intense dissatisfaction among the others, who gathered to vocally protest the preferential treatment. Why could others leave while they could not? As tensions escalated, the officer in charge of the on-site police station conferred and subsequently announced that the isolation would be lifted once the test results were available in the afternoon. By evening, the hotel's quarantine was fully lifted, and personnel from the police department and related agencies gradually departed. According to the information Shengguan Jingwei had gathered, all those tested showed no abnormalities. Uncle, what should we do next? Are we staying here tonight? Dan Xiaoyu, unable to bear the prolonged silence, finally broke it. Let me think, he replied, his thoughts still somewhat disorganized. The information he had at hand was fragmented, and he had yet to devise a long-term plan for the potential events that might unfold. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to the girl and said, Xiaoyu, I had underestimated the situation. Although this place is remote, it lacks high walls for protection, and the building is merely a standard brick and concrete structure. If a monster were to attack, it would be utterly defenseless. That I intend to find someone to reinforce and renovate it. So you should return to the hotel tonight. Uncle, why don't you come to the hotel with me? Our dormitory is quite spacious, with 2 empty rooms, Dan Xiaoyu suggested, glancing at the disarray of their current surroundings. Feeling a bit apprehensive, The hotel has ample supplies and is several stories high. It should be safe, right? Lu Lioi considered her words and found some merit in them. The house certainly needed reinforcement and renovation. Otherwise, it would offer no protection during a monster crisis that he realized his earlier considerations had been short-sighted. Renovating the house would require at least several days, during which they needed a place to stay. Returning to their previous community was out of the question. The mere thought of that bizarre sycamore tree sent shivers down his spine, but he nodded and said, "All right. However, you know I have no money at the moment." In truth, he was contemplating taking out an online loan. Reinforcing and renovating the house would require funds, but online loans also involved a verification process that would take at least 2 days. The crux of the matter was that he had no idea when the biochemical disaster would strike. He could only hope it would be delayed a few days to allow him to transform this place into a true sanctuary. Upon hearing his agreement to go, the girl felt a surge of joy. "It's all right, uncle. You've helped me so many times. This little matter is nothing. Besides, everyone in the dormitory is a student from our school. Just like me, working short-term hourly jobs that we all know each other. And it really doesn't matter. Moreover, others occasionally bring friends back to stay. No one will say anything, and you won't have to spend a dime. I'll just give you a room card later." The person managing the room cards is Jing Yue's sister. She is a formal employee. Dan Xiaoyu, fearing he might change his mind, fervently persuaded him, standing outside the house. The evening breeze brushed against them, lifting the hem of the girl's clothing. Just as Lu Lioi was about to agree, he suddenly became alert to the distinct scent of blood carried on the wind. A piercing shriek erupted from the rooftop, intensifying the stench that a shadow, as quick as lightning, lunged toward his chest. The figure was upon him in an instant, his body tensed, and he instinctively sidestepped, tearing his white short-sleeved shirt as 3 deep gashes were etched into his chest. Exposing bone, a chill gripped Lu Lioi's heart. Without a moment's thought, he whirled around to face the creature that had landed before him, adopting a combat stance. The creature, realizing it had missed a fatal blow, did not immediately attack but instead fixed its 3 eyes upon him, its gaze suffused with an unsettling greed. Indeed, it was the 3-eyed squirrel. It had grown more than twice its original size, now nearly as large as a bobcat. Its once adorable mouth was now filled with protruding sharp teeth. Its glossy black fur glistened, and its ears stood erect while its 2 bushy tails swayed gently from side to side. The creature's powerful hind legs and gleaming claws made it a terrifying sight. His weapon was not at hand. He had propped the cloth stick against the door during unloading, only a dozen steps away. He quickly glanced toward its location, calculating his options. Although the creature was not particularly large, its speed far exceeded his own. Retrieving the cloth stick now seemed impractical. Any rash movement would reveal his intent, and the monster would surely pounce. However, if the creature made the first move, he was confident he could repel it with his fists. That a tense standoff ensued, each waiting for the other to act. It was Dan Xiaoyu who broke the stalemate. Having endured the strange events of the past 2 days, the girl's resolve had strengthened considerably. When the 3-eyed squirrel appeared and attacked Lu Lioi, she initially cried out in alarm but quickly regained her composure. She understood that she could not afford to distract him. Noticing his furtive glances toward the doorway, she instantly grasped his intention: the long knife. The blade, wrapped in cloth, rested quietly by the door. Gathering her courage, Dan Xiaoyu cautiously approached, her eyes fixed on the 3-eyed squirrel. Her heart racing as she began to move. The 3-eyed squirrel glanced back at her before returning its focus to Lu Lioi. Perceiving that the plump female human was far less enticing than the man before it, finally, she reached the doorway and grasped the cloth stick in her hands. The steel-crafted long knife felt somewhat heavy for her. She glanced up at Lu Lioi, who imperceptibly nodded. Understanding his cue, Dan Xiaoyu exerted her strength, hurling the cloth stick toward him as it spun through the AI in that instant. She let out a sharp cry. The monster, startled by her sudden shout, instinctively turned to face her. That moment, the cloth stick landed beside Lu Lioi, but he fixed his gaze on the 3-eyed squirrel, extending his fingers to grasp the stick firmly. Without time to unwrap the cloth, he charged at the creature, swinging the stick down with force. The monster had just begun to turn back when bang, its head shattered, brain matter splattering everywhere. Lu Lioi did not pause. He swung the stick again and again, striking the fallen creature until it lay in a gruesome heap, its flesh and fur a bloody mess. Only then did he stop, collapsing to the ground. Dan Xiaoyu's legs trembled, but upon seeing him slump down, blood pouring from his chest, panic gripped her heart. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself to move, dragging her weary legs to assist him inside. Chapter 23. The green particles. Dan Xiaoyu hurriedly grabbed the newly purchased bedding. Frantically pressing the corner of the blanket against his chest wound, tears streaming down her face, instantly soaking her cheeks. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead as Lu Liuyi quickly grasped her hand, halting her frantic efforts and swiftly moved the blood-soaked bedding aside. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he leaned down to inspect the wound. The 3 deep claw marks on his chest were shocking to behold, each gash as wide as a finger and deep enough to expose bone. Fortunately, his reflexes had been quick. Otherwise, that claw could have easily torn through his chest and damaged his abdominal cavity. Xiaoyu, it's all right. I won't die, he reassured her, feeling a twinge of empathy as he noticed her silent sobs. Uncle, we should call 120. You've lost too much blood, Dan Xiaoyu insisted, her concern evident. Seeing that he was still able to speak normally eased her anxiety. But her worried expression remained. No need. I have enough points. The wound looked gruesome, but it had not struck any vital areas. That Lu Liuyi gestured for the girl to unwrap the cloth from the long knife and use it to bind the wound as a temporary bandage. After Dan Xiaoyu meticulously wrapped the bandage, drenched in sweat, he felt a reduction in pain, replaced by a tingling sensation. Uncle, we should still go to the hospital. Sister Yang mentioned that injuries from monsters could lead to infections. She fretted, watching as blood began to seep through the white bandage. Lu Liuyi forced a faint smile, attempting to reassure her. There's no need. If it gets infected, going to the hospital won't help if it doesn't get infected. We won't need to go. You heard Dr. Yang say that hospitals are currently powerless against such infections, and even the entire country is at a loss. In truth, he harbored another reason for his reluctance to visit the hospital. Just a moment ago, while inspecting his wound, he noticed a peculiar greenish hue around his sternum. Should he go to the hospital, he would undoubtedly be subjected to immediate examination and biopsy for the cause of this unusual discoloration of his bones. He found himself too preoccupied to ponder it further, accepting that he would not arrive at any conclusions anyway. By the way, Uncle, are you referring to that squirrel creature by the entrance of your neighborhood? Dan Xiaoyu found his words to be quite sensible and ceased her internal conflict, turning her attention towards inquiries about the monster. While it may have been slightly larger than the one we encountered that day, it is undoubtedly the same. This creature, akin to a lecherous man, captivated by an exquisite beauty, exuded a palpable greed as it fixated on her, a thought that still sends shivers down her spine upon reflection. It must have been following me. Why must it choose to prey upon me? With so many people around, why did it single me out? Just as he was about to let his imagination run wild once more, the girl beside him spoke up. Uncle, are you a local of Hangzhou? What is your educational background? Uncle, by the way, I still haven't added you on any chat app. How could you let a girl initiate a conversation? Quite lacking in charm. Uncle, please do add me. Oh, your username is Heartbroken Frog? What a peculiar name. What does it signify? Dan Xiaoyu recalled from various dramas that individuals with severe injuries required constant conversation from others to remain awake and avoid slipping into unconsciousness, as doing so could lead to dire consequences. An hour later, when the girl mentioned the incident of bedwetting at the age of 6, Lu Liuyi could no longer restrain himself from interrupting her. Xiaoyu, I feel much better now. Could you assist me in unwrapping the bandage? The girl, somewhat taken aback, obediently began to untie the fabric. To her astonishment, blood was no longer seeping from his chest. The muscle beneath the wound had knitted together, encasing the sternum quite well, with only a superficial layer remaining unhealed, accompanied by an irritating itch. Uncle, you're not mutated, are you? Witnessing the astonishing speed at which his wound was healing, the girl, despite lacking medical knowledge, understood that this defied all logic. That I don't know, he replied, shaking his head. You're not turning into a monster, are you? The girl asked, a hint of concern in her voice. Uncle, if you do transform into a monster, could you refrain from eating me? My flesh is rather sour. He twitched the corner of his mouth, expressing a sense of resignation. I feel perfectly well now. See, I haven't sprouted any scales or a tail. Hearing this, Dan Xiaoyu inspected him closely, breathing a sigh of relief as if her worries had been alleviated. Lu Liuyi felt a resurgence of strength coursing through him. Aside from the itch of his wound, he experienced no other discomfort. Leaning on his knife, he rose to his feet, rummaging through his backpack in the corner for a clean t-shirt to change into, stating, "Xiaoyu, let us head to the hotel." "All right." The girl paused for a moment upon hearing this, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she lowered her head in agreement. But yes, the two stepped outside. They both exclaimed in unison. A few paces away, the corpse of the three-eyed squirrel emitted wisps of green smoke, its flesh having vanished, leaving behind nothing but a dark skeleton. Lu Lioi instructed Xiaoyu to stay put while he approached the remains. Clearly, this three-eyed creature, like the one that had perished in the hotel, rapidly dissolved after death. He prodded the bones with his long knife and soon discovered a small, faintly glowing green pellet, significantly larger than the one left behind by the deceased creature in the hotel, resembling a yellow bean. Crouching down, he picked up the pellet and scrutinized it closely, feeling an intense desire to consume it, even stronger than when he had obtained the previous small pellet. Now aware that ingesting this substance would only yield benefits, he glanced around, noting that this desolate countryside was not the ideal place for consumption. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Lioi pocketed the green pellet. Just as he was about to rise, he noticed something glimmering beneath the monster's skull in the moonlight. Using the tip of his knife, he lifted the skull, revealing an eyeball beneath it. "Uncle, may I come over?" the girl at the entrance called out. Yes, that he reasoned that a mere skeleton posed no threat. And that eyeball was clearly lifeless as well. "Uncle, what is this?" Isn't this the eye of that monster?" "Yes, it should be." Suddenly, he recalled that when the previous deceased monster had dissolved, aside from the green pellet, that large claw remained completely intact. Could it be that the mutated parts of a monster do not vanish upon death? He found himself baffled and decided to cease pondering it further. After stuffing the walnut-sized eyeball into his pocket, he addressed the girl. "Let us keep this for now. We must hurry back to the hotel, or we shall miss our chance to catch a cab." The Shangri-La Hotel, as usual, welcomed them with a beautiful and gracious receptionist, the staff displaying courteous manners, completely betraying no signs of the unusual events that had transpired there. Everything appeared orderly within the hotel. Though there were noticeably fewer guests, Dan Xiaoyu guided him through the back entrance, taking the staff elevator to the 6th floor, making a couple of turns before stopping in front of a room. Producing a key card to swipe opened the door. The room was quite spacious. To be fair, the hotel provided commendable employee benefits, as evidenced by the living conditions. This suite contained approximately 7 small rooms, 3 bathrooms, and the living room alone spanned nearly 70 square meters that a sleek plasma television adorned the wall, accompanied by a wooden low cabinet, while the walls were decorated with intricately designed wallpaper. The flooring was composed of oak laminate, giving the overall impression of a place more akin to a middle-class family residence than an employee dormitory. The moment Lu Lioi stepped into the room with the girl, he sensed something amiss. Chapter 24. 3 pieces of information in the spacious living room. 2 young girls wrapped in pristine white towels sat on the sofa. Upon hearing someone enter, they simultaneously turned to face the newcomers. When they realized a stranger was among them, they screamed in unison and quickly shrank back into the sofa, using the backrest to shield their modesty. Dan Xiaoyu. "Who is he? Quickly, make him leave. We are not dressed." 15 minutes later, Lu Lioi sat on the sofa while Dan Xiaoyu stood awkwardly to the side, the 2 young girls now clad in casual home attire, one with her hands on her hips and the other with her arms crossed, regarding him with sharp gazes. The 2 girls were Lai Qing and Lu Fong, both former classmates of Dan Xiaoyu, though from different departments, working short-term hourly jobs. They had just finished showering and were preparing to unwind with some online drama when the recent rumors about monsters and the impending quarantine had left them feeling tense and anxious. Xiaoqin Xiaofang, Dan Xiaoyu broke the silence, introducing Lu Lioi as her friend who would be staying with them for the next 2 nights. "Are you out of your mind? This is a girls' dormitory." "That is unacceptable. I refuse." Before Dan Xiaoyu could finish speaking, Lu Fong interjected urgently. Lu Fong was strikingly beautiful with an average build, working in a hotel's cold beverage department. That IT was an easy job with minimal effort and ample rewards. Plus free premium drinks, a position her new boyfriend had secured for her. She was referred to as the second new flower of the hotel, the first being Dan Xiaoyu herself. This had always left her feeling somewhat disgruntled. Often taking jabs at Dan Xiaoyu, Lai Qing, a girl of unremarkable appearance with a slightly flat nose and large round glasses, sensed the tension in the air and attempted to mediate. Xiuyu, perhaps it would be best to let your friend stay elsewhere. The hotel has plenty of rooms, and it's indeed inconvenient for him to stay in our girls' dormitory. Upon hearing their objections, Dan Xiaoyu felt her temper flaring. In no way. There are still 2 vacant rooms in our dormitory. What is the problem with him staying? Lu Fong, don't think I'm unaware. Last week your boyfriend stayed in your room for 3 days. Just because your boyfriend can stay doesn't mean my friend can't. Besides, my friend occupying a single room won't affect you at all. Lai Qing frowned, noticing that Dan Xiuyu was ignoring her words, and expressed her displeasure. Xiuyu, there is only one restroom outside. Your friend using it will inconvenience me, while Lu Fong's room has an independent bathroom that her boyfriend doesn't need to share. After saying this, Lai Qing cast a glance at Lu Fong, quietly exhaling a sigh. After all, her job was also arranged by Lu Fong's boyfriend, and it was clear she couldn't afford to alienate her. Jingrong's room also has an independent bathroom. When she returns from her shift, I'll speak to her about letting my friend stay there. How does that sound? Dan Xiaoyu remained unyielding. Liu Liu shot a curious glance at the girl, surprised by her sudden assertiveness, which contrasted sharply with her previous shy demeanor. Dan Xiaoyu, just wait and see. Lu Fong hadn't anticipated Dan Xiaoyu would be so obstinate. With the hour growing late, it was inappropriate to report her to the management. She resolved to wait until her boyfriend arrived the following day to have him speak to the dining department's leadership, seeking to have this woman paid docked and ideally to get her dismissed. After all, her boyfriend was a trusted confidant of the hotel's owner, Mr. Peng. With that, Lu Fong's expression darkened as she stormed into her room, slamming the door behind her. Lai Qing shook her head in resignation, choosing not to say more as she retreated to her own room. Each time Lu Fong targeted someone, she found herself compelled to intervene. Her family faced significant hardships. Lu Fong had once promised that as long as they remained good sisters after graduation, she would have her boyfriend introduce her to a formal position at the Shangri-La Hotel, specifically in the beverage department. Suddenly, the vast living room was left with only the 2 of them. Liu Liu remained silent the entire time, wearing an expression of indifference. At worst, he would retreat to the difficult place to stay, even though it was still only half finished. However, it was evident that Dan Xiaoyu was no pushover, absolutely not someone to be underestimated. Dan Xiaoyu waited until Shengwan Jingya finished work, and without any pleasantries, directly requested her best friend to vacate the room for the older man, insisting she come to live with her. The round-faced girl, Lu Heroine, was utterly stunned by this request. She turned her head first towards the starving ghost, and then towards the newcomer at the hotel. Her already large eyes widened even further, her fingers darting back and forth between the 2, her mouth opening and closing in shock, utterly at a loss for words. After a moment, under Dan Xiaoyu's coaxing and persistent pleading, Shengwan Jingya reluctantly agreed. Liu Liu moved into Shengwan Jingya's room, took a shower, and discovered that the scar on his chest had completely scabbed over. After some contemplation, he picked up the green, soybean-sized pellets left behind by the 3-eyed squirrel monster and tossed them into his mouth. He had been eager to swallow the green pellets since he first obtained them, and now that the environment was finally safe, he did so without hesitation. As before, the pain was excruciating, this time concentrated in his head, specifically in his forehead. The intense pain made him feel as though his skull might explode at any moment. Fortunately, this bout was brief, lasting only 2 minutes before it completely subsided. Following the previous pain, he had felt a tingling in his bones, but this time, a refreshing sensation emerged between his eyebrows that wasn't at the location of the pineal gland. He touched his forehead. Liu Liu had always had a passion for martial arts and, during university, joined various combat clubs, developing a keen interest in the body's acupoints and meridians. After falling ill, he had even tried several acupuncture treatments, making him quite familiar with this knowledge. The ancient concept of opening the third eye refers to the position of the pineal gland between the eyebrows. Scientists believe that ancient humans possessed a third eye, but as evolution progressed, the pineal gland gradually atrophied, and the third eye ultimately closed. Sometimes, evolution does not always signify progress. The atrophy of the pineal gland is a typical example of degeneration. The specific reasons remain a topic of debate among biologists, with no consensus. The cool sensation faded, and fatigue set in as he lay down on the pink bed exuding a youthful fragrance. drifting into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, atop the main building of the Shangri-La Hotel, in that luxurious private room, Peng Sanhai sat behind a broad desk made of Hainan yellow rosewood, his typically stern and composed expression now filled with fear and hesitation. He had just received a phone call from an old leader in the capital, who succinctly informed him of three critical matters. One, at the Beijing Biological Research Institute had just confirmed that the monsters ravaging the nation in recent days were the result of humans being infected by the T5 virus and its variants. Even worse, the gas produced by the corpses of these monsters after death was infectious. Any healthy human scratched or bitten by a monster could potentially contract the virus. Point 2. Early this morning, multiple countries on Blue Star experienced widespread biochemical contamination. It has been confirmed that 11 countries, including the Beautiful Country, Sakura Country, and Brahmin Country, are now facing a biochemical crisis. Experts at the Beijing Biological Research Institute predict that the Xia country will fully erupt in a biochemical crisis by tomorrow night at the latest, making it difficult for the government to control the situation. Point 3. To stockpile sufficient supplies. Find a safe place to hide. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Chapter 25. The wind fills the building. Part 1. Peng Sanhai's hand trembled slightly as he held the cigar, his gaze appearing dazed. Nearly 20 minutes had passed since the call, yet he remained deeply ensconced in his imposing office chair, showing no signs of movement. The caller was a comrade of his deceased father, once one of the highest decision-makers in Xia country. Although now retired from the forefront, he still wielded considerable influence in political circles. Such a familial ally would never provide baseless information. Just the day before, he had gleaned hints of a global catastrophe from Dr. Romanda. Now, the old leader's confirmation sent tumultuous waves through Peng Sanhai's heart, leaving him in a state of turmoil. Taking a deep breath, he refocused his gaze and picked up the antique telephone on his desk. "Hello, it's me. Are you still in Yangqing? Never mind, don't come back. I'm not angry. I have something important to discuss with you. Leave the city immediately. I have a villa in the suburbs. Lao Yang knows the location. Have him take you there. Buy plenty of food on the way back. Remember, right away, immediately. This is Peng Sanhai. I need rice, flour, oil, and bottled water sent from the warehouse to the hotel as soon as possible. More is better. I know a lot. I'm not discussing this with you. I'm giving you orders. It must all be delivered by noon tomorrow. Hello, Commander Wu. This is Sanhai. Yes, what have you been busy with lately? Oh, assisting the police department with arrests? No problem. Just a small favor to ask that I've received word that a rival has sent over a dozen assassins to kill me. This is reliable information. I wouldn't joke about such matters, that's so. I need you to dispatch a team to protect me. You know those toy-like guns at the Hangqing Police Department are useless. Just a week will suffice. Yes, thank you so much. Rest assured, the favor will be compensated to you soon. Thanks, brother. Oldly, have Laozhang take a few agile fellows to the hotel tomorrow morning. Bring everyone capable. Remember to bring the equipment. Yes, all drug testing is to be put on hold. Also, arrange the rooms tonight, and have Lao Zhang bring people to see me as soon as they arrive tomorrow. Hello, Dr. Romanda. This is Peng. All right, you go ahead first. What? Understood. I got it, click. Peng Sanhai hung up the phone, rising to pace back and forth in the spacious private room, his brow furrowing ever deeper than on the same night. Within an underground laboratory at the Beijing Biological Research Institute, a woman sat behind a desk, her fingers flying across the keyboard. The computer screen flashed rapidly through various texts and images until a photograph of a man appeared for the third time, causing the screen to finally halt. The woman, approximately 25 years old, possessed a mixed-race visage. Her features were sharp, harmonizing Western contours with the delicacy of an Eastern woman. Her deep gray eyes, tinged with green, exuded a hint of mysterious allure. Her gray hair was simply secured at the top of her head with a black pencil, and the flat, dark-framed glasses enhanced her sophisticated office demeanor, while her long, pale neck and elegantly intertwined fingers perfectly encapsulated this elegance. This woman wore no jewelry, as if no ornament could match her extraordinary beauty. Clad in a white lab coat, she concealed her graceful form entirely. Her gray-green eyes scrutinizing the man on the screen. Liu Lioi, 32 years old, a patient with 9 types of cancer. All cancer cells had vanished after receiving T3 pain relief injections. That if that foolish woman Yang Hua had not made a mistake, then this individual must have undergone the latest mutation. After the mutation, astonishingly, his human components remained unchanged. The woman furrowed her brow, murmuring softly to herself before operating the computer to print a document. After scanning it, she gently removed the black pencil from her hair, allowing her slightly curled gray locks to cascade over her shoulders. After a moment's contemplation, she signed the document with a pencil. Run Faney. Meanwhile, in the neighborhood where Lou Liu's old house was located, a perimeter had been established around the Phoenix trees, with 5 or 6 police officers busying themselves nearby, while a tall, yellow-painted tracked lumber vehicle stood beside them. Su Liang stood to the side, his gaze directed high up on the trunk of the tree, his usual calm demeanor now replaced with fiery intensity, as if he wished to set the tree ablaze. After receiving the alarm that morning, Su Liang had rushed to the scene with 2 colleagues. He was quite familiar with the location, having just responded to a call the day prior, when the ground had been raised by the tree's roots. Though puzzling, it was not critical. However, this time, for lives were at stake. Upon arriving, he saw 2 people hanging from the tree, moaning in agony that Su Liang's colleagues rushed forward to rescue them, but were subsequently attacked by the eerie, terrifying vines and now found themselves suspended from the tree, as well. 4 individuals lay evidently deceased, yet their mouths emitted sounds akin to desperate cries for help. That Su Liang was not a brawny, simple-minded policeman. Otherwise, he would not have attained the esteemed position of the chief of the mobile squad at the Hangzhou police station. As he dispersed the onlookers, he simultaneously dialed the police station to report the situation and request assistance. Refraining from taking impulsive actions like his 2 colleagues before him, the station dispatched only 5 officers to assist, leaving Su Liang feeling somewhat helpless. That he understood that peculiar incidents had been occurring frequently in the city over the past few days, with emergency calls flooding in, resulting in a dire shortage of police personnel. Su Liang was acutely aware that in such circumstances, no amount of police presence would suffice. Bullets would prove ineffective, and fire would undoubtedly fail, as a single spark could engulf the aging community in flames. In desperation, he called the fire department for support, only to find that not a single fire truck could be spared, as the entire staff was engaged in other missions. Ultimately, through personal connections, he managed to borrow a lumber truck from a nearby timber factory, which arrived just as the night deepened. "Captain Su, may we commence?" one officer inquired. That Su Liang nodded, signaling to the driver to proceed. The vehicle roared to life, its tracks rumbling over the fractured asphalt as it jolted toward the trunk of a sycamore tree. The truck halted before the massive tree, and the 1-meter-wide circular saw buzz to life. Spinning rapidly, with a sharp thud, the blade penetrated the trunk, only to become lodged shortly thereafter. Dark red liquid oozed from the cut, appearing particularly eerie under the glow of the headlights. Su Liang and his team pondered this bizarre occurrence. Tendrils of branches and vines suddenly ensnared the towering vehicle, gradually dragging the 6-ton lumber truck toward the crown of the tree. The driver screamed, tumbling through the shattered window and landing in the grassy area at the base of the tree. Fortunately, the vehicle was not elevated high off the ground, and the driver emerged unscathed, scrambling back to join Su Liang and the others. Su Liang gazed in astonishment as the steel-constructed truck was enveloped by the twisting branches and vines, stretching higher and ultimately vanishing into the dense canopy above. Moments later, a deafening crash echoed from the treetop as a massive yellow metal piece plummeted to the ground. It was the very lumber truck that had been seized by the vines. Outside the realm of the sycamore's roots and branches, the onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, their scalps prickling with unease, cold sweat trickling down their backs. Still on that same night, near the drainage outlet on the outskirts of the southern district of Hangzhou, a group of enormous rats, each the size of an ordinary house cat, feasted under the moonlight. Not far from them, a significantly larger shadow crouched beside them. One of the giant rats darted from the pack, clenching a human arm in its jaws, and gently placed it before the shadow. The arm, clad in a partially torn blue work uniform, bore the remnants of embroidered characters warning of natural disasters. The shadow sniffed the arm, lifting its pointed head to reveal a rat's face, its eyes glowing red, and its 2 rows of incisors sharp and wide like guillotines. It moved on all 4s, dragging a tail as thick as a human arm, advancing toward the city, its size rivaling that of an Alaskan sled. It was evidently the king of the rat horde. Turning to leave, the crimson glow in its eyes intensified. Noticing that the Rat King showed no interest in the human arm, the giant rat lowered its head and began to devour it. The Rat King emitted a piercing cry from a distance, prompting all the giant rats to immediately cease their feasting, and they subsequently scurried along the drainage tunnel toward the western district of Hangzhou. Chapter 26. The Wind-Filled Tower, Part 2. Lu. He awoke slowly, blinded by the glaring sunlight streaming through the window. This was the deepest sleep he had enjoyed in 3 years, and his dreams had taken a rather indecent turn, involving Shan Xiaoyu and seemingly Dr. Yang, that he found himself at a loss for words. Had he truly descended to such depths of longing? It had been over a decade since he had experienced such dreams. He hurried into the bathroom for a shower, freshened up, and donned his clothes, slipping into the red KT Cat plush slippers belonging to Shan Xiaoyu as he shuffled into the living room. In the living room, the television was on, broadcasting a popular new drama titled The Overbearing CEO Wants to Marry Me. Shan Xiaoyu and Sheng Wanjing lounged on the floor beside the sofa, murmuring softly while occasionally glancing at the screen. Lu Fong was on the day shift in the main building, allowing them to indulge in their binge-watching. "Louis, you're awake. You must be starving. It's nearly 10, Shan Xiaoyu exclaimed first. "Hey, starving ghost. You didn't do anything inappropriate while sleeping in my bed last night, did you?" Sheng Wanjing remarked with her usual sharp tongue. He couldn't help but feel his face flush with embarrassment. She had hit the nail on the head. Upon waking, he had indeed discovered a rather detailed map drawn. "Damn it, you really did." Sheng Wanjing exclaimed. "That I told you. He's just a lecherous old man," she added, glancing at Lu Hai, whose expression was oddly peculiar, as if she had conjured a vivid image in her mind, prompting her to shout loudly, "Stop talking nonsense. Lu is not that kind of person." Shan Xiaoyu interjected, employing a subtle strategy, calling him old man when alone to foster intimacy, while using Lu in front of others to create a sense of closeness. Just as Lu was feeling mortified, the phone rang abruptly. "Hello, it's me, Dada. All right, the items can be left in the house. The pit is fine too. Just hide the key under the stone slab by the door." "Thank you." The call was from the plump woman at the agency, notifying him that the supplies he had ordered 2 days prior had arrived, and that she had accepted them on his behalf. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Being the closest, he casually opened it, only to find 2 familiar faces standing outside, one tall and one short. The tall one wore a tank top and jeans, a dragon tattoo wrapping from his shoulder to his chest. The shorter one was stocky, holding a hollow iron pipe, unmistakably the same 2 young men who had deceived old Wang into trying drugs. "What the hell?" The shorter one froze momentarily upon seeing a man at the girls' dorm. The tall one shot a glance at Lu, recognizing him as the man his girlfriend had mentioned, yet remained silent, striding directly into the living room. They clearly did not recognize him, which was not surprising. He had undergone significant physical changes in recent days, and his demeanor was markedly different, making it entirely plausible for them to overlook him. Upon entering the living room, the shorter one dragged a chair over to sit beside the television while the tall one stood behind him, lightly tapping the iron pipe against his other hand. "Wang Long, what are you doing?" Sheng Wanjing recognized the tall one. "That you dead bitch. I want to ask you why there's a man living in my girlfriend's dorm." Wang Long shouted angrily. Before Shan Xiaoyu could respond, she retorted, "If Lu Fong can bring you in, why can't I bring my boyfriend?" Sheng Wanjing was taken aback. "Lu Yi." Wang Long, the shorter one, exclaimed. "The goddess has a boyfriend now, damn." The living room fell into a stunned silence. After a moment, Wang Long stood up, snatching the iron pipe from the shorter one's grasp, and approached Lu. Despite being nearly 1.8 meters tall, he still appeared shorter than Wang Long, holding the pipe aloft. Wang Long glared down at Lu, exuding an air of intimidation. "What are you doing?" Both girls gasped. "Shan Xiaoyu, I've been pursuing you for so long, and you dare to sleep with another man." Wang Long barked at Lu. "Wang Long, have you lost your mind? What I do with my boyfriend is none of your business. You have Lu Fong and still harass me. That if you continue like this, I'll report you again like last time." "Shut the hell up," Lu muttered under his breath, raising his hand to seize the iron pipe from Wang Long's grasp. He stepped forward, gathering momentum in his shoulder, and charged it into Wang Long's chest. With a resounding thud, Wang Long was sent sprawling backward, landing squarely in the chair. "Dada." The shorter one, witnessing his comrade's misfortune, let out a startled cry and rushed forward, grabbing a nearby stool. Lu swung the pipe down, and the shorter one hastily raised the stool to block it, with a sharp crack. Wood splintered, and the stool shattered into pieces, leaving the shorter one holding half a leg in stunned silence. He then delivered a kick, landing squarely in the shorter one's abdomen. Stumbling backward, the shorter one collided with the wall, slowly sliding down to the floor. The entire altercation transpired in a matter of mere seconds. Shangwan Jing stood agape, her mouth wide enough to fit an egg, while Shan Xiaoyu, having witnessed his prowess before, appeared unperturbed that he weighed the iron pipe in his hands. It was a 6-inch pipe, perfect for wielding like a sword. Lu retrieved a gleaming long knife from his room, causing both Wang Long and the shorter one to turn pale, while Shangwan Jing's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Bro, let us talk this out. No need to get worked up." Wang Long began to tremble with fear. Yesterday, his girlfriend Lu Fong had informed him that Shan Xiaoyu had brought a man back to stay, infuriating him to the brink of explosion. How could a girl he had never even touched be with another man? In truth, he had planned to force himself on Shan Xiaoyu before she returned to school. He had intended to confront her last night, but was unexpectedly summoned by the boss, who insisted that everyone meet early the next morning to head to the Shangri-La Hotel. Reluctantly, he had to abandon his plans. Just the thought of his goddess writhing in another man's embrace made time feel like an eternity. Early in the morning, after arriving at the hotel, he concocted an excuse to bring the shorter one along to the girls' dormitory. "I want to kill you." Lu gracefully twirled his long knife in the air, and with a swift motion, he plunged it into the iron pipe, its dimensions perfectly aligned. Satisfied, he nodded and turned to Wang Long, saying, "I am not a pervert." Dan Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with admiration. The man she fancied was undeniably so manly, so cool. "Get lost," he replied, weighing the iron rod in his hand with increasing satisfaction. Wang Long and the short-statured companion felt a wave of relief wash over them, one clutching his chest, the other covering his abdomen, hurriedly fleeing the scene. "Hey, Lu, you look so handsome just now," exclaimed the girl with bangs, gazing at him as if stars were twinkling in her eyes. Observing her friend's expression, Dan Xiaoyu tugged at her sleeve, nervously whispering, "Jingya, I noticed him first. He did something indescribable on my bed. I've lost my innocence. How will I ever get married now?" The girl with bangs feigned sobs that he was left speechless, thinking, is this something that can't be overlooked? At that moment, the television abruptly switched from a popular drama to a breaking news segment. The screen displayed a familiar face of a news anchor well known across Xia country, seated upright before the camera, her expression exceedingly grave. Yet, under the high-definition lens, the panic in her eyes was unmistakable. "Dear viewers, we interrupt this program to bring you an urgent announcement. By authorization of the Supreme Committee of Xia Country and the approval of the Chief Executive Officer, we present the following notification to the public. Recently, there has been a surge in monstrous attacks across our nation, confirmed by the Beijing Biological Research Institute to be caused by the T5 virus and its mutated strains, which were secretly developed by the beautiful country. Upon infection with this virus, there is approximately a 15% chance of mutation. It is now known that all life forms on Blue Star, including humans, may be susceptible to infection and subsequent aberration. After infection, some mutated beings will lose their emotions and memories, potentially attacking humans and other normal creatures. Upon death, the bodies of certain mutated beings will dissolve and release gas, which may trigger further mutations in nearby organisms. We urge all citizens to avoid contact. The beautiful country, along with the cherry blossom country and other regions, has been experiencing biochemical infections from the T5 virus for the past fortnight. Currently, 60% of their territory has been overrun by mutated beings. In our mainland, 36 out of 40 provinces have reported sightings of mutated creatures, with alarming rates of spread. The Supreme Committee has sent all known information about the mutated beings to the mobile devices of the populace for awareness. Please proceed in an orderly manner to the designated distribution centers established by local authorities to collect food, water, and other supplies that do not consume unsealed food and water, that we advise everyone to remain indoors and refrain from going outside. In case of emergencies, please dial the local emergency number and await rescue from Xia Country officials. For those bitten or scratched by mutated beings, immediate self-isolation is imperative. Failure to comply will result in lethal consequences. The brief 3-minute broadcast concluded, and the television reverted to the drama. The two girls exchanged bewildered glances. This can't be real, can it? Shangwan Jingya remarked, watching the male lead embrace the female protagonist. Feeling as though reality had morphed into a dream, Dan Xiaoyu, glancing at the calm demeanor of the man beside her, felt a slight alleviation of her anxiety and turned to her friend, saying, Jingya, this is genuine. You witnessed the monster the other day, and besides, that was the national television station of Xia Country. It can't possibly be fake. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Jingya seemed to realize something. Xiaoyu, do you know something? Dan Xiaoyu briefly recounted the events of the past few days, and Shangwan Jingya believed her. The television might lie, but her friend would never deceive her. The two girls gazed at Lu Yi, their eyes filled with concern, silently pleading. What should we do? After a moment of contemplation, he spoke solemnly. I plan to return to the Blue Bridge House. You two should stay hidden in the hotel and avoid unnecessary outings. Lu Yi, can Jingya and I accompany you? Lu Yi, noticing the panic in the girl's eyes, hesitated but ultimately nodded. He was willing to reciprocate kindness to those who had helped him, regardless of their gender or appearance. That handsome guy, I have an older sister. Can she come too? Shangwan Jingya suddenly recalled her sister and implored him with a pitiful expression. What a hassle, he thought, regretting his earlier decision. Quickly tell your sister. But no more additions that we must leave now, he replied sternly, furrowing his brow. Without time to make a call, Shangwan Jingya and Dan Xiaoyu hastily packed their things and rushed after Lu Yi toward the elevator. Upon reaching the lobby of the annex building, they were met with a throng of people, predominantly hotel staff in uniforms. The hotel was in chaos, with individuals jostling towards the revolving glass doors. He guided the two girls to a less crowded corner, where they looked at him in confusion. There are too many people. It's easy to get injured that we can wait a moment before going out. There's no need to rush, he explained quietly, as the unsettling feeling of anxiety began to creep back in. The girls nodded in agreement, and Shangwan Jingya seized the moment to take out her phone and dial her sister's number, only to be met with a busy signal. Xiaoyu, my sister isn't answering, she said anxiously. Her sister worked in the main building, and her boyfriend was also employed at the hotel. They usually rented an apartment off-site. Dan Xiaoyu glanced at Lu Yi before looking back at the gradually emptying lobby, pleading with him. Lu Yi, Jingya's sister isn't reachable, but she's in the main building. Let's go find her. She'll be here shortly. Can we wait for her? He prepared to refuse. One unexpected incident could lead to a cascade of unforeseen events. Suddenly, a chorus of screams erupted from the entrance, mingled with frantic footsteps. A portion of the crowd that had just exited surged back through the revolving door, colliding violently with those still trying to leave. Get inside, shouted a group of more than 10 people, desperately pushing against the revolving door, their voices laced with sheer panic. Those inside remained baffled. A buzzing sound emanated from outside, and the light at the entrance dimmed as a mass of flying creatures surged forth. With his keen sight, Lu Yi quickly discerned the nature of these flying entities. Each was enormous, resembling a basketball in size, with narrow, thin wings shimmering like metal in the sunlight, vibrating rapidly to produce a disorienting buzzing sound. They bore terrifying compound eyes on their heads and had mouthparts nearly 30 centimeters long, with 8 barbed legs curled beneath their abdomens and a thin, elongated tail spine resembling a black iron stake. What are those things? The horrific screams from outside intertwined with the chilling sounds from the street, creating an atmosphere akin to hell. Those within the door now recoiled in fear, blood smearing the glass. A small boy, crying out, was pinned against the adjacent glass by a monstrous insect, which pierced his hardened skull with a single strike, silencing his cries. The creature then ensnared the boy's limp body with its barbed legs, flapping its wings to ascend into the sky, leaving behind a void that was immediately filled by another beast. Soon, the creatures outside began to slaughter and carry away the fleeing individuals, and the remaining monsters turned their attention to those inside, relentlessly battering against the revolving glass door, leaving ping-pong ball-sized white dents in the glass. About 20 people remained in the lobby, huddled behind the front desk, including Lu Yi and the two girls, all fixated on the entrance, their minds racing. The main door of the annex was a 3-meter-wide, 4-meter-high revolving glass door, composed of 3 glass panels. Flanking each side were fixed glass panels, all crafted from tempered glass. Although these monsters were horrifically terrifying, they seemingly did not comprehend how to operate the revolving door. They repeatedly slammed against the fixed glass panels, occasionally colliding with the center door, but getting entangled in the slender brass doorknob. After several attempts, the monstrous insects ceased their aggressive assaults on the revolving door. The sturdy glass appeared to offer some protection. The crowd exhaled in relief until one creature inadvertently created a gap. Squeezing itself between the rotating door panels, the IT lifted its forelimbs onto one of the handles, gradually turning the entire revolving door. Chapter 28. Slashing the monster with a knife, those hiding behind the front desk craned their necks. Watching the insect slowly push the revolving door open, and a cacophony of screams erupted. "Old Lee, you go and hold the door," a woman's voice called out. "Damn it, why should I be the one? You're the lobby manager. If you don't go, who'll?" Yes, Lee manager, you earn the most. This is your moment to prove your worth. Get the hell out of here. Just because I have a higher salary means I should go? Why not call Mr. Peng instead? Lee manager, if you don't go, I'll tell your wife about you and the hostess, Xiao Huang. Another man's voice chimed in. Xiao Ding, you dare. You swore you wouldn't say anything. Xiao Ding hesitated. We dare. So are you going or not? The door is almost wide open. Amidst the cacophony of voices, a middle-aged man was pushed forward with a mop in hand. It was none other than Manager Lee. Lu stood quietly at the back of the crowd, remaining silent. Manager Lee trembled, his hands gripping the mop handle tightly as he walked forward, glancing back with every few steps. The crowd held their breath, anxiously watching. Each time Manager Lee turned around, they waved their hands at him, silently urging him to hasten his pace. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, thinking to himself that regardless of the monster's imminent arrival, it was a dead end. However, should he succeed, the hotel would undoubtedly elevate him as a model employee. Resolute, he quickened his pace. Just as one of the monster's forelimbs was about to intrude, he forcefully wedged the mop handle against the door, successfully jamming the revolving door and preventing the creature from entering. The crowd erupted in cheers. Old Lee, you did it. Well done, Manager Lee. I was just joking earlier. I didn't expect you to be so fierce. No wonder you are our lobby manager. Indeed, Manager Lee, I believe you are more than capable of handling the position of main building manager. The middle-aged man stood still, hearing the cheers behind him. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he turned, adopting his usual authoritative demeanor, and declared, "This is nothing. A leader should set an example. Even if you don't say it, I would still step up," and before he could finish, a click sound echoed from behind. Instinctively, he turned around, only to see the monster's forelimb slithering through the gap, lightly nudging, intertwining with another forelimb, snapping the mop handle cleanly in two, and subsequently forcing its bulk through the door. Manager Lee's heart raced in terror as he let out a shriek and dashed towards the front desk that he had barely taken 2 steps when a buzzing noise filled his ears. A gust of wind rushed towards him that a sudden chill enveloped his head, and he instantly lost consciousness. The crowd erupted into even more piercing screams, desperately scrambling towards the corner behind the front desk. Those at the front cursed as they fought to push their way inside. Lu Yi's expression grew grim as he stood on one side of the front desk, one hand tightly embraced by Shang Wanjing. The girl's once adorable face was now marred by fear. Dan Xiaoyu, meanwhile, hid behind him, expertly gripping his waistband. Today, he wore casual pants without a belt. Under the panic, Dan Xiaoyu clutched his pants so tightly they nearly slipped off. He twisted his waist and whispered, "Let go. I will handle it." Only then did the two girls realize, and despite their embarrassment, their hands unconsciously tightened their hold. He withdrew his arm from their embrace, lightly patted Dan Xiaoyu's hand, and once she released her grip, he adjusted his waistband and drew out a long knife from within the iron pipe. The monster on the ground had not attacked anyone else. Its terrifying mouthparts had latched onto Manager Lee's head, writhing as it clearly drank his blood and brain matter. The other monsters outside witnessed their companions successfully capture prey, and a buzz arose as they rushed towards the revolving door. Due to their overwhelming numbers, the door jammed, unable to rotate. Following Manager Lee's brave example, he realized these monsters were not particularly extraordinary, aside from their sharp mouthparts and tails. Although he was unafraid, a swarm entering would still pose a significant threat. With an iron pipe in his left hand and a knife in his right, he charged towards the monster that was preoccupied with its feast. Before he could steady himself, his right hand swung the knife down in a diagonal slash. The monster barely had time to react before the blade was upon it. With a crisp crack, the knife sliced through like a scythe, severing the mouthpart embedded in Manager Lee's skull, spraying a mixture of red and white fluids everywhere. The monster let out a pained screech, its wings beating furiously as it took to the air. However, before it could ascend halfway, another blade sliced through the air. With a thud, the monster fell to the ground. Its body split in two, the cut smooth as a mirror. Without hesitation, he rushed forward, positioning the iron pipe against the revolving glass door to prevent it from moving, but he then delivered another swift blow, causing several monster forelimbs that had just poked through the gap to fall onto the welcome carpet, green liquid splattering in all directions that he glanced around, confirming that the monsters could not enter for the time being. And with a flourish of his right hand, he sheathed the knife into the iron pipe before turning back to the front desk. The lobby's onlookers were left in a state of astonishment. This cool and handsome man had stepped up at their most desperate moment, swiftly and decisively resolving the life and death crisis. Dan Xiaoyu had witnessed him eliminate monsters for the second time. Her heart swelling with admiration. A man like him was not someone she could let slip away. The girl, lost in thought, was suddenly tugged by her best friend at the hem of her shirt. The petite and adorable girl with a round face blushed as she quietly said, "Xiaoyu, I really like this man. Can I also be with him?" Lulu, he felt his face twitch slightly. Was he to pretend he was deaf? "Jing, what are you saying?" Dan Xiaoyu replied, a hint of displeasure in her voice that I asked her best friend. She naturally wished to share all good things. But, the uncle was a person, not an object. How could she share him? "All right, Xiaoyu, I was just teasing you. Look at how tense you are. I don't fancy him at all. He's as hungry as a starving ghost and hardly speaks." Shang Wanjing stuck out her tongue at her friend. Hearing this, Dan Xiaoyu secretly sighed in relief, casting an annoyed glare at her friend, and lightly punched her. Lu He also felt a sense of relief. If he continued to listen, he feared he might actually scratch out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. The swarm of monsters outside repeatedly failed to breach the entrance, and before long, they dispersed with a hum. While the streets continued to echo with honking cars and cries for help, the crowd, hidden in the corner, finally felt at ease, gradually emerging from behind the counter to discuss the events. Some pulled out their phones to call the police. Others contacted family members, and one girl in a reception outfit snapped a photo of the bisected monster's corpse to share on her social media. Look, has Manager Li's brain been sucked dry? Ah, old Li, lacking ability, yet trying to show off. Always saying leaders should lead by example. And look at him now. The crowd stood at a distance, pointing and gossiping. Humanity is a peculiar species, as long as the deceased are not themselves or their close kin. After the crisis passes, they often indulge in a sense of spectacle. Louis, look at that monster's corpse. Dan Xiaoyu nudged him with her elbow. Louis glanced down, observing the monster's body lying in 2 pieces on the ground. Its yellow-green innards smeared across the area, green blood nearly congealed on the floor. Strange. Why hasn't Tia dissolved? He approached, prodding the bisected monster's corpse with the iron pipe. Indeed, he found no trace of those green particles. Could it be that not all monsters decompose upon death? Would a corpse that does not decompose leave no green particles behind? Young man, don't touch that thing. The news says monsters carry viruses that can infect. An elderly man around 60 warned kindly. The old man's hair was grizzled, and his weathered face bore the marks of time, suggesting he was a hotel guest. Louis glanced up at the man, but remained silent. Shang Wanjing cast a furtive glance at Dan Xiaoyu before looking back at him, feigning nonchalance as she asked, "Lulu, what should we do next?" "Wait," he contemplated briefly, uttering a single word. Now was not the time to venture outside. The sounds from outside indicated the chaos in Luan City. "Louis, how long must we wait?" Dan Xiaoyu's voice trembled with anxiety and confusion. He furrowed his brow slightly, shaking his head as he replied, "I don't know. This is a bustling area, that if the situation truly spirals out of control, it could be perilous outside, Xiaoyu. Where is the kitchen in this building?" "On the 2nd floor," the girls answered in unison. "You two go to the kitchen on the 2nd floor and gather as much food and water as you can. Then wait for me in the dormitory." After ensuring the girls understood his instructions, they nodded and made their way to the elevator. "Wait!" Lulu, he called after them, reminding, "Remember to take 2 knives for self-defense when you reach the kitchen." Just 2 hours prior to the monster attack at the hotel, within the confines of the 7th prison in the northern district of Hangzhou, a group of prisoners donned orange uniforms, their heads shaven, shackled with heavy leg irons, appearing particularly burdened. They stood in line within an empty room, adjacent to a prison transport vehicle. The windows were covered with wire mesh, clearly designed for transporting inmates. Two guards, dressed in uniform, one holding a clipboard and the other clutching a baton under his arm, began verifying each prisoner's identity and charges from the front of the line. Name, crime, Li Ming, intentional homicide. Name, crime, Zheng Tian, negligent homicide. Next, what about you? What about me? Officer, why don't you ask? A tall man at the third position replied languidly. Behave yourself. The guard with the baton admonished sharply, suddenly striking Li Xiaohuan's inner shin with considerable force. The man named Li Xiaohuan let out a muffled grunt, his facial muscles twitching violently from the pain that a slight bump against the shin can evoke excruciating agony, leaving no visible marks. Which has long been a favored method for law enforcement to discipline detainees. That I'll ask you once more. Speak. The prison guard, mimicking the officer, spoke in a low and menacing tone. Li Xiaohuan, male, 35 years old, standing at 1.9 meters tall, was convicted of murder, rape, dismemberment, robbery, organizing a criminal syndicate, and illegal possession of firearms. This time, Li Xiaohuan responded, albeit with a tone that remained nonchalant. Another guard marked a tick in the relevant section of the documents, and the two continued verifying the next inmate. Name, charges, Yamamoto Hernan, charged with espionage and rape. This group of 12 inmates were all serious offenders, each with heinous crimes, and the authorities planned to execute them collectively after the final interrogation next week. The 7th prison in Hangqing received orders from superiors to transfer this batch of criminals to the 1st prison in the South District for final judgment. These 2 guards were tasked with the transfer. The 7th prison is situated in a remote area away from the city center, requiring nearly an hour and a half of travel to reach the heart of the South District. After confirming the identities of the inmates, the guards loaded them into the transport vehicle. The guards tossed their batons and folders into the passenger seat and gave the driver a brief overview before drawing their service weapons. Moving to the rear of the vehicle, entering the inmate compartment, and taking a seat near the back door, with their weapons subtly directed forward, the transport vehicle, amidst slight jolts, made its way toward the 1st prison in the South District. Li Xiaohuan sat in the 2nd row, legs splayed, his handcuffed arms hanging limply, his posture somewhat casual, obstructing the view on either side. With his eyes closed and facial muscles twitching, it seemed as though he were exerting himself. Concealed from the view of others, Li Xiaohuan grasped the chain of the handcuffs, a chilling blue light emanating from his palms, gradually forming frost upon the surface of the cuffs that moment. He felt a blend of tension and exhilaration. The previous night, after assaulting a bookish inmate in his cell, he returned to his upper bunk, feeling the coldness of the sheets as he lifted the thin blanket to wrap himself. He discovered a small, blue, luminescent beetle nestled within the bedding, roughly the size of a fist, its origin unknown. Out of curiosity, he prodded it with the handle of his toothbrush, easily dispatching the blue creature. Subsequently, the beetle remained swiftly dissolved, leaving behind a tiny blue granule, quietly resting on the sheets. Upon seeing that granule, a wave of hunger washed over him, driven by an insatiable desire to consume. He swiftly snatched it up and tossed it into his mouth, subsequently falling into a deep slumber. Upon awakening the next morning, he realized he had undergone a transformation. His hands could emit an extreme coldness. And after testing it with a metal teacup belonging to his roommate, he found that gripping it tightly and channeling the coldness caused it to crack within 5 minutes. A gentle squeeze shattered it completely. This revelation brought him immense joy, as he recognized that the next day he would be transferred, with only 3 guards supervising during the journey. Undoubtedly an excellent opportunity for escape that moment. He sensed the stainless steel handcuffs nearing the brink of fracture, with the faint sound of cracking akin to the most exquisite music in the world. Just as he pondered how to freeze the shackles on his feet without arousing suspicion from the 2 guards at the rear, the vehicle suddenly jolted violently, followed by terrified screams from outside the window. Chapter 30. The swarm of rodents. The inmates inside the transport vehicle gazed through the barred windows, witnessing a crowd on the street fleeing in the opposite direction. As if evading some horrific presence, simultaneously, the earpieces of the 3 guards crackled to life. Transport Vehicle 003, urgent situation ahead, divert to the South District Police Station for inmate placement. Repeat, divert to the South District Police Station. Acknowledgement required. After exchanging glances, the guards at the rear confirmed the situation via their walkie-talkies, and after responding to their superiors, the transport vehicle turned left at the intersection, heading straight for the new destination. The vehicle had barely entered the South District when it arrived at the police station within minutes to AT the entrance. For armed officers with shotguns stood at attention on either side that as the transport vehicle rolled in. They swiftly closed the heavy iron gates behind it. Once the vehicle came to a halt, a tall female officer approached briskly, flanked by two young male officers, each armed and ready. The transporting guards quickly scanned the insignia on the female officer's uniform. Standing at attention to salute. Reporting, Chief. Transport Vehicle 003 from the 7th Prison encountered an emergency situation and was ordered to stand by at the South District Police Station. Transporting officers, Huang Hua. Chen Gang, driver, Wu Xiaobing, awaiting instructions. According to protocol, regardless of whether accepting criminals or temporarily detaining them, the number of inmates and their names must be verified. However, instead, the female officer directly commanded the two male officers, Zhang Kuei. Count the inmates and confine them to holding room 13. Identities will be verified later. Chiu Lei, leave two officers on duty in the holding room. The rest gather quickly with weapons, including administrative personnel. The two young officers hurriedly complied, leaving the three guards exchanging puzzled glances. How many magazines do you three carry? The female officer inquired, glancing at their waist equipment, her tone steady yet tinged with urgency. Huang Hua instinctively straightened his posture and replied loudly. Reporting, Chief. According to regulations, each officer is equipped with one .64-style pistol and 2 magazines. Only 2 magazines? The firepower is a bit lacking, the female officer remarked. Her brows furrowing like willow leaves as she muttered to herself, Tio summarize. 20 minutes ago, a large number of mutated creatures attacked the populace in the South District. 15 minutes ago, the Supreme Committee of Daxia announced a nationwide state of emergency. I hereby declare, you three are temporarily requisitioned by my police station to await orders for unified action until further notice. The female officer's voice was decisive as she delivered the orders. Despite the myriad doubts in the minds of the 3 guards, their professional instincts compelled them to respond in unison. Yes, Chief. We will obey orders without question. The female officer's expression was somber as she nodded, saying, My name is Mo Kaiyun. You may address me as Officer Mo. She then commanded the 4 armed officers. When responding to civilian distress, first check for bites or scratches. Shoot those with injuries. Those without injuries, let them in, yes. The 3 guards exchanged astonished glances, their hearts racing. Shoot civilians? Surely we misheard. Meanwhile, at the Shangri-La Hotel, in the lobby of the annex building, 2 girls had been upstairs for nearly half an hour. In the lobby, some people were waiting in their rooms for rescue, leaving only 8 or 9 individuals nervously watching the revolving door. The intermittent sounds of screams from outside deterred anyone from attempting to venture out. Lulu cast a cold glance over the remaining guests. Earlier, a few had witnessed the power of the long knife in his hand and attempted to persuade him to join them in checking outside, with some even offering to pay him to escort them home. Naturally, he had coldly refused. He stood up to stretch, and his phone vibrated twice in his pocket, followed by a series of text message alerts echoing through the lobby. Lulu picked up his phone to check. The message contained information similar to the emergency announcements on television, but with one additional note at the end. The Beijing Biological Research Institute will send daily monster intelligence and other effective information to our compatriots nationwide. Please remain calm and unite to withstand the disaster. Human order will never collapse. The phone vibrated again, this time detailing the name and origin of the green particles. The Research Institute had named these particles primordial core crystals. They are substances produced from the dissolution of mutated creatures post-mortem, and when consumed by normal humans or other beings, there is a certain probability of gaining extraordinary abilities without being infected into bloodthirsty monsters. However, it remains unclear if all mutated creatures produce crystals or whether there are other side effects from consumption. Lu Lui, disregarding the whispers of others, pocketed his phone, contemplating that his assumptions had been largely correct. However, after consuming 2 primordial core crystals, he noticed that while his strength and speed had increased slightly, there were no other remarkable changes, let alone any extraordinary abilities. That an hour passed swiftly, yet the police had yet to appear. During this time, Shan Xiyu had called to inform him that they had gathered some food and water, but after returning to their dormitory, they planned to go back for more supplies. However, the kitchen and dining areas were already overcrowded, and the chaotic scene of people fighting over resources had erupted, even leading to shoving and brawls. Concerned for their safety, the two decided to return to their dormitory, securing the doors and windows while waiting for his return. It seems there are quite a few smart individuals. Lulu mused that in the face of such a catastrophe, many were quick to abandon fantasies and actively stockpile supplies for self-preservation, especially after the global flu pandemic crisis 3 years prior. Suddenly, the clamor from the street outside fell silent, leaving only sporadic cries echoing faintly. The stone floor of the lobby began to tremble slightly, causing ripples in the half-filled cup of tea on the coffee table. Then, a series of piercing rodent shrieks cut through the air, clear and jarring that a few bolder individuals cautiously approached the revolving door, peering toward the hotel entrance. They witnessed a wave of dark figures crashing against the granite walls on either side of the entrance before diverging. Part of the swarm surged toward the main building, while another part barreled toward the door of the annex with a deafening rush. Lulu stood behind the revolving door, gazing through the glass. Upon catching sight of that dark wave, he gasped. The tide was not water, but a horde of enormous rats the size of house cats. Scanning the scene, he noted that there were thousands of them, with at least 500 or 600 charging toward the annex. That if these rats were merely larger in size, it would not have been alarming, but Lulu observed closely. Their fangs protruded menacingly. Their limbs bore claws like hooks, and their pitch-black backs were covered in barbs. Even more terrifying is the fact that their elongated tails dragged behind the massive, fist-sized flesh hammers that the end of the rodent tide. A colossal rat, roughly the size of an Alaskan Malamute, ambles forward, its sharp fangs and claws appearing particularly menacing. It is unmistakably the Rat King. Upon noticing the unusual behavior of the rats, he immediately retreats towards the fire escape, ready to dash up to the 6th floor and return to his dormitory. The hollow iron pipe that had ensnared him in the revolving door could hardly impede the advance of such a multitude of mutated rats, let alone a single one. The foremost rat nearly pressed itself against the glass, moving at a speed that left no time for reaction. That was only when the glint of its fangs caught the sunlight that those at the entrance screamed, turning in a panic to flee. Bang! A heavy thud resounded as the first mutated rat violently collided with the revolving door. Chapter 31. Battle with the Rat King. Thud, 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 the continuous impacts reverberated, shaking the door frame. As the horde of rats surged forth, the iron pipe bent and contorted, emitting a piercing screech before being drowned out by the cacophony of the rat's shrieks. Realizing the dire situation, he turned and sprinted up the staircase, taking 5 steps at a time, quickly reaching the 6th floor. Then he knocked on the dormitory door and, without pausing for conversation with the 2 girls, swiftly shut the door, pushing the double-door refrigerator against it for support. Still feeling uneasy, he propped the sofa against the refrigerator as well. The girls in the room were stirred into a state of extreme tension by his frantic actions. Once he finished, they anxiously inquired what had transpired. Approaching the window, he lifted the curtain to peer down, where the view was directly opposite the revolving door. That Lulu waved at them, signaling them to look for themselves. That is that a rat. The girls widened their eyes, their voices tinged with disbelief. Even from 6 stories up, Shan Xiaoyu and Shangguan Jingya could discern the creatures continuously pouring into the revolving door. Those rats were indeed colossal. Mutated rats, he stated with a solemn expression, that they've made their way into the main building. Shangguan Jingya gasped, her eyes darting to the side entrance of the main building visible from their height. In a panic, she grabbed her phone and dialed, repeatedly murmuring, "Sister, please pick up the phone, hurry." There was still no response on the other end, causing her complexion to pale dramatically. "Jingya, don't worry, Sister Jingwei will be fine." Shan Xiaoyu stepped forward, grasping her icy hand and offering a gentle reassurance. Just as Lulu turned to dash up the stairs, the horde of rats had already smashed through the revolving glass door. Those who had been running back barely had time to scream before being knocked to the ground by the surge of gigantic rats. They struggled to rise, but as soon as they lifted their arms, they were once more engulfed by the dark tide of rodents. The countless rats clawed and bit at them. From above, it appeared as though they were draped in a glossy black mink coat that writhed incessantly. Within 2 minutes, the rat swarm suddenly dispersed, only to quickly converge again into a dark wave, rushing towards the lobby staircase. Then on the splendid marble floor of the lobby, Several skeletons lay quietly, remnants of uneaten flesh still clinging to the bones, swaying slightly and creating an eerie spectacle. Inside the dormitory, Lu stood by the window, his gaze fixed intently on the now eerily silent street outside. In the distance, there were no signs of life. Only scattered incomplete corpses on the ground. Several grotesquely shaped creatures were gnawing at the remnants of flesh scattered about. The rat swarm had completely invaded both buildings, within the structure he occupied. The oppressive sound of impacts echoed. Those were the flesh hammers of the rats striking the floor as they moved, sending shivers down his spine. Soon, screams erupted from the second floor, followed by those from the third and fourth floors. The cries echoing higher and higher, accompanied by the thunderous crash of splintering wooden doors. He gripped his long knife tightly, standing at the cluttered doorway, his gaze fixed intently on the sealed door. Cold sweat trickling down his brow. Shan Xiaoyu stood in the center of the living room, gripping a fruit peeler in front of her chest, the blade quivering violently, making the small knife appear almost toy-like against her substantial frame. Shangguan Jingya, however, wielded a 40-centimeter boning knife she had just retrieved from the kitchen, half blocking her friend while her anxious eyes betrayed a glimmer of determination. The shrill cries of the giant rats grew increasingly distinct, sending chills down their spines, and soon echoed into the dormitory hallway. The sixth floor, typically used for storage, was uninhabited save for this one girl's dormitory. Bang, bang, bang. The dormitory door trembled violently, the sofa and refrigerator swaying with the impact. Dust cascading from the ceiling, and the chandeliers swaying gently, producing faint creaking sounds. Shan Xiaoyu and Shangguan Jingya understood that if this terrifying horde of rats breached the room, even Lu, no matter how capable, could not ensure their safety. That moment, both felt the hairs on the back of their necks stand on end as they continually glanced toward the man by the door. Lu appeared calm, turning to glance at the two girls, who sensed his unwavering resolve and felt a slight easing of their anxiety. Suddenly, the sounds of impact ceased abruptly, and the commotion outside fell silent in an instant. Just as the three were left in bewilderment, heavy footsteps echoed down the corridor, growing closer. Bang! With a tremendous crash, the sofa toppled over, and the refrigerator, pressed against the wooden door, shook violently, nearly tipping over. Black, razor-sharp claws suddenly shot through the center of the door, slicing into the refrigerator door as if it were tofu, then scraping across the metal, producing a jarring screech and sparks flying. Quick, back to the room. Close the door, he shouted urgently, realizing that their hastily constructed defenses were no longer reliable. Shangguan Jingya reacted swiftly. Without waiting for him to finish, she grabbed her friend and dashed back to their room. Slamming the door shut behind them, Lu raised his long knife and struck downward at the claw. The moment the blade met the black bristles on the claw, it swiftly withdrew with a whoosh. The strike missed. Before he could retract the blade, a multitude of giant rats surged forth from the breach in the wooden door, their red eyes glinting with a chilling light. Rodent-sized creatures swarmed the sofa and refrigerator. Hissing as they charged at him, Lu stepped back a few paces, positioning himself in the corridor between the living room and the room. He held the knife horizontally in front of him, his feet in a side stance, eyes fixed on the advancing rats, every muscle in his body taut like a drawn bowstring. The rats entered the room, but did not immediately pounce. Instead, they spread out slowly, forming a semicircle around him, their red eyes flickering with an ominous glow. Surrounded by over 100 ferocious-looking giant rats, even he, usually composed, felt a shiver run down his spine. A pungent stench wafted from the doorway as a noticeably larger creature emerged from among the rats. And he focused intently, recognizing it as the Rat King he had seen earlier. The Rat King's crimson eyes studied him, as if assessing him like a human would. In its gaze, Lu discerned the same greed and thirst he had seen in the three-eyed squirrel. "It's not coming for me again, is it?" His heart sank suddenly. After a brief moment of appraisal, the Rat King unleashed a sharp, piercing shriek reminiscent of a blade slicing through eardrums upon hearing the screech. The rat horde erupted into a frenzy, their eyes flashing red. As if commanded, they all surged toward Lu. He swung his knife horizontally, decapitating the first 3 giant rats that lunged at him. With a swift reverse cut, he severed several others at his side, then propelled himself forward, launching into the air and soaring over the horde toward the Rat King. Delu Lu understood the adage of capturing the leader to subdue the followers. These rats clearly obeyed the Rat King's command that if he could eliminate the Rat King, the swarm would undoubtedly scatter. Before he arrived, the blade reached its target first. Crack, crack, the blade was seized tightly between the Rat King's two enormous, guillotine-like teeth. Emitting a sharp metallic clang, Delu Lu found himself suspended midair, his grip on the hilt nearly slipping the next moment. The Rat King violently tossed its head, sending him and the knife hurtling backward into the rat swarm. Just as he was about to crash into the horde, he thrust the blade into the ground, piercing through the dense mass of rodents, embedding it into the floor. The blade bent and rebounded, and he twisted his body, using the spring of the knife to propel himself into the air, landing on the distant windowsill. That he grasped the curtain with one hand, crouching to stabilize his center of gravity, standing on the narrow ledge. With the other hand, he pointed the knife downward at the rat swarm, his eyes locked onto the Rat King. Chapter 32, Sister. The Rat King's eyes gleamed with greed, and it emitted another piercing shriek, causing the rat horde to surge toward the windowsill. Just as they were about to pounce, Lu Lu leapt into action, charging at the Rat King. The Rat King, blocking the doorway, suddenly turned, its robust tail swinging with a fleshy hammer at its tip. Aiming directly for Lu Lu's head, Delu Lu gripped his long knife tightly, disregarding the incoming tail hammer, and closed the distance. Coming face to face with its fearsome visage, the Rat King's reflexes were astonishingly quick. It opened its enormous incisors, preparing to bite at the human's neck before him. With a squelch, half of the long knife burst forth from above, spraying a foul stream of blood. The Rat King's movements abruptly halted, its claws poised threateningly before Lu Lu's chest, its tail drooping lifelessly to the ground, and its body convulsed several times, following his successful strike. Lu Lu hesitated not for a moment. With a firm grip on the knife, he held it with one hand above and the other below the hilt. Bending low, he bellowed, and the long knife swept down from beneath the Rat King's jaw. Slish, with a resounding noise, the abdomen of the Rat King was ruthlessly sliced open, its entrails spilling forth in a gruesome mix of blood and viscera. The cacophony of the squeaking rodent horde in the living room abruptly ceased, as they collectively turned to gaze upon the lifeless body of their monarch, sprawled in a pool of crimson. After a brief moment of stunned silence, as if startled, they began to scatter in a frenzy. Rushing chaotically towards the exit, Delu Lu sprang into action, vaulting up to seize the chandelier that hung in the center of the room, dangling in midair. The swarm of rats rushed beneath him, hastening towards the door, and within moments, they vanished without a trace. Once the rodent tide had completely receded, he released his grip and landed nimbly, hastening to the entrance to reposition the sofa and refrigerator, securely barring the door against any further incursions. Having completed this task, he approached the corpse of the Rat King for a closer inspection, only to find himself somewhat disheartened by the fact that this mutated body showed no signs of dissolution, implying that the primordial crystal was absent. The entire building was enveloped in an eerie silence, save for the occasional whisper of the wind weaving through the corridor. Delu Lu made his way to the door of the room where the two girls were hiding, cleared his throat, and knocked gently. The door swung open swiftly, revealing a delicate hand that pulled him inside. In the next instant, a soft body leapt into his embrace, carrying a faint, sweet fragrance. "Louis, are you all right?" The girl in his arms asked anxiously, her beautiful starry eyes searching his face. Feeling the astonishing softness of her form, he awkwardly bent slightly and replied, "I'm fine that I've killed the Rat King. And the rats have retreated. Are you unhurt? What happened to your waist?" The girl noticed a slight bend, her gaze falling on his taut physique, concern etched across her features. Before he could respond, Shangguan Jingong stepped forward, pulling Shan Xiaoyu aside. "Xiaoyu, don't let him take advantage of you," she warned with a complex expression directed at Lu Lu. Jingong. "What are you talking about? Louis might be injured," Shan Xiaoyu interjected. "I am fine," he said, his cheeks flushing slightly for once. "Let us go outside. It's safe now." He quickly shifted the topic. As they entered the living room, Shangguan Jingong's gaze fell upon the massive, eviscerated rat corpse on the floor, eliciting a sharp scream from her. "Don't be afraid. It's dead," Shan Xiaoyu reassured her. "I know it's dead, but I'm just terrified of rats," she exclaimed, burying her face in Shan Xiaoyu's embrace. Her voice LOW. "Child, Shengwan Jing'an had been bitten by a rat while living in the countryside with her sister, and ever since, rodents had become her greatest psychological fear. Moments ago, she had seen the legion of gigantic rats surging into the building through the window, her legs nearly giving way beneath her. It was only with Shan Xiuyu's support that she managed to stumble into the room. Lu Lui cast a curious glance at Shengwan Jing'an, intrigued by this side of the typically bold and fiery girl. "What are you staring at, Lu Lui? Are you reveling in my embarrassment?" She snapped, catching his gaze and feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger. "Just tell me what that thing on the bed was all about. Don't even think of denying it. Xiaoyu and I both saw it in the room." Lu Lui merely replied with silence. Shan Xiuyu, her cheeks flushed, tugged at her friend's arm. "Jing'an, stop it. Why don't you try calling Sister Jingwei again?" The girl glanced at him before diverting the conversation. Shengwan Zhang moved aside to retrieve her phone. "Louis, what should we do now?" Shan Xiuyu asked softly. He did not answer immediately, but strode purposefully to the door, grasping the Rat King's corpse, and headed directly to the window. With a powerful heave, he flung the putrid body out into the abyss below. "Let us check the news first," he said, pulling out a chair and sitting down. His earlier embarrassment momentarily alleviated. With a crackle, the high-definition plasma television flickered to life, and he flipped through several channels, only to find that they all displayed the same message. Residents are advised to remain indoors. Securely fasten doors and windows and await official rescue. Please trust the committee and the government. The disaster will soon pass. The do not hoard supplies. The government will dispatch drones to deliver provisions as needed. So rest assured. The broadcast clearly appeared to be pre-recorded, playing on a continuous loop. Just as he was about to use his phone to gather more information, Shengwan Jing'an's jubilant voice reached his ears. "Xiuyu, my sister and her boyfriend are in the main building. They're safe now, and the rats have retreated from there too." Shan Xiuyu's anxiety lifted at this news, knowing that Shengwan Jing'an's sister had always treated her kindly, like a younger sibling. Shengwan Jing'an quickly recounted her sister's situation. It turned out that the main building had, like the annex, initially been subjected to an onslaught from the strange creatures. Her sister and a few others had swiftly taken refuge in the finance room. The walls of the finance room were of brick and concrete, fortified with 2 steel doors at the entrance, thus safeguarding those inside from the onslaught of either the bizarre insects or the rat horde. "Xiuyu, my sister wants us to come to her. She says it's safe there," Shengwan Jing'an exclaimed. Shan Xiuyu did not respond immediately, her gaze shifting to Lu Lui, who had somehow become her anchor in this crisis. "Jing'an, did you tell your sister that we're safe here and have food and water? Why didn't you invite her to join us?" Lu Lui inquired that I did, but she insisted I go to her. "And she wanted Xiaoyu to come too. I didn't dare mention you," she replied, her brows furrowing. That he stood up, pacing a few steps, wrestling with his thoughts that it was only natural for one to want their closest family nearby in times of peril. Yet this was not the moment for rash decisions. His own unease lingered, that I believe it's better to stay here for now. Although the rats have retreated, we cannot ascertain if other potential dangers lurk nearby or whether those strange creatures might return. He ultimately offered his counsel. "Jing'an, Lu Yi is right. We should wait a bit longer. Although it doesn't seem far to the main building, it will still take us over 10 minutes to reach it. If we encounter more rats, it could spell trouble," Shan Xiuyu added, supporting his argument. After all, whatever this man suggested seemed to bear merit, as evidenced by his accurate predictions regarding the disaster. But my sister, just as Shengwan Jing'an, was caught in a web of indecision. A frantic knocking echoed from the door, accompanied by a female voice calling out, "Shan Xiuyu, Shengwan Jing'an, are you in there? Open the door quickly." It was Lu Fang and Lai Qing. Shengwan Jing'an exchanged a glance with Shan Xiuyu, her brow furrowing in concern. "Aren't they supposed to be on the day shift? They should be in the main building." Before Shan Xiuyu could respond, the knocking grew increasingly urgent, with Lu Fang shouting from outside, "Hurry and open the door. Are you trying to get us killed? Open up now." The 2 girls exchanged glances, then turned to Lu Lui, who remained unresponsive. Finally, Shan Xiuyu said, "Lui, let them in. If there are still strange creatures or rats outside, it's far too dangerous," he replied impassively. "Why are you asking me? This is your dormitory. Would you kindly assist us in moving the sofa and refrigerator aside?" Once Lu Fang and Lai Qing entered the room, they collapsed into chairs, their faces pale and speechless for a long while. Eventually, they recovered enough to recount their harrowing experience. leaving Shan Xiaoyu and Shangguan Jing'ong in shock. It turned out that Lu Feng and Lai Qing had played hooky that day, spending the entire morning in the entertainment room on the 8th floor of the annex, watching movies and snacking. The attack by the strange creatures and rats had not reached the 8th floor, as the soundproofing of the entertainment room was exceptional, rendering them blissfully unaware of the chaos unfolding outside. It was only when Lai Qing reminded Lu Feng that her boyfriend was supposed to arrive at the hotel that Lu Feng suddenly remembered and eagerly prepared to head to the main building to find him. However, as soon as the elevator reached the lobby, they were met with a scene of utter devastation that in their panic. Their first instinct was to rush back to the dormitory. Shan Xiaoyu recounted the terrifying events that had transpired. Leaving Lu Feng and Lai Qing aghast, Lu observed Lu Feng's expression, sensing that she was not being entirely truthful, at least not completely, while he could not fathom their reasons for deception. It hardly bore relevance to him that in truth, it had a slight connection. This morning, after Wang Long arrived at the hotel, he had specifically called Lu Feng to inform her that she need not come to work. He intended to let her return to the dormitory after he dealt with that troublesome fellow, hoping to save face for her. Lu Feng had remained with Lai Qing in the entertainment room, waiting for her boyfriend's call while snacking. Upon returning to the main building, he had planned to gather a crew to regain their standing, only to be halted by the boss's orders for all hands to remain in the main building for a meeting. Immediately afterward, the attack by the strange creatures and rats erupted, leaving him with no time to call Lu Feng. When Lu Feng, growing impatient, finally reached Wang Long by phone, she learned of the monstrous occurrences at the hotel. They were instantly thrown into a state of panic, disregarding everything else, and sprinted back to the dormitory. Lu Feng's choice to conceal the truth was clearly motivated by a desire to prevent them from discovering that Wang Long was the one she had summoned to instigate the chaos. Jing'ong Xiaoyu, what should we do now? Have you called the police? Lai Qing asked, her complexion still somewhat pale. The police hotline has been perpetually busy. We can't get through. Shan Xiaoyu replied, her brow furrowed, her tone tinged with frustration. Lu, what should we do if more monsters show up? Since Lu Feng and the others entered the room, Shangguan Jing'ong had remained silent until she suddenly spoke up. Lu had been contemplating their next course of action. And upon hearing Shangguan Jing'ong's inquiry, he glanced at her calmly and replied, given the current circumstances, it is evident that the monsters will continue to appear, and their numbers will only increase. This area is the junction of the Western District and the Southern District, the most bustling part of Hangzhou, densely populated, which naturally leads to the fastest infection rate and the widest spread, that we are merely at the beginning. While the situation is not yet dire, we must first prepare our defenses. At this moment, Lu Feng had completely composed herself and exclaimed, you should not be alarmist. What do you mean by merely at the beginning? Are you trying to scare us girls? Indeed, the authorities have reassured us not to worry, stating that the military will come to our rescue. Please do not frighten us. Lai Qing chimed in. Lu cast a glance at the two of them, uninterested in their chatter, and continued addressing Shangguan Jing'ong. Please describe the structure and purpose of this building. Shangguan Jing'ong rolled her eyes. I'm not a civil engineer. How would I know the building structure? Jing. Dan Xiaoyu interjected, visibly displeased. Fine, she sighed. Our building has a total of 10 floors. The first floor is the lobby, as you know. The second floor is a restaurant mainly used for wedding banquets, but it also serves as the staff canteen, aside from the 6th, 8th, and 10th floors. The other floors are used as regular guest rooms. The 6th floor, apart from our dormitory, is filled with storage rooms. Other staff reside in dormitories outside the hotel, which are full, hence we were temporarily assigned here. This room was originally for temporary reception purposes. The 8th floor is a recreational lounge for employees, although hotel guests sometimes venture there. The 10th floor has remained vacant. I am not sure why. As for the structure, I truly do not know. However, I heard from Xiao Zhang, Xiao Cheng, and Old Wang that this building has a frame structure, with solid bricks used for the walls, not foam bricks. Additionally, both the main building and the annex have independent generators, so even if Hangzhou experiences a power outage, our hotel can continue to supply electricity. Jing'ong. Who are the Xiao Zhang and others you mentioned? I have not heard you speak of them before. Why would they tell you this? Dan Xiaoyu curiously inquired, as she was familiar with a few acquaintances from the hotel. The ones who were trying to pursue you. Oh, and there are two who want to pursue me as well, which I haven't mentioned. They are always saying nonsense. It's quite annoying. Dan Xiaoyu glanced at Lu Liui, Pouting, Liu, I do not know them, Liu replied. All right, I understand. He was prepared to conclude this increasingly off-topic discussion. Each time he conversed with Shangguan Jing'ong, she always managed to stray from the point that I will check the storage room on the 6th floor shortly to see if there are any usable supplies. Additionally, we need to seal off the fire escape staircases to prevent any monsters from entering. The elevator doors must also be secured. Xiuyu, the food you brought is sufficient for 3 people for a month. Let us hold out for 20 days that if there is no rescue within 20 days, we will consider venturing out in search of alternative escape routes. Liu's plan was quite straightforward, to create a sealed space on the 6th floor, thereby significantly enhancing their safety. Furthermore, if the situation truly became untenable, he believed that with careful caution, he could likely retreat to the temporary shelter in Lanqiao town, which was remote and stocked with ample food supplies. Sufficient to last for quite some time, that is for what lay beyond that. It was not something he could ponder at present that Liu, the food we painstakingly brought back, could be consumed by 1 person in a day. Couldn't eat it, Shangguan Jing'ong remarked somewhat teasingly. What is her issue? He thought to himself, feeling exasperated that it was merely a map drawn on her bed. It wouldn't cost her anything. Despite his internal grievances, his expression remained calm and composed. Jing'ong, Liu's appetite is quite normal. Please refrain from making baseless statements, Dan Xiuyu defended him. Xiuyu, you are already siding with him, that he is so old. He probably has several children that in no way. I have asked him. He doesn't even have a girlfriend. Why would you say he has children then? Why did you previously say you wanted to be with him? Shangguan Jing'ong was momentarily at a loss for words, her cheeks flushing as she exclaimed. I was just joking with you. How could I possibly like him? Besides, I would never compete with you for AN. As she spoke, the girl herself felt somewhat lacking in conviction that Liu listened. Feeling a vain throb on his forehead, Lu Fang suddenly recalled something and interjected, What do you mean by your 3 people's food? What about me? Lai Qing added, And me. Jing'ong Xiuyu, we are all from the same school. You cannot possibly withhold food from me. Shangguan Jing'ong and Dan Xiuyu exchanged glances before looking at Liu that I do not care if you are classmates or not. I only want my portion. He stated flatly. Lu Fang protested, Why should you receive a portion? You are neither from our dormitory nor our hotel. This food belongs to us. Lu Fang. Liu deserves his share. Without him, Xiaoyu and I would have perished at the hands of the rats. The food is what we retrieved. What is your objection? Shangguan Jing'ong was not one to be easily intimidated. Lu Fang had always been somewhat apprehensive of Shangguan Jing'ong, not merely due to her sister being a mid-level manager in the housekeeping department, but primarily because this petite girl, seemingly delicate, exuded an undeniable fierceness. Lu Fang had already suffered 2 or 3 covert defeats at her hands due to the matter concerning Dan Xiuyu, each time filled with frustration, yet powerless to retaliate. Dan Xiuyu, upon hearing Lu Fang's remarks, became indignant and prepared to speak out against her. Before she could voice her thoughts, Liu had already drawn a long knife and approached Lu Fang. It was then that Lu Fang and Lai Qing noticed the long knife had been resting behind Liu's chair all along. You ask why I should share my food with you. He gently placed the blade against Lu Fang's slender, delicate neck, locking eyes with her as he coldly stated, Because of this. Witnessing the cold demeanor of the man as he held a menacing knife to the neck of a beautiful girl, the entire room fell into stunned silence. Chapter 34. Please call me leader. The sharp edge of the blade grazed the delicate skin of her neck, a chill quickly spreading, raising goosebumps across her body. Lu Fang stood frozen in place, the man's icy gaze sending a shiver down her spine, her instincts screaming that he was not joking. This man was a madman. She understood now. Her throat tightened, and she struggled to swallow, her body rigid with fear. The Jingjing Biological Research Institute, underground testing facility, that in a vast, dimly lit room, an iron railing as thick as an arm divided the space, isolating a cell. Within the cell, a creature covered in green skin lay prone. The murky light obscured its outline, revealing only a broad back adorned with terrifying bone spurs that on the other side of the room. Several tables and chairs were haphazardly arranged, and the screens of 2 computers flickered with a dim glow, casting eerie shadows around the room. 2 men in white lab coats stood before the iron railing, observing the creature within the cell from a short distance. 1 man, around 40 years old and wearing glasses, crossed his arms as he stared at the creature, turning to his companion and inquiring. It has been dormant for 2 days. Why has it not awakened? The other man, approximately 60 with sparse white hair stubbornly sticking to his forehead, replied, Deputy Director Wong, Experiment 56 has previously entered a brief state of dormancy after consuming the primitive crystal nuclei. This time, the duration is longer, possibly related to the T3 analgesic. T3 analgesic. Is that the derivative obtained during the T3 experiment months ago? Yes, Deputy Director Wong. I recall that this substance has been proven to be utterly worthless aside from temporarily numbing cells. You actually injected it into Experiment 56? Why? A few days ago, Laboratory 62 sent over some documentation. They believe the T3 analgesic may react with mutated cells and have requested our vivisection department to conduct live tests. Absurd! Deputy Director Wong suddenly erupted in anger, pulling out his hand and pointing at the other man as he scolded. Did I not say that ineffective experimental products should not be retested? Do not waste precious live experimental subjects. Lao Zhang, are my words falling on deaf ears? Deputy Director Wong, their paperwork is in order, and Deputy Director Ren has already signed off on it that I have no grounds to refuse. Lao Zhang maintained a calm demeanor, disregarding the middle-aged man's fury. Ren Fani? He was momentarily speechless. Why her? Remembering that enchanting woman, Deputy Director Wong felt a mix of love and hatred. He loved her stunning beauty and figure, which could stir one's blood. He hated that she consistently looked down on him, a mere second-generation individual seeking to make a name for himself. Yet he was powerless against her, as there were others with connections above him. Damn it. Once the old man completely seizes control of the Jingjing shelter, I will obtain a powerful ability, and then we shall see how she begs me, how she maintains her lofty demeanor. What does it matter that you are an extraordinary being? Do you not still need to eat? Deputy Director Wong seethed inwardly, his right hand unconsciously twisting a peculiar leather ring. However, the time was not yet ripe. He must endure a little longer. I will go find her, the middle-aged man feigned anger. Deputy Director Wong had gone to Hangzhou, leaving the office empty. What could she possibly be doing in Hangzhou? A wave of confusion washed over him. This frosty temptress rarely left the research institute. She was the epitome of a research fanatic that I can't say for certain, but I heard she went to study an aberration. Deputy Director Wang Duo, since it's authorized by Deputy Director Ren, then so be it. Old Zhang, once the experimental results are in, please provide me with a copy. I need to report to the higher-ups. Doubts began to fester in the man's mind. Yet he maintained a facade of serious professionalism. Report? What a joke. Old Zhang silently scoffed. By the way, the director requested that the living specimen department quantify the special abilities and combat capabilities of all test subjects into data. How is that progressing? Deputy Director Wong, we already have a plethora of experimental subjects in the institute, and with the hunting department continuously sending in mutated creatures from the outside, our department is currently understaffed. The analysis may take a bit longer, that I need a specific timeline. The man's tone was authoritative. After a brief pause, Old Zhang replied, no more than 7 days at most. The man nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. Just as he reached the door, he spoke over his shoulder to Old Zhang. I've told you several times, don't keep calling me Deputy Director Wong. Call me Director Wong or just Leader. Understood, Deputy Director Wong. Old Zhang responded crisply. Damn. The man nearly stumbled as he lost his footing. What a fool. Old Zhang cursed inwardly. Once the man departed, Old Zhang muttered to himself, Dr. Ren, I have disclosed your whereabouts to Wang Feng. He should be heading to Hangzhou soon. I hope your plans unfold smoothly. I in the girls' dormitory of the Shangri-La Hotel's annex. Lu Liuyi, Shan Xiaoyu, and Shang Wanjing barricaded both ends of the fire escape with various objects, subsequently sealing the elevator doors, and pushed the sofa back to the center of the living room, while the door that the Rat King had breached remained propped up by a refrigerator. Throughout the entire process, Lu Feng and the others stayed hidden in their room, offering no assistance. Shan Xiaoyu expressed her discontent, while Lu Liuyi remained silent, merely chuckling coldly. That night, he decided to sleep on the living room sofa. The spacious sofa allowed the two girls to join him. To Lu Liuyi, is it true you've had 9 types of cancer? Xiaoyu, you wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Jingyan, Sister Yang said Liuyi's cancer cells have completely vanished. He is healthier than ever. Lu Liuyi, do you think your sudden recovery is related to this global mutation? By the way, Xiaoyu, Why haven't we mutated? Why are you always thinking about mutation? Shan Xiaoyu asked. Puzzled that if I mutated, I'd be a superwoman. I could protect sister and also safeguard you. You silly girl, Liu Liui, feeling overwhelmed, rubbed his throbbing temples and said helplessly, It's already quite late. I'm sleeping outside tonight, and you two should hurry to bed. We don't know what tomorrow holds. Shan Xiaoyu nodded and suggested to her friend, Jingyan, let's sleep in your room tonight. It's more convenient with a bathroom that no. My bed is already unclean. Shan Xiaoyu protested. Lu Liui. This situation seems insurmountable. Suddenly, he turned sharply to look out the window, then rushed over. The two girls exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what was happening. Moments later, a deafening roar reverberated through the air, causing the living room windows to shatter into countless pieces. The two girls covered their ears, crouching in pain on the floor. Chapter 35. The Towering Tree and the Fierce Tiger Following Lu Liui's Gaze. Several blocks away, a colossal creature was rearing its head and roaring. Its height nearly level with his line of sight, that it resembled a tiger, its robust body covered in a layer of luminescent, hard scales, each scale akin to an indestructible shield. Its blue-white eyes seemed to burn with pale flames, exuding endless pressure and terror. Further in the distance, a towering giant tree stretched skyward, its branches sprawling outward, casting a shadow over a significant portion of the West District. This giant tree stood in the direction of Lu Liui's old house. The tiger-like behemoth appeared to be roaring at the giant tree, as if both warning and fearing it, its thick tail swaying back and forth, knocking down street lamps along its path. Where did this colossal tiger come from? My goodness, it's gigantic. At that moment, Shangguan Jingyan and Shan Xiaoyu rushed to his side. All three gazing out the window, their faces drained of color. Liui, is that tree the phoenix tree at the entrance of our community? Shan Xiaoyu stammered. Just as she finished speaking, the otherworldly tree's massive trunk shook slightly, and its branches surged like serpents, thrusting toward the tiger. The giant tiger, clearly wary, retreated 2 steps, then opened its massive jaws, unleashing a visible golden gale aimed directly at the oncoming branches. The sound of splintering echoed as several branches disintegrated under the force of the golden wind, causing the remaining branches to momentarily hesitate before the golden gale dissipated. Yet, the giant tiger showed no signs of triumph. Instead, its wariness intensified, emitting a low growl as it raised its truck-like limbs. Stepping backward, the branches, having been momentarily halted in midair, surged forward once more with renewed ferocity, and a deafening roar erupted, this time laced with palpable fear. The tiger's limbs slammed into the ground as it leaped sideways, its speed astonishing for such a massive creature. The solid concrete beneath it cracked like a spiderweb upon impact. Just as the branches were about to reach the giant tiger, they suddenly halted, rustling as if their lengths were limited, unable to reach their target. Lu Liui was now certain that the giant tree was indeed the phoenix tree at the entrance of the old community. In the distance, a thundering sound of sonic booms erupted. Before the echoes faded, sharp, piercing sounds sliced through the air. 3 missiles, trailing flames, swiftly struck the giant tree's trunk, sending up 3 plumes of black smoke. Accompanied by a faint, agonizing groan, the sprawling branches and vines of the giant tree retracted at lightning speed. Just as the missiles impacted the tree, 3 of the latest fighter jets soared above the hotel, immediately launching 3 missiles at the distant giant tiger. The tiger, remarkably agile, seemed to sense the threat posed by the missiles and darted between the buildings. After the missile struck 3 structures, it vanished into the distance. The 3 fighter jets struggled to lock onto the swiftly moving tiger and shifted into a triangular formation, heading back toward the giant tree. Crash, crash! Just as the lead fighter jet approached, a massive vine, as thick as a barrel, struck its fuselage like lightning. The aircraft erupted into a fireball, only to be ensnared by the vine, which wrapped around it multiple times and pulled it deep into the branches of the giant tree. The other 2 fighter jets, poised to launch their missiles, sensed danger and quickly executed a side turn, arcing away. However, the vines were swifter. 2 robust vines struck simultaneously, ensnaring them tightly. It was only at this moment that the sound of the aircraft's sonic booms finally faded. Silence enveloped the world once more, broken only by the crackling of several burning buildings. Is this truly the end of the world? Shangguan Jingan's face was filled with disbelief. Despite the television warnings and online forums discussing the impending apocalypse, even her friends had cautioned her multiple times. Witnessing this unimaginable scene left her utterly stunned that Liu Liui, observing the chaos, felt turmoil roiling within him, his scalp prickling with anxiety, and he questioned how he would fare against a tiger towering 6 stories high and the mythic giant tree. The apocalypse had scarcely begun, yet such terrifying entities had already emerged. Would the future not be fraught with even greater peril? No, I must become stronger. Only by growing stronger can I survive in the impending new world. This life I've been given must not be lost again. You are the most beautiful cloud on the horizon. A sudden ringtone jolted him back to reality. An unfamiliar number. Liui, where are you right now? A hoarse, tearful female voice crackled through the phone, accompanied by a cacophony in the background. Dr. Yang, are you looking for me? He felt puzzled. What could she want from him? Had her mentor discovered the reason behind his recovery? Well, after I sent your re-examination report to my mentor, she emailed me that night, saying she would be heading to Hangzhou to personally conduct your re-examination. Liu Liui replied, perplexed. Dr. Yang, given the current situation outside, the hospitals must be crawling with monsters. How can a re-examination even take place? The noise on the other end grew louder, and the beautiful doctor's tone became frantic. Jijun, I'll finish speaking shortly. Just hold on. Liui, I'm not sure how my mentor plans to conduct the re-examination. She mentioned in the email that your condition is crucial to her research and that she must confirm and analyze it in person. Dr. Yang, I don't want to be a research subject. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. He prepared to end the call. Liui, wait a moment. The mentor mentioned in the email that she possesses a method to enhance your strength. Is what you said true? He felt a stir of excitement. Although Yang Hua is quite materialistic, she is certainly not the type to lie. After 3 years of acquaintance, he still trusts her on this point. It is indeed true. Where are you now? Tell me. She will come to find you. A faint shout was heard from the other end of the phone. You scoundrel, have you finished the call? Hurry up and cook the noodles. Damn it, we've been eating this junk for 2 days straight. Liu Liui paid no heed to the male voice, and after a moment's silence, he responded, I am at the Shangri-La Hotel. The Annex, 6th floor. After a moment's thought, he added, Dr. Yang, did you just say that your mentor has been contacting you via email? Don't you use mobile phones? However, a menacing male voice came from the other end. Is it you who gave my wife $5,000 to buy a phone? Kid, you're quite wealthy, aren't you? Thanks a lot. Then, with a sharp click, the call was terminated. Liu Liui put away his phone, pondered for a moment, and then said to the 2 girls who were staring at him, turn on the television. Chapter 36. Please do not call me Chief. At that moment, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. Lu Fang rushed into the living room, her top torn, exposing large swathes of her fair, soft skin, which swayed with her frantic movements. Lai Qing followed closely behind, emitting low growls. That moment, Lai Qing bore no resemblance to her youthful self. Her eye sockets were hollow, her eyes vanished, and her mouth was filled with sharp teeth dripping with viscous saliva. Her arms had elongated, and 2 eyes opened in the centers of her palms, eyes that should have been on her face, were it not for her work uniform. Who could recognize this as Lai Qing? Liu Liui narrowed his eyes, then seized a long knife, striking fiercely at Lai Qing as she entered the living room. In a flash of steel, Lai Qing's head was severed, blood gushing from her severed neck, instantly staining the white ceiling above. With a thud, Lai Qing's headless body collapsed, her head rolling beneath the coffee table, her rows of sharp teeth still clattering as they emitted a chilling sound. Liu Liui used the tip of his knife to lift her head and flung it out the window, then kicked the headless corpse away. The living room fell silent, save for the faint sound of Lu Fang's teeth chattering. Lu Fang curled up behind the sofa, cradling her head in her hands, trembling uncontrollably. Shan Xiaoyu and Shangguan Jingyi stood frozen in the living room, shock rendering them immobile. Speak. What happened? He lowered the long knife slightly, its tip subtly directed at Lu Fang, maintaining a hidden vigilance that a thin trickle of blood ran down the blade, pooling on the floor. After a long pause, Lu Fang finally regained her composure, sobbing intermittently as she recounted the events. It was like this. I was scrolling through my phone in the room when I heard a loud noise outside that I asked Lai Qing to pull back the curtains to see, but she ignored me. When I called her again, she had transformed into that monstrous form. Wanted to eat me. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "Have you or Lai Ching been scratched or bitten by a creature before?" "No. When we came down from the entertainment room, we only saw a strange bug and numerous corpses in the basement. Prior to that, we hadn't encountered any monsters." Lu Fang halted her sobbing, responding with unwavering certainty. Judging by her expression, she did not appear to be lying. Suddenly, Shan Xiaoyu asked, "Could it be airborne transmission?" That is a possibility, that he had witnessed the wispy smoke emanating from the disintegrating monster corpses twice now. If this smoke were inhaled, could it lead to complications? But why were he and the two of them unaffected? As for himself, he was not a normal human. Why did Lai Ching mutate while they did not? Especially Shan Xiaoyu, who had even come into close contact with the three-eyed squirrel's corpse. It simply did not add up. Unable to make sense of it, he decided to abandon the thought, as was his nature, to avoid wasting brain cells. Did Yang Hua not say that her mentor from the Biological Research Institute would come to find him? He could inquire then. The four fell into silence. Even Shengguan Jingyi, who usually spoke the most, remained quiet. The television flickered with intermittent images. The signal poor. Night had fallen, and after a day filled with horror, the three girls felt both exhausted and fearful, unable to resist Lu Fang's terror-filled gaze. Shan Xiaoyu reluctantly pulled the unwilling Shengguan Jingyi, and the three entered her room to prepare for rest. That Liu Liuyi lay on the living room sofa, facing the window, with a long knife by his side. He lightly closed his eyes, the low growls from outside echoing in his ears, along with the rustling sounds of small animals crawling and gnawing in the annex, occasionally interspersed with human wails, sobs, and whispers. The bloodstains on the ceiling had yet to congeal, and the chill of a night breeze stirred the half-drawn curtains, bringing with it a wave of blood and putrid scents in that moment. The entire hotel felt as though it had plunged into hell. Let us see how tomorrow unfolds, he thought as he slowly closed his eyes. Fengcheng is the necessary passage to Hangsheng, outside the city. A convoy of raptors was slowly advancing along the dilapidated national road. The lead Raptor 2, a young officer clad in camouflage, was focused intently on driving, but he cautiously avoided the shattered concrete blocks, abandoned vehicles, and scattered, decaying corpses. "Jiang Huai, how long until we reach Hangsheng?" A slightly cool, melodious voice came from the passenger seat. The camouflaged youth, while watching the road ahead, discreetly cast a glance at the woman beside him, his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbing up and down. Although he had stolen glances at this stunningly beautiful woman several times during the journey, each time he was met with a different kind of astonishment. At that moment, in the cramped driver's seat, merely hearing her sultry voice stirred a primal response within him. "Report, Chief. According to the Southern Dipper satellite navigation, we have 26 hours until arrival. However, given the current road conditions and the level of danger ahead, it is estimated that it will take 3 days to arrive. No sooner had the camouflaged youth finished speaking than a black whirlwind suddenly appeared in the sky, rapidly sweeping toward Fengcheng. The wind carried a rising hum, growing closer and piercing the ears of the woman who was about to speak. Not good. The beautiful woman's face changed dramatically, and she immediately grabbed the intercom. "Convoy. Beware, a swarm of mutated locusts has been spotted ahead. All vehicles, stop immediately, deploy optical camouflage nets, and prepare the biological radar on Vehicle 5. Vehicle 4, ready the flamethrowers. No one is to fire without my command." As the vehicles came to a halt, four corner-mounted optical camouflage nets sprang from the roof, resembling the shape of the vehicle. After a dazzling display of light, the camouflage nets took on a rocky texture. From above, the convoy appeared as a cluster of enormous boulders strewn across the crumbling national road. The black whirlwind descended upon them, the ear-piercing hum like a sharp drill piercing the eardrums of everyone in the convoy. Jiang Huai's face turned pale as a mutated locust, the size of a volleyball, slammed into the windshield. Although the military-grade bulletproof glass remained intact, the immense impact jolted the entire Raptor 2 violently. The mutated locust tumbled onto the hood, seemingly dazed, and rubbed its head with its razor-sharp forelimbs. Then, with a buzz, its yellow-green wings unfurled, flapping twice before it soared back into the sky, joining the swarm of locusts as they rushed toward Fengcheng. "Chief, is this still a locust?" Jiang Huai was an exceptional soldier, among the elite in the Great Xiao Army. Otherwise, the higher-ups would not have dispatched him to lead an elite squad to escort this mysterious chief to Hangqing. Yet, no matter how capable a soldier, he remained human. Faced with phenomena beyond comprehension, fear was inevitable. During their journey over the past 2 days, they had encountered far too many bizarre creatures, as if the demons of hell had crawled into the world overnight. Even so, confronted with the overwhelming swarm of mutated locusts, Jiang Huai felt his scalp tingle with dread. The beautiful woman leaped from the vehicle, ignoring the young officer, her gray-green eyes filled with deep concern as she gazed at the locust swarm that was gradually disappearing into the horizon. After a moment, she turned to look at the officer in the driver's seat and calmly stated, "They are still locusts, but they are no longer the kind you are familiar with." With that, she walked toward the tail vehicle, which was equipped with precision testing instruments and agents, ensuring that there could be no mistakes. "And how many times must I remind you? Do not call me Chief. My name is Ren Fani." Jiang Huai leaned against the car window, glancing back at the woman's graceful silhouette, her ash-gray hair cascading down instead of being pinned up in a bun, swaying gently at her slender waist. Truly captivating, the young officer sighed inwardly. Chapter 37. The order from Boss Peng last night. The 3 girls in the dormitory hardly slept a wink. The cacophony of gunfire and explosions echoed throughout the entire district. The roar of helicopter rotors deafening in the night sky. At the entrance of the hotel, gunfire erupted as well. A group of fully armed soldiers emerged from the main building, driving back some mutated creatures attempting to break in. Subsequently, another group arrived, dragging in numerous sandbags, completely barricading the entrance to a height equal to the surrounding walls, approximately 5 meters. It was not until the early hours of dawn that the gunfire enveloping the city gradually subsided, leaving only the sporadic low hum of helicopters and distant explosions echoing. The moment gunfire erupted, the 3 girls immediately dashed out of their rooms, crowding beside Lu Liui. Shangguan Jingya and Dan Xiaoyu each clutched one of his arms, while Lu Fong squeezed in as well, only to be met with a fierce glare from Shangguan Jingya, causing her to sulk in the corner of the sofa. They remained seated on the couch throughout the night, only succumbing to a deep slumber when dawn broke. Meanwhile, Lu Liui stood vigil by the window, his gaze fixed intently on the commotion outside. To be why the early hours, the phone had already lost its signal, and the television displayed nothing but static. It was hardly surprising that the network had gone down within just a few days. In the face of monumental apocalyptic disasters, humanity's communication infrastructure was often the first to suffer devastation. He pondered that the next likely step would be the cessation of water and electricity. Outside the window, a multitude of mutated creatures seemed to have proliferated overnight within the nearby blocks. Several armored vehicles lay twisted and crumpled like pretzels, surrounded by a mass of bodies clad in camouflage that on the wall of a 3-story building. 3 mantis-like humanoid beings swiftly plunged their massive forelimbs into the concrete wall. Crawling through windows and doors after a series of intermittent screams, they emerged, dragging 3 lifeless bodies with them. Lu Liui observed keenly, noting that one of the bodies was small, unmistakably that of a child. Further away, a colossal tree appeared to have expanded, its canopy nearly filling half the sky over the western district. The hotel staff and guests were in a state of alarm. "I am Peng Sanhai." A commanding voice resonated through the hotel's loudspeakers, cutting through the anxiety. Just 2 nights ago, the Great Xia Supreme Council had issued the highest level of danger alert and announced that the nation had entered a state of extreme military readiness. Surely, everyone had seen the news by now. Regrettably, I must inform you that last night I received word that the Hangqing National Guard deployed armored vehicles and aircraft to eliminate the mutated creatures. But they have yet to succeed. Commander Wu of the Guard has ordered a second assault and has made contact with the capital. The nearest National Guard unit in Fengcheng is on its way to support us in Hangqing. The announcement paused momentarily, and the previously silent hotel suddenly erupted into a cacophony. Lu Fong cried out in panic, only to be silenced by a glare from Shangguan Jingya. In just 1 night, the situation had deteriorated to such an extent that even the military could not maintain order. How many monsters lurked within the city? However, until help arrived, our hotel would take measures for self-preservation. The hotel had stockpiled ample fresh water and food, ensuring that there would be no shortages in the short term, so everyone could rest assured. The middle-aged man's voice paused again before continuing. Currently, 3 infected individuals have been transformed into monsters. Though they have been neutralized, significant casualties have resulted. TO search for other mutated creatures and ensure everyone's safety. I hereby announce that all hotel personnel must immediately gather in the main lobby for unified isolation in their respective rooms. If there are no abnormalities after 7 days, isolation will be lifted to as I understand it. Infected individuals can transform within 7 days. The monsters within the hotel have been eradicated, and the main entrance has been barricaded. The hotel is currently very secure. Please gather in the main lobby within 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, I will dispatch a security team to search each floor, and any non-compliant individuals will be dealt with lethally on the spot. The loudspeaker emitted a piercing noise before falling silent once more. What should we do? Peng said that non-compliance would result in execution. Dan Xiaoyu and Shengguan Jingya turned to Lu Liuyi in unison. He believed that Peng Sanhai's actions were justified, even necessary to nip danger in the bud. Any wise individual would do the same, but he decided to wait and observe the unfolding situation. While he agreed with Peng Sanhai's approach, he harbored an aversion to the insecurity that arose from being in a crowd, thus subconsciously resisting the idea of gathering in the main building. The fire escape and elevator doors on the 6th floor had been sealed. Perhaps Peng Sanhai's security team would retreat in the face of difficulty. That Lu Liuyi, Peng's call for everyone to assemble is for the good of all. What if more individuals like Lai Qing appeared? Would we be able to survive? Lu Fong, shaken by the previous day's fright and feeling vulnerable, expressed her discontent, though lacking any real conviction, her tone almost petulant. Dan Xiaoyu raised her eyebrows in annoyance at Lu Fong's demeanor, while Shengguan Jingya felt an involuntary shiver that if you want to leave, no one is stopping you. Dan Xiaoyu's patience with Lu Fong was wearing thin. Last night she even tried to vie for my uncle's attention. If you don't clear away the clutter, how can I get out? Lu Fong retorted, exasperated by Dan Xiaoyu's unreasonable attitude. Shengguan Jingya was not inclined to indulge her. You can fashion a rope from the bed sheets and lower yourself down. Rest assured, I won't hesitate to cut the sheet halfway through you. As the 3 women bickered, Lu Liuyi noticed a group of armed soldiers exiting the main building, followed closely by a gang of ruffians wielding iron rods and machetes. The juxtaposition of the military and the thugs was jarring. This Peng boss truly wields considerable influence to command soldiers to do his bidding. However, these soldiers could not have been part of the mutated creature attack on the hotel. Otherwise, he would have certainly noticed. Could it be that Peng Sanhai had foreseen the disaster and, through connections, summoned the National Guard for his protection? Lu Liuyi's speculation was nearly spot on. Suddenly, he recognized 2 familiar faces among the thugs, Wang Long and his stout little sidekick. Wang Long appeared to have just emerged from a fierce battle, his white tank top stained with blood as he wielded a large Guangdong machete at the rear of the group, whispering something to his companion. Suddenly, he looked up, his face twisted with malice as he locked eyes with Lu Liuyi, who was peering down from the 6th floor dormitory window. The intensity of Wang Long's glare deepened as he raised the heavy machete with one hand, gesturing toward Lu Liuyi with a N-O-D. Lu Liuyi deciphered the unspoken words forming on Wang Long's lips. You'd better wait for me. Chapter 38. The over-the-shoulder dragon, without shoulders. A few girls, hearing the commotion outside, rushed to the window to peek. Lu Fong immediately spotted her boyfriend, excitedly waving her hand and calling out Wang Long's name. Upon seeing Lu Fong, Wang Long dashed to the front of the military ranks and spoke to a commanding officer. Gesturing towards the 6th floor window, the officer glanced in the indicated direction, hesitated for a moment, then nodded, quietly relaying instructions as the team redirected toward the buildings behind the annex. With a wave of his hand, Wang Long prompted a dozen thugs to emit wild cries as they surged into the annex's entrance. Lu Liuyi, why aren't you clearing away the clutter? Lu Fong, upon witnessing her boyfriend leading a group into the annex, regained her former haughty demeanor. He cast a glance at Lu Fong, bemused, wondering how she could utter such thoughtless words despite not having a particularly large chest. Dan Xiaoyu felt a twinge of anxiety upon seeing the thugs armed with machetes and clubs, quietly asking Shengguan Jingya, with Wang Long bringing so many people, could he be looking for trouble? Will Liuyi be in danger? Absolutely not. Shengguan Jingya's confidence was evident as she turned to Lu Fong, scolding Lu Fong, who saved you just last night. You wretched woman, if you keep babbling nonsense, I will tear your mouth apart. Lu Fong, emboldened, shouted, "He killed Lai Qing!" Smack! A sharp sound echoed as Lu Liuyi and Shengwan Jingya stared in astonishment at the tall, beautiful girl. Dan Xiaoyu had always been a kind-hearted girl. Even when Lu Fang occasionally teased her, she brushed it off and had, on multiple occasions, stopped her friends from defending her, to everyone as surprise. Without a word, she slapped Lu Fang across the face. Lu Fang held her stinging cheek, disbelief etched across her face as she glared at Dan Xiaoyu, her eyes brimming with resentment as she scanned the other two. Her lips pressed tightly shut, refusing to utter another word. Vile. Dan Xiaoyu uttered the harshest words she had ever spoken in her life. After all, she had tried to help Lu Fang, only to have her falsely accuse her uncle of murder. How despicable! Commotion erupted within the annex as Wang Long and his crew systematically cleared the area. Lu Fang's resentment festered. "Just wait, you bunch of dogs and whores!" Lu Liuyi pushed aside the refrigerator and opened the gaping door. He was not one to shy away from conflict. While most would feel their legs turn to jelly at the sight of a dozen armed thugs, he felt a twinge of excitement. The sounds of blades and axes echoed from the corridor when, moments later, Wang Long appeared at the dormitory door, brandishing a nearly 2-meter-long Guangong machete. Oddly enough, he was accompanied by only his stout little sidekick. Wang Long's face was contorted with viciousness as he fixed his gaze on Lu Liuyi, sneering, "This is between us. No need for anyone else." Lu Liuyi found himself intrigued, surprised that this over-the-shoulder dragon had such audacity. In his life on the streets, he had never faced such humiliation, especially not in front of beautiful women. "I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times, and I might spare you. But only if you offer me one hand. What a difference a night makes." This thug had completely transformed. No, something was off. Lu Liuyi pondered as he remained puzzled. "Have you made up your mind? By the way, that Dan Xiaoyu, I intend to have my way with her before your eyes. Dragon brother, leave Shengwan Jingya for me. She's short, just my type." The stout young man interjected eagerly, fearful that Wang Long would overlook his loyalty. "How tedious," Wang Long uttered, voicing his first complaint. Before he could finish, a flash of steel descended upon Wang Long's head, executed without flair. Wang Long seemed momentarily stunned, not even flinching, while his subordinate's eyes glimmered with mockery. Clang with a sharp crack, the blade forged from high-carbon steel was unexpectedly sent soaring into the air. Wang Long stroked his head, laughing triumphantly. "Didn't he expect this, did you? I'm invulnerable now, haha." In response, a flash of blades erupted. This time, a long knife came slicing towards his neck. Clang! As the blade clashed, Wang Long remained unscathed. Before the long knife could be retracted, he abruptly lowered his jaw, firmly trapping the blade between his neck. Subsequently, he swung his right hand, wielding the Guangong cleaver, aiming a powerful strike at the man before him, seemingly intent on cleaving him in two inside the room. 3 female gasps echoed, one voice distinctly tinged with excitement. Just as the opponent raised his cleaver, Wang Long, without moving from his spot, launched a kick upwards, striking Wang Long's jaw slackened. The long knife was freed. He was sent flying backwards, crashing heavily into his subordinate. The two of them tumbling together, Lu Liuyi took a few steps back, retreating into the room. It turned out he had mutated, his skin transformed into something impervious to blades and bullets. The reason eluded his imagination. Outside, 2 figures struggled to rise. Wang Long forcefully shoved aside his stout little brother, his eyes filled with exasperation. Having inexplicably gained powers the night before, he had thought he could wash away his shame and perhaps even conquer the girl he had long desired, only to find himself at a disadvantage upon their first encounter. He brandished his knife and charged swiftly into the living room, but before he could discern the situation inside, a whip-like kick appeared before him. Crack! With a muffled thud, his body was sent flying horizontally once more. Under the gaze of 3 women, each with differing expressions, Wang Long was consumed by fury. He sprang up, wielding the cleaver, charging at Lu Liuyi once again. Lu Liuyi crouched to evade the horizontal strike of the blade, swiftly countering with an upward stab directed between Wang Long's legs. "Damn it. Is even your rear end impervious?" With a squelching sound. The blade pierced halfway into his body, in pain. Wang Long reacted quickly, pressing down with both hands on the blade, angling it towards Lu Liuyi's right hand. Lu Liuyi retracted his right hand quickly, his left hand gripping the handle, preparing to press forward. Suddenly, a fire axe emerged from behind Wang Long, hurtling towards Lu Liu's face with a gust of wind. Lu Liu leaned back to evade the axe, the long knife being pulled from his opponent's body. Before he touched the ground, his foot shot out swiftly towards Wang Long's groin. With a blood-curdling scream, a blood arrow shot from Wang Long's rear. As he crashed onto the ground outside, the Guangdong cleaver flying several meters away, Lu Liu supported himself with one hand, quickly springing up, ignoring the stout young man who had just used the fire axe, and pursued Wang Long. As Wang Long hit the ground, a long knife was already embedded in his right shoulder. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated. The sensation from the long knife indicated that Wang Long's mutated skin was not as hard as before. Lu Liu gripped the handle with his right hand, applying force downward. The blade sank into Wang Long's shoulder, drawing a trickle of blood, but failing to penetrate further. Frowning, he raised a foot, and in the face of Wang Long's terrified gaze, he forcefully stomped down on the embedded blade. With a swift motion, an arm was completely severed. The dragon tattoo on it split in two. Wang Long let out a heart-wrenching howl, blood gushing from the stump. Chapter 39. I want to see Boss Peng. Lu Liu sheathed his knife, disregarding Wang Long's wailing, and walked into the room towards the stout young man. Murder! Murder! Lu Fong screamed as she dashed out of the house, not even glancing at her bloodied boyfriend lying at the doorstep. Rushing down the already breached hallway, Lu Liu allowed her to leave, continuing towards the stout young man. The stout young man, terrified, took a step back. Why you stay away? We're with Boss Peng. If you kill us, Boss Peng won't let you go. He retreated against the wall, seeing Lu Liu inching closer, his voice quaking. In truth, he had never even seen Boss Peng. Lu Liu stared at him with an indifferent gaze, his lips moving slightly. I ask, you answer. For every lie, I will sever one of your fingers. For 2 lies, 2 fingers that I will verify with the one at the door. Understood? Yes, I understand. You can ask, he stammered, panic evident in his nodding. Outside, the moans of Dragon Brother grew fainter, as if he might faint at any moment, causing the stout young man to nod frantically. 3 minutes later, after a swift kick from Shangguan Jingya to the stout young man, the interrogation concluded. Bah, with your looks, you still think you can get with me. And you call me short. You're just a dead winter melon. The petite and cute girl, still seething with anger after kicking him, lamented. The stout young man was named Lu Chong, working under Wang Long for a certain Zhang Ge, primarily involved in deceiving people into participating in new drug trials. Above Zhang Ge was a notorious figure known as Li Laoda, rumored to be a close aide to the renowned entrepreneur Peng Sanhai. 2 days ago, Li Laoda instructed Zhang Ge to gather some strong brothers and be ready with their gear to assemble at the Shangri-La Hotel under Boss Peng the following morning. Wang Long and Lu Chong had inquired discreetly and discovered that Boss Peng had some enemies arriving soon, prompting the gathering of brothers from Hangqing for protection. It was said that the soldiers inside the hotel were also arranged by Boss Peng for security. Yesterday, mutated insects and rats stormed the main building, only to be eliminated by the soldiers with their guns. The other mutated monsters attempting to breach the hotel entrance were also repelled by them, leaving the personnel in the main building largely unscathed, save for a FEWAS for Wang Long. Shortly after returning from the auxiliary building to the main building, he suddenly fainted for over 3 hours. Upon waking, he found his skin as hard as iron, impervious to even the mutated rats. Early that morning, Peng Sanhai ordered all personnel in the hotel to gather to prevent any further transformations into mindless monsters. After his mutation, Wang Long eagerly volunteered to lead the gang. Hearing this, Lu Liu recalled Lai Qing's transformation into a monster and asked, did anyone in the main building also transform into a monster? Indeed. One of our brothers suddenly transformed into a monster right before everyone's eyes last night. If it weren't for those soldiers, many would have likely died. I was right next to it. It scared me to death, Lu Chong replied, his face pale with fear. What about Wang Long? He must have mutated too. Why didn't he become a monster? Lu Liu surveyed the now unconscious Wang Long lying at the door. Lu Chong had been cautiously watching him, fearful that one misstep might lead to his own transformation into a heroic figure, but he quickly replied, I don't know, but I heard Zhang Ge say that Boss Peng mentioned Dragon Brother's mutation is incomplete. So he wants to turn into a monster. Other details are beyond my knowledge. Incomplete mutation, Lu Liuyi was about to approach Wang Long for a closer inspection when a commotion erupted outside. Soon, over a dozen figures appeared in the corridor on the 6th floor. Leading them was a young officer in his 30s, sporting the insignia of a lieutenant. Following closely were 12 or 13 fully armed soldiers in camouflage. To Lu Liuyi's astonishment, standing beside the officer was Lu Fong. "Lieutenant Wu, it's him. He is the one who killed my roommate and even chopped off my boyfriend's hand. Hurry, arrest him." Lu Fong pointed at Lu Liuyi, her eyes filled with malice. Before the officer could respond, two girls inside spoke simultaneously. "You're talking nonsense." Subsequently, Dan Xiaoyu and Shengwan Jingya quickly relayed the truth of the situation to the officer. In the Great Xia Nation, the esteem of soldiers and police is exceedingly high among the majority of the populace, making them highly trusted figures. This explains why Lu Fong's instinctive reaction was to seek help from the soldiers rather than her boyfriend's subordinates, and why Dan Xiaoyu and the others were eager to explain everything to the officer. Conversely, Lu Liuyi remained silent, as if an outsider to the unfolding drama. "Are you Lu Liuyi?" the lieutenant officer, after listening to the three women's quarrelsome accounts, turned to him with a frown. "I am," he replied coolly. "My name is Wu Fa, affiliated with the Jiangnan National Guard, 19th Battalion, 8th Company, holding the rank of lieutenant." The officer's expression was serious as he continued. "Now, I ask you and these two female comrades to accompany us to the main building for centralized control and interrogation that Lu Liuyi hasn't committed any crime. That was self-defense. Wang Long and that stout one threatened to kill him, and even said they would rape me and Xiaoyu." Shengwan Jingya, known for her assertive nature, was incensed upon hearing the officer's request for isolation and interrogation. "If you don't believe me, just ask that stout one. You can interrogate him." The girl pointed a slender finger at the stout young man. Lu Chong cast a furtive glance at the long knife in Lu Liuyi's hand. Swallowing hard, too intimidated to speak, Officer Wu Fa glanced at Lu Chong, already half convinced by Shengwan Jingya's words. "This matter will certainly be investigated thoroughly. Now all involved parties must come with me. I am acting under orders. Please cooperate." As he finished speaking, the dozen or so soldiers behind him pulled back their gun bolts, the muzzles slightly raised, facing the dark barrels of the guns. Lu Liuyi interjected before the two girls could protest. "All right, we'll come with you, but I have one condition." Wu Fa, somewhat impatient, thought to himself how this young man seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation, as if he believed the soldiers were merely wielding firewood. Unbeknownst to him, the young man was merely a year or two his junior. "Speak freely." Wu Fa resolved to avoid violence whenever possible. "I wish to see Peng Sanhai," he stated calmly. The reason? Wu Fa, tasked with protecting Peng Sanhai, naturally sought clarification. The deceased creature was an employee of Boss Peng, and the injured party was one of his subordinates. "I believe it necessary to elucidate the sequence of events. Furthermore, do you believe there are still police officers handling cases at this time?" He spoke in a frigid tone, his expression betraying no change. After a moment's contemplation, Wu Fa nodded in acquiescence and gestured. A soldier positioned behind him stepped forward, gun in hand, and extended one arm. He understood this was a request for him to surrender his long knife. Without hesitation, he relinquished his weapon. It was clearly impractical to meet Peng Sanhai while armed, so it was wiser to comply. In truth, his desire to see Peng Sanhai was not merely to explain the incidents involving the death of Lai Qing and the severing of Wang Long's arm. Under the current circumstances, it was likely that Boss Peng would not concern himself with such matters. What Lu Liuyi truly sought was confirmation that Peng Sanhai was aware of Wang Long's mutation and had made prior arrangements for military protection, which indicated that the information at his disposal far exceeded that of others. Most critically, both Wang Long and Lu Chong were affiliated with the drug testing organization, and Peng Sanhai was the paramount owner. He must possess intimate knowledge of the substances injected into them. Whether Peng Sanhai would even deign to acknowledge someone of his lowly status remained to be seen upon their meeting. Chapter 40. The greatest doubt in that opulent penthouse office. Peng Sanhai sat behind a grand, intricately carved wooden desk. He lifted a cigar resting on the gilded ashtray, inhaling deeply. Soon, smoke billowed forth, obscuring his bloodshot eyes. "Peng Zong, everyone is gathered in the main hall. Xiao Zhang has verified their presence, and no one is missing." A man in his 50s stood before the desk, a jagged scar running from his brow to his lips. rendering an otherwise amiable visage into something fearsome. Peng Sanhai flicked the ash from his cigar and nodded. In 30 minutes, I shall meet with them. Lao Li, have the rooms in the main building been prepared? Ensure each person has their own. The scarred middle-aged man hesitated. Peng Zong, there are over 600 people gathered. The main building does not contain enough rooms. Perhaps we should consider accommodating 2 per room to ensure everyone has safety. After a moment's thought, Peng Sanhai slightly nodded. Peng Zong, there is another matter. Seeing his superior's acknowledgement, the scarred man continued. Wu Fa brought over 2 women and a man from the annex. The man severed Wang Long's arm. And Wu Fa mentioned he wishes to see you that I have already gathered information. This man not only disarmed Wang Long, but also decapitated an employee who had mutated into a monster last night. Oh, Peng Sanhai replied, somewhat surprised. Wang Long. Is he the lad who exhibited incomplete mutation yesterday? Wasn't his ability skin metallization? How could he have lost an arm? According to Wu Fa, this man is named Lu Lioi, and he used a Damascus long knife to incapacitate Wang Long, replied the scarred middle-aged man, Lao Li. Wang Long possesses metal skin abilities, which according to the latest standards released by Shangjing and the Beautiful Nation yesterday, are classified as C-level, the lowest rank. Thus, it is not impossible for him to be injured by a blade. You mentioned that a fully mutated monster also appeared in the annex, and that it was decapitated by this Lu. Lu something? Peng Sanhai took another puff of his cigar, his brow furrowing in curiosity. Lao Li, were you present when that child from Xiao Zhang's team transformed into a monster yesterday? How many shots did Wu Fa's team fire before they managed to kill it? Lao Li recalled the events of yesterday, a hint of trepidation flickering across his face as he lowered his gaze. Peng Zong, Wu Fa's team consisted of 13 members, and they expended all their magazines from their Type 95 automatic rifles before they ultimately killed the monster, totaling 390 rounds of 5.8mm ammunition. Peng Sanhai rose, circumnavigating the expansive desk to approach the scarred man. Lao Li, if you were to confront this Wang Long, how confident would you be in severing his arm? Lao Li did not respond immediately, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Peng Zong, you are aware that I acquired speed enhancement abilities after my mutation last week, which also falls within the C-level range. I possess no confidence in dealing with someone like Wang Long, whose skin is metallic. Upon hearing this, Peng Sanhai fell silent, and Lao Li also refrained from speaking to as a trusted confidant. He sensed that his employer was on the verge of making a significant decision. After a lengthy pause, Peng Sanhai's voice broke the silence. You just mentioned that this Lu fellow wishes to see me. His name is Lu Lioi. Currently, due to a temporary network outage, I cannot access any additional information about him. Wu Fa indicated that he wishes to explain the situation regarding Wang Long and the slain monster. Explain? Peng Sanhai chuckled derisively, then lowered his voice, regarding the matter that old Mo mentioned over the phone yesterday. How do you feel about allowing this individual to meet with Wu Fa? Lao Li was momentarily taken aback, struggling to keep pace with his employer's train of thought before quickly coming to a realization. Peng Zong, we still do not know if he is trustworthy. Could this be? He hesitated to voice the rest. Could it be too hasty? Peng Sanhai completed the thought for him. Originally, the plan had been to send Wu Fa and the recently mutated lad. But since that lad had been incapacitated by Lu Lioi, he would have to step in. As for whether Lu Lioi was reliable, Henti mentioned he had 2 female companions, having followed his employer for many years. Lao Li quickly grasped the implication and added, Peng Zong, I understand what to do now. Shall I have someone bring him in? Lu Lioi surveyed the extravagantly appointed space before him that as a part-time illustrator. His greatest aspiration prior to falling ill had been to design such a space as a personal masterpiece. The scarred old man who had escorted him did not linger, leaving only Lu Lioi and the man seated on the circular sofa. Observing this nationally renowned tycoon, frequently gracing television and magazines, he felt a pang of reflection on the capriciousness of fate that I am Peng Sanhai. Speak. What brings you here? He found the man's assertive and overly proactive demeanor somewhat off-putting. Ironically, he too preferred to maintain control in unfamiliar encounters. Boss Peng, your employee Lai Qing transformed into a monster, and I decapitated him. Your henchman Wang Long attempted to kill me, and I severed his arm. All of these actions were in self-defense, and I hope you will investigate and clear my name. He stated with calm assertion that I have already investigated. This matter is in the past. Unexpectedly, Boss Peng did not linger on these incidents. Rest assured, no one will scrutinize this issue further. You may leave now, but should you choose to remain at the hotel, you must undergo a 7-day quarantine. Peng Sanhai waved his hand lightly, signaling for the guest to depart. Lu Liuyi found himself momentarily dumbfounded. Was it truly over just like that? He had yet to voice his questions. Noticing that Lu Liuyi did not move, Peng Sanhai feigned surprise. Did I ask there anything else? He decided to cut straight to the chase. Boss Peng, do you have an underground drug testing organization? Please do not rush to deny it. Both Wang Long and Lu Chong are affiliated with this organization. I know them, and I have actually participated in your drug trials, just 5 days ago. Hearing this, Peng Sanhai's hand, which held the cigar, trembled imperceptibly, ash cascading onto the Hainan rosewood desk. What do you wish to know? He did not intend to deny the truth. Under the current circumstances, what would be the point of doing so? Does the T4 virus reagent you injected into me cause mutations? This was the crux of his greatest concern. Was his inexplicable recovery a result of the T4 virus reagent or merely the effect of the T3 painkiller? Dr. Yang had clearly stated that aside from replacing morphine and Dolantin, the T3 painkiller had no medicinal efficacy, a conclusion reached after countless experiments by the Shangjing Research Institute. And Lu Liuyi believed Dr. Yang had no reason to deceive him. Therefore, his physical anomalies could only be linked to the recent drug trial. And more importantly, he sought a pathway to enhance his strength. If the T4 virus reagent enabled his recovery and bolstered his abilities, there must be a means to grow even stronger. Chapter 41. Yamamoto Ernai, you have mutated? What abilities have you acquired? Peng Sanhai keenly grasped the essence of his words. And it made sense. Without mutation, how could one contend with Wang Long and the monster? Now, it is I who poses the questions, Lu Liuyi countered, refusing to be swayed by the direction of the conversation. I can disclose that, but you must first reveal the nature of your abilities. That a brief consensus was reached between the two individuals, Lu Liuyi felt that there was no need to conceal his slight enhancement in speed and strength. Especially in this era on the brink of collapse, showcasing one's prowess could indeed afford him a measure of conversational authority. However, he refrained from disclosing his ability to heal wounds rapidly to Peng Sanhai. And the matter of his bones turning green was even less likely to be shared. Upon hearing this, a look of relief crossed Peng Sanhai's face, which left Lu Liuyi somewhat perplexed at Lu Liuyi. I must clarify that the T4 virus does not induce mutations in humans or any living beings. In fact, I have been conducting experiments with the T4 reagent for several months now, and there have been no incidents of mutation. Peng Sanhai stated with conviction, that doesn't lead to mutation. Lu Liuyi was momentarily rendered speechless. Seeing him stand there in a daze, Peng Sanhai continued, perhaps your mutation stems from the T5 viral gas present in the air. You must have seen the announcements on television. After mutant creatures perish, their bodies have a chance to dissolve, a process that releases gas. The people in Shangjing refer to this gas as T5 gas because the first batch of mutant creatures originated from the T5 virus. This gas gradually becomes transparent and invisible as it disperses with the dissolving corpses, but it does not vanish. It continues to circulate through the air until absorbed by various organisms. When a living being inhales this gas, there is also a chance of mutation. The prevailing belief in Shangjing is that those who lose their sanity become known as completely mutated, while those who retain their reason are termed incompletely mutated. Individuals like Wang Long, who exhibit physical aberrations yet maintain human rationality, are referred to as Irin. That I surmise that you are akin to Wang Long, having transformed into an Irin after absorbing T5 gas. Seeing Lu Liuyi remain silent, Peng Sanhai decided to divulge more of what he knew. Believing that this knowledge would greatly aid their forthcoming endeavors, that's so. Yet I feel my situation does not quite align with what you have described. Lu Liuyi pondered internally, sensing a dissonance he could not articulate. Do you wish to grow stronger? Peng Sanhai suddenly inquired. Startled, Lu Liuyi had yet to voice his thoughts. Wondering how this affluent man could discern his intentions, that he looked at Peng Sanhai, awaiting further elucidation. The world has become fraught with peril. Only by strengthening oneself can one secure a greater space for survival. Lu Liuyi, would you not agree? Peng Sanhai continued as Lu Liuyi nodded in affirmation. I possess a serum that, upon injection, can significantly enhance the original abilities of a Irin. For instance, if Wang Long were to inject it, his skin could harden remarkably, even enabling him to withstand bullets. This serum is effective solely for Yirans. It was initially intended for one of my subordinates, but his abilities pertain to speed, making it unsuitable for him. Lu Lioi refrained from inquiring about the serum's composition or origin, suspecting that such questions would yield no satisfactory response from this wealthy man. Speak plainly. What do you require of me? He asked directly. Assist me in locating an individual at the Nanjing District Police Station. Peng Sanhai replied, retrieving a photograph from his desk drawer, his expression solemn. Once you find her, bring her to the hotel. After contemplating, Lu Lioi took the photograph and declared, it's a deal, but I wish to use the serum first. A little over 10 minutes later, upon receiving permission, a scarred man entered the room. Did you give it to him? Peng Sanhai asked, idly toying with a new cigar. Indeed, Mr. Peng, the type serum has been administered to him. Although he did not use it immediately, I also found 2 reliable female employees to keep an eye on his 2 companions. Lao Li replied respectfully. That is inconsequential. Inform Wu Fa that they should prepare to depart this afternoon. Peng Sanhai commanded, to Mr. Peng, are you truly ordering Wu Fa to withdraw all security personnel? What about your safety? Lao Li hesitated. You and Xiao Zhang's crew suffice. The apocalypse has only just begun. The dangers are not yet overwhelming. Peng Sanhai reassured him. Lao Li recalled the enormous tiger he had seen the previous day and the towering tree not far from the hotel, his mouth twitching, yet he chose to remain silent. As the scarred man turned to leave, he pulled open the heavy soundproof door, and the boss's voice echoed behind him. Tell Wu Fa that if this fellow does not pull his weight, he is to be executed on the spot. Understood. Lao Li replied succinctly, and after confirming no further commands from his employer, he slowly closed the door. Reclining in his high-backed chair, Peng Sanhai murmured to himself, Mo Lao, I will ensure that Yun Yadu is returned to you unharmed. You need not worry. The Nanjing District Police Station lay in disarray. Several police cars at the entrance were severely damaged, with a few decaying corpses scattered haphazardly on the ground, while unknown small creatures gnawed at the remains. Strangely, a 5-meter-high blue crystalline wall encircled the police station, effectively shielding it from various nameless creatures lurking in the streets outside. Anyone approaching this wall would discover that it emanated an intense chill, resembling a colossal block of blue ice. Despite the sweltering heat still present in Hangcheng, there was no sign of melting. Within the confines of the blue ice wall, in the hall of the police station, tremors echoed as if many were singing, albeit the melody was discordant and tinged with an unmistakable chill. A group of over 10 individuals, clad in various attire, men and women alike, were embedded up to their waists in a blue ice block the size of a barrel, standing in 2 rows at the center of the expansive hall. Shivering as they struggled to sing the same song, in front of them stood a young man in an orange sports uniform, his hair parted in the middle, with his right hand raised in a flamboyant gesture. Holding a police dagger between his thumb and forefinger, his eyes closed in a state of rapture as he kept time to the music. Behind this middle-parted youth sat 5 or 6 men dressed in prison garb, cradling various police firearms, grinning as they pointed and laughed at the group of men and women trapped in the blue. I see. As the singing continued, suddenly, a man in a white police uniform shouted, If you have the guts, kill me, you little bastard. The disjointed singing abruptly ceased, and the middle-parted youth, momentarily pausing his exuberant dagger dance, opened his eyes. Filled with a savage glare, he advanced 2 or 3 steps towards a man in the white shirt, and with a swift motion, sliced off one of his ears, which fell to the ground. Cries of anguish and curses erupted from the onlookers, yet the middle-parted youth remained unfazed, addressing the white-shirt officer. If you do not follow orders, I will cut off your other ear. His accent suggested an awkwardness, as if he were not a native of the Summer Kingdom. Upon finishing, he picked up the bloody ear from the ground, took a step sideways, and approached another person beside the white-shirt officer, gripping the man's face to force his mouth open, shoving the severed ear inside before covering his mouth with one hand. The man's face turned pale, his eyes bulging as he emitted a series of desperate whimpers from deep within his throat. Swallow it, the middle-parted youth said with an unexpectedly gentle tone, his expression returning to one of delight as he brandished the glinting dagger. Otherwise, I will give him your ear to eat. The 5 or 6 men in prison garb ceased their playful antics, all eyes fixed on the man's cheeks as they quivered in the youth's grasp. After a moment, he released his grip, indicating for the man to open his mouth, and after confirming that the entire ear had been swallowed, he smiled and asked, How does the taste of your chief's ear fare? Yamamoto or Anon? A tall man in prison garb rose, displaying impatience. Are we done playing? Hurry up and kill these people. Li Laoda will soon be ready for his fun. And it will be our turn next. The middle-parted youth glanced back. Li Mingjun, I am not finished playing yet. I will not go to have fun just yet. Chapter 42. The bomb. A group of individuals made their way towards the back of the hall, while a disjointed and out-of-sync melody echoed behind them. They turned into a room that appeared to be an interrogation chamber, its iron door adorned with blue frost, the temperature significantly lower than that outside. In the corner, two scantily clad women sat huddled, weeping softly. In the center of the room lay a woman in a disheveled police uniform, motionless on the ground, clearly devoid of life. One of the men, with a somewhat simple demeanor and bare arms, pointed at the lifeless form and addressed the other two women, saying, "From today onward, you will serve my brothers well, do you understand?" The two women instinctively glanced at the corpse beside them, only to quickly bury their heads in their knees, trembling and resuming their quiet sobbing. The sight of the deceased woman, her eyes wide open and her neck marred by two dark, bruised marks, was a haunting image. Her once youthful and beautiful face had contorted into a grotesque mask of death. Her clothing, along with her undergarments, had been sliced open, exposing her chest, which was adorned by a delicate layer of blue frost. Zheng Tian entered the room with Li Ming and others, and upon witnessing the scene, Li Ming expressed his discontent to the simple man, saying, "Brother, why did you kill her? I hadn't even had my turn." The man grinned broadly and replied, "Mingzi, this girl was quite resistant and uncooperative. I didn't manage to hold back that. No worries. She has only just passed. Her body is still warm, so make do with it." He then inquired, "Did those people in the front hall meet their end?" Li Ming, casting a regretful glance at the corpse, replied without lifting his head, "That little brat Yamamoto is still having his fun." "Damn it," the man muttered under his breath, "that useless brat is not taking things seriously. Hurry up and get to work." He turned to the newcomers with a mocking smile, adding, "Once you're done, come to the front hall." After a moment, he glanced at Zheng Tian, who had been keeping his head down, and with a flash of intensity in his eyes, asked, "Old Zheng, are you really not going to indulge a little?" Zheng Tian, still avoiding eye contact, murmured, "I'm getting old. I can't keep up anymore." Laughter erupted in the interrogation room, unrestrained and mocking. The simple man cast a meaningful glance at Zheng Tian before waving his hand, leading those who had just finished back to the main hall. Yamamoto and his companion seemed oblivious to the arrival of the simple man and his group, their eyes narrowed in a trance as they conducted the disjointed choir with a dagger in hand. "Yamamoto, it's time to kill. We need to get down to business," the man commanded in a low voice. Only then did Yamamoto appear to notice the newcomers, opening his eyes and making a circular motion with his right hand before clenching it into a fist, causing the discordant singing to abruptly cease. But he nodded in satisfaction and turned to face the man, addressing him in broken Daxia. "Li Xiaowan, I have trained this choir with great effort. It's hard to let go. Could we perhaps catch those hiding before we kill?" "Absolutely not." The simple man strained to maintain his affable demeanor, but his tone betrayed his irritation. Yamamoto gradually retracted his gentle expression, scrutinizing Li Xiaowan for a moment before glancing at the unfriendly prisoners behind him, and suddenly broke into a smile. "Xiaowan, you are the boss. I will follow your orders." With that, he tossed the dagger into the air, and it seemed to be caught by an invisible hand, swiftly slicing through the throats of each member of the choir in a split second, blood gushing forth like water from a burst pipe. Li Xiaowan, watching the blood splatter onto his clothes, his eyes glinting with ferocity, fixed his gaze on Yamamoto and commanded, "Listen closely. Now go to the basement and bring those people out. Yamamoto, you'll take the lead. You can have your fun, but don't damage the police officer named Emo Kaiyun." "Yamamoto, did you hear me clearly?" Yamamoto disregarded Li Xiaowan's fierce glare, idly cleaning his fingernails with the still dripping dagger, and lazily replied, "Got it. Xiaowan, I'm not a pervert. These individuals were the prisoners temporarily relocated to the police station in the Southern District during the disaster. Under Li Xiaowan's leadership, they had seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack while the mutated creatures assaulted the station, killing and controlling most of the personnel within. It should have been a simple matter for the police to suppress a group of unarmed prisoners, but unexpectedly, Li Xiaowan possessed the ability to freeze objects, creating ice that was even colder and more resilient to melting. Caught off guard, the police station faced a catastrophic downfall. Overwhelmed by both internal and external threats that make matters worse. A spy from Sakura country among the prisoners awakened the next day with the ability to manipulate objects, leading to the deaths of most of the remaining police officers and civilians seeking refuge. That a senior officer named Emo Kayun managed to kill 3 prisoners before retreating to the safety of the basement with the transport guards and a few civilians. In Dacia, all security or military establishments are equipped with a safe room to prevent unforeseen incidents. The safe room is easy to defend but hard to attack, with 3 walls made of high-grade reinforced concrete, and the door constructed from high-alloy metal. Initially, Li Xiaowan had no intention of exerting himself to capture them, planning merely to trap them inside as there was no food within. However, after the chaos, he discovered that one of the 3 prisoners killed by Mo Kaiyun was his sworn brother, a childhood friend he had brought from their village. In a fit of rage, disregarding his brother Li Ming's advice, he resolved to capture that female officer and torment her to death. Old Zheng, you're in construction, so you'll be in charge of placing the explosives. Li Xiaowan tossed a book-sized black box to Zheng Tian. This is the only bomb we could find. You'd better blow that damned iron door open in one go, where you know the consequences. That he smiled with a facade of friendliness, but the threat was evident in his tone. This was a police-grade timed explosive, powerful enough to overturn a long truck. Chapter 43. Would you kindly sacrifice yourself? Not far from the Southern District Police Station, a small team dressed in camouflage quietly traversed the scarred streets. The cries of humanity echoed from the buildings on either side, while strange creatures occasionally darted past. That a soft, squelching sound broke the silence as one member of the team stepped into a human corpse. His foot sinking into the decayed chest cavity, yellowish bodily fluid splattering high alongside blackened blood. The noise was jarring in the stillness, prompting the leader of the team, a camouflaged man, to raise his clenched fist, signaling an immediate halt. As the last member cautiously withdrew his foot from the putrid flesh, the leader surveyed the surroundings and gestured for the team to enter a nearby small supermarket quietly. Once inside, the team took up defensive positions, and upon confirming there was no threat, the leader slowly lowered the shutter door, allowing everyone to exhale quietly in relief. Unlike the others, the leader did not rest. He approached a young man armed with a 95 automatic rifle and a long knife, whispering, "Lu Lioi, nightfall is upon us. According to our original operation plan, we will commence action tonight, that we are less than 10 minutes away from the police station. So everyone should take a moment to rest and gather their strength." The young man, Lu Lioi, who had agreed to participate in the rescue operation under Peng Sanhai's directive, nodded in agreement. After accepting the terms earlier that morning, he had immediately found an empty room to inject the agent he was given, feeling a notable enhancement in his physical capabilities that if before he could take down 3 Tysons with a single punch, now he could manage 5. However, aside from increased strength, he had yet to exhibit any special powers. Seeing Lu Lioi remain silent, the leader settled beside him against the shelves. Lu Lioi, based on the information provided by President Peng, the police station is currently under the control of a person named Li Xiaowan. Without knowing the exact number of their forces, I suggest we observe first. You are quick. Once we reach our destination, scout ahead and report back. He turned to look at the leader, who responded in a low tone. Understood. However, squad leader Wu, if I detect significant danger, I will withdraw immediately. The noncommittal response caused Wu Fa to furrow his brow, his lips twitching slightly, but he ultimately chose to remain silent. Lu Lioi drifted into a light doze. Knowing he needed to rest while he could, the entire city was fraught with peril. Their small team had started with 15 members, but by the time they reached their destination, 6 had already fallen. It wasn't that the soldiers lacked combat capabilities. In such an environment, recklessly using firearms could easily attract more terrifying entities. If not for Lu Lioi's fierce and formidable long knife, their losses would have been even greater. In truth, he could have easily walked away and returned to the semi-finished shelter in Blue Bridge Town, where safety was significantly higher. Yet, having accepted Peng Sanhai's terms, regardless of the outcome, he felt compelled to follow through. He would not make promises lightly, but he held them in the highest regard. This has nothing to do with the warning glances cast by the scarred old man towards Dan Xiaoyu and her companion while at the hotel. The memory of Dan Xiaoyu's tear-filled eyes at their parting and Shangwan Jinger's hesitant expression inexplicably stirred a warmth within. Nightfall approached swiftly, and Wu Fei's team had quietly arrived at the police station's entrance. Gazing at the 5-meter-tall ice wall emanating a faint blue glow and exuding coldness, the group stood dumbfounded. Lu Yi and Wu Fei conferred in hushed tones before leading the others to a more secluded corner, where the 8 of them surrendered their military bayonets to him. Grasping a bayonet, he exerted force, and with a soft sound, the blade plunged nearly halfway into the ice wall. The two exchanged a silent nod, but he then placed his right foot on the embedded bayonet, straightened up swiftly, and inserted another bayonet 50 centimeters above the first. After a slight push, he leaped onto the second bayonet and drew out a third. Soon, using the 8 bayonets as anchors, he agilely positioned himself against the ice wall. Feeling little of the cold, merely a mild chill, his gaze fell upon the brightly lit police station building, yet it was eerily silent, devoid of any figures. The 4 large doors of the building stood ajar, and the steps were piled high with corpses, most clad in uniforms, some wrapped in large chunks of slowly melting blue ice, creating an unsettling scene illuminated by the moonlight. Observing that there were no unusual occurrences below, he gestured to Wu Fei and the others. Meanwhile, in front of the safe house in the police station's basement, Li Xiaohuan and the others had just finished setting up the explosives when Li Ming and his companions arrived. Hastily adjusting their trousers, "Old Zheng, you better be careful." Li Ming shot a sidelong glance at Zheng Tian. Honestly, dealing with corpses is no match for the living. He clutched his groin and turned to Li Xiaohuan, saying, "Brother, when we catch that Mo Kaiyun, don't kill her again. All right, look at you. You take the lead this time." That it was evident that Li Xiaohuan still held great affection for his younger brother. "Old Zheng, can we start now?" Li Laodo inquired. "Boss Li, the bomb's power is considerable. I've set the timer for 5 minutes, that we should retreat to above ground first, just in case." Zheng Tian replied with a stoic expression. Li Xiaohuan pondered for a moment before a hearty smile broke out on his face. "Old Zheng, we'll trust you. It's only 5 minutes. Do you think they can escape? But, Old Zheng, if that iron door doesn't blow open after 5 minutes, don't blame the brothers for turning on you." Zheng Tian's body trembled slightly as he gritted his teeth, asserting, "Boss Li, it will work." That Li Xiaohuan let out a loud laugh, vigorously waving his right hand. "Brothers, we've waited 2 days. What's another 5 minutes? Let's go up and get some fresh air." Inside the safe house, 6 men and women gathered around a massive monitor. Among them was a tall, attractive female officer with a ponytail, Mo Kaiyun. The safe house was surrounded by surveillance, and everything that transpired in front of the door and in the hall had been observed over the past 2 days. "Xiao Mo, they found the bomb. What should we do?" A middle-aged police officer in a white shirt and uniform said, his face pale. "Deputy Chief Lu, I'm not panicking. Why are you so flustered?" Mo Kaiyun retorted without courtesy. "Xiao Mo, how can you speak to Deputy Chief Lu like that? In my opinion, just surrender." That Li Xiaohuan said on the surveillance yesterday that if you killed his childhood friend, he would only arrest you. Ensuring our safety, an older woman in uniform called out sharply at a young prison officer, unable to contain his frustration, interjected loudly, "Sister Zhang, Officer Mo killed him to save you. Otherwise, you'd have been captured 2 days ago. You just witnessed the fate of those who were apprehended in the hall." The old woman trembled at the recollection of the earlier scene in the surveillance footage. "Silence," Deputy Chief Lu shouted, drawing his gun and aiming it at Mo Kaiyun. "Xiao Mo, although you've never mentioned it, I know you are Mo Lao's granddaughter." That Lu's throat bobbed as sweat beaded on his forehead, realizing that under such circumstances, nothing mattered. He continued, "You just heard, the bomb will explode soon. Your sacrifice is better than the death of everyone here." As he spoke, his hand trembled violently, caught in a tumultuous internal struggle. "Lu Nung, you can't honestly believe that if you send me out, they will release you?" Mo Kaiyun, now furiously indignant, felt absurdly betrayed by her superior pointing a gun at her despite her previous efforts to protect everyone. "Time is running short. Let's vote." Lu Nung glanced at his watch, gritting his teeth. As soon as he finished speaking, apart from Mo Kaiyun and the young prison officer, the remaining 4 all raised their hands in unison. "Wait. The prisoner who just installed the bomb has been signaling to us through the surveillance camera. Didn't you all notice? That prisoner wants to help us. Perhaps the bomb at the entrance is fake." The young prison officer exclaimed, alarmed. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the young prison officer's head exploded like a watermelon. Lu Nung redirected his military pistol towards Mo Kaiyun, smoke curling from the muzzle. "Xiao Mo, don't force my hand. Either you step out, or I'll kill you and toss your body out." Witnessing the brutal death of the young prison officer, Mo Kaiyun felt as though the resolve she had held on is shattered in an instant. With a cold smile, she took deliberate strides towards the reinforced door under Lu Ning's gun. A pale, slender hand grasped the cold doorknob, and Lu Nung exhaled, lowering his gun slightly, that he failed to notice that the policewoman, with her back to him, stealthily reached into her pocket. Chapter 44. Perilous situations as Wu Fa and his group stealthily entered the first-floor hall. They collided head-on with Li Xiaohuan and his companions coming up from the basement. Both parties stood frozen, wide-eyed and shocked that Liu Lu was the first to react, raising his gun and firing at the opposing side. At such close range, even with his untrained aim, he managed to take down 2 prisoners. Amid the chaos, a stream of blue gas surged towards the team, catching a soldier off guard, dousing him completely. In an instant, his head became encased in blue ice, and he collapsed, shattering into pieces, flesh and bone mingling with the blue shards. The hall was nearly devoid of cover apart from a few concrete pillars. And as bullets flew, there was nowhere to hide. The tables and chairs offered no more protection than mere paper to Li Xiaohuan, drenched in sweat, crouched behind a sturdy concrete pillar, pressing his hands to the ground. His face flushed as if exerting every ounce of strength. Soon, a thick 1-meter-tall, arched blue ice wall rose before him, creating a makeshift shelter of approximately 20 square meters. "Damn it. Get over here." Several prisoners rolled and crawled behind the arched ice wall, gasping for breath. "What the hell happened to you, Mingzi?" Li Xiaohuan exclaimed as he saw his brother with a gaping wound in his abdomen, intestines protruding. Panic surged within him that Li Ming did not respond. He howled in agony while frantically trying to stuff his intestines back inside, as if merely returning them would remedy the situation to this moment. Only Li Xiaohuan, Yamamoto Ernan, Li Ming, Zheng Tian, and a few others remained behind the ice wall. In less than a minute, 7 or 8 men had fallen, leaving Li Xiaohuan feeling helpless as he watched his brother's suffering. Meanwhile, Wu Fa's group was similarly diminished, with only 4 members remaining, including himself and Lu Lui. And apart from Lu, the others bore injuries, taking cover behind a pillar. The only sounds in the hall were the groans and cries of the wounded. That in such a spacious environment, short-range gun battles resulted in devastating casualties. Unlike the fictional depiction seen before the apocalypse, where protagonists exchanged fire endlessly without losing a single hair, that he and Wu Fa crouched behind a pillar. The severely injured lieutenant had his cheek riddled with buckshot. One eye exploded. Liu Lui supported him and quietly asked, "Regret executing a mission for a businessman?" The wounded lieutenant replied intermittently, "I am my father's son. He wants to make money, and it can't be someone else's burden. The people who followed me are direct descendants of the Wu family that I won't survive." Lu Lui to Wu Fa, "Take a break and spit out the black blood in your mouth. Then continue. Mo Kaiyun must be rescued. She is Mo Lao's granddaughter. And the 2 soldiers from my Wu family, if possible, I implore you to help bring them out. I know you are a capable person." His voice grew fainter, one eye gradually closing. And he breathed his last, "that I'll do my best." He murmured to the corpse that Mo Kaiyun still in the safe house in the basement. Before they set out, Wu Fa had studied the blueprint of the police station building with him, knowing that the entrance to the basement lay just behind these prisoners. What to do? The adversary possessed a widely lethal shotgun, fortified by a robust ice wall serving as a shield. To recklessly charge forward would undoubtedly spell demise. He did not harbor the delusion that he was capable of withstanding bullets or adept enough to evade them, that it would be prudent to retreat first. This was not the moment for him to play the hero. He glanced toward the 2 soldiers positioned behind another column, preparing to signal for a retreat. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air, and a flash of white light darted from behind the ice wall, striking toward the 2 soldiers. Before he could utter a warning, both clutched their throats and collapsed. Liu Lu's heart tightened. Yet another supernatural being. With his keen eyesight, he discerned that the white light was a standard-issue police dagger, which could not have launched itself to kill. Someone was clearly manipulating in this day and age. Even tigers could unleash wind blades. It was not surprising that multiple supernatural beings could wield flying knives. The moment the 2 soldiers fell, his form shot backward toward the exit like a bolt of lightning. It seemed a white light anticipated his intentions, already soaring toward the doorway before he had even moved. In retreating, he inadvertently positioned himself as if he were colliding with the dagger. Realizing the peril, he discarded his rifle and drew his long knife, cleaving at the dagger. With a resounding clang, the dagger spun and soared into the air. At that instant, Li Xiaohuan emerged from his cover, shouting "Daiyu" with a fierce roar. He fired his shotgun at Lu Lu, who was still airborne. The barrage of steel balls whistled toward him, and for the first time, he felt the chilling brush of death at such close range. Being struck in a vital area by those steel pellets would surely lead to his demise, regardless of his remarkable healing capabilities. In a moment of desperation, his latent power surged forth, and his long knife danced in a flurry. The sounds of metal clashing rang out as he grunted and leaped back behind the original column. A quick touch to his left chest revealed a damp patch, unmistakably indicative of a gunshot wound. The hall descended into a brief silence, the cries of the wounded fading into the background. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and a medium-built man emerged from behind the ice wall, weapon in hand. "Damn it! You made me kill my own brother. If I don't slice you into pieces, I'm not Zhang." Li Xiaokuai cursed vehemently while inching closer to the column with his gun raised. Just moments ago, Li Ming had pleaded in agony for him to end his suffering. Unable to bear watching his brother's evident demise and wishing to spare him further torment, he had delivered a fatal shot to his own Li Xiaohuan, however, was not blinded by rage. He had witnessed the man discard his rifle, enduring several steel pellets to the chest, now armed only with a knife. Can a knife outpace a gun? He resolved not to kill him immediately. He had spoken of slicing him into pieces and intended to follow through. The muscle tissue in Lu Lu's left chest writhed, indicating that while he had been wounded, his heart and vital organs remained intact. Otherwise, even his formidable healing would have been insufficient to save him. Hearing footsteps draw near, he noticed that the cursed dagger still hovered in the air nearby, swaying as if its wielder were on the verge of exhaustion. His mind raced. Analyzing the current situation, Li Xiaohuan would likely be unable to use his freezing abilities again in the short term. Otherwise, he could simply freeze this column along with Lu Lu from a distance. The true threat was still the owner of that dagger, as well as another prisoner hiding behind the arched ice wall. Soon, a decision crystallized in his mind. Chapter 45, Convergence. Lu Lu darted from behind the column, channeling all his strength as he charged at Li Xiaohuan. The moment the latter pulled the trigger, Lu Lu's body skidded across the smooth ceramic floor, da-da-bang. As the gunshot rang out, Li Xiaohuan let out a cry of despair, collapsing backward as if his spine had been severed. Two severed legs stood upright on the ground. And with a single stroke, he had incapacitated the ruthless criminal. The sound of slicing air reached his ears, and Lu Lu had no time to rise. He barely managed to shift his body to the side. The police dagger pierced through his right shoulder, leaving him no choice but to grasp the dagger that was about to leave his body, holding it tightly in place. The dagger wriggled, attempting to escape his grasp. But Lu Lu gritted his teeth and forcefully hurled his long knife. The blade spun, soaring toward Yamamoto Dainan, who had been hiding behind the arched ice wall. Yamamoto Dainan bent to avoid it, withdrawing a handgun from his waist. Using one hand to brace against the edge of the ice wall as he stepped out from behind cover. At this moment, Lu Lu sensed that the dagger had ceased its struggle. Yet he found himself devoid of any weapon. With severe gunshot and knife wounds to his front and back shoulders, he felt utterly drained, helplessly watching as the middle-parted young man approached him. Gun drawn, Yamamoto Dainan stood over Lu Lu, offering no words, aiming directly at his forehead. Ready to pull the trigger, he had underestimated the situation, feeling a wave of regret wash over him in that instant. Bang! However, the sound that rang out was not that of a handgun. From his vantage point, a spurt of blood erupted from the back of the middle-parted man, revealing a weathered figure in prison garb standing behind cover. Wielding a shotgun aimed at this direction, Yamamoto Dainan staggered forward, collapsing heavily onto Lu Lu. Summoning his remaining strength, Lu Lu pushed him aside, then drew the dagger from his right shoulder, stabbing fiercely at the middle-parted man's throat. Blood spraying forth like a fountain, drenching them both. This flurry of stabs drained his last ounce of energy, and he fell back, gasping for breath. Bang! The gunfire echoed again, and the previously moaning Li Xiaohuan fell silent. His head shattered into a gruesome mess. The old man in prison garb stood before Li Xiaohuan's corpse, firing another shot into the lower half of the body, nearly severing it in two. Witnessing this scene, Lu Lu felt a wave of confusion wash over him. "Are you military?" The man approached him, a hint of nervousness in his voice. "Don't move. Put down your weapon." Before he could respond, a cold voice emanated from the direction of the basement entrance behind cover. Lu Lu barely managed to lift his head. Through his blurred vision, he saw a striking figure in a police uniform advancing toward him. Rifle raised before his vision darkened, plunging him into unconsciousness. "Have you awakened?" A warm male voice pulled him back to reality, and he opened his eyes abruptly, reflexively reaching for his back. "Are you looking for this?" A female officer seated nearby raised the long knife in her hand, inquiring. That Lu Lu remained silent, rapidly surveying his surroundings. That he found himself in a room of approximately 200 square meters, with numerous television screens mounted on the front wall, displaying various angles of the police station. The man standing before him was the one who had slain the middle-parted youth, while a familiar-faced woman in uniform sat before the screens, gazing at him. Yuri Mo Kaiyun, due to significant blood loss, his voice came out hoarse. Upon receiving confirmation, he stood and stated, "Peng Sanhai sent us to escort you to the Shangri-La Hotel." Mo Kaiyun was taken aback by his recovery speed. Within just over an hour, this critically wounded and near-death handsome man had managed to stand again. Peng Sanhai? It's him. Mo Kaiyun, being a clever individual, had immediately contacted her grandfather for help as soon as she had taken refuge in the basement, not anticipating that the one sent to rescue her would be the affluent Peng Sanhai. However, upon reflection, it made sense. In Hangzhou, Peng Sanhai was among the most influential individuals. After confirming Mo Kaiyun's identity, Lu Lu inclined his head slightly toward the man beside him, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." The man chuckled, extending his hand. "That ain't no need for thanks. Those scoundrels got what they deserved. I am Jington Lu Lu." He hesitated briefly before shaking hands with the AT that moment. He realized his shirt had been removed, revealing his robust physique wrapped in several white bandages. "Thank you," he reiterated to Zheng Tian. The man waved dismissively. "This is a first aid kit provided by Officer Mo. She helped dress your wounds." "All right." Mo Kaiyun stood up, her long legs striding toward the two men as she furrowed her brow. "Lu Lu, what is the current situation outside? What was the original plan for evacuation? And Zheng Tian is a good person. Take him with you." Mo Kaiyun gestured toward Zheng Tian. Even if she hadn't spoken, Lu Lu was already prepared to bring Zheng Tian back to the hotel. This man had saved his life, and he felt an obligation to repay him. The hotel offered high walls for protection and, crucially, an abundance of food, making it the ideal refuge in the short term. That he nodded and succinctly relayed the situation outside to them. Upon hearing about the mutated creatures lurking outside, along with the towering trees and six-story tigers, both Mo Kaiyun and Zheng Tian were taken aback, their eyes reflecting deep-seated fear as they exchanged glances. They certainly did not doubt that Lu Lu was speaking the truth, especially since the abilities of Li Xiaohuan and Yamamoto Dainin had manifested before their eyes only moments ago. "The Shangri-La is over 10 kilometers from the police station. Didn't you encounter any mutated creatures or humans on your way here?" Zheng Tian queried. "Yes, we took a slight detour and encountered only some minor creatures. After losing a few people, we finally arrived here." He recalled Wu Fei's warnings and added, "It's best to avoid making too much noise outside. Otherwise, it could attract some of the pack-like mutated creatures. Furthermore, when we return, we should endeavor to navigate through the buildings or stay close to their walls, as this would significantly reduce the likelihood of being attacked." Mo Kaiyun inquired with astonishment. "Why is that? Do these mutated creatures not enter the buildings?" Lu Liui shook his head. "I am uncertain. However, throughout our journey, as long as we remained near or within the buildings, we felt considerably safer. The Wu Fei believes that the streets are now strewn with various corpses, and the mutated creatures have ample sustenance outside, showing little interest in hunting within the buildings." Wu Fei, the nephew of Commander Wu. Mo Kaiyun's expression changed. "Is he dead?" He nodded, feeling a mix of emotions for the soldiers who had ventured out with him. Regardless of the reasons, those who fearlessly fulfill their duties deserve respect. Mo Kaiyun fell silent for a moment, her expression complex and inscrutable. Was it worth sacrificing over 10 exemplary soldiers for the sake of saving one person? Were there others still in the police station? Lu Liuyi broke the silence, questioning how it was possible that only he, a prisoner, and a female officer remained in such a vast police station. Initially, there were 2 other women held captive, but after Zheng Tian released them, they fled without a backward glance. When the calamity struck, not a single officer sent outside managed to return, that a significant portion of the force perished when the mutated creatures attacked the station. And later, during the chaos caused by Li Xiaohuan and others, more were killed, with a few falling victim to my own hand. Mo Kaiyun pointed towards the corner, her voice cold. Following her direction, Lu Liuyi observed 4 corpses piled in the corner behind them, both male and female. One clad in a white shirt, a senior officer, each having suffered a gunshot wound to the head. Cowardice, betrayal of comrades, the slaughter of colleagues. These are unforgivable, the striking female officer exclaimed through gritted teeth. Chapter 46. Return. Lu Liuyi and Zheng Tian did not press Mo Kaiyun for the specifics of her actions, and soon the 3 began discussing their route of escape. Surprisingly, Zheng Tian, despite being a prisoner, revealed himself to be an architectural expert, having been deeply involved in the urban renewal project of Hangzhou over 20 years ago. He could be regarded as one of the few individuals most familiar with the architectural layout of the city. As for why such a talented architect had become a manslaughter convict, Mo Kaiyun, being a police officer, was somewhat aware of his background. Zheng Tian, age 52, served as the first deputy director of the Jiangnan Provincial Architectural Design Institute, a top-tier designer and builder in the nation that a year ago, while acting heroically, he inadvertently caused a fatality. Typically, such cases would receive lenient sentences. However, the victim's family wielded considerable influence within the province, leading to a convoluted legal process that resulted in a death sentence with a 2-year reprieve, a fate likely to confine him to prison for life. Ironically, an unforeseen calamity occurred. During the upheaval, Zheng Tian was coerced into participating in the riot, witnessing the heinous acts of murder and assault committed by Li Xiaohuan's gang. But he was too isolated to seek help. When forced to plant explosives, he made several signals to the surveillance cameras at the entrance, having already dismantled the detonator within the bomb. Yet the chaos in the safe house left everyone too panicked to notice. Except for a young prison officer who was subsequently shot dead by the deputy director at that moment. Zheng Tian's finger traced a hand-drawn map, addressing the other 2. According to Little Lu, the optimal route is to continuously navigate through the buildings until we reach the hotel. From our current location, the nearest buildings are the Nanqing Bookstore and Yonghui Supermarket. After traversing the Zifuyuan residential area, there exists an abandoned subway corridor that will lead us directly to the hotel's rear entrance. As Zheng Tian gestured on the map, he quietly explained to the 2 that Zifuyuan, "Isn't that where my old house is located?" Lu Liuyi interjected abruptly, leaving Mo Kaiyun and Zheng Tian puzzled. That monstrous tree resides within Zifuyuan. He clarified. Zheng Tian's brow furrowed deeply, stating, "The entrance to the abandoned subway corridor lies merely 50 meters from the community's east gate. The nearest building beyond, that is the 3rd elementary school, approximately 500 meters away. If we cannot pass through Zifuyuan, we would face an expanse of nearly 500 meters of open ground. The Zifuyuan community was constructed 50 years ago, initially slated for demolition. But the homeowners demanded exorbitant compensation, causing the project to stall. This resulted in a disjointed layout with the surrounding area, leaving a vast, empty park to the east, beyond which the hotel's rear entrance could be faintly seen. To bypass the abandoned subway corridor and traverse the park directly, that would be tantamount to courting death. Initially, Wu Fa and his group had been unaware of the corridor's existence, relying on their numbers and firepower. They had circumvented Zifuyuan and the expansive park housing the tree, only to be ambushed by 2 fully mutated human monstrosities in the open area before the 3rd elementary school, suffering the loss of 3 men before escaping in disarray. Lu Liuyi recounted the impending situation to Zheng Tian and Mo Kaiyun, and the 3 exchanged glances, momentarily speechless, with only 3 of them remaining, and neither Lu Liuyi nor Zheng Tian having undergone formal military training. Their unfamiliarity with firearms rendered them ill-equipped to compare with Wu Fa's fully staffed team, which had already lost 3 highly capable professional soldiers. Should we abandon the hotel and remain here, awaiting military rescue? Zheng Tian hesitantly voiced his thoughts that no, absolutely not. Lu Liuyi and Mo Kaiyun responded in unison, then exchanged glances, the female officer appearing slightly embarrassed. After Li Xiaohuan's demise, The small ice barrier formed by the ice wall melted rapidly. When they carried Lu Liuyi down to the safe house, a third of it had already dissolved. It was evident that the towering 5-meter-high blue ice wall outside would soon vanish entirely, leaving the police station utterly defenseless. When they entered, they had seen various mutated creatures surrounding the ice wall. Moreover, the police station lacked a cafeteria, and therefore had no food reserves, rendering their stay in the safe house akin to awaiting death. Should we seek refuge in other nearby buildings? The risks of blindly entering unknown structures without knowledge of potential mutated creatures or food and water supplies were hardly less perilous than confronting the monstrous tree directly. This won't do, nor will that. The three exchanged glances once more, sinking into silence. Ultimately, Lu Liuyi spoke first. Let us proceed along Zheng Tian's route, approaching Zifuyan to assess the situation. My home is there, and I am somewhat familiar with the area. The other two, recognizing the lack of better alternatives, reluctantly acquiesced, realizing they could only take one step at a time. Having made their decision, they prepared to set out early the next morning, taking advantage of the time to rest and replenish their energy. Ignoring the thick scent of blood and the corpses in the corner of the safe house, the three soon succumbed to sleep. As night deepened, the cacophony of unsettling sounds grew, increasingly terrifying. The survivors of Hangzhou, hiding within the buildings, trembled in fear and endured a sleepless night. The following morning, just as dawn began to break, the three quietly departed through a side door of the police station, burdened with tactical backpacks and rifles collected from Wu Fei's soldiers. Indeed, as Mo Kaiyun had predicted, the massive ice wall had dwindled to just over a meter high overnight, likely to vanish entirely within 2 hours. Following Zheng Tian's guidance, the trio stealthily navigated through various buildings, emerging multiple times until they were less than 100 meters from Zifuyan by midday. Along the way, they encountered countless gruesome scenes. With dismembered bodies strewn about, various terrifying creatures emerging, and some humans harboring ill intentions. Upon entering an office building, they were ambushed by over 10 ravenous men and women in business attire, their eyes gleaming with hunger, who lunged at them to snatch their backpacks, prompting Lu Liuyi to decisively shoot 2 of them before they could escape. 4 days had passed since the calamity began, and most people had exhausted the scant food supplies from their homes or offices. Outside, the monsters rampaged, leaving everyone too fearful to venture out in search of sustenance. The trio witnessed a man and his young son approach a small supermarket in search of food, only to be devoured by a swarm of mutated rats before they could even reach the entrance. At that moment, the three found themselves across the alley from a small convenience store, where the only remnant of a family was the male owner's head, still relatively intact. A foul odor pervaded the room. Lu Liuyi recognized the head, having frequented this store for supplies and having been somewhat acquainted with its owner. Unable to bear the sight of the family's tragic fate, the trio pressed against the wall by the window, peering out at the dense foliage that obscured the sky. The surroundings were dim and silent. Despite it being midday, the atmosphere felt akin to the depths of night. Chapter 47. Captured. Is this still a tree? Mo Kaiyun murmured. Have you noticed? Zheng Tian asked the two. Since entering the vicinity of this tree, we seem to have encountered no mutated creatures. Could it be that mutated creatures have territorial boundaries? Lu Liuyi conjectured, recalling the distinct intent of the giant tiger to flee when confronted by the sycamore tree. Perhaps, but it's peculiar that since our arrival, we've yet to encounter a single living person. Mo Kaiyun's eyes were filled with confusion. As they journeyed, they observed that in every place they passed, there were still people barely clinging to life. At times, humanity's instinct for survival surpassed all expectations. Yet ever since they entered the 3-kilometer radius around the Phoenix tree, they had not encountered a single living creature. The thought of traversing the residential area was deemed too perilous, necessitating a change in their plans. Lu Liuyi spoke in a deep voice, feeling uncomfortable in this dim and oppressive environment. Initially concerned about potential monster attacks on the open road, it now appeared that the path away from the residential area seemed relatively safer. Should they take a detour, they could navigate around the 3rd primary school, through the open area, and then approach the abandoned subway corridor at the eastern entrance of the community. Although the open road behind the 3rd primary school remained shrouded in the canopy of large trees, it was still significantly distanced from the main residential area, thus enhancing their safety. The trio quickly revised their strategy that he checked the magazine of his rifle and tightened the long knife strapped to his back before stepping out first. Before long, they entered the outdoor playground of the third primary school, progressing without incident, to their astonishment. The once ubiquitous greenery was now entirely wilted and yellowed. The school was deserted, and aside from some bloodstains on the ground and walls, there were no corpses to be found, as if this place had perpetually existed in such a state that a gentle breeze rustled overhead, making it hard to imagine that the branches reaching down from half a kilometer away belonged to trees. The sight of solitary trees forming a forest sent shivers down their spines, prompting them to tread lightly as they prepared to cross the school. Zheng Tian, in his 50s and already fatigued from their journey, inadvertently stepped on a lead ball discarded by students amidst the withered grass of the playground. His toe collided sharply with it, and before his brain could register the piercing pain emanating from his foot, he lost his balance. With a thud, he fell heavily to the ground. The sound echoed in the desolate silence of the campus, strikingly jarring. The two in front halted, their hearts racing, that Liu Liui quickly turned back and rushed to Zheng Tian's side, lifting him with one hand. Before Zheng Tian could fully regain his footing, a rustling noise came from above, followed by Mo Sayun's warning. "Be careful," from the tangled branches soaring over 10 meters high. A vine, emitting a sharp whistling sound, descended directly toward Zheng Tian's head. He instinctively pushed Zheng Tian away, the vine narrowly missing his head and instead plunging into Zheng Tian's thigh, causing blood to gush forth. After piercing through his thigh, the vine coiled around it and began to retract. Liu Liui swiftly placed 2 fingers on the hilt of his long knife, thrusting it upwards. The knife shot straight out from his back. At that moment, Zheng Tian was already dangling upward, but he leapt off the ground, catching the falling knife midair, then twisted his body to slash at the vine. The clash produced a metallic ringing as the blade met the vine. Failing to sever it, the vine yanked Zheng Tian backward, pulling him rapidly into the dense foliage above. Then, a stream of dark purple liquid rained down from the sky. Meanwhile, Mo Kaiyun had just raised her rifle, unleashing a barrage of shots at the rear end of the vine. After a few rounds, fearing she might hit her own, she hesitated to fire again. Zheng Tian was engulfed in a shadow, pulled toward the community amidst the thick branches, vanishing in an instant. "Get to the classroom," Liu Liui commanded decisively. The two entered the classroom, and a shaken Mo Kaiyun asked, "Is this tree truly alive?" The beautiful police officer gasped for breath, her chest rising and falling, as if the buttons of her uniform might burst at any moment. Liu Liui nodded slightly, but he examined the long knife in his hand. Noting several nicks along the blade and a few indentations on the slender blade, remnants from the previous night's encounter with Li Xiaowan's shotgun. Yet, despite this, it should not have been so difficult to sever the vine. Just days prior, he had cleaved through a vine with ease at the community gate. Unless that tree was evolving, it was growing stronger. Mo Kaiyun furrowed her brow, realizing the best choice was to leave swiftly. But abandoning her companions was not in her nature, especially since old Zheng was a good and Liu Liui. "I must save him." Within 5 seconds, she made her decision, but he looked at the beautiful officer with surprise and asked, "Old Zheng's chances of survival are slim." "Why?" "He saved me. I must save him," she stated with unwavering resolve. Upon hearing this, Liu Liui nodded and said, "I'll rescue old Zheng. You should navigate through the school and make your way to the abandoned subway corridor." "Why?" This time, it was Mo Kaiyun who inquired, unaware that old Zheng had also saved him, that he saved me as well. He replied, removing his backpack and slinging his .95 automatic rifle across his back. Gripping the long knife as he continued, "You must leave immediately, that I promise Peng Sanhai will ensure your safe return to the hotel. You need not worry about me, that if I confirm old Zheng is dead, I will naturally turn back, that if he is alive but beyond rescue, I will leave at once, that if I can save him, I will return via the abandoned corridor from the community's east gate to the hotel. Therefore, our best course of action is to split up," that he explained with unusual patience, fearing that the police officer might succumb to an overwhelming sense of justice and insist on accompanying him. Reminiscent of mindless plots in movies, that Mo Kaiyun was clearly not that type. After a moment of contemplation, she accepted his plan to be cautious. "If the situation becomes dire, leave immediately," she softly advised the man as he exited the small shop. But he did not pause, swiftly bending forward to sprint away, his landing silent, as agile as a cat. Liu deduced that the tree likely attacked based on sound, but he felt confident in his agility, especially after receiving the injection from Peng Sanhai the previous day. After the enhancement from the injection, he had quietly tested himself. He could jump over 5 meters high from a standstill, had he not been intentionally conserving his strength. He could have scaled that tall ice wall without needing the military dagger. Additionally, not only had his strength increased, but his senses had sharpened, and he discovered he could hold his breath for up to half an hour. A skill ideal for stealth. Armed with these abilities, he felt compelled to attempt a rescue for Zheng Tian. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the means to protect himself, let alone save another to a child. He had been perplexed by the animated tale of Gourd Baby rescuing his grandfather, wondering why one would send in the incapable one by one. At that moment, he arrived at the community's west gate. The very back entrance he had used that morning with Shan Xiuyu. The chain lock he had severed lay quietly on the ground. Peering into the community, even Lu Liuyi, with his usual composure, gasped in shock from the outside looking in. The sight was overwhelming. People filled every inch of the community. The vehicular pathways, concrete surfaces, even the landscaped areas were densely populated with individuals of all ages and sizes, standing shoulder to shoulder, completely filling the area. Yet, not a sound escaped from this multitude, the eerie silence sending shivers down his spine. That he steadied himself, crouching outside the gate to observe the bizarre scene before him. Each person bore a look of terror, their bodies rigid and unmoving, standing straight on the ground, arms bent and extended, fingers splayed wide. Some had eyes tinged with green, and their exposed skin bore patches resembling mossy ferns. These individuals seemed to be transforming into trees. More of them, while pale and emaciated, exhibited no other abnormalities. Looking closer, he noticed roots and stems scattered across the ground, each person's feet pierced by these roots, which coiled around their soles, subtly pulsating as though they were enormous leeches siphoning blood. He surveyed the area. The eerie roots did not extend beyond the perimeter, providing him with some reassurance that a muffled groan echoed from above. Zheng Tian's voice. He looked up to see countless branches intertwined, forming a dark canopy. Suddenly, a thick vine descended, ensnaring a figure as it slowly lowered. The position of the descent pointed directly towards his old house. He recognized the figure. Zheng Tian, ensnared and descending, to save or not to save. Lu Liuyi's mind was engaged in a fierce internal struggle. He furrowed his brow, contemplating for nearly half a minute, his expression turning fierce as he took a deep breath and leapt through the doorway. Thud, thud, thud. Lu Liuyi's feet rhythmically pressed against the shoulders of individuals below as he sprinted towards the old house. Numerous plant roots lay sprawled on the feet of each person, writhing and feeding, exhibiting no other anomalies. Before long, he arrived at the front of the apartment building, casting his eyes over the crowd until he spotted Zheng Tian. He first glanced at the sky, where shadows of other vines faintly danced against the dark canvas above, swaying like water snakes, rustling countless branches and leaves. He then bent down, silently maneuvering atop the shoulders of the people, who, regardless of age or gender, stood as rigid as iron pillars, their faces reflecting terror and their eyes darting about, revealing they were still alive. Zheng Tian was alive too. The moment he landed, a sharp pain shot through his feet. And before he could utter a sound, a wave of numbness swiftly spread from his feet throughout his body, rendering him immobile and mute. Just as Zheng Tian was engulfed in fear, a sudden whirlwind of motion lifted him from the ground. And with a sharp sound, the pain in his feet returned, followed by the sight of 2 leech-like plant roots falling away from him, restoring his ability to move. Cling to my back. That a familiar voice resonated in Zheng Tian's ears like a heavenly melody. Without a moment's hesitation, he complied. That as he heard the rush of air beside him, he opened his eyes to find himself surrounded by a sea of dark heads. That Liu Liuyi carried Zheng Tian for 2 minutes before reaching the east gate, which, like the other 2 gates, was locked with thick iron chains, rusted from years of neglect due to the pandemic. Should I cut it open? Wouldn't that create too much noise? He found himself at a crossroads. Uncertain, Zheng Tian, sensing his dilemma, whispered, "Xiao Lu, let me pick the lock." He then plucked a golden earring from a woman's ear below, straightened it into a fine gold wire with his fingers, and smiled at Lu Liuyi. Fortunately, there were not many people standing by the east gate. Three stood near the iron gate, allowing them to avoid stepping on the root-filled ground. But Liu Lui, with Zheng Tian in tow, landed steadily upon the shoulders of one of the trio and handed the long knife to Zheng Tian, who was focused on picking the lock with the gold wire. Curiosity piqued, Lu Yi observed the three standing at the entrance. To To his surprise, they were all acquaintances. That To his left and right stood a man and a woman. The man was Zhang, the owner of the noodle shop, who looked at him with a face full of desperation, while the woman was none other than Li Shanshan. The person beneath him was naturally his childhood friend Huang Kun. He had just thought that the yellow hair looked somewhat familiar. Noticing Zheng Tian had successfully unlocked the door, he reached down to support him under the armpit, and, with a slight push against Huang Kun's shoulder, both landed almost soundlessly outside the east gate. Outside the door, the ground was devoid of the terrifying roots, while inside, it was twisted and contorted. The small door seemed to serve as a barrier, halting the spread of the roots. That Lu Yi did not leave immediately. He turned to face the three inside, his expression filled with intrigue. Although Zheng Tian did not understand why he hesitated, he did not urge him to leave either. Huang Kun and the others showed no signs of the green hue nor the moss-like plants, but their bodies had significantly withered, especially Huang Kun, who was already tall and thin, now resembling a mere bamboo pole. Each face wore an expression of intense pleading, their eyes beseeching Lu Yi for salvation. Taking a step forward, Lu Yi swung his long knife, and with a swift motion, a line of blood erupted from Zhang's thigh. Zhang, having lost all feeling due to complete paralysis, did not even register the severing of his leg. The part below the knee stood upright, blood trickling down his pant leg. How fortunate for you, he thought bitterly, knowing Zhang felt no pain. With a glance at Huang Kun and the others, he smiled, disregarding their expressions of shock, and began to lead Zheng Tian away. 50 meters was a brief distance. They were still within the shade of the phoenix trees. That Lu Yi and his companions searched quietly and soon found the entrance to the abandoned subway corridor. Descending into the corridor, they had not walked far before spotting a striking figure in uniform, vigilant with a 95 rifle aimed at them. "Officer Mo, it's us," Zheng Tian called out in a hushed tone. Filled with Mo Kaiyun lowered her rifle and approached with excitement, exclaiming, "I can't believe you really saved old Zheng." Upon seeing Zheng Tian's bloodied leg, she quickly retrieved a first aid kit from her backpack and proceeded to disinfect and bandage his injured thigh and foot. Once Mo Kaiyun finished her task, Lu Yi spoke in a low voice, "You support old Zheng. I'll scout ahead." With that, he took the lead, gun in hand, and ventured deeper into the underground corridor. Zheng Tian and Mo Kaiyun exchanged glances, both feeling as though they had survived a calamity. As long as they made it through this tunnel, they would be safe. The female officer helped Zheng Tian along, following the imposing figure ahead. Chapter 49. The corridor's charm, the three moved in single file through the narrow underground corridor, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the emptiness, with no signs of life around. According to Zheng Tian's recollection, this corridor stretched approximately 2 kilometers, with its exit located at the back door of the hotel. Originally planned to transform the Happiness Garden community into a large commercial complex, the local government had agreed to construct a subway station leading to the Shangri-La Hotel under the previous owner's management. However, once the excavation was completed, negotiations for the demolition of Happiness Garden fell through, leaving the project abandoned and forgotten over time. That it was no wonder that Peng Sanhai was unaware of this underground passage. Lu Yi thought to himself, had he known about this secret route at the outset, perhaps the 3 soldiers would not have perished. The outcome for the police station would have been uncertain as well. With more personnel, there may have been a chance for Wu Fa to survive. While his mind wandered, he suddenly heard a strange noise behind him. Turning back, he saw the 2 behind him had fallen to the ground, Zheng Tian struggling to rise. "What happened?" he asked as he approached them. Mo Kaiyun's face was flushed, her eyes tightly shut, her lips dry and peeling, and she had fallen into unconsciousness. Did Officer Mo collapse unexpectedly? Was she injured before? Zheng Tian exclaimed anxiously, remembering that when Mo Kaiyun fell, she had instinctively pulled him down with her, causing his wound to reopen and bleed profusely, leaving him drenched in sweat from the pain. They had no choice but to pause their advance. He helped Zheng Tian sit against the tunnel wall to rest, then retrieved his water bottle from his backpack. Sitting beside Mo Kaiyun, he gently cradled her head on his thigh and carefully fed her water from the military canteen. Mo Kayun slowly opened her eyes, her originally clear and captivating gaze now clouded with confusion and intensity, her hands reaching for his neck. What is happening? Lu wondered in perplexity, in such dire circumstances. Officer Mo would never act so intimately towards a stranger she had only known for a day. Just then, he noticed a pink insect, the size of a fingernail, embedded in her delicate neck. Without a second thought, he pressed down on her thrashing hands with one hand while flicking the strange insect away with the other. The insect was sent flying, leaving 2 tiny puncture wounds on Mo Tsayun's neck, from which small beads of blood began to surface. That Mo Tsayun's thrashing intensified, her strength seemingly multiplied. Despite his efforts to restrain her, he dared not use his full force for fear of harming her. Just as it appeared that a couple was playfully tussling, a feral roar erupted from Zheng Tian's direction. Startled, Lu looked up to see Zheng Tian trembling uncontrollably, green leaves sprouting over his arms. In mere moments, the green foliage spread across his body, causing his loose prison garb to bulge outwards, making him appear significantly larger. Suddenly, the pink insect returned, seemingly with a vendetta against the female officer's neck. Darting towards her like lightning, Lu had no time to ponder. He swiftly withdrew his hand from Mo Tsayun's grasp, reached out with one hand, and felt a sharp pain in his palm. Without hesitation, he squeezed tightly. The insect was crushed into a pulp within his grip, and when he opened his hand, a cloud of pink gas wafted out, engulfing them. Realizing the danger, he instinctively held his breath. But the beautiful woman in his arms inhaled the pink gas in an instant. The moment the gas entered her nostrils, she thrashed violently, her strength multiplying several-fold, and she effortlessly overturned him, in a panic. He turned to look in Zheng Tian's direction, to his shock, there was no trace of Zheng Tian. Instead, a tree as tall as a man stood beside the tunnel wall, draped in an orange prison uniform, its branches poking through the fabric, sprouting vibrant green leaves. What the hell? Old Zheng has turned into a tree. The delicate gasps emanating from her grew increasingly intense, pulling him from shock back to reality. A peculiar sensation surged through his palm where the wound lay, and the clarity in his eyes gradually faded. 3 hours later, the sounds within the abandoned subway corridor began to dissipate, ultimately succumbing to silence, with only the occasional rustle of leaves serving as testament to the absurdity that had just unfolded. The two of them silently donned their clothing, not uttering a word. Indeed, throughout those 3 hours, they had exchanged not a single syllable. The beautiful police officer touched her neck, her expression complex, and uttered the first words. I felt it when that creature bit me. Now, in this mutated environment, my loss of reason must be connected to that insect. Therefore, you needn't take it to heart. Lu merely curled his lip in thought. This is for the best. Yet, on the surface, he solemnly nodded and replied, all right, should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I can help within the limits of my capabilities. Mo Kayun, glancing at the specks of crimson on her clothing, initially felt a pang of sorrow, but could not help but erupt in anger. What do you take me for? From now on, you are not to mention this matter again, or I shall kill you. Do you understand? He found her behavior somewhat perplexing. Just moments ago, she had been as affectionate as could be, and now she turned on him, but he merely did not wish to take advantage of her misfortune. Seeing the insufferable man remain silent, Mo Kayun, her frustration boiling, yet unable to vent, suddenly recalled Zheng Tian. Did that old man see everything? She scanned her surroundings, hoping that he had the sense to leave. Old Zheng had transformed into a tree. Recognizing her search for Zheng Tian, Lu pointed to a small phoenix tree in the wall pit and spoke to her. Mo Kayun stared at the tree that should not have appeared in the subway corridor. Donned in an orange prison uniform, with a string of numbers 9527 emblazoned upon it, in an instant, she was left dumbfounded. Chapter 50. The Consequences of Your Actions. The policewoman steadied herself, drawing her 54-style handgun, and approached the tree. After only a few steps, she let out a pained grunt, stumbling slightly. He quickly stepped forward to support her, asking, "What's wrong?" Mo Kayun forcefully shrugged off his hand, rolling her eyes, and scolded, "Get away! This is all you're doing." Lu immediately understood, feeling quite indignant. His own skin was torn, and he was not the only one suffering the aftereffects. Then Mokayan shot him another glare and slowly moved toward the tree. They examined it for quite some time, utterly bewildered. This mutated world could not be judged by normal standards. Hey, what do we do now? The policewoman, noticing the silent man, recalled her earlier reckless behavior, and, in a fit of anger and embarrassment, exclaimed, "Think of something quickly. Why are you just staring blankly?" Lu was at a loss for words, equally perplexed. What could he possibly devise? Were they to find a flower pot to transplant old Jing back to the hotel? Regardless, they could not leave their savior behind. They needed to dig him up first. He cleared his throat to ease the awkward atmosphere and shared his thoughts. This time, Mokayan did not lash out without cause, nodding in agreement. Without further ado, the two, both decisive individuals, set to work, though the heavier labor naturally fell to Lu, for he had indeed caused her considerable blood loss. Presently, there were no flower pots available, but plants could survive short periods out of soil without significant issue. The hotel was only half an hour away, and they could later plant Old Jung in the hotel's greenery and devise a new plan. He executed a swift maneuver uprooting the tree, only to discover that its roots bore a striking resemblance to a pair of human feet rather than the typical tangled form of ordinary trees. He chose not to ponder this further, shouldering the small tree that was roughly his height, casting a glance at the policewoman before striding towards the corridors. Mokayan bit her lip, her beautiful eyes glaring fiercely at his retreating figure, as if she wished to carve a piece of flesh from his back with her gaze. Humph! She stamped her foot, her emotions a tumultuous blend, and followed him. The back door of the hotel stood eerily silent, the previously spacious retractable gate now piled high with sandbags for flood prevention, reaching over 5 meters and sealing the walls at either end. Rendering the entrance completely blocked, scattered on the ground outside, lay several nameless corpses, riddled with bullet holes, while a dozen flies, the size of ping-pong balls, feasted on the decay. Suddenly, with a buzzing sound, they took flight. Creaking and groaning, a long-abandoned well cover was shifted aside, and a tree was tossed out, followed by a man emerging from within. Despite the grime covering his face, his handsome features were still discernible. It was none other than Lu. Upon climbing out, he leaned back into the well, reaching out with one hand to gently pull Mokayan up to the surface. Finally back, he let out a long sigh of relief. Upon seeing the towering barrier of sandbags, Mokayan instinctively looked at him, her bright, sharp eyes filled with inquiry. Lu, naturally guessing her question, first hurled the tree with force into the hotel before bending down to pat his lower back, saying, "Climb on. I'll carry you over." Mokayan gazed at the man's broad back, feeling an uncharacteristic shyness wash over her, but quickly regained her icy demeanor, nodding in silence as she clambered onto him. Instantly enveloped by an alluring, masculine scent, Lu wielded his knife with one hand, carrying a backpack and rifle on his chest while the other arm wrapped around her legs to support her. He whispered, "Hold tightly to my neck." This was not an intentional act to take advantage of the policewoman. The climb ahead was nearly vertical, and he certainly did not wish for the woman he had rescued with such effort to fall due to embarrassment. Mokayan understood the reasoning and said nothing, leaning forward to wrap her arms around his neck. She felt him take a deep breath before sprinting 5 or 6 steps and, with a powerful push off one foot, propelled them both toward the wall of sandbags. As they neared the top, the upward momentum dissipated, and just as their bodies hovered, about to descend, he thrust his knife into the gap of the sandbag wall, pushing off with both feet against the wall, his single hand pressing down on the long blade, which quickly bent and rebounded. They took advantage of this force to vault over the wall and landed steadily inside the hotel. Mokayan felt the wind rush past her ears, the friction against her hips and chest making her dizzy and flushed, and she was suddenly reminded of the moments they had shared in the corridor. For a moment, she felt dazed at Mokayan. "You can come down now." Lu observed her lingering behind him, puzzled, and called out, The beautiful police officer, her cheeks flushed, quickly slid off him. He savored the remarkable elasticity he had felt in his hands and on his back. Feeling a twinge of reluctance, if only the circumstances were more appropriate, he would have liked to indulge a bit longer in the corridor. He had focused solely on the little brother, neglecting to appreciate other parts of this woman. And deep down, he felt a hint of regret. Lu, Take me to see Uncle Peng, Mo Kai-yun instructed, her gaze drifting elsewhere, that he cast a curious glance at her, then at the tree on the ground, before nodding and leading her toward the main building. Old Jung would survive being planted a few minutes late. First, he would hand this woman over to Peng Sen HAWY this time. Night had fallen. Many buildings in the urban area had lost water and electricity, but the hotel, equipped with a generator, remained brightly lit, though devoid of people. They took the elevator straight to the top floor, where the opulent office of Peng Sanhai had its 2 3-meter-high soundproof doors ajar. From within which came the sounds of raucous chatter. Lu tightened his grip on the long knife and pushed the door open. Within the expansive office, a massive circular sofa was cluttered with people seated haphazardly. Among them, a few he recognized, and at the center sat Peng Sanhai. Like the others on the sofa, he had a rag stuffed in his mouth, his legs bound with rope, veins bulging on his forehead. His eyes wide with fury as they fixed upon the direction of the boss's desk, as if he were ready to devour someone whole. Chapter 51. Another mutation. Lu he felt a jolt of unease upon witnessing the scene inside, and instinctively began to retreat. Colliding with the unsuspecting Mo Kai-yun behind him as they both tumbled to the ground, the rat-tat-tat. A volley of gunfire erupted from within, several bullet holes appearing in the massive office door. Bullets whizzing past their heads and striking the opposite wall, causing concrete debris to scatter. He swiftly grabbed Mo Kai-yun's waist and slid to the side of the door, pressing against the wall. Mo Kai-yun drew her .54 handgun and fired 2 shots into the empty corridor ahead. Lu understood her intent. She aimed to let those inside know they too were armed, thus deterring them from recklessly pursuing in the absence of knowledge regarding the enemy's numbers and weaponry. This was a prudent strategy. Sure enough, the gunfire from within ceased, and a familiar voice called out, Lu. I see you. If you want to live, drop your gun and come in to surrender. That it was Wang Long. How could it be him? Why was he in Peng Sanhai's office, controlling so many people? Wasn't Peng Sanhai his superior? He could not comprehend the underlying problem for a moment. That Mo Kai-yun pressed herself against the wall, gently poking Lu in the waist with her hand. Shaking her head at the man who turned to look at them, Lu, if you don't toss your gun in and surrender by the count of 3, I shall treat your woman without mercy. Wang Long's voice was laced with malevolence as he continued, Lu Chong, you'll have a chance soon. Bring a couple of brothers to take turns with that filthy whore, Dan Xiaoyu. Dan Xiaoyu. How could she be here? How could Wang Long claim her as his woman? As if in response to his thoughts, a trembling voice emerged, Lioi, don't come in, don't worry about me. Wang Long had mutated again. He slapped. A resounding slap interrupted the girl's words. Filthy whore. I originally planned to find Shang Wanjing to join in on your torment, but since you're so eager, let us accommodate you first. Lioi, just stand outside and listen to your woman-esque cries of pleasure. I guarantee she will be well taken care of. Ha! Lu Chong, you take Huzi and guard the entrance. Let us see if this brat dares to come in. Ha ha! The raucous laughter mingled with the girl's piercing screams, drilling into his mind. Anger blazed in his eyes. Had it been in the past, he would have long since walked away, but the memory of Dan Xiaoyu calling him uncle rooted his feet to the ground, as if they were set in concrete. Mo Kai-yun's eyes sparkled with determination, and after a moment's hesitation, she leaned in close to whisper something in his ear, but he glanced at the female officer, nodded, and without a moment's delay, tossed the slung Type 95 automatic rifle into the room, declaring, Wang Long, I surrendered. He then took a step to the right. Positioning himself at the entrance that in his line of sight, he saw Wang Long placing Dan Xiaoyu atop a massive desk. The girl's work uniform torn at the sleeve, her feet desperately kicking to fend off his advances. Wang Long's upper body was bare, one shoulder now adorned with a claw, his body and face covered in diamond-shaped scales the size of fingernails, glistening a dark red under the room's light. Standing beside the desk were 8 or 9 young men, each tattooed with dragons and phoenixes, brandishing weapons of varying lengths, including the stout Lu Chong. Upon seeing Lu at the entrance, Wang Long, armed only with a battered long knife, felt a surge of triumph, but he released the struggling girl, leaped down from the desk, and laughed. Lu, are you a fool? Ha ha! His underlings joined in with a cacophony of laughter. That you've thrown away your gun. You might as well give me that broken knife, so I can take an arm from you first. He gestured towards Lu Chong. Lu Chong cursed inwardly, wondering why he was always the one called to take risks while Lu Liuyi reaped the rewards, still haunted by the shadow of Lu Liuyi. He glanced at his leader's terrifying mutated form and then at the weapons held by his comrades, gritting his teeth as he raised the Desert Eagle pistol that belonged to Boss Peng, steeling himself to approach the menace before him. After a quick survey, Lu Liuyi felt slightly reassured. Aside from Lu Chang's Desert Eagle, he could only see Wang Long's small submachine gun tucked at his waist. Things were not as dire as he had imagined. "You want my knife?" he said coldly to the stout youth in front of him, his tone brimming with malice. Lu Chang swallowed hard, recalling the unpleasant encounter from the previous day, and turned to seek assistance from his leader. The once human over-the-shoulder dragon spat a curse, drawing forth the submachine gun from his waist, preparing to establish dominance among his underlings. Suddenly, Lu Chang staggered back as if struck, colliding into Lu Liuyi, blocking his line of sight. And in an instant, Lu Liuyi vanished from view. Not good, Wang Long thought. Though he believed his newfound powers would allow him to easily defeat Lu Liuyi, a lingering dread remained ingrained in his heart. Akin to Lu Chang's fear, in a moment of panic, he swiped at the obstructing Lu Chang with his claw. With a sickening sound, Lu Chang's body was effortlessly torn in half, intestines and blood spraying into the air. Before Lu Chang's upper half could even hit the ground, a flash of blades cut through the blood rain, appearing before Wang Long clang. As sparks flew, Wang Long barely had time to react before a blade struck him squarely in the face, knocking several dark red scales loose and revealing a deep, bone-exposing wound. Damn it. In pain, he fully grasped the situation, raising his gun to unleash a barrage at the swiftly moving figure. The figure darted and weaved, skillfully avoiding the bullets as they tore through the air. Amidst the sounds of flesh being pierced, a chorus of screams erupted as 4 or 5 of the young thugs collapsed. "Boss, stop!" The remaining youths fled in terror. After the chaos, the figure vanished from Wang Long's sight. Once again, a gust of wind rushed from behind, startling Wang Long into evasiveness, narrowly avoiding the long knife that he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder as a large patch of scales, along with flesh, was torn away. Wang Long lunged forward, dissipating the force from the opponent's blade, and without looking back, he fired off a shot. Ding, ding, ding. The figure seemed to bloom into a flower of blades, dazzling and vibrant, consuming all the bullets Wang Long had fired. Behind that figure loomed a massive circular sofa, and under the onslaught of the blade flower, not a single bullet found its way to the individuals seated there. Ignoring the commotion behind him, Wang Long leaped toward the desk, aiming to seize Dan Xiuyu, using her as a shield to deter his adversary. Damn it, I thought I had grown much stronger. How can this brat still injure me? At that moment, unbeknownst to anyone but Lu Liuyi, a hand holding a Type 54 military pistol was raised at the entrance, aimed directly at the back of Wang Long's head. The slender, pale hand contrasted starkly with the dark steel of the gun, exuding an air of mysterious allure. Chapter 52. The death of the over-the-shoulder dragon, just as Lu Liuyi realized he could not intervene in time. Bang bang. 2 7.62 mm bullets erupted from the barrel, hurtling towards Wang Long's skull. A cloud of blood mist erupted from the back of Wang Long's head as the bullets penetrated his skull, revealing the intricate network of his brain tissue beneath. Wang Long let out a wretched scream, yet his form remained unchanged as he lunged toward Dan Xiuyu atop the desk. Remarkably, the powerful military pistol had failed to obliterate his head with 2 shots. Wang Long grasped the girl's slender neck with his claw, dragging her from the desk, and with a swift turn, he shielded himself with her body, steadying himself before pressing the gun against her temple. The entire sequence took merely a second. "Everyone outside, come in now, or I will kill her." His eyes locked on a Lu Liuyi, yet his words were directed at Mo Kaiyun beyond the door. The female officer, realizing her initial shot had failed, felt a pang of regret. She had planned for Lu Liuyi to draw Wang Long's attention while she delivered the decisive blow. Lu Liuyi's execution of the plan had been impeccable, and the timing flawless. Yet she had still succumbed to her ingrained instincts, adhering to outdated tactics in a world where mutated beings surpassed her wildest expectations. The beautiful police officer stepped forward, forming an equilateral triangle with Lu Liuyi and Wang Long. And for a moment, silence enveloped them. Meanwhile, the thugs, witnessing their leader's indiscriminate gunfire, had long since fled the scene, in the opulent office. Only the moans of Lu Chong, who had been bisected by Wang Long, broke the silence. Lu Chong's lower half lay at the entrance, while his upper half sprawled behind the desk, emitting pained cries. That it was said that those who were bisected could linger for hours before succumbing. In ancient summer, such a punishment was reserved for the most heinous criminals, designed to prolong their suffering. Wang Long glanced at the beautiful woman in police attire, momentarily taken aback. In this apocalyptic world, a police officer had come to rescue someone? Wang Long, let her go, and I will allow you to leave. That Lu Liu broke the silence. Or you can listen to my suggestion. Sever an arm, and I will release her. Wang Long shook his head with a sinister grin, feeling the chill of the exposed area where his skull should have been. No way. The beautiful police officer interjected. If you don't release the hostage, I will kill you right now. Let us see how many bullets your head can withstand. That moment, Dan Xiuyu, reassured by the presence of her uncle, felt less fear. Glancing at the strikingly beautiful officer, she wondered if she secretly wished for her demise. Let her go, and I promise I won't make things difficult for you. I keep my word. Wang Long shook his head, having spent 3 years at home watching movies and binge-watching online dramas. Such familiar scenarios were commonplace in nearly every police drama, and he would never agree to such terms otherwise. All 3 of them would surely perish. Then I will kill her now. Having a beauty accompany me to death is worth it. Ha! Wang Long feigned bravado, betting on Lu Liu's romantic inclinations and his desire to play the tragic hero. Having watched numerous films, he knew the protagonists often acquiesced to the unreasonable demands of villains. I will count to 3. If you don't comply, I swear I'll take her down right now, with the beauty accompanying my demise. Even as a ghost, I'd remain charming. Ha! Wang Long imitated a scene from a movie, laughing heartily in a feigned boisterous manner. Wang Long, you bastard! A furious shout erupted from behind him. Bang! A gunshot, far louder than that of a 54-style military pistol, reverberated in the ears of the crowd, coinciding with the curse. Wang Long's skull was obliterated, a gruesome burst of red and white brain matter spraying forth as his body, along with Shan Xiuyu, toppled forward. Lu reacted swiftly, delivering a kick to Wang Long's chest while simultaneously grasping the girl's hand, pulling her into his embrace. Just then, Wang Long's body crashed against the desk, landing directly on Lu Chong's half-lying form. Lu Chong let out a wail of agony, his breath extinguished, causing the Desert Eagle, still emitting smoke, to slip from his grasp and fall onto the intricately patterned office carpet. Then Mo Kaiyan fired several shots into Wang Long's already shattered head, not ceasing until the magazine was empty, rendering that head utterly beyond repair. Shan Xiuyu clung tightly to Lu's waist, trembling uncontrollably, whether from anxiety or elation. He could not tell. Suddenly, she felt a warm, sticky substance on her hands, and upon raising them, she cried out in alarm, "Uncle, you're bleeding!" "You're hurt." In truth, he was already aware that he had been shot. He had just executed a knife move he was quite pleased with. However, 3 or 4 bullets had penetrated through the knife net, striking his chest and abdomen. With the speed, he could have easily dodged them, but doing so would have cost many lives among those on the sofa behind him. I will certainly refrain from playing the hero next time. This injury seems far worse than the one at the police station, Lu pondered, suddenly feeling as if he had been drained of all energy. His body slumped against the desk, slowly sinking to the floor. His eyelids felt unbearably heavy. Yearning for the solace of sleep in his hazy state, he perceived the strikingly beautiful policewoman rushing towards him. Frantically searching her clothing, he could hear Mo Tsayun's panicked voice. 1 bullet struck the heart, 2 hit the pancreas, and 1 in the thigh. "What do we do, Uncle Peng? Is there a medical room here?" In a daze, the female officer hurriedly approached Peng Sanhai on the sofa, fussing about untying him. He strained to shift his gaze to the lovely girl who held his hand tightly, her voice filled with urgency as she called his name. The girl's once rosy face had turned ashen, her long lashes quivering incessantly. Her previously clear, bright eyes were now brimming with tears, and with a quivering lip, she sobbed large, scalding tears cascading down her cheeks, landing on his rapidly rising and falling chest. "Louis, uncle, please don't die, okay?" The girl struggled to form coherent words, her face pressed against his chest as she wept uncontrollably. "You said you didn't have a girlfriend? As long as you don't die, I will be your woman, all right?" He could only feel the weight of her head pressing down on his chest like a stone, making it difficult to breathe. He hurriedly uttered an agreement, hoping fervently that she might move her head away. With that single word, darkness enveloped him, and he fell into unconsciousness. Chapter 53. Rinfani, Beijing, Suburbs. Within an underground bunker in a secret chamber. An elderly man with entirely white hair and a face twisted in cruelty sat behind a plain office desk. Clad in an exquisite general's uniform, he silently regarded the middle-aged man before him, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain and disappointment. "Dad, what are you hesitating for? Hurry and send someone Hangzhou to capture that Lulu E. If he falls into the hands of that icy vixen, and she manages to research something, it will spell trouble for us." The middle-aged man adjusted his glasses, crossing his arms once more. "Put your hands down. Acting like that in front of me is utterly disgraceful." The old man reprimanded sternly, brandishing an A4 report featuring a semi-nude colored photograph of Lulu E from a physical examination. Reluctantly, the middle-aged man lowered his hands, muttering, "Dad, don't be so forgetful. We need to act quickly. This is highly classified information that I painstakingly obtained from the Institute." Classified my foot. Rinfani left the city 4 days ago. The higher-ups requested the deployment of an elite team for escort. All arranged by me. In this chaotic world, the higher-ups still demanded precious military resources to escort a single individual, which in itself was suspicious, particularly since that individual was one of the top biological researchers in the Great Xia Kingdom. Rinfani is a powerful military figure in Beijing and the entire Great Xia Kingdom. The old man swiftly uncovered Rinfani's purpose for leaving the city upon receiving the troop request. He manipulated his authority to replace the escort team with his own loyal troops. Meanwhile, his foolish son, the vice director of the Beijing Institute of Biological Research, had only just come to inform him of this today. Having put so much effort into placing his son in that position to gradually infiltrate the institute, it now seemed he had merely been chasing a fool's dream. This wretch spent his days bossing around others at the institute, harassing female colleagues and accomplishing nothing of substance. "Dad, it's still you who gets things done." The middle-aged man, eager to appease, quickly added, "Since the escort team is made up of our people, perhaps I should go to Hangzhou as well." The old man barked, "Put away your sordid thoughts. Do you think I don't know what you're planning? Don't create any trouble at this critical moment, Dad. Are we going to act in the next few days?" The middle-aged man asked, suddenly serious. The old man regarded his son with a complex expression, nodding without further comment. Seeing his father's grim demeanor, the middle-aged man's mind raced. Soon, he furrowed his brow, a worried expression crossing his face as he cautiously suggested, "Dad, what if, just what if, Rinfani manages to make some discoveries in Hangzhou and transmits them via satellite? We would be at a disadvantage. I've heard that the Institute has equipped her with a biochemical experimental vehicle, which is essentially a mobile laboratory. Dad, perhaps I should make the trip. After all, I am a vice director, and it would be a legitimate endeavor. Besides, those incompetent soldiers wouldn't know what to do." Just as he was getting into the swing of things, he noticed his father's sudden glare, causing the middle-aged man to instinctively shrink his neck. "Damn it, I forgot that the old man has spent his whole life as a soldier." The old man was deep in thought. Without a direct order from him, Rinfani would not be able to transmit any information to Beijing. A simple interference device within the escort team could easily accomplish this. However, the scoundrel did make a valid point. If Rinfani made any discoveries in Hangzhou, it would undoubtedly pose a future threat to their side. Given the frequent occurrences of mutations and bizarre biological anomalies, and considering Rinfani's keen interest in the individuals in Hangzhou, it would be prudent to prepare for various contingencies. Though his son was a debauched playboy, he was nonetheless a graduate of Beijing University's biology program, so perhaps it would be wise to send him on this errand that I will send someone to escort you to Hangzhou. Once you arrive, do not attempt to take charge. Let the team commander Jiang Huai lead. Your sole responsibility is to keep a close watch on Rinfani and take several satellite phones with you. Report to me immediately if anything arises." Ultimately, the old man acquiesced to his son's self-recommendation. The middle-aged man, overjoyed, patted his chest in assurance. "Old man, you can count on me. I'm off now." As he turned to leave, he thought to himself, "I'll deal with that icy vixen. Haha, Wang Feng." The old man called out, halting him, "Do not entertain any ideas about Rinfani. Focus on the task at hand. Once she returns to Beijing, I will arrange for you to have your way." Wang Feng, his left ear receiving the message but his right ear dismissing it, walked away while loudly declaring, "Old man, don't worry, I'll make sure to complete the mission. You think I can rest easy? You're 40 years old, yet you act as if you're still a child." The old man could tell from his son's demeanor that he hadn't absorbed a word. Damn it, I should have shot him against the wall. After contemplating for a moment, he picked up the red direct line telephone on the desk that a raspy male voice answered on the other end. "Sir, please give your orders. Xiao Feng is heading to Hangzhou. I arranged it. You and Shadow Leopard will follow him and provide covert protection. Understood, sir. That I just broke through to A grade and am eager to test my skills. Don't be reckless. There is someone named Lu E in this mission. He is likely an incomplete mutant, his level and abilities unknown. Keep a close watch on him. Should we eliminate him?" "Sir?" The old man paused, then replied, "Not for now, unless he poses a threat to Xiao Feng's life. Also, avoid any conflict with Renfani. She is also an anomaly, likely at least A grade, possibly even surpassing it." "Understood, sir." The calm voice on the other end now carried a tremor. "Do not underestimate the researchers at the Institute. This information should be reliable." "Got it, sir." In the outskirts of Hangzhou, along a dilapidated national highway, besmirched with filth, a small convoy of 4 Raptor military vehicles and an oddly shaped vehicle proceeded slowly towards the city. Each vehicle bore the scars of battle. Most windows were shattered, and the surfaces were smeared with various viscous substances. Some yellow and green, others resembling blood. Without the camouflaged exteriors and the soldiers inside, one might easily mistake this for a desperate group of refugees. "Jiang Huai, head to Tinya community," a woman seated in the passenger seat uttered coldly. She sported a pair of flat, dark-framed glasses that accentuated her exquisite features, her fair complexion radiating against her ash-gray hair, which was elegantly coiled atop her head and secured with a black pencil. She was clad in a long-sleeved white blouse, the fabric straining against her ample bosom, while the hem was tucked neatly into dark green military trousers, her astonishingly long legs making the passenger seat feel somewhat cramped. The young officer was the military commander of this small team, yet he was obliged to unconditionally obey the orders of this striking woman, as explicitly stated in the official command. Upon hearing her sultry voice, Jiang Huai swallowed nervously to Dr. Ren. Wasn't the plan to head directly to the Shangri-La Hotel? He discreetly glanced at the woman, who remained fixated on the road ahead, unable to restrain himself from inquiring. Logically, he had no authority to question her decisions. But after receiving a satellite-encoded call from his superior during a recent stop, he felt compelled to remain cognizant of her every move, lest he fail to report adequately to young Master Wang. Renfani averted her gaze, her gray-green eyes flickering towards Jiang Huai as she replied coolly, "To save lives. That foolish woman Yang Hua, with her ample bosom, I had instructed her to rendezvous at the hotel before the catastrophe severed communications. I intended to ensure her safety, yet she insisted on consulting her husband? Is she addicted to domestic violence or suffering from Stockholm Syndrome? Days have passed, and given the current circumstances, she is undoubtedly trapped at home. I shall retrieve her first before heading to the hotel to locate Lu E." Thoughts of the man in the photograph filled Renfani with curiosity, her eagerness to conduct her human study intensifying. If only he would consent to be sliced open. Such a breathtakingly beautiful woman, she mused. Chapter 54. The moonlight night Lu E felt as though he had just emerged from a protracted dream, one in which his muscles were torn, exposing luminescent green bones, and a gash had split open his skull, revealing a vertical pupil. Muscles tore and healed, only to be torn again in an endless cycle of agony. The long-forgotten, excruciating pain tormented him in the dream, and just as he could bear it no longer, a thunderous noise erupted in his mind, as though something within had snapped that he jolted awake, instinctively grasping for his long knife, only to find emptiness. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the worried face of Shan Xiuyu, whose joyful exclamation of his name flooded him with relief. Still somewhat dazed, he turned his head, realizing he was in a luxurious hotel room, with Shan Xiaoyu seated at the foot of his bed, while Mo Kaiyun and Peng Sanhai conversed quietly on a nearby sofa. The girl's exuberance had caught the attention of the two, prompting Mo Kaiyun to rise swiftly, only to hesitate, lingering behind Peng Sanhai. "Little Lu, you're awake," Peng Sanhai remarked, warmth evident in his tone. Even altering his address, Lu quickly regained his composure and inquired, "How long have I been asleep?" What is the situation? Mo Kaiyun, now dressed in a white casual shirt rather than her police uniform, exuded a relaxed yet commanding presence. She unscrewed a bottle of water, gently lifting his head to feed him. Peng Sanhai pulled up a chair beside the bed and succinctly recounted the events that had transpired. It turned out that 2 days prior, after Wu Fa and Lu Lu, he had departed with their team. Peng Sanhai had ensured everyone was settled, subsequently instructing his trusted subordinate, Scar Zhao, to gather Zhang Guo's crew of ruffians. The absence of protection around the boss was untenable, especially in these perilous times. Unexpectedly, the one-armed Wang Long had mutated again the previous night, becoming a grotesque creature, leading a band of thugs to slay the team leader Zhang Guo and Scar Zhao, seizing Zhao's micro-submachine gun. This group then stormed Peng Sanhai's office, subduing him and the hotel's upper management during a meeting at that moment. Shan Xiaoyu had just arrived at the top-floor office to inquire about Lu Luyi's whereabouts, but was promptly blocked by Wang Long and his men. Upon hearing this, Lu Luyi pieced together the situation and sat up in bed, interrupting Peng Sanhai with a question. Does Wang Long intend to seize control of the hotel? Is he after the food supplies? Peng Sanhai nodded and continued. Wang Long was aware that prior to the catastrophe, Boss Peng had stockpiled a significant amount of food in the hotel's underground storage that in fact, some of the supplies were transported by him and his underlings. After his first mutation, Wang Long had harbored ambitions of monopolizing the hotel, lured by its abundant resources and beautiful women, all while despising being governed by the 3 old men above. However, he had refrained from acting due to the armed military team led by Wu Fa and the fact that Scar Li, one of Peng Sanhai's trusted men, had also mutated. After losing an arm to Lu Luyi, he had been unconscious for a day, only to inexplicably trigger a second mutation, which filled Wang Long with exuberance and confidence. Upon learning from Zhang Guo that the formidable adversary had ventured out with Wu Fa and others, he seized this rare opportunity, crushing Zhang Ji's neck to intimidate the thugs before launching his assault. Once Wang Long seized control of the top-floor office, he began to torture Peng Sanhai as trusted aides in front of him, coercing him to divulge the code to the underground storage. Just as Peng Sanhai was preparing to capitulate, Lu Luyi and Mo Kaiyun stormed in. Resolving the crisis, Lu Luyi felt a tingling sensation across his body, a familiar sign of rapid healing from his wounds. Little Lu, you were shot 4 times, 2 of which were fatal. Fortunately, the hotel has a small medical facility equipped with adequate medical supplies that by chance, there was a surgeon from another province among the hotel guests. And combined with your extraordinary constitution, you finally woke after a day and night of unconsciousness. The doctor remarked that your survival under such injuries is nothing short of a medical miracle. Peng Sanhai concluded his account, gratitude reflected in his gaze. This young man had not only saved everyone, but had also brought back the granddaughter that Mo cherished dearly, rendering him a benefactor in Peng Sanhai's eyes. Having navigated the treacherous waters of commerce for years, he had developed a ruthless disposition, yet his unwavering sense of justice had served as the cornerstone of his growing enterprise. Presently, however, he was at a loss for how to repay this debt. Money had become worthless, and gems and jewelry were no more than ordinary stones. What about my knife? Lu Luyi inquired, his mind preoccupied with the absence of his long blade, that it's in the living room. Mo Kaiyun replied softly, Shall I fetch it for you? I'll go get it, Shan Xiaoyu exclaimed, seizing the opportunity to dash out. Mo Kaiyun lowered her gaze slightly, a flicker of irritation crossing her features. Little Lu, your knife is severely damaged. Perhaps you should take this gun for self-defense. Peng Sanhai gestured to a glistening Desert Eagle pistol on the entrance table, accompanied by a holster filled with 5 magazines. He shook his head in refusal. Boss Peng, I am not proficient with firearms. I find a knife more comfortable to wield, but he had never had much affinity for firearms, feeling a lack of security in weapons that became mere sticks without ammunition. Additionally, he had a nagging suspicion that as this world continued to mutate, firearms would gradually lose their efficacy. Peng Sanhai did not press the issue, instead changing the subject. Little Lu, why not call me Uncle Peng like Yun Yada does? Ha, I'll take the liberty of being informal with my life savior. With that, he cast a meaningful glance at Mo Kaiyun, his smile broadening to a savvy veteran of the business world. He recognized the affections Mo Kaiyun harbored for Lu Luyi. Here, Shan Xiaoyu announced, presenting the long knife with both hands. Boss Peng, I prefer to address you in my own way. I hope you understand. He accepted the long knife with one hand, lifting the covers to prepare to rise from the bed. Peng Sanhai paused, then chuckled. No worries, little Lu. You may call me whatever you wished, and Sayun's expression hardened, while Shan Xiaoyu's brows relaxed. Feeling an unusual sensation in his body, Lu Lui touched the numerous bandages wrapped around him. Feeling a sense of helplessness that in just a week's time, he had been bound with 3 different gauzes. He mused that he should adopt a moniker for himself. The Moonlight Knight. Ladies and gentlemen, would you kindly step outside? I would like to take a shower. The peculiar sensations persisted, compelling him to unwrap the bandages for inspection. You cannot get them wet, the older man cautioned. Little Lu, you mustn't bathe. 2 female voices echoed in succession, causing Mo Kaiyun and Shan Xiaoyu to blush slightly. Then Mo Kaiyun abruptly stood up and, with a swift motion, gestured towards the door, which swung open with a whoosh. The female officer quickly dashed out of the room in swift strides. That Lu Liui stood there, dumbfounded, his mind racing with tumultuous thoughts. Goodness, telekinesis. Chapter 55, Discovery of the Fully Mutated Entity in the Bathroom. Lu Liui gazed at his naked reflection in the mirror, a bundle of red and white bandages piled at his feet. The peculiar sensation on his body lingered, despite his repeated examinations of himself. Even scrutinizing his comrades multiple times, revealing nothing out of the ordinary. How curious, he muttered to himself. Suddenly, a wave of coolness washed over his forehead. In the mirror, a slender red thread began to materialize on his forehead. Approximately 5 or 6 centimeters long, extending vertically at a right angle to his brows, that he gently touched the fine line with his finger, feeling an extremely subtle texture, akin to a fresh scar that had just begun to heal. Could this be a third eye? Lu Liui swiftly recalled the 3-eyed squirrel he had bludgeoned to death. It had a vertical eye on its forehead, and he had only ever seen it open. If it were closed, would it resemble his current state? By swallowing the original crystal core of that 3-eyed squirrel, had he inherited its third eye? How absurd that seemed, yet, in this world, absurdity had become commonplace. In that moment, he comprehended why he had felt so peculiar upon awakening. Imagine, a brain accustomed to its body for 30 years. Introducing an additional organ would surely lead to a reflexive discomfort. With this realization, he was increasingly convinced that this line was indeed the third eye. Furrowing his brow tightly and then attempting to relax it, the fine line merely twisted along the skin of his forehead. Showing no signs of opening that moment, the strange sensation dissipated, and the coolness on his forehead gradually faded, as if nothing had transpired. Only that slender red line remained to confirm his body had undergone yet another transformation. Lu Liui attempted to open that fine line, but after several futile attempts, he simply disregarded it. He turned on the shower, letting the cascading water cleanse him of days' worth of grime. Rubbing vigorously, he revealed skin that was fair and somewhat translucent, with no trace of scars from the various gunshot wounds he had sustained. If the surgeon who treated him yesterday saw him now, they would undoubtedly be astonished. Even geckos and earthworms could not heal this quickly. He tilted his head back, allowing the water to cascade over his face, feeling a twinge of regret that his hair had yet to grow back. His scalp felt slightly prickly to the touch. An hour later, once he had cleaned himself and donned fresh clothing, he walked into the living room, only to find Shan Xiaoyu still present. "Uncle, you're all healed, right?" the girl asked, her face lighting up when he nodded. "I knew you would be fine. You recovered so quickly even after being injured by that 3-eyed monster." "Hey, what's that on your forehead?" she exclaimed, pointing in surprise. "That I have no idea," Lu Liui replied with a shake of his head. Unwilling to delve into explanations that seemed too tedious. "Uncle, is that telekinesis that Officer Mo used to open the door?" "That should be the case." "But uncle, why do you all have powers while I don't?" Shan Xiaoyu pouted, appearing somewhat dejected. "How would he know? Perhaps it was related to individual constitutions. By the way, why isn't Shengwan Jingxia with you?" Lu Liui changed the subject. "Not long after you left, her sister came and took her to live together on the 8th floor. I was afraid you wouldn't find me if I followed them," she explained. He responded with a non-committal hum, feeling that the conversation was dwindling when a sudden, urgent knocking at the door interrupted them. "I'll go answer it," Shan Xiaoyu said with a mischievous smile, skipping over to open the door. Then Mo Kaiyun, upon seeing Shan Xiaoyu at the door, slightly furrowed her brows. She looked past the girl and coldly addressed Lu Liui. "Go to the top floor. A fully mutated entity has appeared on the 8th floor. Uncle Peng requests your presence to discuss how to handle it. Did Officer Mo choke on something? Had he somehow offended her? Regarding the incident in the corridor, he was also a victim. His comrades had suffered greatly at the time. What is that on your forehead? Mo Kayan noticed the red line on his forehead. Her tone shifting, but she did not continue, abruptly turning away from the door. Lu Lioi had intended to inquire about Zheng Tian's current situation, but the woman had already departed. 8th floor? Uncle, Jing Xiao and Jing Wei are living on the 8th floor. They won't be in danger, will they? Shan Xiaoyu asked, her voice tinged with panic. That I'll go check on the situation. He thought of the petite, sharp-tongued girl. Uncle, you must save Jing Xiao and sister Jing Wei. The girl's face was filled with desperation. As he stepped into the luxurious office on the top floor, he noticed the carpet had been freshly replaced, and the stains of blood had vanished from the floors and walls. Behind a circular sofa was a medium-sized oval conference table, occupied by 12 or 13 individuals. Xiaolu, you're here, come. Take a seat. Peng Sanhai welcomed him. Pulling him to a spot on his left, he leaned his long knife against the leather conference chair and met the curious gazes of those gathered around the table. Among the 10 or more individuals, aside from Mo Kaiyun, most were security personnel clad in uniforms that a familiar face emerged in his line of sight. Wang Chao, the stout fellow who had once hidden with Shan Xiaoyu and Shangguan Jingxia in the storage room. Wang Chao nodded at him with a simple friendliness, and Lu Lioi returned the gesture, and he held a favorable impression of this retired soldier. Clearing his throat, Peng Sanhai began to recount the events that had transpired half an hour prior. The internal telephone in the main building's duty room had been ringing incessantly. With the hotel nearly deserted, it took nearly 5 minutes for a kitchen worker to answer the call. A panicked man on the line reported that someone had transformed into a monster on the 8th floor, devouring people indiscriminately. Most had fled, leaving only 7 or 8 individuals trapped in room 801, where they had called for help using the internal line. Room 801 was an old finance office within the hotel, consisting of 2 connected chambers, and was structurally robust. After fleeing to room 801, the monster had followed them, and since there were no surveillance cameras in the old finance office, the current situation inside remained unclear. The colleague who had called for help reported that they were barricaded in the inner room by an iron bar door, temporarily keeping the monster at bay. Having outlined the crucial points, Peng Sanhai's gaze swept across the conference table before continuing. Ladies and gentlemen, those trapped inside are our colleagues that in these chaotic times, we must unite. I hope everyone will contribute actively. With a resounding clap, Peng Sanhai retrieved a golden desert eagle from his waist and placed it on the table, declaring, I, Old Peng, will also participate in the rescue, and Officer Mo will assist as well in formulating a rescue plan. Furthermore, we will begin distributing food and clean water to everyone starting tomorrow. Pausing for emphasis, he continued, I hereby announce that anyone who participates in today's rescue will receive an additional month's worth of supplies. Chapter 56. Consumed by the boyfriend as his words resonated, murmurs erupted around the conference table, discussions igniting among the attendees that in this post-apocalyptic world, the value of food and drinking water was universally acknowledged. The Shangri-La Hotel had maintained strict standards for recruiting security personnel, only hiring veterans with less than 5 years of discharge. This was why Peng Sanhai sought to gather the security team upon learning of the monster's reappearance. They retained combat effectiveness and exhibited a strong sense of discipline. After a brief moment, the discussions gradually quieted down. Wang Chao rose on behalf of the other security personnel, stating, President Peng, the brothers are all willing to go. However, we would like to clarify a few matters. Speak, Peng Sanhai replied, aware that Wang Chao's leadership indicated a consensus among the group. The brothers would like to know what the standards for future supply distributions will be, how often they will occur, and what plans you have for the future. After listening, Peng Sanhai also stood, placing his hands on the edge of the table, and replied earnestly, Our hotel currently has a total of 621 people. Starting tomorrow on the 2nd of each month, both hotel staff and regular guests will be able to collect their rations and water for the distribution standards. I have conducted detailed calculations to ensure that no one goes hungry. The finance department has compiled statistics, and based on our current food reserves, we can sustain 621 people for 1 year, 3 months, and 12 days for future plans. To be frank, I have none. I can only hope that our nation can weather this disaster swiftly. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into another round of discussions that if there are no objections, Let us now turn to Officer Mo for the explanation of the rescue plan. After Peng Sanhai spoke, he glanced at Mo Kaiyun, who was seated to his right. Wang Chao, you will use the microweapon first. The female officer remained seated, swiftly articulating the rescue plan, as silence enveloped the office, her unembellished voice echoing without emotion. Lu did not pay close attention. His thoughts were consumed by the fact that it had been 6 days since the catastrophe began, and yet there was no sign of the authorities or the National Guard. Was the creature on the 8th floor a complete aberration? Was it a mutated human? Lu Yi. He was jolted from his reverie by Mo Tseyun's raised voice, laced with irritation. What did you say? He snapped back to reality. Then Mo Kaiyun shot him a glare and continued, in a moment, I will attempt to bind it with my powers that if successful, you must sever its head. Uncle Peng refrained from rushing in. Just hold the line. The meeting was brief, concluding in a mere 5 minutes that in truth. He was not particularly invested in the plan. He had encountered various monsters multiple times. An experience taught him that adapting in the face of the unknown was paramount, that Mo Kaiyun still clung to strategies aimed at humans to tackle the monsters, which he found rather unconvincing. The old finance office on the 8th floor was a disarray, with 6 men and women huddled in the corner, terror-stricken as they gazed at the horrifying creature just a few meters away behind iron bars. The beast was towering and grotesque, its deformed head nearly touching the ceiling. Its skin was a striking azure, covered in lumps the size of baseballs, with a slightly flattened head and a mouth that split from ear to ear. Its rotund belly resembled a balloon, and 2 sagging breasts hung heavily over its protruding abdomen, while its limbs appeared relatively slender in contrast to its corpulent form, each limb ending in 5 digits connected by webbing. The creature bore some semblance to a human shape, yet resembled a humanoid frog more than anything else. It leaned against the iron bars, its forelimbs grasping and tugging at the metal, causing dust from the ceiling to cascade down like snowflakes. Sister! A heart-wrenching scream erupted from the crowd. Shangguan Jingya, for heaven's sake, stop screaming! Don't provoke it! A plump man in his 30s admonished the girl in front of him, his voice dripping with fear. Shangguan Jingya, being short and slight, had been squeezed to the outermost edge of the group when they retreated into the room, the frog-like monster having failed to bend the iron bars on several attempts. Emitted a sound akin to a croak, and a blood-red tongue extended, dripping saliva as it slowly approached the frightened group in the corner. The elongated tongue brushed against Shangguan Jingya's nose, reaching its limit and unable to advance any further. It swept across her forehead, nose, and lips, leaving a slick coating of drool on her face. Shangguan Jingya trembled, tears streaming down her cheeks, repeatedly murmuring sister. The other 5 were in a state of panic, with the fat man exclaiming in terror, "It just devoured her boyfriend. Why is it still after us? Perhaps it hasn't had its fill. Once it does, it will leave," a woman in the corner interjected calmly. It was Lu Feng's voice from the back of the crowd. Lu Feng shouted, "Shangguan Jingya, it's your sister. Don't drag us down with you. It must be after you." The others, gripped by sheer terror, seemed to seize upon Lu Feng's words as if they were a lifeline, voices rising in a chorus. "Jingya, Lu Feng is right. Jingwei is definitely looking for you. You should go out. Shangguan Jingya, your sister just ate her boyfriend. She must want to eat you too. I've heard monsters prefer to devour those closest to them. Please don't endanger us. Jingya, Sister Wang is right. Quickly go out and don't implicate us." Just consider it a request from Honggu. The final speaker, Honggu, had only confessed his feelings to the girl the previous week. That moment, the petite Shangguan Jingya was consumed by sorrow and fear. Not hearing a single word from the people behind her. "Damn you! You vile bitch, get out!" The fat man suddenly shoved the girl and brutally kicked her in the lower back. Shangguan Jingya cried out in pain. Propelled toward the iron bars, her body fell. The blood-red tongue coiled around her slender form and rapidly retracted towards the frog-like creature's maw. Bang! A thunderous noise erupted as Shangguan Jingya was violently slammed against the iron gate, her head bursting with blood. The bars trapped her body horizontally, pressing her painfully against them. The frog creature, enraged at the proximity of its meal, yet unable to reach it, felt its already bulging abdomen swell further. Tightening its grip around the girl's waist, it sought to crush Shangguan Jingya's body, to break through the bars and consume her. Chapter 57. The plan failed. Shengguan Jingyao was pinned against the iron gate, a tremendous force pulling her outward as the blood-red tongue constricted around her waist, nearly shattering her bones. Blood oozed from her eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth. She exerted all her strength to tilt her head, gazing at what was once a beautiful face, that a pair of tiny silver earrings hung from the creature's blue, pointed ears, glimmering as they swayed. This was the first gift she had given her sister last year, costing merely 5 yuan, and her sister had not removed them since. Sister. The girl softly called out to the hideous head, only to hear the sickening sound of her bones fracturing, and then she was engulfed in an endless darkness. Tat tat tat. A barrage of gunfire erupted. The creature's forelimbs reached through the bars, poised to crush Shengguan Jingya, but before it could exert its strength, a sharp pain shot through its back that it abruptly withdrew its tongue and forelimbs. And the girl's limp body fell to the ground like a tattered rag. Turning around, a middle-aged man with golden eyes, wielding a submachine gun, emerged into view. Wang Chao, witnessing the girl beneath the creature, felt a surge of rage. This adorable young girl, no older than his daughter, was now lost to the unknown. In a fit of fury, he forgot Mo Tsayun's battle plan, raised his weapon, and aimed at the repugnant head, fiercely pulling the trigger. Yet the expected gunfire did not resound. A wet, blood-red tongue wrapped tightly around his hand and gun. Wang Chao felt as though his right hand were ensnared in a mass of rotting flesh. His brain frantically sending commands to pull the trigger, but his fingers remained immobile. The tongue yanked back with great force, propelling Wang Chao toward the monster, and he felt the wind rushing past his ears as he was thrust between two masses of soft flesh, followed by a chilling sensation in his abdomen as he was lifted upward. Wang Chao, in terror, gazed at the monstrous head drawing nearer, only to be suddenly seized by a tearing pain beneath him. He hastily turned his head downward, only to see his legs, along with a portion of his torso, standing on the ground. The bloody intestines were still connected to his ascending upper body. Why did this seem so familiar? These were his own legs and waist. Wang Chao's heart shattered. He had been severed in half by the creature. The upper half of his body was held down by the monster's forelimbs, pressed against its immense, balloon-like breasts as he was gradually lifted. Soon, his gaze was level with the creature's head. Wang Chao coughed up a copious amount of black blood, staring into the gaping maw that slowly opened before him, summoning the last of his strength to scream, "Be careful!" Its tongue. Before he could finish, the creature's mouth widened to nearly 180 degrees, and it snapped down upon his head, swallowing both his last words and his entire head in one gulp. When Mo Kaiyun burst in, she witnessed Wang Chao's head being devoured. The usually icy expression on the female officer's face turned pale, and without a moment's hesitation, she raised her hand, the military pistol roaring with a series of gunshots as 7.62mm bullets tore into the creature's chest. Blue blood erupted from its massive breasts, and in pain and fury, the monster let out a tremendous croak, hurling the headless half-body it held toward Mo Kaiyun. With no time to reload, Mo Kaiyun discarded her pistol and, using one hand, forcefully waved at the incoming half-dash body. That it was as if an invisible force propelled the body away, sending it flying diagonally backward. With a splat, it landed squarely upon the heads of the 5 behind the bars, showering them in blood and entrails. Amidst the screams of the crowd, the frog-like creature charged toward the entrance where Mo Kaiyun stood. Seeing her powers at work filled her with renewed confidence. She raised both hands and vigorously waved at the oncoming monster. The creature staggered, but its momentum remained unaffected, closing the distance within mere steps. Its clawed hands extended toward her head with deadly intent. Mo Kaiyun realized her powers had faltered, and with the stench of blood wafting toward her, she found herself caught off guard, forgetting to evade. "You damn beast!" Accompanied by a resounding shout, a hand shot in from outside the door like lightning, seizing Mo Tsayun's arm and swiftly pulling her out of the doorway. Liu Lioi, with no time for explanations, wrapped his arms around her slender waist, securing her against him, and turned to dash down the stairs. After missing its target, the frog-like monster, lacking in wisdom, pursued them relentlessly, agitated by the sight of its fleeing prey. Mo Kaiyun, trapped in the man's embrace, felt a profound sense of embarrassment as they fled. Prior to their departure, this man had advised her to review the surveillance footage to better understand the creature before making any decisions. Yet, for reasons she couldn't fathom, Her anger had flared at the sight of his face, prompting her to coldly refuse, citing a lack of time to search for the footage. Her original plan had been for Wang Chao to enter and lure the monster into an open area where over 10 security personnel had set traps. Once it fell into the snare, she would immobilize it with her abilities, allowing Lu Liuyi to deliver the final blow. It had seemed like a flawless plan, but none had anticipated the monster's overwhelming strength, leading to Wang Chao's immediate demise at its hands. That it was my fault that the security guard died. Fortunately, he had suggested accompanying her. Otherwise, as Lu Liuyi sprinted down the stairs, Mo Sayun's body bounced with each step. Her emotions indescribable in words. The heavy footsteps behind them echoed ominously. He had pushed his speed to the limit. Suddenly, light flooded his vision as he exited the corridor and, without hesitation, dashed toward the location where the traps had been laid. Before them lay a parking lot in front of the main building, once filled with vehicles. Now entirely deserted, in the center stood a massive net, propped up by 4 iron poles. The footsteps behind them grew ever closer. The stench of the monster's breath wafting through the air. He could feel the weight of the woman in his arms increasing. Her body threatened to slip from his grasp, with a firm pull. He steadied her, his arm encircling her waist, as he gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with determination, charging toward the giant net. Just as he cleared the net, he shouted, "Pull the net," almost simultaneously with his command. The ropes anchored to the 4 iron poles were yanked, causing the net to drop suddenly, ensnaring the monster that had been hot on their heels. A chorus of shouts erupted as over 10 security personnel, hidden in the surroundings, pulled on the ropes with all their might. Peng Sanhai, who had a penchant for whaling, had designed this large net specifically for such endeavors. Each cord was crafted from thick nylon. Remarkably resilient. 12 young, robust veterans formed groups of 4, each gripping a rope, exerting their strength like in a tug-of-war, their bodies leaning back against the strain as the frog monster tumbled into the trap. The net above it crashed down, catching it off guard and forcing it to its knees. Lu Liuyi halted, sensing the commotion behind him. The creature was ensnared. He turned to look back, witnessing the monster struggling against the net, its body writhing violently as the net's fibers dug into its deep blue skin, causing grotesque lumps to swell, resembling ripe boils ready to burst. "Let me down," the woman clinging to his waist murmured. Her tone laced with complexity. Mo Kaiyun, dressed in a loose-fitting athletic outfit, felt the man's arm slip from her waist to her chest during their frantic escape. His powerful grip was unforgiving, and she winced as it pressed against her, fearing further pressure might cause her to burst. "What am I thinking?" Once released, the female officer discreetly adjusted her clothing, surreptitiously massaging the sore spot while her cheeks flushed crimson. The monster continued to writhe beneath the massive net, the young security personnel exerting incredible force to restrain it. From a concealed corner of the parking lot emerged a figure, brandishing a gleaming golden handgun. As he approached the center of the trap, he fired at the creature within the net. It was Peng Sanhai. A bullet struck one of the monster's swollen lumps, causing black ichor to splatter, releasing an even more pungent stench into the air. "This is bad." Lu Liuyi's heart tightened as he observed the corrosive black liquid eating away at the sturdy nylon ropes, wisps of smoke rising as the fibers began to fray. In an instant, several strands of the net had already parted around the shattered boil. That moment, Peng Sanhai reached the edge of the net, reloading his weapon and aiming for the creature's head. "Get back," Lu Liuyi shouted urgently. Suddenly, a series of dull thuds echoed as the monster's back erupted with explosive sounds, several lumps bursting open and spraying thick black liquid into the air in such close proximity. Peng Sanhai had no time to evade, and he was doused with the foul ichor. He cried out in agony as the flesh on the side of his head rapidly disintegrated. The golden desert eagle fell heavily to the ground as he collapsed, hands clutching his face, rolling helplessly. "Uncle Peng," Mo Kaiyun gasped, sprinting towards the writhing figure on the ground. Before she could reach him, the frog monster emitted a thunderous croak. With its forelimbs, it tore at the net above, the corroded nylon giving way like uncooked noodles, snapping apart. Rising to its full height, it grasped the frayed remnants of the net and yanked it forward. The 12 veterans found themselves uncontrollably pulled toward the creature. A long, blood-red tongue shot forth from the monster's mouth, moving with blinding speed toward the 12 men now ensnared. The sounds of impact came in rapid succession as the tongues pierced through their temples. Each man impaled and strung together, suspended from the grotesque appendage. With a sickening snap, the tongue, unable to bear their combined weight, dropped them to the ground, lifeless. Slowly, the blood-red tongue retracted into the monster's maw, which smacked its lips as if savoring the taste of their minds. Mo Kayun froze, witnessing the horrifying scene before her, overwhelmed with regret for not heeding his warnings and advice. The monster turned its gaze toward her, its golden eyes fixated on the woman who had wounded IT. IT noticed the bullet holes on its abdomen, where blue blood continued to seep, and inexplicable fury ignited within it. With a deafening croak, it leapt into the air, its powerful hind legs propelling it like a cannonball toward Mo Kayun. Instinctively, she raised her hands to ward it off, forcefully swiping at the creature. The monster's body shifted slightly, but it continued its relentless charge. With a resounding crash, the creature was suddenly kicked aside by a figure that had appeared out of nowhere. The impact caused the leg that had delivered the blow to buckle momentarily. Damn it, this is the last time I play the hero, Lu Liuyi thought, positioning himself protectively in front of the female officer, gripping his knife tightly while cursing his own reckless impulses. Was it really worth risking everything for a single night? Yet, the monster offered him no time for regret. After being kicked aside, the creature regained its footing, bounding forward with its long tongue extended, rapidly closing the distance between them. Get away! As I gazed upon the menacing creature, I refrained from turning back and spoke in a low voice to the woman behind me. Mo Kayun understood that she was now a burden. Remaining silent as she obediently retreated, he crouched with his knife, fixating intently on the creature's tongue. Through careful observation and analysis, he concluded that if he could incapacitate that tongue, the creature would lose a significant portion of its combat power. Of course, he also needed to be cautious of the still intact fleshy lumps. Soon, the creature was upon him, its claws sweeping towards his neck. Lu Liuyi sidestepped, his left leg sweeping against one of its hind limbs. The creature stumbled unsteadily, lurching forward a few steps before turning back, only to find the human had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, its eyes rolled upwards, revealing a man with a long knife raised high, poised to strike down from above. Alarmed, the toad-like monster emitted a peculiar cry, its massive, unwieldy body retreating a step to the side. A sharp sound pierced the air as the blade met flesh. Another cry erupted, but this time it was laced with agony and profound rage. A significant chunk of flesh was cleaved from the creature's body. The severed piece thudded to the ground, blue blood gushing forth from its chest, leaving only one of its previously hefty breasts dangling from its swollen belly. Chapter 59. How to Grow Stronger with a Devastating Blow to the Toad Monster. Lu Liuyi's vigilance heightened, but he created distance, standing firm with his knife, blue blood dripping from the pitted blade onto the ground. The cacophony of croaking suddenly ceased, and a blood-red tongue, trailing remnants of itself, darted towards his brow like a bolt of lightning. Lu Liuyi sprang back, but the long tongue arrived at his face with astonishing swiftness. Realizing there was no time to evade, he twisted his wrist and slashed upwards with his knife. The blade missed its mark, and he felt a tightening in his chest. The long tongue had ensnared him, coiling tightly around his torso before retracting back into the creature's In a panic, Lu Liuyi summoned every ounce of strength to slash at the blood-red tongue. The blade struck the tongue as if it were slicing through a mound of mud. The edge sank in just half an inch, failing to penetrate any further. Amidst Mo Kayun's exclamations, he was rapidly pulled towards the creature. Two clawed, webbed feet seized his shoulders, and a gaping maw opened wide, reeking of foulness, poised to bite down on his head. I'm done for. In that fleeting moment, he felt an overwhelming stillness, his mind flashing through the memories of his 32 years of life. Distantly, he heard Mo Kayun's anxious calls, pulling him back to reality. Startled awake, Lu Liuyi exerted all his might to break free from the binding grip, his face flushed as he felt the blood rush to his head. A faint sound, akin to the tearing of paper, resonated in the air. The crimson line, 5 centimeters long, on his forehead suddenly burst open. A jade-green vertical pupil emerged on his brow. The creature's sharp teeth grazed his hair, ready to clamp down with force when a slender beam of eerie green light erupted from Lu Liuyi's open pupil. The light silently pierced the creature's jaw, emerging through the back of its head and vanishing into the distant sky. The nearly 3-meter-tall monster collapsed backward, its golden eyes still blinking, its already large belly swelling, as if inflated. He fell alongside the creature, utterly drained of energy. The strike of the green light from his third eye had sapped all his vitality. As he braced for the creature to explode, he found himself unable to move even a finger, silently lamenting his fate. With a deafening bang, it was as if a bomb had detonated within the creature's belly, sending a torrent of dark fluid, blue blood, and shredded flesh erupting into the sky, scattering down in the next moment. "Stop!" A woman-esque commanding voice rang out, freezing the impending debris mid-air. M'Okayan stood 10 meters away, arms raised towards the heavens, her face pale, as she struggled to utter, "Come quickly." Summoning what little strength he had left, he rolled over to the feet of the female officer. Before he could rise, she collapsed onto him, both of them entwined in a heap, too exhausted to move. Just as the woman succumbed to fatigue, the suspended mass of putrid fluids and flesh fell with a splatter. The area around the monster's corpse resembled a gruesome battlefield, drenched in blood. What transpired seemed lengthy in description, yet it unfolded in mere seconds. From the moment Lu Liuyi was grasped by the creature until now, only a few dozen seconds had elapsed in this brief span. Both had become soaked and utterly spent, having traversed the brink of death. That I feel more exhausted than I did during those 3 hours in the corridor. Lu Liuyi mused, his thoughts wandering as they often did. A habit he possessed since childhood. Tio put it charitably. One could call it a vivid imagination and a leap of thought. Less charitably, it was a lack of focus, often leading to daydreaming. The woman's body was soft, but her position was somewhat awkward. They remained in an uncomfortable embrace. After 5 minutes, both regained a modicum of strength. That M'Okayan hastily stood and wobbled towards the direction of Peng Sanhai. Peng Sanhai lay silently on the ground, emitting wisps of smoke, his body corroded and riddled with wounds. He was clearly beyond salvation. M'Okayan knelt before the corpse, her expression devoid of sorrow, though her tightly clenched lips betrayed her. Lu Liuyi approached from behind, observing the tremors of the woman's form, and, typically inarticulate, found himself at a loss for words. "That I've harmed Uncle Peng. I've harmed Wang Chao. I've harmed those people." M'Okayan's shoulders trembled even more violently, her back to him as she seemed to be speaking to herself. "That I had a good family background, excelled in my studies since childhood, graduated first from the police academy, and became a senior inspector in less than 3 years at the precinct. That I always believed I was rational and exceptional, that my decisions were right, yet I ended up causing their deaths." With that, she could no longer contain her emotions. Sobbing softly, that he sighed and gently patted her shoulder, saying, "You cannot blame yourself. In this world, no one can guarantee that their decisions are the right ones. In such an apocalyptic era, who isn't surrounded by oppression and fear, not just her, even I sometimes feel lost, confused, and fearful. Since the onset of the apocalypse, every step had been fraught with anxiety and danger." M'Okayan suddenly stood and turned, embracing the man before her. With a cry, tears streamed down her face like a flood breaking through 8 a.m. Lu Liuyi held her waist gently, whispering, "We are not strong enough. If we wish to avoid future regrets, we must grow stronger." Through this battle, it became evident that while M'Okayan's powers appeared impressive, they were ultimately quite trivial, only slightly surpassing those of an ordinary person. "Liuyi, how can we grow stronger?" M'Okayan gradually ceased her cries, raising her tear-streaked, beautiful face to look at him. He studied the woman in his arms, furrowing his brow in contemplation before shaking his head. "I am not entirely sure, but there must be someone who knows." That Lu Liuyi recalled Yang Hua's mentor, who had been able to forewarn Yang Hua of the impending disaster, suggesting that this mentor possessed knowledge of many secrets regarding the mutations that others did not. Dr. Yang had mentioned that the mentor would come to find him. Why had they not yet arrived? As for the so-called enhancement serum Peng Sanhai had provided him, he did not believe it would induce any significant transformation. Regarding the notion that devouring the core crystal could lead to strength, despite being a beneficiary, he felt a deep-seated aversion within. The core crystal. He lifted his gaze towards the monster-esque corpse, where the green smoke had dissipated, revealing a walnut-sized yellow crystal lying quietly on the ground. M'Okayan sensed the man's shift and followed his gaze, discovering the yellow crystal as well. Chapter 60. Disobeying the commander leads to execution. Lu Liuyi picked up the core crystal left behind by the toad monster. Examining it in his hand, it was evidently much larger than the two he had previously obtained. And its color was different. Why isn't it green? He had always assumed that core crystals were green. Oddly, this time he felt no overwhelming desire to devour it. Liuyi, what is this? Mo Kaiyun's sorrow had gradually faded. Her curiosity piqued by the yellow crystal. The female officer seldom used her phone and rarely watched television. Hence she was unaware that the government had announced the name of this crystal on the day of the disaster. The core crystal, which might enhance strength upon consumption, could also potentially be completely ineffective. He suppressed his impulse and explained to her, "Oh, then you should eat it quickly." Officer Mo, don't you want to eat it? Lu Liuyi was puzzled by her urging for him to consume it. As an ability user, wouldn't she also feel compelled to partake? You would be better off stronger. Mo Kaiyun lowered her head, gazing at her toes, and spoke softly. What I asked you was, do you have any appetite for this? Like the feeling of being hungry for days and then seeing a large piece of meat. He noticed Mo Kaiyun seemed not to comprehend it. Not really. Mo Kaiyun's gaze appeared somewhat perplexed as she shook her head. Oh, then I shall keep it. He slipped it into his pocket, although he was tempted to consume it immediately. The unease in his heart made him hesitate. What if, after swallowing it, a tongue several meters long sprouted in his mouth? That would be quite unfortunate. Unconsciously, he reached for his forehead, where the vertical pupil had closed, reverting to a mere red line once more. Liuyi, was it this line that killed the monster just now? She gestured towards the man's forehead. When the frog creature was slain, he had his back turned to Mo Kaiyun. All she saw was a green light manifest on his face, piercing through the creature's skull. Lu Liuyi was reluctant to elaborate. Although this third, I had saved his life, he felt an oddity in having an additional organ. Did that still make him a normal human? I wish to check the 8th floor. What about you? He recalled Shan Xieyu's request and spoke to Mo Kaiyun. The old finance office on the 8th floor of the main building was deserted. Lu Liuyi stood in the inner room, his expression grim as he gazed at the contorted and deformed body of the girl on the floor. Sheng Wanjing had nearly every bone in her body crushed and broken. Blood seeping from her 7 orifices, her once bright eyes now dull and lifeless. He stared at the frail corpse on the ground, unmoving for a long time. Finally, he sighed deeply, bent down, and gently lifted her, exiting the room. That evening, Mo Kaiyun summoned everyone in the hotel to the wedding banquet hall on the 3rd floor. The female police officer had changed into her freshly laundered uniform, a golden desert eagle strapped to her waist, making her appear both beautiful and formidable, a perfect fusion of femininity and masculinity. Lu Liuyi and Shan Xiu sat side by side at the back of the crowd. The girl's eyes were devoid of light, her face etched with numbness, her small hand gripping the hem of his clothing, her knuckles pale from the strain. Perhaps it was the effect of Mo Kaiyun's uniform, but the hall, filled with over 600 individuals, was eerily silent. President Peng has died to protect us all. Standing on the podium, she surveyed the sea of black faces below and launched the most explosive news that AS anticipated. A stir broke out among the crowd. A sharp voice cried out, "If President Peng is dead, what will happen to the distribution of supplies tomorrow?" He alone knew the password to the underground storage. The moment those words left his lips, the atmosphere erupted into chaos, discussions buzzing so loudly it felt as though the ceiling might collapse. Bang! A resounding gunshot silenced the crowd. Mo Kaiyun raised her gun to the sky and, gripping the microphone on the table, spoke coldly. "President Peng revealed the password to me before the rescue operation, so the supplies will be distributed as usual tomorrow. Furthermore, each individual's allocation will adhere to the quotas set by President Peng while he was alive. To facilitate management, I now announce that the total number of personnel is 607, divided into 10 groups, each of which will take turns patrolling the hotel. The distribution of supplies on the 2nd of each month will be conducted in batches led by the group leader." She then handed an A4 sheet to a bald man in his 50s beside her. This man was the hotel's financial director, a steadfast right-hand man to Peng Sanhai in the Group's hotel operations. As the director picked up the paper, before he could speak, the sharp voice rang out again. "Why should you decide who the group leaders are? Who knows if your choices will be self-serving?" This remark ignited another round of uproar among the crowd. That a deep voice yelled, "We are guests, not hotel staff. Why should we patrol?" "Exactly. We have paid for our rooms. The hotel should ensure our safety." "Bah! I am an employee, but I only receive my salary for my designated role. Whoever is responsible for security should handle the patrols. You may not know, but all the security in the hotel have been wiped out. I heard that even President Peng's military bodyguards died outside. Yes, I heard that even Scar Zhao's crew is practically finished. What if another monster appears? The last monster was transformed from Shangguan Jing. I heard it from Lu Feng. Did it really eat its own sister and boyfriend? The uproar escalated, the wedding hall descending into chaos, with voices clashing and rising. The director, microphone in hand, attempted to quell the tumult. But his words were drowned out by the cacophony of discussion. Liu Liuyi watched the stage with a cold gaze, the director sweating profusely, while Mo Kaiyun surveyed the crowd in silence, the situation clearly spiraling out of control. If this disarray was not swiftly curtailed, the consequences could be dire, but he had initially planned to stay in the hotel for a while to gauge the external situation, as it offered high walls and ample supplies. However, a chaotic hotel would be rife with instability. This was not a scenario he wished to witness. He gently patted the girl's hand, signaling her to release his clothing, since witnessing Shangguan Jing's tragic state. Shan Xiaoyu had fainted after crying, and now, 3 hours later, she had not uttered a word, merely clinging to him. The girl did not let go, shaking her head, her beautiful eyes filled with a pleading look. I must attend to an important matter. I shall return shortly, that Liu Liuyi sighed inwardly as he spoke softly to her. After hesitating, her fingers slipped one by one from his hem, that he grasped his long knife. Leaping forward towards the individual who had spoken first, he had taken note of that person the moment they spoke again. With 3 swift movements, he reached the man's position, grabbing him by the collar as if lifting a chick, bringing him up onto the podium and throwing him to the ground. The young man was small and slender, his face now a mask of terror as he looked up at the knife-wielding figure. Stammering, "What do you want?" As the crowd noticed someone had taken the stage with a knife, the discussions quieted, all eyes turning towards him. Liu Liuyi stepped on the man's back and bellowed at the throng below. "Those who defy orders shall face death." Following this declaration, he slashed downward with the long knife, severing the man's head from his body, blood gushing forth, splattering several individuals in the front row. He kicked the head upward, catching it by the hair, and raised it to eye level, proclaiming, "This is your example." In an instant, the hall fell silent, so quiet that the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Chapter 61. What am I? Mo Kaiyun soon regained her composure. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken, and her thinking could not remain tethered to the past. She took the microphone from the director and, with a stoic expression, said, "Let this serve as a warning to all. We shall proceed." She then returned the microphone to the director, signaling him to continue announcing the list that in light of the gruesome scene. None among the more than 600 people dared to utter a word. Since ancient times, human selfishness has been like a hidden undercurrent, usually stirring only small ripples. When someone leads, under the psychology of the law does not punish the many, the undercurrent can swell into a raging tide, engulfing all rules and morals in its path. Yet when the leader is lost, the tide recedes, returning to a mere undercurrent, awaiting the next gust of wind, having long endured the harsh realities of life. Liu Liuyi understood the inherent flaws in humanity. After the list was announced, a small stir arose within the crowd, but this time there was no passionate uproar. People began to file out of the banquet hall in a disorganized line. Led by their newly appointed captains, Mo Kaiyun had initially intended to offer Liu Liuyi the position of leader of the hotel, but he refused that he was not one to take the lead and had no desire to become entangled in chaotic matters. Establishing his own faction? Such thoughts had never crossed his mind. The trouble it would entail was beyond comprehension. With that time, it would be far more prudent to find ways to enhance his own strength. If someone were to stir trouble, he would either resolve it with a single stroke or make a strategic retreat. How simple. Years of solitary living had left him with no desire to seek warmth in numbers. In the green belt on the eastern side of the main building, a 2-meter-high young sycamore tree stood in the corner, moonlight cascading down upon its verdant leaves, casting a faint glow to Liu Liuyi and Mo Kaiyun. And Shan Xiaoyu stood before the tree. Can old Zheng revert to his former self? Mo Kaiyun had personally planted Zheng Tian here yesterday. That I don't know. Perhaps it's possible that he shook his head. Such cross-species mutations were indeed unfathomable. Could a mere brush from the tree demon in the community turn one into a tree? He vividly recalled how Zheng Tian's foot had been pierced by the sycamore's vines during his rescue. Liu, what are your plans going forward? The female police officer finally voiced the question that had been on her mind. For now, I will stay in the hotel for a while and assess the situation. When do you think this disaster will pass? I don't know. It may become worse and more perilous in the future. For reasons unknown, Liu had long been convinced that this biological mutation would deepen and become even more terrifying. Let us go. Officer Mo, you should return to rest early. We need to distribute supplies tomorrow morning. Liu turned around, preparing to return. After several consecutive days of battle, he himself was quite fatigued. Shan Xiu clutched at his clothing, following closely behind him. What about you? Mo Kaiyun gazed at the two with a complex expression. She was traumatized, so I escorted her back to her room. Initially, Liu did not wish to explain. But under the weight of her resentful gaze, he found himself compelled to clarify that, oh, I see. The female officer, with years of experience interrogating criminals, discerned that he was not lying, that Mo Kaiyun felt a sudden wave of relief wash over her. The two entered the elevator in the main building, and he pressed the button for the 6th floor. Shan Xiaoyu's assigned room was also on the 6th floor. Which floor do you live on? The girl, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. 5th floor, he replied that a slender, delicate finger pressed the button for 5. I want to stay with you. I'm scared. The girl's face regained some of its previous anger. Her sad gaze tinged with shyness. Liu was indifferent and nodded in agreement. Peng Sanhai had assigned Liu a luxurious suite, featuring 2 bedrooms, each with its own bathroom. After taking a shower, he lay on the opulent round wooden bed in just a pair of boxers, turning on the television, which displayed only a field of white static. It seemed the signal had been completely lost. The sound of bathing could be heard from the adjacent room where Shan Xiaoyu was. The death of her close friend must have hit her hard, Liu thought, recalling the petite, charming yet sharp-tongued girl. Just as he was on the verge of drifting off to sleep, the girl appeared at the foot of his bed, wrapped in a pristine white towel. Her tall figure, snow-white skin, and striking face made the room's temperature seem to rise. He looked at Shan Xiaoyu, remaining silent. Uncle. The girl gazed down at her toes, her voice trembling. Liu got out of bed and approached her, speaking softly. What's wrong? Shan Xiaoyu threw her arms around him, pressing her cheek tightly against his chest, incoherently saying, Jingyan is dead, Sister Jingyue has turned into a monster, and Uncle Wang Chao is also dead. Uncle, I'm so scared that I'm afraid I might die tomorrow too. And become a monster. I know I'm useless. I surely won't live long, that I want to be a woman before I die, that I want to be your woman. The girl lifted her smooth, white chin, droplets of water still clinging to her skin, glistening like dew. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Liu was awakened by a series of knocks on the door that he glanced at the girl still fast asleep. Pulled back half the covers and stepped out of bed, noticing a vibrant red flower blooming on the pristine white sheets. Last night, Shan Xiaoyu's frantic behavior had astonished him. It seemed she was using her frenzy to forget the sorrow and confusion within her. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a coldly beautiful face. Liu, we're distributing supplies in the lobby. Mo Kaiyun appeared somewhat bashful, having knocked on a man's door for the first time. Didn't you say you would escort her back? Mo Kaiyun's emotions suddenly flared. The sharp gaze of the female officer quickly detected a pair of women's shoes inside the room. Recalling that they belonged to the girl from yesterday, Liu understood the implication of her gaze. Why aren't you speaking? The female officer said through clenched teeth. What am I supposed to say? He felt perplexed. He hadn't forced, deceived, or drugged anyone. He hadn't committed a crime. Didn't you say you would send her back to her room last night? Tears brimmed in Mo Kaiyun's eyes. Her heart pierced with an unbearable pang of pain. Officer Mo, this has nothing to do with you. That he felt exasperated. They had indeed been intimate. However, she insisted he forget about that day, even threatening to kill him if he ever mentioned it again. Though Liu did not believe Mo Kaiyun would truly kill him, being openly despised by a woman did not sit well with him. Nothing to do with me. Mo Kaiyun echoed, stepping back 2 paces, struggling to suppress her sorrow and anger. Then what do I mean to you? With that, she turned to leave. That a crystalline tear fell from her as she turned, tracing an arc through the air before splattering on the ground, shattering into pieces. Chapter 62. A lesson not to be repeated at 9 in the morning. in the hotel's main building. A variety of supplies were piled up in the lobby, mostly sealed food and bottled water. Mo Kaiyun and Zhou Zong stood in front of the supplies, accompanied by two young men in hotel uniforms. Holding pens and notebooks that Li Jiechi, Zhou Zong said, having confirmed everything was ready, and gestured towards Mo Kaiyun with a nod that he then shouted towards the lobby entrance. The small microphone clipped to his collar amplified his voice clearly to the crowd outside. To the assembly, a robust young man in his 20s led a group of 50 to 60 people into the lobby. Reporting for duty, team leader Li Jiechi. With a firm demeanor, Li Jiechi, the team leader, reported succinctly. Zhou Zong glanced at Mo Kaiyun, puzzled. Since arriving at the lobby, Officer Mo had appeared distracted, her eyes vacant, as if preoccupied with some concern. Xiao Li, come here and have your team sign in for supplies, Zhou Zong said, noticing Mo Kaiyun's continued silence, smiling at Li Jiechi. Yes, Li Jiechi straightened his posture, casting a quick glance at Mo Kaiyun, that he thought to himself, is this person insane, truly thinking he is something special? Don't talk nonsense. That killer is just outside that I saw him. A murmur of whispers erupted among Li Jiechi's group. Hearing the term killer, Mo Kaiyun snapped back to reality, her hand instinctively resting on her desert eagle at her waist. Her gaze sharp as it swept over the group. Instantly, silence fell among them. They had forgotten about the female killer present, that Liu Liui stood outside, waiting at the back of the crowd, utterly alone that he had already informed Mo Kaiyun that he would not be joining any groups. Shan Xiaoyu had not accompanied him. The events of the previous night had left her unable to rise from bed, but he mused to himself about the disparity in physical resilience between the two of them. Before long, the first 9 teams had collected their supplies and exited, some muttering curses, others mumbling to themselves, and a few attempting to engage in lively conversation, only to swallow their words upon seeing the killer entering. The distribution of supplies was conducted according to the standards set before Peng Sanhai's demise, ensuring each person received only enough to stave off starvation that if they continued to indulge as if in peaceful times. The seemingly ample food and water would certainly not suffice for over 600 people for 3 months. Peng Sanhai was a good man. He would never have distributed supplies to those unrelated to the cause. As he pondered, he entered the lobby alongside the 10th team that if Shangwan Jing'an were still alive, she would have recognized several familiar faces among the group. Hong Gu, full name Hong Taiyong, the head of the hotel's cleaning department, now served as the leader of the 10th group, rumored to have some familial connection to Zhou Zong. Lu Fong, along with the overweight man who had kicked Shangwan Jing'an yesterday, was also present in the group. As were 3 or 4 former henchmen of Scarjiao, Liu Liui recalled those thugs. They had fled when he had killed Shou Yulong, and ENT expected them to still be in the hotel. Shan Xiaoyu's name was also on the list for the 10th group. He had lingered to ensure he could bring her portion back to her. Shan Xiaoyu. Shan Xiaoyu. Hong Taiyong called her name twice. His voice rising that I'll collect it for her, Lu Liui said, stepping forward in a low voice. This. Hong Taiyong faltered, recalling the decapitated heads from the banquet hall yesterday, momentarily at a loss for words. Why should you collect it for her? Is Shan Xiaoyu incapacitated, or has she been ravished by some wild man? Lu Fong's sharp voice cut through the air, and the surrounding crowd turned their admiring gazes toward her. Since the arrival of the apocalypse, Lu Fong had witnessed her companions turn into monsters seeking to devour her, endured the loss of her boyfriend, and had seen Shangwan Jinghua strangle her own sister. A series of traumatic events had driven this once somewhat petty woman into a state of madness, especially upon encountering the killer who had slain her boyfriend, causing her to lash out. Slap! A resounding slap sent Lu Fong hurtling away. Liu Liui shook his hand, stepping before Hong Taiyong and coldly stating, I will collect it for her. Hong Taiyong swallowed hard, glancing at the man before him, reminiscent of a god of death, then turned to Zhou Zong, stammering, Uncle, what do you think? Mr. Liu, in order to prevent fraudulent claims, Director Peng specifically emphasized that all supplies must be collected in person, Zhou Zong said, his patience wearing thin, that he had always been a good-natured person, but now a flicker of anger ignited within him. This man, who had so casually severed a head yesterday, was now brazenly flouting the rules. As if the hotel belonged to him, in the long run. How can one manage over 600 individuals? Within the ranks, the portly men and a few rascals, upon hearing Mr. Zhou's words, voiced their agreement. And soon the entire group was engaged in hushed discussions. Though they dared not openly curse, Their eyes brimmed with malice. Would he perhaps kill Shan Xiaoyu and then claim her share? It's hard to say. Just look at his cold-blooded demeanor from yesterday. Who's to say he wouldn't? Might he not turn his blade upon me as well, returning to claim my portion? The fear was palpable. Speculations grew louder, and expressions of smugness appeared on the faces of Hong Taiyong, the hefty man, and others. After all, it was you who instigated this. Could you truly eliminate us all? Lu Liuyi, however, could not possibly resort to murder. Not even the life of a single soul. The events of yesterday had already fostered a united front against him among the people. Just as he furrowed his brow in contemplation, Mo Kaiyun spoke up. RWU exerted tremendous effort during last night's rescue operation, single-handedly slaying the monster. Hong Taiyong, your lives were saved by him. Furthermore, Shan Xiaoyu, due to her injuries, personally entrusted RWU to assist in procuring supplies. I am aware of this. The coldly beautiful police officer articulated her statement while not once casting a glance at the man in question. Let this matter be a one-time occurrence. There shall be no second chance. With Mo Kaiyun's final verdict, Lu Liuyi felt a slight relief. He turned his gaze toward the woman, only to see her expression resolutely averted, her face frosted over, with traces of tears upon her cheeks. Suddenly, an urgent shout erupted from outside that a figure dashed into the hall. It was Li Jieqi, who had already retrieved his supplies. His brow was drenched in sweat, and his face was a portrait of terror. Monsters, he gasped, the outside is swarming with them, encircling the hotel. Chapter 63. The madman. A wave of chaos erupted among the dozens gathered in the lobby. Some screamed, others shouted, while a few seized the opportunity to pilfer supplies. The entire hotel resonated with panic cries. Let us take a look. Lu Liuyi, noticing Mo Kaiyun draw her weapon and prepare to rush outside, seized her arm and pulled her into the elevator at the back of the hall. With a firm kick, he shoved aside others attempting to enter as the elevator swiftly ascended to the top floor. Peng Sanhai's luxurious office was encased in expansive glass walls, offering a splendid view of the surroundings. Standing before the window, Lu Liuyi gazed down at the hotel's perimeter, feeling parched. The female officer beside him appeared pallid, as if she could barely maintain her footing. Is this an insect tide? He murmured softly. Outside the hotel's tall, surrounding walls, a thick band of black surged, undulating like a tide crashing against the barriers. Upon closer inspection, what seemed to be a black fabric was, in fact, a multitude of enormous beetles congregating. Even from the top floor, Lu Liuyi could discern their grotesque forms without effort. Each beetle was the size of a goat, their black bodies covered in grotesque protrusions resembling a bizarre armor. With slender legs tipped with sharp joints, capable of piercing through anything, while their compound eyes glimmered with a red light, and atop their large heads, they bore a pair of dark horns. While one or a few of these fearsome black beetles might not incite alarm, the sheer number below was staggering. Far exceeding thousands, the towering, smooth walls thwarted their ascent, at least for the moment. The cacophony of their shrill cries seemed to shatter the clouds above. Every individual within the hotel, without exception, was ashen-faced. The beetles closest to the walls were trampled by those behind them, which continued to surge forth. Like a precarious stack of children, the black mass crept upward toward the wall. What to do? Lu Liuyi's mind raced. At this rate, the swarm would breach the hotel within 5 minutes. Liuyi, there is a helicopter belonging to Uncle Peng on the upper platform, Mo Kaiyun suddenly interjected. Lu Liuyi's heart leaped with joy, but then furrowed his brow. But there is no pilot. I can fly. I learned at the police academy, though I'm unsure if there is fuel. Let us go check first. Mo Kaiyun nodded in agreement. They had no choice but to gamble on luck. Suddenly, the insect cries intensified. Both peered down, only to see the swarm had breached the hotel, a black tidal wave surging toward the main building with alarming speed. Move quickly, Lu Liuyi barked, seizing Mo Kaiyun's hand and dragging her out. Just as they reached the fire escape, he halted abruptly, turning to the female officer. Officer Mo, you go up and wait for me. Are you going to save her? She guessed his intentions. Yet her room was on the 5th floor, while the top was the 15th. How much time would that consume? There wasn't enough time. The insects were too swift. Are you throwing your life away? Mo Kaiyun's thoughts spiraled, yet her words came out as why. She's my woman, Lu Liuyi declared, turning to sprint downward, continuing, wait for me 2 minutes. If I'm not back in less than that, you leave without me. And me. What am I? The female officer leaned over the railing of the fire escape, calling out to the figure racing down below. If you're willing, you could also be my woman. His figure quickly vanished down the spiraling staircase, leaving the space echoing with his words. That Kayun's expression faltered. For reasons unknown, her previously bleak mood lifted considerably. Even the distant insect cries seemed less terrifying. Drawing her Desert Eagle, she shattered the lock to the door leading to the rooftop platform, pushing it open and making her way toward a cerulean helicopter at the center. As she walked, a smile blossomed on her face. Lioi, I will wait for you. The entire main building was now akin to boiling water engulfing an anthill. Filled with screams and curses, he kicked open the door to find a young girl dressed in a white dress. Perched by the window, turning at the sound, she beamed. Uncle, I knew you would come. Without the time for lengthy explanations, Lu Lioi hoisted Shan Xiaoyu onto his shoulder and sped back the way he had come. Just as he entered the staircase, he encountered Mr. Zhou and Hong Taiyang, followed by the Hefty Man and Lu Feng. All four were racing toward the top floor. They all paused momentarily, but Lu Lioi paid them no heed, pressing onward with the girl in tow, quickly surpassing them. Uncle, they're heading to the rooftop platform too, Hong Taiyang shouted. Hurry, hurry, we can't let him seize the helicopter. The Hefty Man drew a gun from his waistband. The very submachine gun Wang Chao had used the previous day. Lu Lioi reached the rooftop platform, immediately spotting the helicopter with its blades slowly rotating, alongside the strikingly beautiful police officer. Halt! A voice filled with murderous intent came from behind. Lu Lioi gently set the girl down and turned, confronted with the dark muzzle of a gun. How could this Hefty Man keep pace with him? He was astonished by the man's speed. Are you also an extraordinary person? He inquired, fixing his gaze on the portly figure. You guessed correctly, the Hefty Man replied with a grin, showing no signs of fatigue from the sprint. Let us skip the pleasantries. I intend to board that helicopter. There are enough seats, but I lack the funds for a ticket, so consider it a good deed. Officer Mo, I advise against any sudden moves. Otherwise, I'll shoot him immediately. Let us see whose speed prevails. His or my bullet? The Hefty Man glanced at the police officer beside the helicopter on Kayun's hand, which had been reaching for her Desert Eagle. Froze. She understood Lu Lioi's speed was remarkable, but she didn't believe he could outrun a bullet over such a short distance. Heavy footsteps echoed from the stairway leading to the platform, and several figures appeared, panting. Hong Taiyang, spotting the helicopter ahead, exclaimed with joy, Uncle, you were right. The helicopter is indeed here. Mr. Zhou surveyed the scene, his expression peculiar, remaining silent. Lu Feng, witnessing Lu Lioi being pointed at by the Hefty Man, shrieked in excitement, Manager Zhu, kill him! Quickly kill him! Seeing the Hefty Man's lack of reaction, Lu Feng, seemingly frenzied, continued to shout, Manager Zhu, Haven T, you always wanted to sleep with me. If you kill him, I'll let you. Right now, I'll let you. Lu Feng. What are you saying? You just agreed to be my girlfriend. Have you lost your mind? Hong Taiyang looked at the somewhat deranged woman in disbelief. Lu Feng, in response, cast a scornful glance at Hong Taiyang. You just said your uncle would fly the helicopter to save me. That's why I agreed. But nothing is more important than killing him. Lu Feng pointed at Lu Lioi, her anger contorting her otherwise beautiful face into a mask of rage. Madman. This term surfaced in the minds of everyone present. Chapter 64. The hotel's demise. Naturally, the crowd paid no heed to the ravings of such a deranged woman, as the Hefty Man adjusted his aim, declaring, Our time is running short. Officer Mo, do you consent to additional passengers? It appears that, in an effort to substantiate the words of the hefty individual, the faint chirping of beetles resonated from the corridor not far away. The helicopter can only accommodate 5 passengers. The noise from the rotor blades was deafening, and Mo Kayun approached Lu Lioi, addressing the Hefty Man. This was a Robinson R-66 helicopter, designed to carry a maximum of 5 people. It is widely acknowledged that helicopters, unlike cars or trains, are prone to crashing if overloaded. With 7 individuals present and only 5 seats available, who would be left behind? Lu Lioi calmly said to the Hefty Man, You select one person, and we shall board. The Hefty Man bit his teeth and said sternly, Choose a queer fellow. Let's go. Lao Zhu, you cannot do this, he exclaimed. If I hadn't told you, how would you have known there was a helicopter? My uncle can also pilot a helicopter. Why not let them disembark so we can board? Upon hearing the hefty man's intent to leave, Hong Taiyong hurriedly shouted. The hefty man, upon hearing this, his expression fluctuated, and he cursed inwardly. Leave them behind. That demon and Officer Mo are not to be trifled with, fool. Ignoring him, he walked toward Lu Liuyi and the others, gun in hand. Seeing this, Hong Taiyong's eyes turned crimson, and with a roar, he lunged to seize the hefty man's submachine gun. The hefty man would not allow him to get close. He turned slightly and executed a side kick, yet his gun remained steadily aimed at Lu Liuyi. Bang! The hefty man's kick shattered Hong Taiyong's sternum, sending his body tumbling off the platform and down below. Just as he was retracting his foot, he suddenly felt a jolt in his gun hand, as if an invisible force had struck it, causing the submachine gun and his arm to be pushed away by over 20 centimeters. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the hefty man intended to move his arm back. But a fierce wind rushed toward him, followed by a flash of blade glinting before his eyes. That in a state of shock, he instinctively drew his arm back to protect his face, that a scream erupted from his lips as he fell backward. The hand holding the gun was severed at the wrist by the blade, the severed hand still gripping the submachine gun. His extraordinary ability merely enhanced his strength. It did not render him impervious to blades. At this moment, the hefty man's face turned ashen, the pain penetrating to his very marrow. Liuyi Run, Mo Kaiyun, having used her ability, felt slightly fatigued, when suddenly she noticed two beetle horns emerging from the corridor entrance and shouted urgently. Lu Liuyi was preparing to move forward to finish off the hefty man when he realized time was of the essence that he decisively turned and grasped Shan Xiaoyu, sprinting toward the helicopter. Mo Kaiyun had already taken her place in the cockpit, fiddling with the instrument buttons, while the rotor blades spun ever faster overhead as he and Shan Xiaoyu entered the rear cabin. The helicopter jolted slightly, preparing for takeoff. Wait for me, Zhou Zong and Lu Fang shouted as they rushed toward them. Having been near the entrance of the platform, still nearly 20 meters from the helicopter, Lu Liuyi peered through the window and saw that Zhou Zong, likely due to his age, had fallen behind and was quickly overwhelmed by a monstrous beetle, its terrifying horns crushing his head to pulp. Lu Fang, however, ran swiftly at the moment the helicopter lifted off. She managed to grasp the skids, her body being pulled away from the platform ground in just a second, that he opened the cabin door and coldly addressed Lu Fang below. Aren't you not afraid of death? Is killing me more important than your own life? With that, he disregarded her pleading gaze, extending a foot to stomp on the fingers of her hand clinging to the landing gear, mercilessly grinding them back and forth. Liuyi, I was wrong. I don't hate you. I love you. Please save me. Lu Fang cried out desperately. Love me? What a lunatic! He continued to apply pressure with his foot, now fighting for his own survival, knowing this woman would say anything in her desperation. You killed Lai Qing to save me. But why are you with that foolish Shan Xiaoyu? What makes her better than me? Since the moment we met, you have never looked at me properly even once. I do not blame you now. I do not hate you. Just save me. Like that night. Shan Xiaoyu, sitting nearby, watched the former schoolmate hanging in the air, her heart heavy with sympathy. She moved her lips several times but ultimately said nothing. To those who would kill me, whether true or false, they must die. Lu Liuyi paid no heed to the madwoman's words and forcefully stepped down. Lu Liuyi, may you suffer a miserable death. I will haunt you as a ghost. The woman clinging to the landing gear fell from the skies with a piercing scream, crashing into the dark throng of insects below. Instantly engulfed, Mo Kaiyun pulled the control stick, flying diagonally outward. At this moment, the helicopter had only flown over 100 meters from the platform to rat-a-tat-tat. Amidst the deafening roar of the rotor blades, a volley of gunfire erupted. Ding, ding, ding. The helicopter's body emitted a series of harsh sounds as bullets struck it, followed by a tremor. The helicopter had been hit. He turned to look in the direction of the gunfire. There stood the hefty man on the platform, his left hand clutching the severed hand, the submachine gun within still sputtering sparks. Meanwhile, an increasing number of beetles crawled up from the corridor onto the platform, charging toward the hefty man. Yet, he allowed the multitude of beetles to pierce and burrow into his body, raising his left hand to continue firing until his entire form was engulfed by the black tide of insects. That hand still held aloft, pressing the trigger against the air, emitting a series of popping gunfire sounds, the bullets having long been expended. Madness, pure madness. Shan Xiaoyu witnessed the hefty man's frenzied final moments. Realizing that this hefty man intended to drag them down with him, Mo Kaiyun turned her head from the cockpit and shouted at them to don their helmets, as the overhead equipment was designated for communication among the crew. Liu, our fuel tank has been hit. We can fly a maximum of 50 kilometers at best. What do we do? Mo Tsayin's complexion paled, a remnant of the aftereffects from her recent exertion of her telekinetic ability. The once decisive and spirited policewoman now unknowingly developed a sense of dependency, a transformation she had yet to recognize within herself. The Liu did not respond, extending his head out of the window to gaze upon Hangzhou below. The hotel they were gradually distancing from was covered by the black tide of insects. Even from this distance, the sounds of the beetles chirping and gnawing could still be heard, aside from the three of us. Over 600 people must have been devoured. I wonder how Jing Tian is faring. He is now a tree, so he should be fine. That a sense of relief washed over him, as if he had survived a catastrophe. He gazed far and wide. The entirety of Hangzhou was shrouded in smoke and flames. His former residence, the Xingfu community, appeared strangely tranquil, devoid of flames, black smoke, or rampaging mutated creatures. The towering giant tree spread its branches and leaves, resembling a massive umbrella sheltering the entire community, with the mutated creatures outside, daring not to encroach even a fraction. From the helicopter's vantage point, they had yet to reach the height of the tree's canopy. Oh! To the west of the Xingfu community, there appears to be another area that is relatively calm. Its distance rendered his vision somewhat inadequate. Officer Mo, let us fly over to take a look. He leaned halfway into the cockpit, pointing toward a direction ahead that a danger loomed over Hangzhou. The helicopter had to select a relatively safe location to land. Upon hearing this, Mo Kaiyun pulled the control stick, tilting the aircraft toward the direction he indicated. Chapter 65. General Mo, the helicopter swiftly descended to hover above that particular location. Tinya community, as a native of Hangzhou, Liu recognized the place as they approached their target. This was an upscale community developed a decade ago, characterized by a low building density, predominantly inhabited by middle-class families. Liu, look below. Demotin's astonished voice came through the headset, without needing to be reminded. He had already discerned the unusual situation below. The ground in Tinya community was designed for vehicular and pedestrian separation, thereby allowing more open space for the residents to this moment. The vast expanse of the community's open ground was occupied by various mutated creatures. Some standing, some lying, and some crawling. These mutated beings varied in size and form, yet they all shared a common trait. They remained utterly still, as if they were statues. Uncle, are they all alive? Shan Xiaoyu's voice came through the headset. Having also witnessed the astonishing scene below, Liu did not respond. He had nearly extended half of his body out of the window, his gaze fixed upon the central area, an expansive tennis court. There, 5 vehicles were parked, each battered and bruised. Among them, for were familiar to him. They were domestically produced Mingqi military armored vehicles, renowned as a pride of national manufacture. Encircled by the 4 Mingqi vehicles was a peculiar-looking contraption. This vehicle was nearly twice the length of a school bus and approximately a meter wider than a standard school bus. Towering above its front were 2 3-meter-long silver exhaust pipes, resembling the front of Optimus Prime from Transformers. The vehicle's exterior is adorned with numerous patches of bulletproof armor. Atop the car rests a massive dome, resembling a radar, albeit smaller than the military radars typically found atop mountains. Most peculiar is the absence of any windows on this vehicle, with even the front windshield obscured by armor. The dome on the roof incessantly rotates in concentric circles. Straining his vision, he discerned a small orb at the center of the dome, emitting an exceedingly faint blue light, which spread across every nook and cranny of the neighborhood. As it turned, he continued to survey the surroundings. The area was in disarray, teeming with various creatures that had multiplied significantly since he and Wu Fa had emerged. Strangely, these beings moved sluggishly as they approached the community. Mo Kaiyun turned her head to meet his gaze, her large eyes blinking expectantly, seemingly awaiting his decision. Over there, he directed, indicating a basketball court where only a few diminutive mutated creatures stood, making it suitable for landing. This area was adjacent to a tennis court, beside a small high-rise building. As the helicopter touched down, the trio dashed towards the nearby high-rise. "Who are you?" A commanding voice boomed as they stepped inside the building. A young officer clad in camouflage emerged from the corner of the elevator lobby, brandishing a Type 95 automatic rifle. Following him, a throng of over 10 armed soldiers sprang forth, encircling the three of them. Clearly, these soldiers had been lying in wait, drawn by the noise of the helicopter. "Who are you? Which military district do you belong to?" Mo Tian's grandfather had once been among the highest echelons of the Great Xia military, granting her an inherent affinity for soldiers, coupled with a buried sense of superiority. The young officer, displeased by the coldly beautiful woman in police uniform daring to question him, chose to disregard her for the moment. He turned his attention to Lu Liuyi, continuing with a harsh tone. "Who are you? What are your names and what is your purpose here?" "The helicopter ran low on fuel, and we made an emergency landing here, without any ulterior motives." Lu Liuyi replied nonchalantly, "Thinking it unnecessary to provoke the armed men that I asked for your names." The officer's handsome face twisted into a brutal expression, clearly dissatisfied with Lu Liuyi's response that I am Mo Kaiyun, a second-level police inspector from the South City Police Station in Hangcheng. Mo Kaiyun interjected, her words laced with anger, that my grandfather's name is Mo David. Throughout her life, the female officer had never flaunted her family background. But in this moment, failing to mention her grandfather could have dire consequences. In this post-apocalyptic world, human nature is unpredictable, and soldiers are still human. Lu Liuyi had already surmised Mo Kaiyun's identity and fully supported her self-introduction. Believing it best to quell any hostility rather than confront it head-on Mo David, General Mo, the young officer's expression stiffened. He knew only one Mo David, the recently retired deputy commander of the National Guard of the Great Xia. Although he had stepped back from frontline duties, General Mo's influence within the military remained profound, with intricate connections and former subordinates spread throughout the ranks. However, what did that have to do with him? The young officer thought to himself, amused by the prospect of controlling the granddaughter of an old commander. "So, you are General Mo's granddaughter," he chuckled. "I beg your pardon, I am Jiang Huai, affiliated with the Beijing Guard Command, assigned to Hangcheng for a classified mission." "Why would the Beijing Guard be in Hangcheng on a mission? Have you coordinated with Commander Wu of the Hangcheng Command?" Mo Kaiyun inquired, her brows furrowing in curiosity. The military and political structure of Xia Nation operated on a system of independent urban defense, with 121 cities, each having their own military district command. Regardless of the area size, commanders held equal administrative ranks. However, as the imperial capital, Beijing's National Guard held a special status, with its commander also serving as the deputy chief of staff at headquarters. Even so, executing military tasks across districts required authorization from headquarters and communication with local military district commands. Otherwise, not a single soldier could venture outside their jurisdiction. This was a strict rule. In the 180 years since the founding of the Great Xia, warfare had never erupted on its homeland, making cross-district troop movements nearly unheard of. Jiang Huai smiled again, saying, "Miss Mo, you need not worry about that. Let these two introduce themselves." That Lu Liuyi had already perceived the young officer's antagonism, particularly after Mo Kaiyun revealed her grandfather's name, that Mo Kaiyun. Now irate, sensed something was amiss. This junior officer spoke to her with unwarranted confidence, likely emboldened by some connection. Perhaps an ally of her grandfather's adversaries? "I am Lu Liuyi, a local from Hangcheng, currently unemployed." She gestured to Shan Xiuyu, who was studying at university in Hangcheng. As Lu Liuyi faced the numerous gun barrels aimed at them, she suppressed her rising fury and spoke softly. The sense of security she had long sought evaporated in an instant. "You are Lu Liuyi?" Jiang Huai exclaimed, his previously warm smile now replaced with astonishment. Chapter 66. Comrade, when do we begin? Jiang Huai, of course, was aware of Lu Liuyi, although Dr. Ren had never disclosed the purpose of this trip. 2 days prior, during a satellite call with the old commander, he had been informed that Dr. Ren was in Hangcheng specifically to find this individual. As for why the Research Institute and Dr. Ren sought Lu Liuyi, he was unaware, as the old commander had not elaborated as it is are to Lu and Miss Shan. Jiang Huai's expression of surprise quickly faded, replaced by a benign smile as he addressed the trio. "I apologize for any previous offense. It was my duty, and I hope you can forgive me. He knows me. How could he possibly know me?" The rapid shift in Jiang Huai's demeanor did not escape Lu Liuyi's notice. And as her curiosity piqued, her wariness surged. "Humph." Mo Kaiyun scoffed, expressing her displeasure. Yet she too was intrigued, having observed the officer's peculiar astonishment. Jiang Huai glanced at Imogen's Desert Eagle at her waist, and then at the long knife strapped to Lu Liuyi's back. Smiling as he said, "Ladies, for everyone's safety, I kindly ask you to surrender your weapons to me for safekeeping. No need." A cool voice emerged from the corner of the elevator, followed by a woman stepping into view. Jiang Huai turned to look, his facade of false cheer instantly replaced by a bashful demeanor, but he approached her, lowering his head. "Dr. Ren, what brings you out?" The woman did not meet his gaze, bypassing him to approach Lu Liuyi and the others, her melodious voice resonating clearly for all to hear. "Am I not allowed to come out? I've heard everything I should and shouldn't." The woman scrutinized Mo Kaiyun, who, standing at 170 cm, felt dwarfed by her presence, as she appeared to be nearly as tall as Lu Liuyi. The female officer, though not vain about her looks, was aware that she was among the more striking individuals, yet standing before this woman, she felt a pang of inadequacy. That it was not that the other woman was vastly more beautiful. Rather, indescribable, enigmatic allure emanated from her, rendering her captivating and sensual as the woman removed her dark-framed glasses. Her demeanor transformed from that of a striking office vixen to a fresh-faced, neighborly older sister. She extended her hand, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "You are General Mo's granddaughter, Mo Kaiyun, correct? It is a pleasure to meet you." "I am Ren Fei. Did I know your grandfather?" Mo Kaiyun instinctively grasped the woman's cool, smooth hand, uncontrollably replying, "Hello, I am Mo Kaiyun." Suddenly, Ren Fei leaned in, her enticing lips brushing against the police officer's earlobe as she whispered, "Little Mo, you are truly beautiful." Mo Kaiyun, bewildered, jolted from her daze, only to find Ren Fei had already moved on to Shan Xiaoyu, leaving behind a lingering warmth and fragrance on her ear, her face flushed crimson, her gaze faltering, completely devoid of her usual poise. Shan Xiaoyu, equally taken aback by the woman's beauty, found herself involuntarily comparing herself to this extraordinary woman, a natural instinct among women. Disappointment washed over her as she realized that from head to toe, she could find no feature to rival Ren Fei, particularly her long legs, which seemed to shrink in comparison. She even thought that the pencil the woman had casually pinned in her hair was enviably attractive. After shaking hands with Shan Xiaoyu, Ren Fei donned her glasses again, reverting to her striking office persona. The transformation of her look was astonishing, akin to a magical disguise. Both Mo Kaiyun and Shan Xiaoyu thought of this simultaneously. Ren Fei cast a glance at the surrounding weapons, her voice icy as she commanded, "Put them down." Jiang Huai waved his hand, and the firearms were promptly lowered. "Let us go." She beckoned to Lu Liuyi with a curl of her finger. "Your Dr. Yang is waiting for you." With that, she stepped into the elevator hall. Lu Liuyi and the others were seated on the sofa in Yang Hua's spacious living room, which spanned nearly 50 square meters. Aside from the three of them, only Yang Hua and Ren Fei and I were present. Jiang Huai had sent the soldiers to an adjacent apartment they had requisitioned. The beautiful doctor appeared quite haggard, her figure noticeably thinner, revealing the toll the apocalypse had taken on her. Strangely, however, her ample bosom seemed unaffected by her weight loss, appearing even more pronounced. Lu Liuyi observed this keenly. Lu Liuyi, you just mentioned that the mutated creatures in the city are in an uproar. Yang Hua's voice, deep and slightly hoarse, resonated with a faint tremor. He had just recounted his recent experiences, omitting certain details as necessary. Upon hearing Yang Hua address him, he nodded. After Ren Fei and I brought them upstairs, Yang Hua expressed surprise at seeing Lu Liuyi. They exchanged accounts of their respective predicaments. It turned out that after the catastrophe struck, mutated creatures began to appear frequently. Fortunately, in recent days, they had not ventured much into buildings, allowing everyone to feel somewhat secure for the time being. However, their food supplies were quickly depleting, primarily consumed by Yang Hua's gambling-addicted husband. After he devoured the last pack of instant noodles, he forced Yang Hua's mother to venture to the supermarket outside the community to gather supplies. The Tianya community had a notably low building density, resulting in vast open spaces where various monsters roamed. The outcome was predictable. Yang's mother never returned to BY last night. Yang Hua's husband had become so weak from his gambling that he coerced her into spending the night with a nearly 7-year-old retired official in exchange for some instant noodles and eggs. Though he had entertained thoughts of robbing the old man, the latter was cunning, speaking to him only through bars and iron gates. demanding that Yang Hua serve him from the other side. In his desperation, the gambling addict felt he had no choice but to sacrifice his wife. Still reeling from the grief of losing her mother, Yang Hua found herself being pushed by her husband into degradation. Though this was not the first time that in her despair, she climbed onto the balcony, contemplating ending it all that moment. Her mentor arrived with a team, bringing 5 vehicles to the community and rescuing her. Initially, the plan was to eliminate the gambling addict, but after his pleas, Yang Hua unexpectedly advocated for him. After Ren Fei's furious outburst, he was confined to the study, with Yang Hua permitted to provide him with a small pack of military biscuits each day. Why are all those mutated creatures in your community standing still? Mo Kai Yun, having observed their exchange, inquired of Yang Hua, feeling hesitant to converse with Ren Fei and I. The mentor explained that it was the effect of the biological radar, which resided in the large vehicle outside. Yang Hua glanced at Ren Fei and I, who remained impassive, and then proceeded to clarify for the female officer. Indeed, Lu Yi and Mo Kai Yun nodded in agreement. Since Ren Fei and I brought them upstairs, she had scarcely spoken, but now she stood up, stretching languidly. Well, I suppose we've finished the small talk. She strode over to Lu Yi, towering over him, and for the first time formally addressed him. Comrade Lu Yi, when shall we commence your research study? Chapter 67. Formal introduction. Lu Yi looked up, remaining silent. The woman stood rather close, her legs brushing against his knee. Her ample bosom obstructed his view, leaving him only to gaze into her mesmerizing eyes that he found his posture uncomfortable. Feeling excessively passive in his lexicon, passivity signified danger. Rising slowly from the soft sofa, he straightened his posture, just as he was about to fully stand. Ren Fei and I took a step back, that if she hadn't, his chest would have collided with hers. They were nearly the same height, gazing directly into one another's eyes. What's this? Ren Fei and I murmured, raising her hand toward his forehead. Lu Yi furrowed his brow, instinctively lifting his hand to block hers. Ren Fei and I withdrew her hand, stepping back while wearing a teasing smile. At over 30. You're so shy. You're not still a virgin. Are you? As she retreated, he felt the invisible pressure around him lessen significantly, and he replied expressionlessly, You could always try and find out. Ren Fei and I paused, then turned to Yang Hua, chuckling lightly. Yang, your patient doesn't seem as docile as you described. 2 rosy spots quickly appeared on Yang Hua's weary face. Mentor, she called out to the doctor with a hint of childishness, no longer resembling the seasoned expert in her 30s, but rather like a young girl. Having lightened the atmosphere with her jest, Ren Fei and I refocused on Lu Yi, extending her hand in earnest. Let me formally introduce myself. I am Ren Fei and I, Deputy Director of the Beijing Biological Research Institute, and also your attending physician's mentor. Lu Yi remained unmoving, his instincts warning him of her danger from the moment he laid eyes on her. The hand suspended in mid-air swayed slightly, as if urging him to join hers. After a moment, he finally spoke. What exactly do you intend to research about me? Ren Fei and I was momentarily taken aback, then burst into a fit of laughter. Rest assured, I won't be conducting any dissection experiments on you. Her carefree laughter dissipated the remaining tension he felt. He extended his hand to grasp hers, calmly stating, I am Lu Yi. It's a pleasure to meet you, Dr. Ren. Yang, may I borrow your bedroom for a moment? Lu and I need to get to know each other better. Ren Fei and I did not release his hand, pulling him toward the bedroom that he initially intended to refuse, but after a brief hesitation, he refrained from withdrawing his hand. As they entered the bedroom hand in hand, Mo Kai Yun and Shan Xiaoyu exchanged glances. Yang Hua appeared to be explaining her mentor's character. That's just how she is. She specifically came to Hangzhou to investigate the phenomenon of Lu Yi's miraculous recovery. This is crucial for both Lu Yi and her research. Yang Hua's master bedroom was quite spacious, adorned with a wedding photo hanging askew on the wall above a large bed. Swaying gently as if it might fall at any moment in the picture, Yang Hua donned a wedding gown, her radiant face beaming with joy, while the groom appeared reasonably handsome. By the bay window stood 2 armchairs, with a small table in between. Presently, they sat side by side in the chairs, 2 steaming cups of coffee on the table exuding a rich aroma. Ren Fei and I now radiated the demeanor of an elegant, intellectual counselor. Smiling at him, she said, Mr. Lu, please indulge yourself. This is coffee brewed from beans cultivated at our institute, and its flavor rivals that of imported varieties. She pushed a cup toward him with her slender fingers. Lu glanced at the steaming cup but did not lift it. Dr. Ren, I have some questions I would like to ask you. Perfect, Mr. Liu. I also have inquiries for you. How about we take turns asking questions? Ren Fei and I suggested, noticing he was not reaching for the cup, and she did not press him further, responding in a soft, melodic voice. Then I shall go first. Regarding matters that pertain to myself, I have never been one to defer. Dr. Ren, can the authorities control this biochemical disaster? Ren Fei and I had anticipated that his first question would revolve around his own health. She lifted her cup, blowing gently on the surface before succinctly responding, No, all right, I understand. Your turn. He did not pursue the reasons behind her answer. Why don't you ask me about the reasoning behind my response? The woman inquired. Intrigued that it was remarkable that a superpower, ranked second in military capability on Blue Star, was deemed incapable of managing a disaster barely over a week old. Any rational individual would question the reasoning behind such a statement. That holds no significance for me, that he merely sought the answer to inform his future actions. Ren Fei and I nodded, choosing not to dwell on that topic. Mr. Liu, have you taken any other medications or come into contact with any unusual creatures before or after receiving the T3 pain relief injection? She posed her first question, to which he had anticipated being asked and did not conceal the truth. Responding, half a day before the T3 injection, I conducted an experiment with the T4 virus medication. T4? Where did you conduct this experiment? Ren Fei and I inquired, surprised, as she was well aware that the T4 virus from their institute had not been leaked outside. But Liu furrowed his brow, his tone slightly irritated. Isn't that another question? The woman was momentarily taken aback. Surprised by the man's meticulousness, Mr. Liu, shall we alter our mode of conversation? Let us engage as though we are merely chatting, rather than adhering rigidly to a question-and-answer format, as it disrupts my train of thought. Ren Fei stated earnestly. After a moment's contemplation, he found merit in her suggestion and nodded in agreement. The trial drug T4 was clandestinely organized by Peng Sanhai, the owner of Mingda Pharmaceutical AS, for the source of his T4. I am unaware. Peng Sanhai. Ren Fei was certainly familiar with this individual. He graduated from a medical university in his early years, later venturing into the medical equipment business, and within less than 2 decades, he became a renowned entrepreneur across the nation and even on Blue Star. Have you met Peng Sanhai? I have. He is deceased. Ren Fei refrained from inquiring about the cause of Peng Sanhai's death, as it held no relevance for her. She brought the cup to her lips, her sensual mouth delicately sipping from its rim, her long, fair neck moving gracefully, the action exuding an ethereal elegance, seemingly untouched by the mundane world. After a brief pause, she set the cup down and regarded the man before her with a slightly serious expression, saying, Mr. Liu, please elaborate on the process of improvement following your bodily mutation, and do not withhold any details. Liu remained silent for a moment before nodding and responding, Dr. Ren, I shall recount the mutation process truthfully, but you must agree to one condition. He paused, articulating each word deliberately. You must tell me the method to become stronger. Chapter 68. What do you desire? Certainly, Ren Fei replied with unwavering decisiveness. Apart from the Jing Biological Research Institute, numerous similar scientific establishments on Blue Star had, even before the calamity struck, discerned the general methods for the evolution of mutants. In truth, this was not a secret. It would likely not be long before some mutants discovered the means of evolution themselves. She opened a notebook before her and removed a black pencil from her head, allowing her silvery gray hair to cascade casually over her shoulders. Let us begin. The woman's hand, clutching the pencil, rested upon the notebook, ready to take notes. With her affirmative response, Liu hesitated no longer and recounted the details of his bodily changes that day. Deep within, he hoped that this esteemed doctor from Xia country, as she claimed, would provide an explanation for the disappearance of his cancer cells. Ren Fei listened intently, jotting down notes as he spoke. Once Liu finished his account, she furrowed her brow in contemplation, her delicate hand resembling a tender green onion, twisting the pencil incessantly. Then he quietly observed the pencil, which danced like a small snake at her fingertips. Without uttering a word, are you curious about the origin of the T virus? Unexpectedly, Ren Fei's first utterance after a long silence was unrelated to his mutation. She set down the pencil and, without waiting for his response, continued, 5 years ago, the Codens Biological Research Institute in the beautiful country extracted a substance from the lighthouse jellyfish and hydra. This substance enables something called telomeres to remain active, and telomeres are the catalyst for cellular division in all living organisms. You may have heard that the aging and death of biological entities stem from the cessation of healthy cell division. Liu Liui recalled the dialogue between a man and a woman on a television program during his first day at the hotel. He nodded and interjected, "This substance allows cells to maintain division?" No, strictly speaking, it is the telomeres that promotes cell division. However, with each division, telomeres lose a portion of their activity. Once the telomeres' activity is fully expended, cells naturally cease to divide. Ren Fanny's exquisite visage was marked by earnest seriousness, her aura reminiscent of an erudite professor from a university. She continued, "The substance extracted from the lighthouse jellyfish and hydra allows their telomeres to maintain perpetual activity. This implies they possess eternal life. This remarkable substance has a diameter far smaller than that of a cell, even smaller than some viruses. Hence the Codens Institute named it that virus, since the inception of that virus. Codens has conducted secret research for an entire year without any progress, leading them to disclose the virus's information and extraction process to all nations on Blue Star, claiming it was a unifying effort for humanity to collectively explore the secret of eternal life. For the following 4 years, several major countries participated in the research of that virus, yet none yielded results regarding immortality. Upon hearing this, Liu Liui could not contain his curiosity and asked, "What about the T4 agent I injected and the T3 painkiller?" Ren Fanny waved her hand, saying, "Allow me to continue." The research conducted by various countries was not entirely fruitless. They discovered that the T virus extracted from 2 different immortal species could merge and mutate, producing a new T virus. However, this new T virus was effective only on the immortal species from which it was extracted and had no effect on other organisms. Furthermore, T viruses extracted from more than 2 immortal species could not merge again. Thus, let me address your earlier question. Ren Fanny took another sip of coffee, moistening her throat before proceeding. T1 is the original virus extracted from an immortal species, while T2 to T4 are new viruses formed by the combinations of any 2 immortal species. For instance, the T1 virus is extracted from the lighthouse jellyfish. When combined with the T virus from the hydra, it is termed T2, and when it combines with the T virus from the Greenland shark, it is called T3, whereas the combination of the viruses from the hydra and the Greenland shark results in the T4 virus. This has been the widely accepted classification of T1 to T4 prior to the calamity. The so-called T4 agent you injected is indeed a combination of the viruses from the hydra and the Greenland shark. Do you comprehend this? Liu Liui nodded slowly. It was not difficult to grasp, merely a matter of combinations. Are the T viruses from immortal species identical? Also, how many immortal species exist on Blue Star? He still felt somewhat perplexed. Ren Fanny regarded him with the discerning gaze of a scholar, seemingly pleased with his inquiries. There are only 3 recognized immortal species on Blue Star as concurred by all scientists: the lighthouse jellyfish, hydra, and Greenland shark. Regarding the T viruses from these 3 organisms, no discrepancies have been found after 5 years of rigorous investigation by scientists across Blue Star. The new viruses derived from these combinations have no effect on the telomeres of other organisms, but exhibit peculiar effects in other aspects. The painkiller given to you by Yang Hua is derived from the T3 virus, which we injected into naked mole rats and subsequently extracted their blood. The T3 virus effectively preserves the pain insensitivity of the naked mole rats, making it equally effective when injected into humans. However, the body will develop resistance with repeated use, leading to a gradual decline in the pain-relieving effect until it becomes entirely ineffective. Additionally, it has a side effect. The pain perception nerves become more developed than those of ordinary individuals, potentially causing excruciating pain even from minor injuries, such as a small cut from a knife. Thus, viral derivatives like the T3 painkiller, with serious side effects, are collectively referred to as failed T virus derivatives. Ren Fanny finished her explanation in one breath, yet remained silent, seemingly awaiting his inquiry. Liu Liui, as she anticipated, asked, "Are you implying that in 20 days, my pain perception will be significantly heightened?" He distinctly recalled Dr. Yang mentioning that the efficacy of a single painkiller injection would last approximately a month. Indeed, Ren Fanny replied with a mischievous smile, a smile that dispelled her scholarly demeanor. Liu Liui gazed at his ever-changing mentor and solemnly inquired, "Do you have a method to alleviate this side effect?" Bingo! Ren Fanny snapped her fingers. Since there are failed T virus derivatives, naturally there are successful ones as well. After receiving an email from Yang Dazhong, I conducted several targeted experiments, resulting in a new derivative. Its sole function is to eliminate the side effects of the T3 painkiller. Lu Liui, would you like it? Ren Fani rested her elbows on the table, interlocking her fingers, her chin delicately perched on her hands, her radiant eyes sparkling as they focused on the man before her. Lu Liui felt a tumult of emotions within him. The issue of side effects was likely true. Dr. Yang had mentioned it before that as for whether his mutated body would still experience such side effects. With less than a month having passed, no one could be certain. Recalling the agony he had endured for 3 years, he was resolutely averse to the notion of experiencing any side effects related to heightened pain perception. After a moment's contemplation, he coldly posed a question to the woman across from him. What is it that you desire? Chapter 69. Unraveling the layers, Ren Fani's eyes curved into crescent moons as she clapped in approval. Exclaiming, Lu Liui, you are indeed astute. He looked at the exuberant woman before him, pondering, is she perhaps a bit unhinged? Ren Fani clapped her hands twice, and with a playful laugh, remarked, if you cooperate with me to complete all the various human trials concerning you within a month, I shall grant you this remedy that alleviates side effects. That as she spoke, she produced a syringe from seemingly nowhere, its size and shape identical to that of the T3 painkiller, the golden liquid within the transparent glass shimmering slightly. Very well, Lu Liui agreed, then added after a moment's contemplation. However, the scope of your trials must not exceed my limits of endurance, both mentally and physically. Rest assured, I am known for my meticulousness and gentle, conservative approach in conducting trials at our institute, Ren Fani replied, waving her hand with an air of sincerity. Why do I feel so uneasy? He silently scoffed, then said, Dr. Ren, might you now elaborate on the methods of enhancement? In high spirits, Ren Fani recalled Yang Hua's words about Lu Liu's cautious nature and his heavy skepticism towards others, which had caused her concern about persuading him. To her surprise, the process had gone remarkably smoothly. Ah, this wretched beauty of mine, she sighed, touching her face to Dr. Ren. Noticing her momentary distraction, he called again, Dada, to enhance one's power. Is it? Ren Fani responded, regaining her composure. It's quite simple. Locate the fully mutated entities, eliminate them, and if they yield the original core crystals, consume them to gain strength. Oh, you are unaware of what a fully mutated entity is, are you? She continued, taking a delicate sip of coffee, her brow furrowing as she murmured to herself. Why has it cooled so quickly? A fully mutated entity is a biological organism that, once infected, completely loses its rationality and undergoes significant morphological changes. That Lu Liui answered gravely, recalling the information previously shared by Peng Sanhai in the office. Ren Fani set down her coffee cup, her expression shifting to that of a learned scholar as she said earnestly, you are only partially correct. Upon infection, a fully mutated entity does not lose its rationality. Rather, it develops a new form of intelligence. That in other words, once a person transforms into a fully mutated entity, they forget everything about themselves, including family and friends. Indeed, they forget that they were ever human. However, a new mode of thinking emerges, akin to a skilled hypnotist who can convince a person that they are a dog, adopting canine thoughts and behaviors. This analogy may not be perfect, but it conveys the essence. From a scientific perspective, a fully mutated entity constitutes an entirely new species. Furthermore, a few fully mutated entities exhibit no visible signs of mutation. A team from our hunting department once encountered a rabbit that appeared unchanged. Yet that tiny creature nearly devoured half the team. It was indeed a fully mutated entity. The do not were such a troubled expression. You are not a fully mutated entity. You possess past thoughts and memories. So do not worry. Comrade Lu Liui, it is getting late, and I hope we can commence the first human trial immediately. Ren Fani adjusted her glasses, her demeanor turning serious that he had numerous questions to pose, including inquiries regarding incomplete mutated entities and other beings. Yet he pondered that there would be ample time for such discussions later. Lu Liui nodded in agreement and asked, all right, what shall we test today? In the living room, Yang Hua and Shan Xiaoyu engaged in casual conversation, while Mo Kaiyun remained largely silent, her gaze furtively drifting towards the master bedroom that in the oppressive atmosphere of the post-apocalyptic world. The two women, mourning the loss of loved ones, eventually succumbed to quiet sobs. Just as Officer Mo, growing impatient, contemplated checking on the situation in the bedroom, Lu Yi and Ren Fani emerged. Upon entering the living room, Ren Fani observed the two women weeping, her smile replaced by a cold countenance as she admonished Yang Hua. What is there to cry about? In these times, who hasn't lost parents or loved ones? Afterward, she raised her hand to check her watch, exclaiming, "Oh dear, 2 hours have already passed. I suppose everyone must be hungry. Let us go eat." With that, she led the way outside. The others exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Noticing an unusual expression on Lu Yi's face, Yang Hua inquired with concern, "Lu Yi, did your conversation with the instructor go well? Though she can be a bit, her heart is in the right place." He nodded awkwardly, his thoughts racing with silent complaints. "Your instructor is a madwoman, who expects someone to strip upon first meeting. She scrutinized me for a good half hour, even circling around me. I couldn't care less, but why was she using that pencil to prod at me? If she wants to poke, then let her. Just don't criticize my self-control. What man can remain unmoved when a woman is prodding him? She should find someone who can maintain composure under such circumstances." He had nearly resorted to scratching the fine line on his forehead in frustration. "Are you all right?" Mo Kaiyun and Shan Xiaoyu approached Lu Yi almost simultaneously. Observing the fluctuation in his complexion, he glanced at the two women, who stood by him like vigilant guardians, instinctively shifting his posture to conceal his discomfort to Dr. Yang. "Where shall we dine?" Lu Yi redirected the conversation towards Yang Hua. Yang Hua's residence was on the 4th floor, apartment 401, a small high-rise featuring a 2-elevator, 3-unit layout, with 2 additional apartments on the same floor. Both had been requisitioned by Jiang Huai, though it could hardly be termed requisition, as these 2 units had been unoccupied, originally purchased by their previous owner for speculative purposes. The dining area was located in apartment 403, where Jiang Huai resided, while the other military personnel squeezed into apartment 402. Ren Fani shared her accommodations with Yang Hua. With nearly 20 individuals gathered for the meal, even in such upscale housing, it felt somewhat cramped. Although they called it a meal, it consisted merely of a few compressed biscuits and military rations. Yet in these times, having food to eat was a source of considerable contentment. That moment, Ren Fani, her expression icy, nibbled delicately on a piece of compressed biscuit, her brow occasionally furrowing as if lost in thought. Had he not witnessed her seamless transitions between various temperaments moments ago, he might have assumed that the deputy director was perpetually an unyielding ice queen. Yang Hua finished her meal quickly, hesitating as she glanced at the unopened biscuits and cans on the table. "Take it away," Ren Fani snapped. "Only when Yang Jijun has devoured you will you cease this saintly behavior." Tears welled in Yang Hua's eyes as she slowly reached for a pack of biscuits. Turning to flee, her muffled sobs echoing in the air. The already somber atmosphere grew even heavier to Dr. Ren. "I have something to report." Jiang Huai, having finished his meal, stood and addressed Ren Fani. She regarded him with an impassive expression and nodded. "Speak that it is that our rations are estimated to last only 2 more days," the young officer reported, his demeanor shy as he continued in a low voice. "This does not account for the provisions of Mr. Lu and Dr. Yang." "What did you say?" Ren Fani narrowed her eyes, a glint of fury flashing within them as she exclaimed, "When we set out for Beijing, I recall preparing 2 months' worth of rations, all stored in vehicle number 7, which is still parked downstairs. Are you telling me we have run out of supplies?" Seeing the goddess's wrath, the young officer felt a tightening in his chest. Yet he steeled himself to reply. "During the attack by the mutated dog pack outside Jiaxing City, Vehicle 7 sustained severe damage. I ordered the transfer of military rations to Vehicle 3, but 2 days ago, while approaching Hang City, we encountered mutated creatures again, and Vehicle 3 was lost. Thus, we currently possess only some emergency supplies from the lead vehicle. We have been subsisting on these for the past 2 days." Ren Fani was well aware of the loss of Vehicle 3 outside Hang City and pressed him with intensity. "Then why did you not report this sooner?" Jiang Huai, feeling the weight of her gaze, lowered his voice to a whisper. "It was my error. I feared your wrath, so I thought it best to gather food in the city before informing you." Ren Fani fell silent, her once serene eyes now glinting with a chilling sharpness as she scrutinized the young officer. After a moment, she coldly declared, "Jiang Huai, do not act in front of me. Have you become addicted to such antics?" Jiang Huai stiffened, raising his voice slightly in defense. "Dr. Ren, I do not understand what you mean. The loss of military rations is my responsibility. I will accept punishment from the military law office upon our return to Beijing. Umph. Renfani snorted dismissively, turning on her heel to leave. Jiang Huai felt beads of sweat forming on his brow, silently panicking. As she discovered my secret, Lu Lui cast a cold gaze upon the unfolding scene, continuing to gnaw on his dry, compressed biscuit that Kaiyun and the other woman remained silent, as was their nature. Upon returning to room 401 after their meal, the trio was met with the presence of a man in the living room that Lu Lui looked over and recognized him as Zhao Jijun, the husband of Yang Hua, from the wedding photo in the master bedroom. This man now appeared markedly different from the handsome figure captured in the photograph a decade ago.at this moment. Zhao Jijun sat by a small coffee table, stuffing the last 2 pieces of compressed biscuit into his parched, cracked lips that on the sofa, Renfani and Yang Hua were seated. The instructor, engrossed in a copy of Men's Health, seemed oblivious to the surroundings, while Dr. Yang's gaze was fixed on his own shoelaces. Lost in thought that Lu Lui and the others entered, Renfani patted the sofa, warmly greeting Mo Kaiyun. Officer Mo. Come, have a seat. She then turned to Shan Xiaoyu and continued, Little girl, you should join us as well. Her enthusiastic demeanor appeared a stark contrast to the furious woman they had encountered moments earlier. Unable to resist her warmth, Mo Kaiyun and Shan Xiaoyu moved to sit down on the 3-meter-long sofa, for women of distinct charm sat side by side, creating a scene that even Zhao Jijun, who usually paid little mind to feminine allure, found himself momentarily mesmerized, forgetting to swallow the biscuit lodged in his mouth, that Lu Lui felt somewhat awkward perched on a chair beside them, uncertain of where he would spend the night. Noticing Zhao Jijun struggling to catch his breath from the biscuit, Yang Hua stood up to fetch a cup of bottled water. Since the disaster, 2 barrels of bottled water remained in the house. As Zhao Jijun's coughing fit subsided, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Renfani leaned in, persistently presenting a magazine to Mo Kaiyun. Louis, you might as well sleep on the living room sofa for the next couple of days. I apologize for the inconvenience. Yang Hua broke the silence, addressing Lu Lui. He was indifferent, having spent over 2 years sleeping on sofas, thus considering himself somewhat of an expert. Officer Mo and Xiaoyu. Perhaps you both could share the second bedroom. Yang Hua proposed to the 2 women, then added, there were originally 2 guest rooms, but they are currently cluttered with mahjong tables and such, making it difficult to tidy them up quickly. I apologize for the squeeze. After speaking, he glanced at Zhao Jijun, who was still sipping water. That went without saying that the gambling paraphernalia cluttering those rooms belonged to this very gambler. But Mo Kaiyun and Shan Xiaoyu sat on either side of Renfani. Upon hearing Yang Hua's suggestion, Shan Xiaoyu lowered her gaze to her hands, while Mo Kaiyun focused on the magazine being offered. Neither spoke a word. Renfani set down her book, glancing first at Mo Kaiyun on her left, then at Shan Xiaoyu on her right. Tilting her head thoughtfully, she finally turned her attention to Lu Lui, who remained seated in silence. The room once again fell into quietude. Suddenly, Lu Lui felt an urge to step outside. The immobile mutated creatures beyond the walls seemed oddly endearing. How about this? Renfani finally spoke up.